Welcome back, Truth Seeker. Take two. Let's talk about LeBron going to Philly again. If you missed my video the day he announced he was leaving LA, we pointed out right away. Said, look, you guys, it's 76 days before the Pope's birthday. All roads lead to Rome. The last NBA season began on 76 date numerology. On Netanyahu's 76th birthday, who went to high school in Philadelphia and graduated from high school in 67, the year of Warriors 76ers in the finals. Of course, the Warriors started in Philly, where, the other guy born in the Akron hospital, Steph Curry's played his whole career. And we said, next year, March Madness tournament, going to have 76 teams in it. Something big going on with 76. The ritual synced with the Pope, who went to college in Philadelphia at Villanova, as the Nova Knicks take the Rig Finals, sync with the Pope. And, we also said, man, wouldn't it make a lot of sense for LeBron to play in Philly in light of Kobe? It's going to be the 81st season. Kobe Bean Bryant equals 81, dropped 81 points in his 666th career game. Kobe dies at 41. LeBron is 41. Today's 41 days after the Knicks won the finals, or a span of 42 days. We'll talk about both. But yeah, more importantly, just the long history of LeBron and the King, King James. Today is the anniversary of King James becoming the king. And we'll talk about why it matters. It's the 459th anniversary of King James becoming the king. 459 has to do with the book of Psalms. And we've always talked about Psalm 46 in light of the King James Bible. And LeBron, who's 4-6 in finals right now. LeBron's 4-6, if you don't know. Psalm 46 in the King James Bible, the 46th word from the front is shake. The 46th word from the back is spear. The King James Bible was published when Shakespeare was 46 years old. And remember, the King James Bible came out in 1611. LeBron set the record this year, passing Robert Parrish with 1,611 games played. Comedy Central gave us the cartoon of Kobe dying in a helicopter crash on the 16th day of the 11th month, 1611. That year, LeBron would win the year Kobe supposedly died at 41, while traveling from Catholic Mass, dying on the 41st day of the Pope's age. That season got delayed because of Cooties 19, which was simulated by a Jesuit, which is the military order of the Catholic Church. But again, the season got extended into October. LeBron and the Lakers won the finals on Father-Daughter Day in the year Kobe and Gianna died, so we're told. And again, measure from LeBron's birthday to the day the Lakers won the finals, exactly 41 weeks. And don't forget what happened the day before Kobe died. Put out a big video before it happened. I explained why LeBron was going to pass Kobe in points scored in Kobe's hometown, Philly, and how people die for rituals like that. And then lo and behold, LeBron passes Kobe in Kobe's hometown, and Kobe supposedly dies the next day. And just watch, you guys. Just like when LeBron went to LA, the bodies started dropping. 2 UCLA players were dead within days. Honeycutt, and I always forget the name of the other dude. We can go back and look at the notes, but 2 UCLA players were dead within hours of LeBron signing with LA. Just watch, you guys. Watch out, Villanova former players. Watch out, former 76ers, especially Dr. J, who's 76 years old right now. As we talked about, Dr. J's full name in Gematria equals 267, which is the Philadelphia area code, but Pope Leo the 14th is also the 267th Pope. And don't forget who told you the next Pope before Pope Leo was going to have something to do with Philadelphia because of that 267. Again, the hits just keep on coming, you guys. You follow the numbers, you can get ahead of the curve. We told you a long time ago, if you followed my work, why Argentina-Spain was the World Cup championship. We talked about LeBron and in these connections to Philly and why it looked like he was likely going to Philly or the other Philly connected team, the Warriors. But I told you when they put out that story on July 9th with him and Embiid on ESPN, I said, there you go, man. You got this now plus the 76 days before the Philly-related Pope. And boom. So you guys have left a lot of good comments. I just want to go through the list of things we have. And I'm sure there's even more to the script. But understand, this script is important, you guys. It matters that today's the 205th day of the year. and it matters that the Super Bowl's in 205 days. All of this stuff is part of one big connected script. For all you guys out there that keep thinking sports are legit and people are earning these championships and these players are calling their shots, again, you're completely wrong. If you've been following our work, you've been proven wrong every single day for going on 13 straight years. I know you can watch other channels that will mislead you and act like this stuff's real. And LeBron called his own shot today. I told you the day that he went off the team, that wasn't his shot. 24 days later, for his 24th season, he's going to play for the 76ers, who are 2-4 in the finals when Kobe finished his career in 24. Please, this is a script. And notice LeBron talked about sacrifice again today. When J.J. Redick asked him, how do you have such a long career? He said, you got to sacrifice your loved ones. And we talk about all the bodies that connect to this man. This guy opens up a private school and one of the students gets killed at the school and nobody blinks an eye. How often do kids who attend schools get killed at the school? Happened at LeBron's school. Nobody seemed to blink an eye. There was some BS story put out about some violence between kids. Please, that's not what happened. That kid was one of the sacrifices. But yeah, LeBron, 8 years with LA, 8 days after Dad's death anniversary. That's Nate Thurmond is today. $8 million deal for his 24th season. I mean, you got to be dumb to not see what's going on here when Kobe wore 24-8. And yeah, let's just run through it, and then we'll take some more calls and just make sure we got all the key details in here. And again, congrats to the winners, everyone who took the advice. You see how ESPN gives you a story that's 5 minutes and 13 seconds about that? If you can do math, that's 313 seconds, right? 313 is the 65th prime, and like we've told you a million times, Philadelphia, the 65 city, founded October 27th, the day leaving 65 days left in the year. In the most simple cipher, Philadelphia's 101. Look at LeBron's full name, LeBron Ramon James. It has the 101 in it. It has the 205 in it, like today's the 205th day of the year. Watch out for this Sunday. This Sunday is going to have 79 date numerology. I think somebody's going to be in trouble come Sunday. 79 is the number of the people who run the show. Society of Jesus, that's the Jesuits, the military order of the Pope. Murder is 79. But yeah, again, if you're new here, these are the 4 base ciphers of the English language. Philadelphia equals 101 and 61, like church. We're going to put this all together. Again, if you don't know the Bible, in Revelation, the 66th book, the Church of Philadelphia gets the letter about the synagogue of Satan, those who claim to be ooze but are not. And, Super Bowl 61's upcoming. It's in 205 days from today. I used to always talk about James and Kyrie. They'd always do these rituals with Kyrie and his 2 and James and his 23. There's another cipher in Gematria where James equals 223 that produces bigger values. But yeah, LeBron has the 101 in his name. Again, these are the 4 base ciphers of the English language. The alphabetic order, you can see the cipher right below. A is 1 up to Z is 26. The alphabetic order with numerology, just apply numerology to each letter. The reverse alphabetic order, Z is 1 back to A is 26. The reverse alphabetic order with numerology. And if you don't know what numerology is, it's just simple addition. You can see how Z is 8. Why do you think it's 8? If Z is the 26th letter, what is 2 plus 6? 8. Y, the 25th letter, is 2 plus 5 is 7. So Y becomes 7. X, the 24th letter, 2 plus 4 is 6, and so on. Okay, so anyway, it's 313 days after the Pope's birthday. And again, all roads lead to Rome. I just want you to see that 313 is the 65th prime number, and ESPN, they number out their stories day after day. You'd never know it unless you know this language. But that's why you got to learn this language. Can you just see how this is what they do? This is the cabal. ESPN's part of it. 313, 65th prime. And if you're saying, well, show me that it's 313 days after the Pope's birthday, sure. In case you're that guy out there. Pope Leo, born September 14th, September 14th. Right here, 9/14/2025 to today. 2025. 313 days, the 65th prime, called Philadelphia the 65 city like a broken record for over a decade. And it's also 52 days to the Pope's birthday. And remember, Philadelphia, they won their first Super Bowl in Super Bowl 52. And they did that in Minnesota, where the Lakers are originally from. Minnesota's got the 52 connection. Don't get me started with George Floyd on the corner of 38th. And That was all in the year that the Lakers from Minneapolis won it. But yeah, LeBron's played 65 games in his career against Philly. You can look it up. I'll just show you right now, including the playoffs. LeBron James record versus Philadelphia. We talked about this. This is all part of the June 30th video we did. LeBron James record versus Philadelphia, including playoffs. He is 46-19. And remember, Psalm 46, the one that pays tribute to Shakespeare. We're going to get to all of it. My daughter doesn't wake up too soon here. She's wrestling around. Remember, the Vatican tried to kill King James. Today's 119 days after King James' death anniversary. Vatican is 119. Again, all this 24/8 business. Today's Nick Nurse's birthday. He turned 59. We're going to get to why it matters. Again, Revelation. Revelation's used like a playbook by this cabal. Revelation matters. The Church of Philadelphia. Today is the 121st day of the 76ers' age. They went to Philadelphia in history on March 26, 63, the year of the big assassination. Something to think about with that, too, because the Charlie Kirk hoax last year had a lot to do with 63. The Trump hoax in 2024 had a lot to do with 63. Again, they've linked LeBron and Trump together for some time. Remember when LeBron won on the real King James's birthday? Trump had his convention in the Cavs Stadium right after, and that was the 58th U.S. presidential election where Trump announced from the 58-story Trump Tower. The real King James died at 58. So Nick Nurse just went from 58 to 59 today. His full name, Nicholas David Nurse, 81 for the 81st season. Kobe Bean Bryant, 81, who dropped 81 in his 666th game. Kobe Bean Bryant, 54 as well. Like how LeBron passed him with the 54th points on 25/1 when 251 is the 54th prime. And again, go watch the video on Gematria Effect Sports from before it happened. I explained all this stuff about 54 and that date and Kobe and the deaths for Kobe all before it happened. The Jesuit headquarters, the Church of the Jesu, Building 54, Jesuit Order 54. That's who runs it. The military order of the Pope. The Lakers' last game, you guys, 74 days ago. LeBron won that 17th championship for the Lakers in his 17th season, which was the 74th pro basketball season. And don't forget who told you LeBron was going to win that championship for the Lakers that year, the day he signed with the Lakers on the first day of the 7th month, coming over from Ohio, the 17th state. And by the way, with the whole 17 thing, when he announced he was departing, it was 289 days after the Pope's birthday when he announced he was departing LA. Square root of 17. So just another tribute to the 17 league, the NBA. But yeah, 74 days after the Lakers' last game. And look at this. Somebody mentioned earlier, let me see where I put it at. Somebody mentioned earlier how when LeBron passed Kobe in points scored, you see how Philly was on, whoops, how do I get rid of that? Snap. Let me see if, let's get rid of it. All right. God, I hate, how do I get rid of that damn thing that's in the way right now? Hold on. All right, you see, oh my God, this is annoying as hell. If you pause it, that big ass bar comes up that's in the way. You gotta love, you guys, it's a 35-second clip of LeBron passing Kobe. I mean, please. This is what I'm talking about, the ESPN. King James is 35. Today's 35 days after King James' birthday anniversary, which is also the anniversary of LeBron winning the only finals for the Cavs on King James' birthday. And remember, King James' son was King Charles, and those who fought for King Charles in the English Civil War were called Cavaliers. But, God, if I could get this damn, all right, there, it went away. Okay. LeBron's about to go over the Black Snake, the Black Mamba in Kobe's hometown to drop in the 54th points to pass him to become third all-time. Notice how, seemingly when the ball is pretty much in the vicinity of the net and rims, the clock is on 7:24, like how he goes to Philly on 7:24. Can I play this, though, without the thing covering it up? And you know what's interesting? The Lakers lost this game and fell to 20-5 on the road. 20-5. Like now LeBron goes to Philly on the 205th day of the year. Let me see if I can play this without that thing being in the way. Hold up. All right, it came up just in time at the end if you're paying attention. As like the ball's through the rim, it is at 7:24. It's perfect. And I've said this before, just perfectly scripted games, perfectly planned outcomes like a master author, like a great storyteller. You ever watch a movie for a second time and then the second time you're like, damn, look how they dropped that in the movie. That was a clue for what was going to happen later. My daughter loves watching this children's movie, Sing. If you've ever seen Sing, there's a boyfriend, girlfriend singing couple at the beginning, and the first time it shows them, they're auditioning for a nightclub or a bar. And as they're going out of there, the boyfriend's to the girlfriend like, can you just stay in the background? You're messing up my song singing over me. And then next thing you know, they're getting on the train, but they get split up and he gets left behind. And then later in the show, he gets humbled and, the talent says, yo, you don't got the talent. You're out of here, man. I want your girlfriend. But all of that stuff was a preview up to the fact that he was the loser, right? He has the shitty attitude. He's punking his girlfriend, but she's the real talent. But again, you watch the second time, you're like, oh, look how they did all that. They were giving you all the clues up to that point that it was going to be something like that. So again, you see that all the time with pro sports if you just pay attention. And they do it with numbers. And why do they do it with numbers? Because it's Kabbalah. Again, there's a spiritual practice in the world of Kabbalah where numbers are super important. And it's obvious that this is what the ruling class is into. And you know what? If you study history, it's been written about how the ruling knowledge of the ruling class is Kabbalah. So for all the people out there like, what? You guys are the ones ruled over that don't really have much knowledge, and you're easily fooled, and you're sitting here watching rig sports and making your whole life about it, and you're paying for overpriced beers and tickets and parking and just wasting your time with these totally rigged games about these people that don't get two shits about you. Anyway, but yeah, the Lakers did fall to 20. Here, I'm gonna scroll down to that real quick so you guys can see this. By the way, the most important cipher outside of the base ciphers is, it was called Jewish Derek, renamed it Latin, but in that cipher, Philadelphia is also 205. I should have remembered all these things. I had all these things written down in the past. But you see how the Lakers fell to 20-5 away in the game? And that was their 46th game of the season, too. Damn. Philly came in with 46 games played. But yeah, all right, let's keep going through the list here. See what a script this all is. Today, the 205th day of the year, Yale University, right? Home of Skull and Bones. Whoops, let me spell it right. University 205, home of Skull and Bones, that has the Russell Trust that's invested in pro sports. Think about all the Russells in sports, too. We've talked about this, the Russell Trust and the rituals with the Russells. Skull and Bones is modeled after the Illuminati. The Illuminati was founded by a Jesuit, but, Skull and Bones, 41 and 76. LeBron's 41. He's going to the 76ers after the announcement 76 days from the Pope's birthday. And don't forget, Skull and Bones gets their symbolism from the Templars, who are the old military order of the church. And just for the record, Knights Templar equals 79, like Society of Jesus equals 79, like LeBron, Raymond, James equals 79, like this Sunday's going to have 79 date numerology. But you know how the other day they had that fake Miami story about the press conference leak? That was on the 202nd day of the year. And then the Pope's birthday that it's all synced up with, he's born 14/9. And Skull and Bones connects to the Illuminati, connects to the Jesuits, connects to the Templars, which all goes back to the church. Okay. So Yale University, 205, 205th day of the year. Year of the Goat upcoming. Year of the Goat. Watch out. Year of the Goat's got the 65 and 61 like Philadelphia, also the 205 like Philadelphia. Today's 146 days after the war began. There might be something to think about there. Might be something to think about. Remember, Philadelphia gets the letter about the synagogue of Satan, those who claim to be ooze but are not. The Year of the Goat is going to begin on February 6th. A few years ago, the Grammys was on that day, and that Sam Smith guy was dancing around dressed up like the devil with flames on the stage. And I think the girl singing with him was a gender bender, if I'm not mistaken. But there was a huge earthquake in biblical Philadelphia at that same time. That was the 37th day of the year, like Revelation 3:7 is about the synagogue of Satan and the Church of Philadelphia and all that. Or the verse about, I should say, that passage to the Church of Philadelphia that gets to the synagogue of Satan. Again, Revelation 3:7 is the Bible verse where Jesus speaks to the church in Philadelphia. And, today, in light of today being 146 days after the war began, is another one. Jesus Christ has that 146 too. It's the Society of Jesus behind all this Kobe died during the 74th season, sync with the Pope, traveling from Catholic Mass. Again, today's 41 days after the finals ended by the numbers. Red Holzman, the last finals coach for the Knicks, won 613 games. This time the Knicks win on 613, but that was 41 days ago. Knicks 41. King 41. Kobe Bryant 41. LA, see you later 41. 41's the 13th prime. King James became a king at 13 months of age. So, 41 days after the Knicks won the finals. Again, 35 days after the real King James' birthday. We were just looking at how that clip of LeBron passing Kobe in Philly's 35 seconds long. There's a million of those over the years. Again, today is the 459th anniversary of King James becoming the king. Book of Psalms, 459. Psalm 46, infamous psalm in the King James Bible that pays tribute to Shakespeare, who a lot of people think is the true author. And to be fair, is Shakespeare even one person, or is it a group of people? Is it some writers guild? But anyway, I mean, if you haven't studied the King James, and again, just how many more tributes can there be to LeBron and King James? And just this past year, passing Robert Parrish after 1,611 games played when the King James Bible came out in 1611. I mean, come on, you guys. A parish is part of a church. They've been raising these guys since birth. Rome has. Controlling their Colosseum to control the minds of the masses with the storylines and the mockery. It's like some major flex every day of just how superior they are to the people they rule over. Look at these clueless morons we rule over. Look how we mock them every day, and they don't even get it. They love it. They come back for more every year. They pay us more and more every year. We mock them more and more. We make it more obvious every year. Oh, did you see there's this guy on the internet? Zachary's been exposing us, and they all think he's some crazy crackpot. Man, we got this group of losers by the short hairs, and they don't even know it. What a group we've raised. What a group of mental midgets. I bet you could put 100 of them in a room and they still wouldn't have 100 IQ points. Anyway, Book of Psalms, 459th anniversary of the king becoming the king. I've been talking about the Psalm 46 and King James Bible and LeBron being 4-6 in the finals. And again, right now, the city of Philadelphia, 4-6 in NBA championships between the Warriors and the 76ers. LeBron comes in with 46 wins versus the 76ers for his career. Kawhi had the bounce versus Philly. Vince Carter had the bounce versus Philly. Remember, Kawhi, the day that LeBron said he was out of LA, the news broke that Kawhi was going back to the Raptors at age 35. Just like and Raptors is also 46. But there's something up with that. There's something up. Julius Erving, I hope he makes it past Sunday. I hope nothing happens to him. Sunday's 154 days after his birthday. He's 76 right now. Today's 89 days before Netanyahu's birthday. Religion is 89, like King James, like the Warriors, originally from Philly, lost with 89 points to LeBron on the real King James' birthday in that Game 7 comeback when he was on the Cavs. From LeBron passing Kobe in points scored to today is exactly a span of 339 weeks. There's probably something more to this 339 number that I don't know, but I know it connects with the country. United States of America's 339. The country was started in Philadelphia. It was all born there, right? But I bet there's something bigger to that number than I know. Again, 205th day of the year, 205 days to the Super Bowl. United Kingdom also equals 205, going with the whole King James thing. That Super Bowl's 61, like Philadelphia and finals is 61. Today's 111 days before the Superior General's birthday. Remember, the Spurs advanced to face New York, winning that game over the Thunder with 111. And again, if you're on Patreon, and we've called it a million times before, my first thing out of my mouth was for Game 3, the first one in New York. I said, I bet the Knicks score 111 tonight. Sure enough, they did. New York 111, the NBA Finals 111. LeBron goes to Philly 111 days before the Superior General's birthday. I think this is all going to come back. In 73, the last time the Knicks won the finals, it was Lakers, Knicks. I think somehow this is all going to factor in next season. The Knicks do play in Madison Square Garden, another 205 location. Let's see. Yeah, Julius Irving. I got a typo here. Julius Irving, though, his full name, Julius Winfield Irving II. Look at this. Julius Winfield Irving II. Boom. 267. God, it's also 327, like King James died on March 27th, the real King James. But yeah, we're in the time of the 267th Pope. That's the Philadelphia number 2 area code. 215 is the first and 267 is the second. Again, pay attention to rig sports and area codes. The other year when the Niners were playing the Eagles in the NFC Championship and all their quarterbacks were hurt, they stayed on 267 road wins as a franchise. Julius Irving, the name even equals 76, who's 76 years old right now. I know it's 5 days from today is going to be 157 days after his birthday. That was a big number when Kobe went down, you know. Again, let's hope nothing happens to Julius Irving, but we know how these psychopaths work, man. They demand blood for their big rituals. And yeah, you think about all the commercials LeBron's been doing with Kevin Hart lately. That was predictive programming for this, too. Kevin Hart, born on 7/6. Got the same birthday as George W. Bush. That's who the president was when LeBron became president. Mr. Skull and Bones. And yeah, Darius left this comment. LeBron joined 76ers 52 days before the Pope's birthday. Again, Eagles won their first Super Bowl in 52. Pope equals 52, of course. Kevin Hart appears during the Super Bowl 52 post game. Kevin Hart, born on 7/6. Kevin Hart and LeBron also have a Royal Kingdom ad. Let's look something up. When was the first LeBron James and Kevin Hart ad? And didn't they recently do a roast of Kevin Hart? They've been doing these for a minute, huh? Since 2013. Wow. First one came out on 12/29. Interesting. 12/29 is the 201st prime. I didn't realize they'd been doing ads together for that long. Interesting. So this year will mark 13 years since that all started. Remember, the real King James became a king at 13 months of age. LeBron is 41, the 13th prime. LA equals 13 and 41. The only other city that equals 13 and 41, and I guess technically for LA it's an abbreviation, but the only other one is Dallas. And you know the whole thing with, what's his name? Slow motion. The guy that's slower than a snail. Luka, you know, from Dallas to LA. Something more to think about with that, too. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, 205th day of the year. LeBron Raymond James, 205. Watch out for Sunday's 79 date numerology. Again, right after he signed with Lakers, the body started dropping connected to LA and basketball. LeBron Raymond James, 101 like Philadelphia. 281's the 60th prime. There might be something there with that in light of the... I don't know. It's the year of Super Bowl 60. It passed, but... Today's 206 days after LeBron's birthday, the Seattle area code. Seattle won Super Bowl 60. I got to think more about why that would matter with this. Seattle, Philly, bird teams. I don't know. Could be something there. But yeah, Lakers did fall to 20-5 away in the game where LeBron passed Kobe in points scored. Now he does the 824 thing for the 81st season. I mean, just all Kobe numbers. All Kobe numbers. And by the way, snap. Where did I just see the 108 when I was typing things in? It wasn't Julius's. Oh no, a second ago I just put something up here. It's not that big a deal. But yeah, the last season again began on 76 date numerology on Netanyahu's 76th birthday. Just the 66th book of the Bible. And that's the thing too, you know, I said a long time ago that I could see LeBron getting to 6-6 in finals. The first ever finals he won, they shortened the game to 66 seasons. LeBron James 66, LeBron 66, Lakers 66. He's coming over from the Lakers. The King James Bible is 66 books in length. King James was born in 1566. Philadelphia is mentioned in the 66th book of the Bible. LeBron's going to have to win two before the end to do it. Or maybe all this 4-6 stuff is saying he stays right there. Time will tell. But, man, there is a narrative for LeBron to win 2 more chips. And, yeah, again, just this Sunday, you guys. This Sunday, you got to think about who runs the NBA. Or at least the faces of it, I should say. They don't really run it. The Jesuits in the Catholic Church do, but they have these middle manager types that, are mentioned in Revelation 3, 7, and beyond. Yeah, just look at the gematria. We've talked about this a million times. The synagogue of Satan in Philadelphia. A million times. So, Sunday's got 79 date numerology. Look out. Look out. LeBron said, I still want to sacrifice. That's what he wrote today. I still want to sacrifice. Yeah, I bet he does. I bet he does. By the way, the first time the Philly teams met in the finals was the 66-67 season. That was the year Netanyahu graduated from high school. Again, today's 89 days before his birthday. King James 89. All right, so yeah. The 76ers and their time in Philly are... Wait a minute. Where did I put it all at? All right, 76ers, again, are 2-4 in finals. LeBron goes there for his 24th season. Kobe, 24. The Philadelphia Warriors were 2-1 in finals. Hold on, I messed up my math somewhere. So they have 4 wins and 5 losses. That'd be the threat for LeBron if he went there. Actually, if they lost, they could become 4-6. If they win 2, they can become 6-5, though, like Philadelphia is 65. The city of Philadelphia, between the 76ers and Warriors for Philadelphia championships, they'd have to win 2 to become 6-5. And, hey, if they win 1, they're 5-5. Rather than that Psalm 46 thing, King James has the 55 connection. There's also the years of the Syracuse Nationals who became the 76ers. And yeah, something else that's interesting is Gematria32 called this in the Latin cipher, the phrase number of the beast. Obviously, it's not 724, but it's funny that phrase equals 724 because Kobe did drop 81 in his 666 game, and they've done so much number of the beast stuff with LeBron over the years. Just things like this. I mean, this is one of several examples. First player since 66 to reach 6 straight finals. And you see how the Raptors scored 87 in that game? The name James alone is 87. Number of the beast is 87. Again, they've been paying tribute to this beast thing. I mean, Kobe was doing the 666 workout, dropping 81 in his 666 game, on and on and on. And there might be a time with the World Series, too, because Kobe dropped 81 on January 22nd, 1-2-2. We are in the year of the 122nd World Series. That's going to begin October 23rd, the anniversary of Ignatius of Loyola being born. But yeah, also right here, Philly, they moved from Syracuse to Philly. The 76ers did March 26, 63. Today's 121 days from that anniversary. Revelation 121. Revelation also 59, like it's Nick Nurse's 59th birthday today. And it's also the 277th day of Netanyahu's age, which is the 59th prime number. And remember, they said that Miami press conference was going to be on the 27th day of the 7th month. 277. Miami, the 27th city. Signetti for Indiana just picked up his 27th win with the team in the Rig College Championship. Over and over. For the players that were the core of the 83 76ers championship team, they better look out. We just passed the 43rd anniversary, RIP 43. But it's 46 days before Maurice Cheek's 70th birthday. A lot about 46. Sacrifice equals 46. It's 5 days before Bobby Jones is 223 days past age 74. Tomorrow is going to be 121 days before Andrew Toney's birthday. And we already talked about Dr. J, who's 76 right now. So it'll just be par for the course. LeBron goes somewhere and the bodies collect. And what's up with the way my video looks? There we go. Why does that look all blurry? Yeah, if you guys missed this video, I put it again. It's ESPN put out this story, you guys, on 7/9. This one right here with LeBron and Embiid. And I said in the video, I said, uh-oh, 7-9, LeBron, Raymond, James, 79. Now on the 205th day, it's him and Embiid. And if I remember right, isn't today the 131st day at Embiid's age? 130, I think it's 130 days after his birthday, or the 131st day of his age. And 131 is that big championship number, yeah. When you look at this website, this is the days after. To find the day of the age, you just add +1. So yeah, a lot to this ritual, and I bet there's a lot more. And you really think about it, you can start figuring out the future, because it is all one big script, as we figured it out so many times. Last time Philly won 83, the final started on May 22nd. Today is 22 weeks and 5 days before LeBron's upcoming birthday. That's interesting. That's interesting. Good thinking. Okay. May 22nd, 142nd day of the year. Is that the day leaving 223 days remaining? I think it is. May 22nd. Yeah, look at that. 223 days remain. The last time Philly won, it was the day leaving 223 days left near the game one of the finals. And the other thing that's trippy about that is that 225 number is part of the Great Tribulation. Yikes. There's a lot to that. It's also part of the Trinitarian formula, which is Catholic, but I wrote about that a long time ago. But yeah, there's that 223 again. So yeah, good history, good research. LeBron, I guess he would have been conceived early in 84 since he was born at the end of 84. Not quite 83. Shout out to Smack Gang again. Thank you. Space Invader. They have a 76 ball in end zone. Is that for 76 gasoline? Like the Dodgers have the big 76 gasoline. 225 does have a square root of 15. Kobe 15. Yeah, that's true. All right, I'm going to drop the link to see who else is thinking out there. What else can we add? What else can we add? I'm going to go back and verify that thing about the 1983 NBA Finals. Let's see, it was game one. Don't forget, man, they sacrificed Moses Malone and Daryl Dawkins for maybe there's something to Bam scoring 83 points this year too, pointing back to 1983, huh? Maybe that's part of it. 1983 is when Philly last won it. Remember, 43 years ago. There were so many 43s in Bam's 83-point game. There were a ton of 43s in it. Yeah, game one was May 22nd. They won it on the 151st day of the year, another Jesus Christ thing. Oh, there were 223 points. Look at that. 223 points in the game four sweep. 115 plus 108, 223. There were 205 points in game three. That was on the 149th day of the year. Skull and Bones 149. Yale University 205. There were 206 points in game two. Today's 206 days after LeBron's birthday. 220 in game one. The only thing 220 I can think of off the top is Trump. Donald John Trump 220. But you gotta love the. Hold on though. 113. Okay, it's the 113 League NBA. Kobe Bryant 113. We're going into the 107th NFL season with LA hosting, and it is Super Bowl 61, Philadelphia 61. Wow, man. Don't forget, you guys, go back and look at the 99 NBA Finals and then look at what they did this year. Game 1 in 99, Spurs win by 12. Game 1 this year, Knicks win 12 straight. Game 2 in 99, Spurs win by 13. Game 2 this year, Knicks win 13 straight. Not to mention the score of Game 2 in 1999 was 67-80. This was the 80th season, and Knicks picked up their 67th win of the year in Game 2 this year. And then it was an exact reversal of the 99 finals. Spurs won 2, lost Game 3, and then won the next 2. This time, Knicks win 2, lose Game 3, win the next 2. Exact reversal. So many perfect elements to the script. But hold up, I got to go back and look at how this would have lined up with Kobe. Kobe was born in 78, right, on August 23rd? Is that right? I know it's August 23rd. Was it 78? Okay. So he was still 4 years old. He was still 4, going on 5. This was the faux year, like Exodus 4, where the staff gets turned into a snake. May 22nd, 1983. 272 days, or exactly a span of 39. 38 weeks and 6 days after Kobe was born. Or not his born, but his 4th birthday. Would have been 93 days before his upcoming birthday. 93, Saturn, keeper of time. Okay. All right. Let me get Gematria 32 in here, and then we got Light, and then we got Matthew, and then we got Ray. What's up, Gematria 32?
What you said about the Yale connection?
Yale University 205, the home of Skull and Bones?
The Brotherhood of Death equals 724 as well.
Wow. Like, there you go. LeBron
like
said he's got to do more sacrifices, man.
Wow, that was crazy. Just like, yeah. Also, do you know that it's 100? Wait, the Church of Philadelphia equals 111, and it's 111 days to the day.
The Superior General's birthday.
And that's the day Allen Iverson made his debut. In
November
1996.
12th?
I think in 1996 against the Milwaukee Bucks. I'm not sure. I mean, I think so. I think they the Bucks won with 111 as well.
Okay, yeah, it's amazing how they do it. It's something that if they got Allen Iverson, man, you better look out. He's got that June 7th birthday.
I was gonna say, it's 167 days to the day that he retired. He
went to the Jesuit University too. He went to Georgetown.
He went to Georgetown. But he retired October 30th. It's 267 days, I think. Just like you were saying, we're in the time of the 267th Pope. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so there's an Iverson connection here too. You know that the answer equals 113?
I think we have covered that. Yeah, it's perfect for the NBA.
Remember? Yeah, remember? And it equals 41, like Kobe, you know, his hometown from Philly. So yeah, there's a lot to this, but yeah, that Brotherhood of Death, 724 in Jewish as well.
Isn't it crazy how every day these guys sit on TV in suits and just can sit there with a straight face, and they have to know what's going on and just lie to the audience and just act like they don't know. That's the thing that gets me out of this. Like, man, look at this mockery. Can we bring on one guest that points out all this King James shit? You remember that guy that has the 10-inch nose, Nick Wright, who's climbed the ladder at Fox Sports? Nick Wright with his 10-inch nose used to mock me almost every day on Twitter a decade ago, but he stopped doing it. I'm sure somebody told him to because he's only making himself look like an asshole. It's amazing how that guy's become a prominent voice on that news network. He doesn't say anything about any of this stuff anymore. Back then he's like, can you believe this guy's saying his career's scripted with King James? I think he shut up after they won on the real King James's birthday. But yeah, I mean, this is what should be on TV. And that's why all you guys who keep going to TV for your information, again, you can't fix retarded. The TV is here to lie to you every single day and mock your ass. That's all it does.
Yeah, it's sick. It's sick. Like the Conor McGregor fight that just passed, Tucker Carlson was there with Mike Tyson. They took a picture together. Like, and then people was turning to Tucker Carlson for truth. Like he's after 30.
Hey, speaking of Conor McGregor, just did the big 65 ritual. Conor McGregor 65 hadn't fought in a UFC in 65 events, and didn't he just post about how he got married according to the code of Gematria? I mean, he just did that on his own social media.
Yeah, but it's like
at the Vatican. You know, at the Vatican.
People turn to Tucker Carlson after 30 years on mainstream media. You think he's a truth seeker now? These people are truth seekers. They telling you to vote for Trump, and now look what's going on. And then people are out of their mind, out of their freaking mind. You know,
yeah.
All the views need to be right here. This is groundbreaking. You know, the 205, everything. This is amazing.
And just looking back at the 1983 finals, it's like, damn, it's all the numbers are in that right now that are relevant to what's going on. It's all been one big script the whole time.
Joke. It's a joke. LeBron is overrated. He's overrated. They had to cut the season 66 games for him. You hear me? He's garbage.
I always wondered when I was younger. When he came in the league, I remember when they were showing his high school games. He couldn't shoot in high school, but then he comes in the NBA and he's just draining from a greater distance, just left and right. You're like, I know you can get coaching, but man, that's a huge improvement there in a number of months from can't shoot at all in high school,
You know,
pure athleticism, to now you're draining the NBA three.
the haters gonna be like, oh, he's a LeBron hater. No. Look, you know how many people could be in that slot other than him? You bugging. He's a test tube baby. That's what he is. But it's amazing how you've been covering this, oh my God, 13, 14 years now. And we're right back. We're right back.
It's another King James ritual on the anniversary of the king becoming the king. You can't make this up.
11-16, passing Robert Parrish, caught that one during the year. If y'all not on the Patreon, if you're here and you're not contributing to the Patreon, don't at me. I don't even know you, for real.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. All right, let's get Light in here, then Matthew, then Kid Flash, then Thiz, then Matt, then Ray, then Hot Hand Dave. What's up, Light?
Hey, what's going on, Zach? You hear me?
Yeah, is it? Do you know about this report? Are they saying LeBron's going to arrive in a helicopter?
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Yeah, they were saying that it's a 45-minute drive, a 45-minute ride in a helicopter.
They are reporting this. Come on, man. He's going from New York to Philly. Remember, they had to have the stabbing under Penn Station before the first game in Game 1 in New York, because the 76ers used to be in New York. They used to be the Syracuse Nationals. But come on, man. He's got to show up in a helicopter. Man, they got jokes for days, you guys.
Yeah, it's insane, for real. Like it's literally a Kobe right? Like, it's right there in people's face, for real. Also, I don't know if you've seen the president of Mike Gansey. They have a picture of him and LeBron when they was both in high school. Like that's pretty much going viral right now.
Wait, what is this viral photo?
It's a picture of the president of the 76ers and LeBron.
Interesting.
So like I'm sure there's like a connection with that, because he became president this year. Only in like May, that's when he became president. So I'm sure it's like a time span from then and now to him signing the 76ers.
Man, these people just won't stop. Right here, this one?
Yep.
Oh my God, these scripts, man, it's just all planned the whole time. Like I told you, man, it's just like season 24 was written before LeBron was even out of high school. Season 24.
Yeah, it's insane.
Oh wow.
I was gonna say, also, I don't know if you did the addition of like the numbers that he's wearing. Pretty much, he started with number 23.
Hold up. You know it's 215 days after that Mike Gaines's birthday. Like Philly's the 215 area code. Come on, you guys. It's 200. You could also say it's the 216th day of his age. Like Cleveland's the 216. Don't forget there were 216 points in that last game in Cleveland, Game 6, the year that LeBron won on the King James' birthday. But yeah, it's 215 days after his December 21st birthday. Script.
There you go. But yeah, I was gonna say but his jersey numbers that he's been wearing. So he went from 23 to 6 to 23 again. So that equals 52, along with the 52 that you already with the Pope being 52.
Right.
And them winning the 76 they last spring with them 52. And 52 is also 36 composite.
Yeah, that's a good one. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah. Like I I mean, not 76 fans. About 76 fans. So nice right now.
Light, your signal's breaking up on us.
Oh wait, can you hear me?
That's better.
Oh okay, yeah. I was about to say like all these like 76 fans, they hyped over LeBron, and he's a clown. I mean, I don't know if you remember. Did you hear about like a few years ago when they were saying like LeBron had drafted some
Light is breaking up again. Light, I'm gonna let a few more people get in, but call us back. But yeah, great heads up on the guy who's running the team now. Another.
I got you. Sounds good, man. Peace.
All right, thanks, Light. What's up, Matthew?
Hey, I just wanted to add that today is 179 days after Kobe's death anniversary,
The
which is
41st prime. Yeah, there you
yep.
go. Yep.
Also, you brought up the United Kingdom, and I thought it was interesting the Eagles play a game in London next season.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you about the 179 thing.
All right, and we saw that trust the process that LeBron kept saying earlier had the 179 connection too. Trust the process. 179, 41st prime, 89 like King James.
Oh, wow.
So,
I'll see you.
all right, appreciate it. All right, Kid Flash.
Hey, what's up, Zach? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, do you know what a vortex math is?
Say it again.
Have you ever heard of vortex math?
Vortex math. Yeah, I have.
Okay, so you know that 1 equals 8, 2 equals 7, 3 equals 6, 5 equals 4.
No, this vortex math, I've heard of it, but it's been a minute since I visited that topic, but I'm familiar with it. I've heard of it before. So, okay, what's the point you're making about it?
Oh no, I was just saying, you know, you can you could have more decodes if you use that 1 equals 8, 2 equals 7, because like in magic, everything works as like a vortex, it's like a swirl. So I mean, it would have to be, it's that's just how magic works. But yeah, that's all I wanted to know.
All right, appreciate it, man. Thank you. What's up, Matt?
Can you hear me, Zach?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hey, bro. Something else very interesting is when LeBron passed Kobe for the scoring and scoring in Philadelphia, it was actually 7:24 on the clock when
Yeah,
he
I
passed.
played
Yeah.
the
Oh,
clip.
did you?
I played the clip. Yeah.
Okay, I'm in here late, man. But I just can't believe how they do
And
this,
again,
bro.
the Lakers fell the 20-5 away, and here we are on the 205th day. And again, the 76ers are on 74 points, like that was the 74th season, and now today's 74 days after the Lakers season ended. So it's just like every single number up on the screen is part of today's script.
Yeah, and the fact that, Kobe's dad wore 23 for Philly. That's just, man, it's just sick, dude.
Yeah, yeah.
These people always throw these things by rituals. I mean, what are the odds, bro? It kind of reminds me of the Messi and Yamal thing, too, with how he
Yeah,
moved.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I've been saying the whole time. That once I started to study this, I was like, man, they've really been like, this is just like a long script that's written decades in advance. I've shown a million examples over the last 13 years of how planned out all this stuff is and how you can see that these guys were literally born for it. And this thing that happened in this game 20 years ago is now part of the script for this game that's happening today. I mean, the evidence is everywhere if you just look at it. The problem is nobody's looking at it. Nobody's paying attention.
Yeah, and it's more of that black and white stuff, too, the duality, just like Messi and Yamal was duality with the black and the white. So, I mean, they always use this stuff, man. And how they like to keep us divided with the black and white stuff. I mean, bro, it's sick how they do this stuff, bro.
It is. It is.
Do you think though that they're going to off LeBron though with how they mentioned that with the helicopter, or do you think that's too?
I think it's
that's too
just
on the
mockery.
nose?
I think it's just more Kobe mockery.
I do find it interesting they used the 45 minutes to 45, like Trump 45, New York 45 stuff, and then then Trump actually even talked about LeBron today and Jordan out of nowhere, like
Well,
saying like.
The King James Bible came out when he was 45. Holy Bible's 45. Remember, the cartoon of Kobe crashing in the helicopter came out on 16th of November. Like the King James Bible came out in 1611, the year King James turned 45. So that's the way I see that. The word ritual equals 45 and 81, like going with Kobe's 81-point game.
Yeah, and keep in mind Trump's connection to PA too with the Butler stuff. So yeah, man, good stuff as always, Zach. That these
All
people
right.
are sick, bro.
All right, appreciate it, man. Thanks. We got Ray, we got Hot Hand Dave, we got Thiz, we got Julius, we got AC, we got Marco for another sermon. What's up, Ray?
What's going on, Zach?
Yeah, what's up?
I'm here to say hello and just congratulate the winners once again. The mockery doesn't ever stop. These people are emotional and energy vampires.
Yep.
Why would you drop a story about LeBron James taking a helicopter from New York to Philly and specify that it was going to take 45 minutes? It's ridiculous. It makes you think about Kobe. Everybody's talking about Kobe on X, begging him not to go on the helicopter. It just gets everybody riled up. I don't think they're going to offer him that way. It's too obvious, but it's exactly what you say. It's a mockery. If you don't have the second piece of the puzzle, which is all the eights and all the 24s that's involved with this deal, you don't know the other half.
The average fan doesn't know that this is going to be the 81st season upcoming. The average fan doesn't have any clue about that, and they probably don't remember that Kobe scored 81. They're not even remembering that Kobe died at 41 or that LeBron's 41 right now. They're clueless about the ritual all around. And then that's why when you start to share this stuff with them, it's just that their minds are so fragile. They just can't handle it. It's amazing what they've done to the average person, man. They've created a really weak-minded populace, just fragile, delicate people that really the only thing that resonates with their brain is what they see on the screens.
Exactly. And we just came off of a massive ritual with the FIFA World Cup. And I want to just say something else. The unofficial LeBron James salary for the 26-27 season is reported to be at $3,800,076,542. So it's 3.8 million, the unreported, the unofficial salary.
3.8 is
So
the
right there,
unofficial.
38. Yep. So 38, which we know what that means.
Well,
More
Kobe
mockery.
died 38 weeks after his wife's birthday on the nose, the big death number.
Boom.
And remember, he had the affair in Colorado,
There you
the
go.
38th state. Yeah.
So it's just more mockery, more Kobe numbers on top of more mockery. When I saw that helicopter story, I was like, my goodness, you can't even make this up. So like they give stories to the people that have no idea about Gematria to extract that energy.
Right. Right.
Right.
That's
It's
what I always said. You
unbelievable. But
have
I'll
this
let the next
knowledge.
person
You have
on.
this
Yeah.
knowledge. You can't get played with by the media, who's always playing with the populace. You have the knowledge
Exactly.
you don't get played with.
Well, I appreciate it, Zach. I'll let the next person on. I just want to let you know about that unofficial salary number.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
All right, what's up, Hot Hand Dave? Dave, you out there? Hot Hand Dave, hello.
Are you there, Zach?
There we go. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Look at the Eagles versus Chiefs all-time head-to-head.
Okay, including the playoffs.
Yeah.
Seven and 6, yeah.
You have 77 date numerology today.
Yeah,
Pope Leo graduated from Villanova in 77.
good one. That's probably where they're going with that.
There is a former Eagle who's 46 years old. He's a Villanova alum. Brian Westbrook.
Oh, yeah, Brian Westbrook, the running back.
He was born in 79.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
How old's he right now?
46.
Oh, God, he better look out, man. You better look out. They'd like to take these NFL guys young.
He was drafted in the
Isn't it
third
crazy how
round.
if they reported in 2 days that he fell and died in the shower, nobody would even question it.
Yeah, I thought about him today. He wore number 36.
Yeah, 36 and 20. Went to a Catholic high school too, yeah.
Yeah, I hate to put any kind of, bad juju on people, but you know how they do things, and we figure things out, so.
Yeah, we know how these people operate.
But yeah, that's all I wanted to add. I appreciate you teaching me the knowledge, Zach.
Always welcome, Dave. Appreciate it, man. Thanks.
All right, have a great day. Bye.
All right, let's get Thiz in here again. Thiz, AC, Julius, Sinister, Spam. Marco has to always wait to give his sermon at the end. What's up, AC?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, wait,
Zach?
AC, I'm sorry. I skipped Thiz. I'm going to come right back to you. I skipped Thiz.
All right.
All right, it was your turn, Thiz. Don't forget to unmute. Well, maybe Thiz, maybe I skipped him. Maybe it was Destin. Maybe he's not ready.
Don't forget to unmute. You hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know. I can't hear you, Zach.
I hear you. Go ahead.
Maybe it was Destin. Maybe he's not ready. You hear me?
Yeah, there you go. I hear my feedback.
Yeah, I can't hear you, but I just wanted to say, Tony Romo got arrested today, and I don't know if that has any connection, but I've seen his name equals 81, like Kobe Bean Bryant.
I already get the joke, man.
And they made sure it was in Milwaukee too. I don't know if that means anything, but yeah, I can't hear you, Zach. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
All right. I get the joke already with Tony Romo. You know, he plays in the same division as the Eagles. The Super Bowl's on 214. That's the Dallas area code. And look, Tony Romo, he's got that Philly connection in his name, Gematria. He's got that 135. You see it? 135, the 81 too. Kobe Bean Bryant, 135 and 81. Philly was established on a date with 135 numerology. The reason it matters is because of that verse in Revelation to the Church of Philadelphia about the key of David, 135. Fly, Eagles, fly, 135. Was Dak Prescott the 135th pick of the draft to replace Tony? Is that right? Dak Prescott, 135th pick of the draft to replace Tony Romo. So yeah, just, you know, a huge Philly number. Carson Wentz set the rookie record at the time with 135 passes without an interception. Villanova 135 has done 1,135 rituals that we've documented over the years. I've talked about Philly, you know, that guy Mark Passio, he's from Philly and a big Philly sports fan. I went on his show and I gave him a big breakdown on Philadelphia and 135 rituals. So yeah, Tony Romo, who's calling games, former NFL star. And he, you know, it's interesting because today's 206 days after LeBron's birthday, and he had that fumble at the goal line on the kick that should have won it for the Cowboys, but instead they lost to Seattle. I'll never forget that day because I was in Seattle in a bar, and the bar just exploded. Yeah, but yeah, he's got the 135 thing from Kobe to the rest of Philly. What's up, AC?
Hey, what's up, Zach? Yeah, I was just about to point out that 135 connection with Tony Romo, but you got to before me.
Can you think of any notable games he had with the Eagles? I'm sure there must have been some.
None that come to mind, really.
Okay. Yeah, this is breaking news, but it reportedly happened yesterday. Okay, it happened on a 35 Thursday. His arrest came after a round of golf that earned him $60. That has to be a nod to the Seahawks winning Super Bowl 60. There's something going on here. I'll think more about it. Milwaukee's connected to Seattle, too, because the baseball team there, the Brewers. Okay, so he was drinking and driving the Brewers beer. The Brewers used to be the Seattle Pilots. Yeah, there's something going on here. I got to think more about it.
Yeah, there's definitely a clue there with the upcoming season.
Uh-huh.
Did you see that today is 4 weeks and 2 days away from Kobe's birthday?
4 weeks and 2 days? Yeah, like LeBron James, 42. Okay, they had to report Kobe died on the 42nd, 4,200 block, even though the helicopter was in the middle of a dirt field. Okay.
Yeah, that was just something that I hadn't seen somebody mention yet.
Okay, no, that's a good connection.
The LeBron video on his IG, it was 1 minute and 45 seconds long.
That's a big Catholic thing, 145.
I found out that the Boulay is 122 years old this year. You know, Kobe scored 81 on 122, and they scored 122 points in that game.
And it's the year of the 122nd World Series, and Philly just hosted the All-Star Game, so something's up with that. Philly hosted the All-Star Game 101 days before the World Series begins, and we were just saying how Philadelphia's 101, and so is LeBron Raymond James, his full name. Eagles the year the Eagles won Super Bowl 52, they started the year 10-1.
Yeah, I find it interesting how their official name for the Boulay is Sigma Pi Phi, like Philadelphia, Phi-delphia kind of. It's just fitting that it was made there.
Yeah, that is interesting.
It's a really small group. They only have about 5,000 members, and they have 139 chapters. And they only operate in the United States and the United Kingdoms and like 1 or 2 in the Bahamas. So it's mostly United Kingdom and United States.
Yeah, that's definitely an angle to look more into. The Boulay tattoo, Boulay from Philly originally. Look at this. That emphasis on last decision, you guys. Today's got 77 date numerology. It's 49 years since 1977 when the Pope graduated from Villanova. It's 130 days after Embiid's birthday. You know, you got this story up here with him next to Embiid again. Is there any other famous NBA players who are from Cameroon like Embiid?
I can't think of any.
I gotta look that up. Anything else you want to add?
No, that's pretty much it. I'll let the next caller get in here. I appreciate it.
Pascal Siakam, who's
Oh
active,
yeah.
is also from Cameroon.
One other thing I was going to say is YouTube is really taking away your comments and your views right now on your last post.
They do. That's how they keep the channel suppressed. They take away comments, likes, views. I mean, they just keep the channel. I mean, you guys if you were in here for I had 5,000 people in here, and when the video was over, it said there was 1.9K views. How does that happen? I mean, hate.
No, Zach, this time it's so obvious. So I was looking at your views probably like 3 or 4 hours ago on that video. It was at 2,000. Now it's at like 1.6. And it had over like 50 comments, and now there's like 35 comments. My comments deleted. There's so many people's comments that are deleted. And it's
again, because we're messing with a billion-dollar industry, a multi-billion-dollar industry.
Yeah, and it's all the good comments that got deleted. All
That's
the
what they
comments
do.
Yeah.
That's why it sucks. That's why YouTube 10 years ago is way better. You'd look at my comment section, all kinds of genius minds laying down all this great information. That now they just get rid of the best comments. It's stupid.
Yeah, I know how I brought up that I was going to create that clip channel for you on Instagram. I'm going to create it tonight. I'm going to post one of those clips from that video in there.
All right, man. I appreciate it.
Yep.
All
right, I
thanks,
appreciate
AC.
it. Yep.
See you, man. Here's our Dr. J. What's up, Dr. J?
What's going on, Zach? I got a few 66s to add to this. So back in 2015, there was a huge train wreck in Philadelphia, and I think you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah, that was right before Trainwreck came out. The 106 mile per hour train wreck where they interviewed the politician who was supposed. I'll never forget it. Imagine a 106 mile per hour train wreck, you guys, and then they interview a politician, a local city politician, who was supposedly just in the wreck, and his hair's not out of place. It's all perfect. He's in his suit. I'm like, can you imagine there's no seatbelts in a train. I mean, shouldn't he be dead? I mean, he's here just perfectly for camera, looking well groomed. You guys, I mean, it's beyond just fake. But my daughter also just got up. I'll be right back. Go ahead, Julius. I'll be right back.
Yeah. What I found that's really odd is that if you measure from that train wreck until the day the movie came out, and LeBron was obviously in that movie, train wreck was 66 days. Obviously LeBron James 66 and 66 been a part of this ritual today. I don't know why I'm getting feedback. I can hear myself talking. It's so weird. What's the last thing? Someone also brought this up in the chat already, that that movie Hustle that LeBron produced with Adam Sandler, and it was about that player from Spain. His name is like Juancho Hernan Gomez. From today until Hernan Gomez's birthday upcoming is 66 days, which I found interesting. And then I wonder if there's something to the fact that Kobe won the gold medal in 2008 against Spain, and he had that infamous running to his teammate Pau Gasol, who's from Spain, obviously because he played on Spain. Where he just ran straight through his chest. And actually, because we were talking about the 225 earlier, I think there's 225 points in that game. I think USA won the game 118 to 107. And I wonder, something with the World Cup with that, because obviously Spain just won.
You all done, Julius?
Well, yeah, I just want to point out to you that from the train wreck in Philly to the day that movie came out, train wreck with LeBron, and it was 66 days.
I heard that before I left the room. Yeah, chance to get
Oh,
to
yeah.
6-6 in finals. Revelation 66 book mentions Philly.
Nah, I think he's done. I think he's gonna stay 4-6. I don't think LeBron's winning no more. I think because at least they got to keep the GOAT debate separate. You know, it's the fuel.
Well, even if he goes
animosity for no
6-6, then they'll be
reason.
comparing him to Jordan at 6-0, who did a bunch of 6-6 stuff.
I know, but I'm saying like because I feel like they're gonna be like, oh well, the Jordans go because he's 6-0. LeBron couldn't even get back with the super team, and it's all like narrative and all that.
But 6-0 is way better than 6-6. I mean, it's already over the debate.
Yeah, I don't know. Wait, what was I gonna say? I already brought up the movie Hustle. Did you hear when I brought that up?
Hold on. I got to help this one out before I come back. She's not settled. I'm going to put everybody up on here to share the mic as a panel until we come back because I got to take care of Sweet Girl. Settled. I'm going to put everybody up on here to who's got the Awaken one? You're creating feedback. Mic as a panel until we come back. All right, I got to take him off. All right, the rest of you guys can share the mic. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, y'all can go ahead. I'm probably gonna hop out. I shared everything I needed to.
Nah, go ahead, bro. What else was you gonna say?
No,
I'm just
I mean
breaking
that
down
was
some
it.
stuff, bro.
I think I just talked about the movie, so that's it. Y'all go ahead.
This is crazy, bro, how they do all this stuff, though, bro. Always by numbers, bro, every time, man. Always by scripts, every time, bro. I do think, man, there's a chance LeBron at least gets one with Philly. What do you think?
No, personally, I just don't think he's winning no more. I think he's done. That's just me. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't even think he's gonna go back to a finals. I think he's staying at 4-6.
I mean, you could be right, but I don't know, man. That 66 thing, though, man, it's pretty strong. But you know what else is crazy? Is speaking of Tony Romo, I'm gonna wait for Zach to get back in here too to tell him. But it's 38 weeks until his next birthday, so there's more than 38. So yeah, somebody's echoing. Bro. Where's that echo? Hey, I can't hear you at all if you're talking. It shows you talking, but I can't hear you.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
All right. So the presentation that I was going to give, anyways, yesterday, I didn't finish my presentation, but this was a really big find that I made with the Bible, and it's like literally in the first chapter. Literally in the first chapter, there's already major contradictions.
Bro, you realize we're talking about LeBron, right?
I don't care.
Bro, we're talking about LeBron, bro.
I don't give a fuck.
Nah, bro, we're
not
talking about
care.
LeBron, bro.
I don't care.
We're talking. We're talking about LeBron, bro. Come
I
on now.
don't care.
There ain't no contradictions in the Bible, dog.
Yes,
Stop it, bro.
Literally gonna read it right now.
Nah, bro. Just, we don't care, bro. About we're talking about LeBron, bro.
I don't care. Well, you're talking.
This is a sports stream, bro.
I don't care.
This is a sports stream, bro.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up! You literally.
Nah, I'm not shutting up, bro. Nobody wants to hear this right now, bro. We're talking about this whole
You were
LeBron
saying
thing.
nothing, and then go ahead, and then now.
Bro. Nobody wants to hear your. Bro,
Nobody wants to hear me, but
up,
I'm on the stream, so shut the fuck up.
Shut up, bro. Kick rocks.
Jesus Christ. So anyway.
Yeah. That's what you need. That's what you need in your life is Jesus, bro. Bible is very real, bro.
Dude. Yeah, right.
There is no contradictions in the Bible.
Donald's fucking fake Christianity.
There is no contradictions in the Bible, bro.
There's no contradiction in the Bible, right?
There is none.
That's why you have to shut me up that way.
There is none.
Stop me from reading.
There is none. Kick rocks.
God, you're a fucking idiot.
Said there's a
Religious
about the stream, and we're talking about LeBron.
We're talking about
and all
LeBron,
that.
bro.
So that's why I feel like it makes sense to stay
Kick
on
rocks,
topic.
bro. Kick rock is stay on topic. Go somewhere, bro. Kick rocks. Dude's a goofy, bro. Dude is a mad goofy. He probably drinks soy every day too. Because a soy boy.
Hey, stupid fuck! Can you tell me what day Adam was created? Day 1 or day 6?
Soy boy.
Day 1.
Soy boy.
When was Adam created? Do you know?
Soy boy.
It's in the first page. Oh wait.
Soy
Oh
boy.
no, they can't agree. Oh, we don't know because it contradicts.
It doesn't contradict.
Oh, but it does though. So
No, it doesn't. We're
that's
talking
really
about
unfortunate.
once again. This is a sports stream, bro. Go kick rocks. And go somewhere
It
else,
doesn't
bro.
matter. Oh, but
It
that
does
doesn't
matter.
stop you guys from spreading your.
It does. It does matter, bro. We in here talking about LeBron. We in here talking about LeBron. I guarantee when Zach comes back, we'll cut you off and tell you to shut up, bro.
So
we're talking about LeBron, bro. We're talking about sports. We ain't talking about that. Go to your own stream.
No, I don't have a stream, idiot. I got banned.
Yeah, there's a reason you got banned. It's because you're a retard.
Oh, that's why I got banned? Because I'm a retard?
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
okay,
a retard,
sure.
bro.
That's why I got banned, right?
You're a retard, bro.
Fucking retard.
You drink soy every day.
I don't drink any soy. I don't have
You
soy
clearly do, bro.
Zero in my diet.
You clearly do, bro. You're also probably Jewish at that.
I am actually.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. You Zionist shill?
I'm not Zionist. You know nothing about me.
You're Jewish, bro. You're a Zionist shill.
Nothing about me. You know nothing
You're a
about
Zionist
me. It's
shill.
by blood. It's not by culture.
I know that you're a shill.
And I'm also, I've literally been like the most.
I know that you're a shill.
You know nothing about me.
You're a shill. I can tell you're Jewish, bro. I can tell you're Jewish, bro. It doesn't surprise me, bro.
Like, God, what a shit show. This show has become like the worst. Like it's sad. Like
nobody cares, bro.
The fucking retards talking about Christianity. Like, what happened to the callers that were
nobody cares, bro?
About the Jesuits.
Nobody cares, bro.
Information about
nobody cares, bro.
Any kind of real information.
Nobody cares,
we just get retards.
I'm gonna keep it 100, bro. You look like somebody I would cast as a serial killer.
What happened here? Well, how did we devolve into this?
Yeah, I know. What the fuck?
We're talking about sports, and he wants to derail the stream.
We're trying to talk about LeBron.
We're talking about LeBron, bro. We don't want to hear. We don't want to hear.
And then they just.
All right, we don't want to hear. I'm just gonna clear everybody out real quick, and we'll do this all over again. If only we could just get along. I'm gonna bring you guys back up. Just chill, and you guys can't do that when I come back. What's up? Numb to the numbers.
Zach, what's up, man?
Yeah, what's up?
Just checking in, bro. I hopped on because you were saying you stepping away. You need some people to come entertain the stream. I just got off work, so I'm still in the work mood. So I was really just coming to chop it up with the community.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
What do you think
guys,
about on the anniversary of King James becoming the king? We got another King James big news story.
You know, I'll tell you real life. Today at work, we're on a company-wide Zoom call, probably 165 employees. And while we're still waiting for them to get in there, we probably got 80, 90, 100 in there. They're all talking about the World Cup, and some guy's sad because it's over, and one of them's bringing up LeBron James, and Shams Charnani was just tweeting about it, this and that. And I literally, man, I was this freaking close to just dropping a bombshell on whoever was in there. But, you know, my job, whatever, I got to keep it cool, you know what I mean? But it really makes me sick. I mean, I've educated the guys that I work with close to me. I've done a pretty good job of lifting the veil for them. But, man, I tell you, just me being the type of person I am, you know, just cutthroat, I really wanted to drop a bombshell and just tell them to look into your channel. But, you know, the VP was on there and a couple other big shots, so I wasn't, you know, about to do that. But Yeah, man, it's just what I think about it, bro. It's sick, man. Somebody's gonna drop, found dead in the bathtub overdose here in the next couple days, and they're
Exactly.
gonna have
Sunday,
ties.
Sunday looks ripe. Unfortunately, did you see that LeBron said he's likely going to travel to games in a helicopter?
No,
Yeah, just straight up mocking. It's the 81st season, like Kobe with the 81 points. He's going to travel to the games from New York in a helicopter. Is the news?
man, and he came out and said that in an interview, or
Yeah, that's one of the headlines buzzing right now. LeBron intends to travel to games by helicopter.
a helicopter, man. It's probably the same one Kobe was riding in.
It's just amazing how they get away with it. And again, he's 41 right now. Like Kobe died at 41, and the huge again, you guys. Kobe died sync with the Pope. Here we are, sync with the Pope again. I told you, LeBron left the Lakers 76 days from the Pope's birthday. Now he goes to the 76ers. You didn't get it 6 years ago when I told you Kobe died traveling from Catholic Mass at 41 on the 41st day of the Pope's age. And don't forget that crucifix equals 41 too. But now, and then LeBron wins the finals on Father-Daughter Day, 41 weeks after his birthday. Now at 41, he's going to Kobe's hometown, and he's going to be traveling to games by helicopter?
Man, for anybody out there listening who gets kind of lost with the whole Jesuits, the Pope, the Rosicrucians, when Zach throws some of these names out there, I was like you once upon a time, didn't really understand. I was like, man, why is he always tying everything to the Pope, the Pope, the Pope? Every other video he's mentioning the Pope. But, for everybody listening, just stick with it and you'll see why certain figures are so important, the names that it adds
All
up to.
these guys went to Catholic high schools. I don't know what's so hard to get. Kobe, Catholic high school. LeBron, Catholic high school. The coach of the 76ers, today's his birthday. Catholic high school. On and on and on and on and on and on.
100%. 100%, man. But, yeah, please, if you bring these other guys on, let's not get into arguing about Jesus or, whatever you wanted to argue about a minute ago. Let's keep it cordial here, fellas. Chat, this isn't for me or Zach.
How it all happened, but I came in here and I was like, what is going on?
Yeah, it's just, this is for everybody listening. People listening ain't really trying to hear that, you know what I'm saying? So, and respect to Zach's channel as well.
Yeah.
It's like when the teacher leaves the classroom for 2 minutes, all the monkeys want to act up and do their thing,
Yeah. All right, man. Well, maybe next time. I know how it is at work. I get it. But sometimes, man, it's just like if everybody was dropping truth bombs, the world would wake up faster. So
it is, man. I was just debating if it's worth it, but I got time to hang out here for another 15 minutes if he was going to bring other people on, or are you trying to get
I'll bring you guys all back up, but I don't want you guys fighting. Talk about the topic. The topic is LeBron James, another tribute to the real King James, another thing that shows who's really running the show, the Vatican. I mean, all the things we've been talking about forever. Just more proof here today, not to mention we called it again.
Zach.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is for, you gotta check this out. You got 243 on the screen, right?
The Kobe Bean Bryant 243 connection.
All right, you got both your hands free, right?
Uh-huh.
You could walk with me with this one. Look, so Rocky from Philadelphia.
Okay, right? Sylvester Stallone, who has who's born on 7/6, got the same birthday as George W. Bush.
Sylvester Stallone equals 243.
Okay.
He's born on 7/6, like 76ers.
Right.
So he has a new movie coming out on the Wikipedia. I Play Rocky. It says the release date is 11/6. All right.
Okay, like Embiid and LeBron, that photo.
So check this out. From the 11/6 release date.
All right, wait, is this November 6th?
Yeah.
That's the day King Von died for LeBron's championship too.
So check it. From that date, the release date that it says on the Wikipedia, to his upcoming birthday, July 27, is 243 days.
Yeah, business as usual.
You understand? So from the movie's release date to his next birthday is 243 days.
Does that mean today to the movie's 225 days? No, it can't be. That can't be.
What did you say?
No, that can't be.
I'm talking about from in November. In November.
Yeah, you're measuring to his upcoming birthday.
You got to do it. Yeah, you got it out. Do it. No.
I'm just measuring from today the movie too to see if there's a sync there. But I see what you're saying. To his upcoming birthday next
Can you do
year,
it?
7/6 to 2027. Yeah, there. 243 days before his 81st birthday. Sylvester Stallone, 243.
Yeah, and you typed his name in?
I just see the 63 too in light of the 76ers moving to Philly in 63.
You see 243.
Yeah.
You see? And his birthday is 7/6. 76. Oh my God.
Again, I mean, this is how pretty much every Hollywood movie is. That's why it's annoying that people don't think this stuff's real when you can pretty much prove it with every single movie released, every single rigged sports game, every news story that comes out every day. And you got all these idiots that think this isn't real when every single day is a new opportunity to prove it to yourself.
Yeah, he better watch out. Watch out, Sylvester. Because, you know, if they Philly get a bit, that's a big tribute. Because don't they have a statue in City Hall or something in Philadelphia? So that might rally everyone up. I'm hearing an echo. That's why I keep stopping. But I stood on topic. I hit the 76, and I hit the 243. So stay on topic. Peace.
Hey Zach, do you remember the movie Hustle? That was produced by LeBron and starred Adam Sandler, who played the Sixer scout. Well, I can't see nothing.
He's not even on the screen, bro. He's here with his daughter.
Oh, that's why I couldn't see nothing.
I'm leaving it up to you guys again. I don't want you guys to fight. No fighting, but I got to spend time with Sweet Girl. I'm going to let you guys have it in the background here and share the mic.
What's the name of that movie you said?
It's called Hustle.
I Play Rocky.
And Juancho Hernan Gomez, the dude who the movie's about, his name equals 81, or the star of the movie.
No, I never seen it. Never even heard of it.
Yeah,
Well, we got the
41.
illusion. The illusion hasn't been around here for a while. He normally hangs out and shouts out the people that don't know how to decode. But what's up, the illusion?
How you doing, brother? Can I just share some
really
insights about
that's
LeBron?
crazy.
You want to say something? Go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, Illusion? Long time no see, bro. How you been,
How you
man?
doing, Matt? You good? How you doing?
Doing good, bro.
All good, brother. Thank you for letting me on, Zach. I've only just tuned in, so I'm not sure what you've covered. But LeBron, for me, the big thing that stood out that is he signed a 2-year contract, $8 million deal, going into his 24th season. And Kobe's statue honoring his 666 game was unveiled on 2/8/24. So 2-year contract, $8 million, 24th season. I think
that was the day of Super Bowl. That was 3 days before Super Bowl 58, right? Isn't that what that was?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you've said all the 40 ones. There's probably no need covering all of them because you've revealed all of them before. But the Philadelphia, for me, that stood out is, for me, it's the sixth church of Revelation is Philadelphia. And Kobe died on 67 date numerology pure. Philadelphia is the sixth of the 7 churches. And it's in the ancient city of Turkey. And LeBron James made his NBA debut on the 80-year anniversary of Turkey declaring its independence. And Philadelphia, the sixth church, LeBron, number 6, number 23, 2 times 3 is 6. He's got 6 NBA Finals losses. He won his last NBA Finals on National Father-Daughter Day in a Game 6, the year Kobe and his daughter died. And you obviously know he's signed for Philadelphia on Nick Nurse's birthday, yeah?
Yeah, his 59th birthday, like Revelation's 59.
Exactly, which it says, and they sung a new song saying, "Thou art worthy," which makes me think of Worthy, the NBA player.
Again, it's also the 121st day of the 76ers being in Philadelphia from the anniversary date, another Revelation number. And it's the 277th day of Netanyahu's age, the 59th prime. And they just did the joke with the supposed press conference on 27/7. And again, Netanyahu graduated from high school in Philadelphia in 67, the year of Warriors, 76ers. They just keep paying tribute to the synagogue of Satan. This is why we said all this 76 stuff. Last season began on Netanyahu's 76th birthday on 76 date numerology. They announced March Madness next year is going to have 76 teams. And now 76 days before the Pope's birthday, LeBron says he's not going back to LA. And last time 76ers won the finals, it was Philly, LA, back when Kobe was 4. And go back, we were looking at those 83 finals. All the numbers on those finals point to this ritual today. So it's just like how the 99 finals were all synced with this year's finals. All this stuff has been scripted the whole time. It's just one big ongoing script.
Hey, Zach, an illusion.
Super Bowl 59, LeBron, the Eagles won the Super Bowl, didn't they? Kobe.
Yep.
You know, let me get one thing in here. Somebody earlier said something like it might be too obvious for them to go 6-6. These people do the obvious stuff. Like, don't put that past them.
Yeah, the Knicks thing was obvious. I mean, pretty much obvious. Everyone, that was like the writing on the wall for the Knicks. So, I mean.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly now, but like game 1 and 2, but like the exact score just inverted or something. Like, it's super obvious.
Yeah, recently I would say over the last year, things have become a lot more obvious, a lot more in your face than before. I'm sure they've always been like that, but for me, I've noticed it's become a bit more blatant. But you've got to, so LeBron's 4-6 in NBA finals, and he has been since 2020. And now he's just gone to Pennsylvania, where the 46th president was
And
born.
6 years later since he last won, too. Yeah, 6.
Yeah, that's a good point. But he could stay on 4-6 because now he's in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where 46th president Joe Biden was born. And Biden connects to 81 as well. So there's all these 81s with Kobe, like Kobe being Bryant equals 81. His highest scoring game was 81 points. The Lakers and LeBron won the NBA finals with 81 days left in the year, a span of 81 days before LeBron's birthday. Mark of the Beast equals 81. And then you've got like biblically, like Hosea 8:1 says, set the trumpet to thy mouth. There's 7 trumpets. Kobe was in 7 NBA finals. And it says, he shall come as an eagle. And I was talking about the 59 and Super Bowl 59. The Eagles won the Super Bowl against the Chiefs. It says, against the house of the Lord, because they have transgressed my covenant and trespassed against my law. And then going back to the 81s, how it connects to Joe Biden is when Biden was 81 years old, he announced he would be stepping out of the 2024 US election 8 months and 1 day after he turned 81. So the 46 is still really big. It's the year the NBA was founded, was 46. It's the year Donald Trump was born, and my codes are about the 7 trumpets. So there's definitely a chance he goes 5-6 or 6-6, but I said in 2020, I think LeBron retires 4-6. People say he's going to get there and lose and go 4-7 for the 47th president and all of that. It's difficult, but the fact is his whole career, and again, I will admit,
that could be why he's on a super team. You know, they don't need him to play a big role to get a championship.
Yeah.
He's on a super team. He can play, 20 minutes a game, whatever, until the playoffs, and then he'll still get a ring and he'll get credit, while the other guys really did the work because he's old and can't really move. Because I'm probably faster than him at this point.
The thing is, though, you got to also figure out, though, the money that's going to be on the 76ers, though. I guarantee a lot of people are going to be putting.
To collect.
Yeah, bro. So I don't know,
that
man.
Doesn't matter. You guys, hold on. You guys lean too much into that money thing, bro. Vegas, they don't mind paying out for their rituals. Trust me.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, they're only building casinos, not tearing them down. That's because they be collecting money.
It's long term. Yeah, they might pay out on one game. Yeah, lost half a mil, whatever. But long term, they're getting that back tenfold. So you guys lean too much into that. You guys just started betting or what?
Hey, Illusion, what do you think about the Tony Romo thing?
My main reason is the 4-6 thing, like y'all were talking about. That 46 is a big part of this ritual. I just personally think he's staying 4-6 all the time.
Well, hey, what do y'all think about that Tony Romo thing, though? Because LeBron's a Cowboys fan. LeBron's a Cowboys fan.
6 is 24, isn't it? 4 times 6 is 24 for Kobe. And
Oh, yeah, Tony Romo's 46, too. And he was arrested just one day before the LeBron announcement, but it was announced today. 38 days until Romo's next birthday.
That's great. And I've done a lot of coding with LeBron and Tom Brady. I'm sure Zach has as well. And Brady was drafted 199th pick, the 46th prime, and he retired 46 days after the Pope's birthday. And Catholic equals 46.
That's crazy.
Is the King
and he went
James
to Michigan
Catholic.
46.
So there's so much with 46 that I think we can focus heavily on 66 and things, but the 46 and 4-6 is 66.6% when you do that.
Yo, Span Wave. He left?
Yeah, no, I'm still here.
Man, you better be on your best behavior, man. We're talking about
Well, I
LeBron.
didn't do
Come on,
anything
man.
wrong though.
Why
I
you
didn't
wanna
do
You better
anything
be on your
wrong.
best behavior.
over
Don't
here
come on here
have a
talking
good
about you want to
conversation?
talk about what you want to talk about. Okay, we're talking. Just stay on topic. You better be on your best behavior. Or Zach ban you again.
There's a pretty
Just
crazy prime number with LeBron. So he just signed for Philadelphia 2,371 days after Kobe and Gianna died. And that's the 351st prime number, which is the 26th
26.
triangular
Yeah.
number. And Kobe died the 26th day of 2020. It's the year 26. God in Gematria is 26. Bryant's 26. 26 letters in the alphabet that we use. So, and it's also 24/7. It must have something to do with time, because he was like, "This is the last time I'll be signing a deal." And it's
Yeah, he also said sacrifice too. Don't forget in that same post.
So
So
there's somewhat with time, and it's 24/7 the date, and 247 is the 13th pentagonal number. And Kobe died at 41 with his 13-year-old daughter, and 41's the 13th prime. And Revelation 13 is about the mark of the beast and things like that. And I think that's what's coming personally. I won't get too deep into that because I know it's not for everybody. But the fact is, whether he wins or he doesn't win, is that his whole career is being coded and the world needs to know it. Like, he's gone to Philadelphia by a code, not because he wanted to go. Like, the whole media is saying, oh, LeBron is taking a deal that's a lot less than they would get for the Lakers. This stuff isn't about money. I've predicted how much money players will go for in the contracts by a code. They're not getting this money. It's an illusion. Do you know what I mean? It's to make you worship them and to make you as a kid dream to be like them. They're not getting the money they tell you.
Nah, I think they're getting the money.
You think they're getting the
you
exact?
think they're getting all that money? You don't think it's
Yes.
going to like their handlers?
Bro,
You don't think it's going
you
to?
can literally drive up to the neighborhood where LeBron stays at, right? I mean, what do you mean they're not getting the money? They sold out.
But you don't think that it's going to their handlers, and their handlers are like, you know,
If you guys
Well, we
think
take a
that,
percent.
bro, they sold out for a reason. They like they live a whole different life than you. If you guys think they're not getting the money, I don't know. I don't know what you.
See, here's the devil's advocate to that, though. I believe they're still puppets on a string. They still have to play their role to get their money. The numbers, the 3.33 billion, 0.33 a year, that's all ritualistic. You mentioned LeBron living in a mansion. Sure, that doesn't mean you need 500 billion per game to do that. You know, like maybe a guy like LeBron gets prestigious treatment, sure. But definitely these guys on the lower end, they're still being controlled. Like, they still need money. They are not like baller status, like in infinite money.
Okay.
You know, I don't think that at all. I think I don't think that.
Bro, they
Because
sold
it
out.
doesn't make sense. You know, the devil, you act like the devil's a nice guy. You make a deal with the devil. You think he's going to tell you the fine print? No.
Bro, they sold out for a reason. Just remember that. He sold
Well, the
out.
devil ain't going to tell him the fine print. You think he's just going to give it to you like that? That's what he's going to sell it as.
But do
it
y'all
ain't
think
like
they
that.
even sold out? I mean, there's like bred and born to do this. It's not even like they're selling out. It's just like their whole life purpose is.
Yeah, it's a
Nah,
job. Like
I
I
mean, they
go to
still
my
sell
job
out
every
though,
day.
bro. They
That's
signed
their
that
job.
contract, bro. I mean, they showed us some movies. Like, look at the Him movie that came out, man. I mean, they literally show you, you know, how these athletes, you know, sign themselves over, man. So.
Hey, man, he's
There's
definitely
levels to it.
it.
Not everybody's LeBron James. Like, there's levels to it.
But yeah, LeBron was definitely picked. You know, he was though. Illusion said, man, like he was definitely picked. He was handpicked all those years ago. I mean,
Yeah.
straight out of high school.
Yep. There's like, so you were talking about 333 with Brady, right? So everything they do is by a code. So he like made 333 regular season starts. He retired making 333 million. This is all the stats they give you. He won his last Super Bowl in 2-7, which is 3 times 3 times 3. So he's got all these 333s. And it's like, did he really make 333 million, or did they just give you that number?
Yeah, they just give you that number.
They think they just gave you that number. I'm not saying they don't make enough money, but I think the numbers they actually give you are not the exact numbers. We know a lot of it goes to the agents. A lot of it gets taxed. They're not getting the full amount. I'm just saying, I'm not saying they don't get a lot of money, people like LeBron. I'm saying that the numbers that they give you, they will deliberately put them out.
But what if it's both? What if they are getting the money and it's still ritualistic? What if it's both?
Okay, then they have that much money and it's ritualistic. What's the point?
I mean, at the end of the day, once he died, I mean, he's still a puppet, like you said. So once he died, I mean, that money doesn't really mean anything. But does he live a good life? Does he get paid? Yes.
Yeah, I don't think he's living a good life. I'd rather live the life I am than, hang out with Satan.
You know what I mean, man. You know what I mean.
Hey, but do you all think they're gonna off LeBron or nah? You think they're gonna off him or nah?
At some point.
Well,
I think
will.
LeBron, as long as
I'm talking
LeBron,
about why he's with Philadelphia. You think they're gonna like off him with how they
No,
use that?
no, not during his
Probably
playing
Michael
career.
Jordan first.
Not his playing career.
That'd be when he retires for sure.
They'll get LeBron about 70, 80.
Nah, probably sooner, to be honest.
They might give him special treatment. Who knows, man? But I think they'll get him for sure. I think he's one that, at least they'll kill the character. If none the least, they'll fake one like Kobe. But
I think they really smoked Kobe, man. Like I was leaning on that Death Faker narrative for a while, but I don't know. I think they really smoked Kobe, man. But
I don't know. There's rumors that he's playing Myles Garrett though, bro. That's a rumor.
Nah, man. But we not on this conscious X bullshit over here.
Stop.
Right?
No, he ain't Myles Garrett, bro.
Adam,
He
why
ain't
did
Myles
you
Garrett.
block me from your channel?
what's that, brother?
Why did you block me in your channel?
Oh man, get him out of here, bro. It's that weirdo.
Like you worried about another man blocking you, man? Come on, man. Like you're a child.
So I actually have a guy that basically does that for me. I don't even ask if he feels like anybody's causing disruption. He's the one that does it, not me.
Bro, this is the weirdo that claimed that Zach stole money from him, but has no receipt of it happening. Bro, he's making basic claims.
Calling me a weirdo?
You heard me.
Wait, he said Zach stole money from him, but he's up at a stream for Zach. What? Like, I don't
You got the wrong guy.
No, I don't recognize your voice, bro.
Wow.
These are grown men acting like this. Yo, Spam Wave. Look, if we're on
This guy
topic,
literally calls in every stream. He calls in every stream and trolls.
Yeah,
we know your voice, dude. We're not retards.
You guys are fucking retards. I'm leaving. Fuck you guys.
Okay, I guess he got exposed.
Good riddance.
See ya.
Who was that?
I honestly don't know what's going on.
You just did us all a favor, man. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Who was that? Who's speaking?
Son of, I don't know, son of something.
Son of loser.
It's the one in the bottom right profile picture.
Spam Wave, you should leave with him, bro. Because you came on here attacking everybody for no reason.
Yeah, it's like what Open Up says. The dude always in the truck complaining, bro.
Mind you, his name literally used to be Truth Does Not Exist.
Keep it on topic. Keep it on
And then
topic,
people
bro.
started interrupting me and whatever.
Hey.
Bro, we're talking about sports. You're coming here saying, I don't care if you guys talking about sports. Like, who the hell do you think?
Yeah, I don't care about LeBron James. You know why I'm here?
My question is, why are you in a stream about LeBron though?
Hey, let's keep it on topic.
Let's not do this
Keep
again.
it on topic, bro. Keep it on topic.
Yeah, you know why? You know what's off topic? I'm sorry if me fucking dying was off topic, bitch. I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
What?
Yeah, guess what? I just came out of the hospital and they fucking revived me because I was fucking dying because I'm fucking sick and that's why.
All right, bro.
So that's the off topic. So I'm sorry if that's. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's talk about LeBron James. What's up with LeBron James again? Hey, scientists. Hey, everybody in the world, stop. Let's talk about LeBron James.
And you shouldn't raise your blood pressure. You should go lay down, bro. You shouldn't stress yourself out.
You don't know why.
Can I just say something real quick?
So I would be on the stream if I didn't need to talk to him about something. And
Well, you're stressing yourself out by yelling, bro. Go lay down.
Can I say something real quick? Can I say something?
Quit yelling.
All right, Spamwave, I hope you're feeling well. Like, we obviously don't wish nothing bad on you. The only thing we're just
I'm not
saying is
feeling
that...
well. I'm still sick. I'm still sick with this.
Okay, and I apologize that you're going through that. But at the same time, we obviously wish nothing but good on you. At the same time, that's irrelevant to what we're talking about. Like, we're over here trying to have a conversation, a continuous conversation on a topic. And we obviously don't wish nothing bad on you, but at the same time, what you're going through has nothing to do with us staying on topic.
Perfect, exactly.
Like, if you need to talk to Zach and get at him, didn't you just mention you got his number yesterday? So if you got to reach out, then reach out.
Guys, you know you were talking about Myles Garrett and Kobe. Can I give you some numbers? I know Conscious X does all of the appearance of those.
Yeah, Counter Sex is a goofy. But
Yeah, I completely get that. I agree with that. But can I actually just give you a few connections with Miles and Kobe? Like, I don't know who they are or what it is.
But they look like brothers. They look like they could be
it could be like a
related.
clone or
Go
like
ahead, Illusion. I
a
want to hear this.
sibling
Go
or
ahead.
something. I don't know.
Yeah,
Go to Illusion.
definitely appearance and stuff. But
I want to hear this.
let me just give you a few of these numbers, like from what I can remember. So, Kobe, he retired in 2016, yeah? And that was the year that the Cleveland Cavaliers won the NBA Finals with LeBron, right? And then Garrett came through Cleveland, didn't he? He was first overall pick 2017, the year after Kobe retired. And Kobe's statue was unveiled the same day that Myles Garrett won the Defensive Player of the Year award in the NFL, 41 days after his birthday. Kobe Bryant equals 41, dies at 41, taken out of his last game with 4.1 seconds left on the clock. The 41st tarot card is the Magician, right? And remember, Kobe created a book called the Wizard series. And who inducted Kobe into the NBA Hall of Fame? Michael Jordan, who retired when he was playing for the Wizards. So there's magic going on here. And then I remember Miles wore a hat saying Kobe 24, job's not finished.
Hey, Illusion. Myles Garrett also wore a Kobe shirt when he got traded to LA. He wore a Kobe shirt at the Dodgers game.
That's what I mean. So he's just gone to LA. He's just gone to the Rams. He wins the Defensive Player of the Year award the day Kobe's statue is unveiled, which is absolutely crazy. The Cleveland connection, like I said, when Kobe retired, Cleveland won the NBA Finals. What else do I have? And then Miles constantly plays in these NBA All-Star games and these celebrity matches where he's better than everybody times a million. He dunks like Kobe, he moves like him, he sounds like him, and he even writes poetry. You know, Kobe wrote the poem Dear Basketball, which won an Oscar. Myles Garrett writes poetry, and he had the exact same dog as Kobe Bryant, if you look it up, the exact same breed, the same color. And then he's like getting interviewed like by Shaq on the NBA All-Star TNT show and things like that. And now he's at the Rams. There's just so many connections with it. Miles was in a car crash 33 days after Kobe Bryant Day and 3 months and 3 days before his own birthday. And I think Miles is born 12/29, the 201st prime. And coronavirus was declared a pandemic 201 days after Kobe's birthday. And then the NBA shut down the same day COVID was declared a pandemic, which was on 11/3, how I read it, the 11th of March. And Kobe was drafted round 1, pick 13, 113. He made his NBA debut November the 3rd, 113. The National Basketball Association in Gematria is 113. Michael Jordan's 113. And like Miles is in this crash 95 days before his birthday, and he wore number 95, and he was born in 95, and the 95 theses with the Catholic Church, with Kobe dying after attending Catholic Mass, and 95 days is 13 weeks and 4 days, and Kobe retired 13-4 the same year that Cleveland won the NBA Finals. So it's not just, oh, he looks like Kobe. He's got every number with him. He came on the scene after Kobe retired. He's getting the Defensive Player of the Year award.
He was also traded for a dude with jersey number 8 too. The dude.
Exactly. And I think his last name was Burse. Like
you guys, I know you're talking about Myles Garrett. You must have brought up the days 53 days after he went from Cleveland to LA.
Oh no, bro. I won't mention that. Somebody was talking about Miles and Kobe. I was just giving the numerical connections between them.
There's definitely a lot. There's a lot there. I don't think they're the same person, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're from the same family tree. But it is 53 days. It's 53 days later, you guys. Los Angeles 53, Super Bowl 53s, where Aaron Donald was a huge part of it. He's coming out of retirement. The Rams started in Cleveland. There is a connection there. The Knicks just won the first finals in 53 years. That 153 years ago was against Los Angeles. Knicks over LA. So, again, it's all one big web. It's just like how today's 205 days to the Super Bowl. LeBron, Raymond James, 205. It's the 205th day of the year. There is something to study about with that Myles Garrett move and the upcoming Super Bowl.
Yeah. And,
Hey, Zach.
Yeah.
Did you see though where it's 38 weeks until Tony Romo's next birthday too? Because you was talking earlier about the 38. I was
Yeah, we
looking
got
into that. Yeah.
Tony
And,
Romo's
and
most
LeBron,
infamous
a Cowboys
moment.
fan.
His most infamous moment's fumbling the ball at the goal line versus Seattle, and it's 206 days after LeBron's birthday. Seattle's the 206. There's something there. I got to think more about that one.
Wait, I got a question for Illusion. What was the 95 you're talking about again with Myles Garrett?
So he was born in 95, and he wore the number 95 jersey with Cleveland, and he was in a car crash 95 days before his birthday. And then the Catholic Church, you have the 95 Theses, which was basically exposing the Catholic Church. And then Kobe, obviously, we told he died after he attended Catholic Mass. So the 95 is a big number. And also,
because I was just, go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. 95 next to Martin Luther King. So Martin Luther King, he died the 95th day of the year on 95 Date Emoji Pure, and LeBron's called the King. And then you got Martin Luther King, Martin Luther, you have the 95s, you have the Catholic Church. Whoever's doing this, I don't know how it's being done. It's going all the way back, like centuries, however it's being done. It's beyond man. I think it's beyond man. I think man is aware, and I think man has a role in it, but I don't think they're behind the code. That's where I might differ with Zach a little bit. I don't think they're behind. I think there's entities above man.
Because I was just going to say...
You see Zach's work every day. How?
Yeah.
It's not them. It's not a group of old men in the Vatican sitting down like.
No, it's just words. They just use Wordsmith to do it.
I don't know. I think
it's just some software. It's a software. You put in the number, you put in their age, and then the name, and then it'll just generate an article that looks like something that's written by a human, and that's what CNN uses. That's what AP uses. That's what all the sports ones use. This isn't like opinion. This is
95. I believe today's 95 days until Philadelphia's establishment day.
Like I was talking. So this software, it's public, and the companies that use them is public too, which is Yahoo Sports and ESPN. All of the major news outlets all use this AI thing that you just put in the table with the numbers, and then it just generates the stories and generates the sports articles. It generates all of this stuff. Like, this is all public and like documented that this technology exists, and this has existed publicly since 2011. I could pull up the company that did it. If you guys want to continue.
No, I think you're right. They make up the names of the authors as well. They always have ridiculous names of the authors. And I'm like, they didn't write that. There's no way they wrote that. And they give you a lot.
That's very interesting. I didn't know that, Wave. That's crazy, bro.
It's basically like an Excel spreadsheet with the numbers and stuff. And
that goes back to what Illusion said, though, too, where how they pick the numbers for like the money and stuff like that. So that does make sense. So those.
Yeah. Exactly. So like you type in this player's name, and then you type in, like, for instance, 3.3 billion, and then you type in the date and that stuff, and it's just like a table, and then the AI turns that table into something that looks like a news article, and then they just publish that to all the outlets.
Yeah, I was going to say something like this though as well. Like, in the World Cup, Spain won the FIFA World Cup. They got $50 million for winning it. It's a record. And the guy who got the winning goal in the World Cup final, his birthday is 2/29, the 50th prime. So the guy who gets the winning goal to win the 50 million, his birthday is 2/29, the 50th prime. I'm talking about things like that, how they'll use specific numbers to sync up with the rituals. You know what I mean?
Yeah, or the fact that Torres, Illusion, his last name Tower. I'm sure you probably covered that though.
Yeah.
Tower, New York. Getting the airplane. Yeah.
Then he kicked down the corner flag like it was a tower.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy, dude.
No, the whole Spain thing, brother, was crazy because they actually came into this World Cup with 110 points all time at the World Cup, and the World Trade Center had 110 floors. And then they drew in a big shock against Cabo Verde. They went to 111 points, and 9/11 was with 111 days left in the year. And there were little things like, I coded the semi-final, Spain-France. Spain's captain, Rodri, was born 911 days before France's captain, Mbappe. And then the finals in New York, the Twin Towers, it's just, all the Spain players were saying it's written.
Yeah, and then the Economist
Someone
magazine.
has like really bad feedback.
Yeah, I hear that bad echo. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and then the Economist magazine showed that dude kicking off with the red jersey, Spain, the red jersey.
Yeah, and then everyone was saying it's Ronaldo or this. I was like, guys, there's plenty of nations with red jerseys. It could have been England, Portugal, Norway, Spain, and Spain had, like, their whole thing was about the towers. It was about the Twin Towers. It was about 9/11. Their actual World Cup campaign began on 15/6, and 9/11 is the 156th prime. So their campaign began the 15th of June.
Didn't somebody in here too say that LeBron had a movie about a Spanish player, or am I tripping? No,
I'm
you,
not
Julian?
sure. I know Kobe supported Barcelona, and they were 8 Barcelona in Spain.
In the movie Hustle,
Yeah, there you go.
the player who plays the main guy is from Madrid, Spain.
Okay, so the company that makes that software is called Narrative Science. That's the company that does
Narrative Science.
Nice.
These numbered news head stories and all this stuff.
That's great.
It makes sense how they get the articles out so quick too, though. I mean, think about it. They literally have like their articles out like what, like a second after like a news thing drops or whatever, bro. Like, so that does kind of make sense.
Yeah, I mean, like they'll publish like 10,000 news articles in 1 minute. Like that's impossible. There's no way that anybody can do that. And that's like you look at the timestamps on Google, like you look up like any one of these headlines, and you'll see like how many headlines, like how many results there are from. So what they'll do and what they've been doing for the past years is that they the big companies like ABC or NBC, Fox, and CNN, they buy up like small like news stations that like people have like in their town, like whatever their local news is. These 4 corporations just buy up everything, and so now at this point there's basically like almost no, like I don't have there's no local news station here. Like it's all like a subsidy of ABC or Fox or whatever. And so what they do is that they still use these like sub news things as like sub news outlets. And so they publish the articles through those outlets, even though it's them. So they publish it like 10,000 times because in every city they just publish the same headline as if it's coming from that news station, which is just ABC. And so you just get the whole country gets the same news all at the same time.
That's interesting. Do you guys know that Madrid has a Lucifer statue? I'm saying this because
No, I never knew that. They have a Lucifer statue, really?
Yeah. So, but listen to the name of it. If Zach were here, you could share the screen. But I'm not going to bother. But so Madrid's the only city in the world with a monument to the devil. And
that's crazy.
And it's a fountain.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a fountain, and it represents the fallen angel being exiled from paradise, right? If you look it up.
You know how fountains 44 like kill like that? That's interesting.
Oh, that is interesting. But
Don't they have a nickname like Red Devils or something?
That was Belgium.
Belgium.
Oh, okay.
Belgium Red Devils.
But Spain beat the Red Devils in this World Cup. They knocked them out.
That's what it was. They beat them.
The name of this fountain, right?
Fountain of the Fallen Angel. I'd have seen it. Yeah, I just searched it up.
But the name of it, listen to this. This is pretty crazy. It's called the Fuente del Ángel Cuerdo. Can you see that? So it's the Fountain of the Fallen Angel, but it translates to the Fuente. Fountain means fuente in Spanish. Okay.
Oh, that's crazy.
And Spain's coach is called De La Fuente.
Wow.
So I saw that before the tournament, and the Fuente translates to fountain, and the statue's named Fountain of the Fallen Angel. And then Spain's coach, his birthday is 21/6, which is.
It makes sense, Illusion, why they did that thing with Messi and Yamal too.
93.
When they did that thing with Messi and Yamal too.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
The bathtub thing where he was in the red room with the blue bathtub.
Yeah, and Yamal was born 20 years, 2 weeks, and 6 days after Messi, like 2026, and they met in the World Cup final. There were loads of 19s with that. Like the 19s were just ridiculous. Like there's 19 days between the birthdays. Messi stayed on 19 all-time World Cup wins. Yamal just turned 19. They both wore the 19 jersey. Spain won the 19th edition of the World Cup. And then the 19th major arcana card is the sun, which is on Argentina's flag. The first ever World Cup goal was scored after 19 minutes. And Revelation 19 is the ultimate triumph of good over evil in the Bible. So COVID-19, there's so many 19s. DNA, by the way, I think a lot of it is to do with DNA equals 19.
Ain't 19 associated with AI too?
Yeah, because A is the first
Chaos
letter,
is
A is the
19.
9. So like 1-9. A is the first letter, I is the 9th. And I don't know if you know this, the anthem for the World Cup was called DNA. And
that's crazy.
And biblically, from where I like to look at, it's not for everybody, but again, I'm just talking about it, is it says when Christ returns, it'll be as in the days of Noah. And what happened in the days of Noah is the angels had sex with women and altered our DNA. So that's pretty interesting that the actual anthem for this World Cup is called DNA.
Wow.
Yeah.
The connections, man.
Yeah, that to me is very interesting. And DNA.
And the fact that the Economist magazine has like the needles on there too for the World Ahead 2026. Like, you know,
people say they're changing our DNA and everything like that. So I think a lot of it is coming. And Katy Perry was performing as well, and she has a song where she talks about different DNA in one of her songs. I think it's called E.T. She has a song called E.T. and it's like different DNA.
Yeah, it makes sense with all this alien talk too recently too. So how they keep talking about all
I
this alien
personally
stuff.
believe the aliens are the fallen angels, is what I believe. I wholeheartedly believe that the aliens are the fallen ones, and they're going to reveal themselves. That's what I think. I don't know. I don't think they're from like planet Mars and things like that, and I don't think it's the aliens that depict. But it's interesting that Disclosure movie came out the same day as USA's first game at this World Cup. Did you know that? This is pretty crazy.
Yeah, and it's also George Walker, one of the Bush's birthdays.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
The same day, and Zach will know, George Bush Sr. gave his New World Order speech in 9/11, 1990, exactly 11 years before 9/11 when his son was the president. And New York's the 11th state and all of that.
And they were eliminated on the son's birthday.
That's what I wanted
and
to
they finished,
say.
the 4-1 both
Exactly,
times.
mate. Exactly. So USA's opening game, they beat, I think they beat Paraguay 4-1 on George Bush Sr.'s birthday, who was the 41st president. And then they get knocked out 4-1 on George Bush Jr.'s birthday, the son of George Bush Sr., against the Red Devils, Belgium.
And then you had the Sun team, Argentina, in the finals against Spain. So
yeah, exactly. And Spain's crest has a crown on it, and crown translates to corona, and the corona is the outer part of the sun.
And the crown, and then King James.
Yeah, and Spain have a king. They have a royal family. So
and then LeBron waited until after the World Cup to announce his decision.
And LeBron James was in the Nike commercial with the World Cup with Ronaldo, who was 41 years old as well.
Wow.
So all of it connects. That's what people need to know. And I will say, over the last however many years, Zach's shown us more than anyone, hasn't he? Let's be real. That everything connects. That's what I wanted to show people. Like, it's not just the NBA is not separate from the NHL or the Premier League, or they're all aligned. The media lines, the Catholic Church, the media, all of it connects to a code. So they do everything through these same repetitive numbers. And when you identify the main ones, that's when we can make, okay, this is going to happen. He's going to go to Philadelphia because of this. We can't always be right because we're imperfect, aren't we? We can't predict everything. But we're usually on the right line when you get good at this. Because it's all connected. Like Argentina dropped to 3-4 in World Cup finals after losing to Spain, whose dialing code is +34. Argentina stayed on 54 all-time World Cup wins. Argentina's dialing code plus 54. The dialing codes are very important. Like, remember LA, was it LA Rams won the Super Bowl on 213 and the dialing code's 213 in LA? Like, the dialing codes are massive. It helped me code this World Cup. Like, Norway's dialing code's plus 47 and their best players called the Beast. Like, Beast equals 47. The first 4 of the 7 seals are the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Trump's the 47th president. His presidential car's called the Beast. And like, Norway's all about the Vikings and the sea, and the Beast rises out of the sea. And then the World Cup final was 23 weeks after the Super Bowl, where Seattle Seahawks won. And it was the 23rd World Cup final. And now number 23 goes to Philadelphia. It all lines up. That's just a reality.
And the fact that, and speaking of like the father stuff, the fact that Kobe's dad, 23, and now 23, LeBron going back to Philly, like that's just, man, bro.
There's some, and remember Brady was born on 8-3, the 23rd prime, and he played 23 seasons in the NBA, and like.
And then Brady lost to the Cowboys. That was his last game, and then obviously LeBron's favorite team's the Cowboys, right?
Yeah, exactly, and like Brady won 2 Super Bowls on 2-3, February the 3rd. I think Messi, his last Ballon d'Or was in the year 23. Messi's lost 2 out of 3 World Cup finals. There's something with that 23. David Beckham, who owns Inter Miami, where Messi plays, he went to LA Galaxy, he won number 23. Obviously MJ. But there's something with father and son. You got Bush Senior, Bush Junior, you got Bronny and LeBron. You've got a lot of this father and son stuff going on. And I have noticed that. But I think I've talked too much, Zach. Thank you.
Oh, this is good stuff, Illusion. Hi, Illusion, man. He was breaking it down, bro.
Hold on. Let me ask Adam a question, because I seen Adam on somebody else's stream recently. He said, we all learn from Zach, but, the thing is, it's not the Jesuits, it's not the Catholic Church running this, it's Satan. And yet, day after day, all the ritualism that we see in the world is synced with the Catholic Church and the Pope and the Superior General. And again, they're responsible for the calendar and the language. And you just saw it here from your own home country. You get the first Catholic-born prime minister on the 201st day of the year. Why would you say this isn't them doing it when all signs say it is? I mean, you look at everybody who's here, they all went to Catholic high schools. Every sign says it's the Catholics, and you want to say it's not them, it's Satan.
Okay, thank you for letting me try and answer this, brother. First of all, I've said this about you many times. Whatever we've said about each other, I'm incredibly grateful to you. Incredibly grateful to you, right? But, so I believe, so when you look at St. Peter's Basilica, it's designed like a serpent, yeah? The Pope speaks out of the mouth of the snake inside of St. Peter's Basilica. And St. Peter's Basilica was struck twice by lightning on 2/11, 2013, the same year Pope Francis became Pope, exactly 84 years after Vatican City was founded, yep. 42nd day, the beast reigns for 42 months, 42 generations of Jesus Christ. It's very important. That last Super Bowl just had 42 combined points. Seattle Seahawks won, the beast rises out of the sea and all of that. So for me, the Catholic Church is the devil. Islam is the devil. Buddhism is the devil. It's not just the Catholic Church. Now, the numbers that you reveal all connect to the Catholic Church. I believe ultimately Satan is behind the church. I believe Satan is behind Freemasonry and the occult. I believe he's behind the Society of Jesus or the Jesuit order. And then he has these people who do his will. He has the children of disobedience who are doing his will. Their father is the devil who came to kill, steal, and destroy. So when you reveal all of these numbers, you bang on how they always come out, and there's the 201s and the Jesuit order and the Catholic and the I believe Satan's behind the calendar, not Pope Gregory. I believe he's used Pope Gregory to be behind the calendar, but I believe ultimately Satan's got us entrapped in time. Okay, this 24 hours, 7 days in a week, sleep for 8 hours, work 8 hours, relax 8 hours. God lives outside of time, and he's restricting us to time. He limits us, and I think that he's used the Catholic Church to deceive people. I believe, for example, like Francis Leo, their father's the devil. I don't think they're answering to other people. I think they're answering to the devil. I think these celebrities like LeBron.
I'll be right back. Hold on. This is my
Okay,
daughter. I'll be
brother.
right back.
That is a great question. I'll wait till he comes back. If anyone else wants to talk, because he's been very respectful. Because I've in the past said stuff about Zach, and he said stuff about me, and I just don't think it's healthy doing that. I respect the guy.
Just wait till he gets back to say your
I'll
piece,
just
bro.
wait till he gets back. But I just,
Yeah, wait till he gets back. One thing I will say though about the area codes, bro, you're spot on about the area codes, like 100%. You know, we've all learned from Zach, and we've all done our own decodes on the side. And yeah, I can definitely attest that area codes are huge with numerology.
yeah, they're very important. There's a reason why they have those specific area codes, and it's something like, I'll give you an example. So Brazil are the most dominant nation in World Cup history, and they ended the tournament with 257 points all time, and 257 is the 55th prime number, and Brazil's dialing code is plus 55. And then you use the Gematria Satan equals 55, and they stayed on 5 World Cup wins, and like how Brady won Super Bowl 55. Like, so it helped me a lot. I started doing that about 3 years ago with the dialing code. Like, Cleveland's is 216, isn't it? And then they win the NBA Finals in 2016, and 216 is 6 times 6 times 6 is 216, and then 21 times 6 is 126 for Kobe's death date. Like, they're very valuable. The first one I figured out was the UK is plus 44. And then I started seeing like, okay, that's why the Queen had 4 children and the Platinum Jubilee lasted 4 days. And I was like, wait, 4 days is 96 hours and she's going to die in 96. And like the United Kingdom's 4 nations and the 4 horsemen, the last photo alive, she was between 2 horses. So
exactly. That's why the Bible, you know, it's written by man to me. Like all the things you're saying, it's written by man. And that's just their playbook, their script. But, you know, you mentioned that statue in Madrid, Spain. I'm sure you know about Christ the Redeemer in Brazil.
Yes. Yeah. So
yeah.
When you actually look at these statues, right, they are an abomination to God. So God doesn't like graven images. He doesn't like statues, okay? So when you actually study the scriptures, you see what he says about statues. And when you see the Christ the Redeemer statue, that's actually an abomination to God because it's a graven image. Now, biblically, because I've studied the scriptures heavily, okay? It's not for everybody.
He's right. Yeah, it's right.
I'm not going to bash you all with it. It's just my journey. I never used to be a Christian. And you'll laugh. Like, I started questioning my reality when I was 33. And, okay, he's a Freemason. I just think that's really low level when people say that to me, but that's just a reality. So, biblically, the only description of Jesus is that his hair was like wool, okay? That's the only description of him. So
wasn't there something about like something brass or
yeah, with his shoes and all of that. But
okay.
when you actually look into Christ, this depiction of him with long hair and a 6-pack and a slender body was actually designed by a Catholic artist.
So if I could read the Bible verse here, it says, "You shall not make for yourself a carved image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or is that in the earth beneath, or in the water under."
Yes.
There's your as above, so below right there. Read that again. That's as above, so below.
Yeah, so that's Exodus 24:5. "You shall not make for yourself a carved image or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or in the earth beneath, or in the water under the earth. You shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God."
So remember when Moses went to get the 10 Commandments and he said, don't worship anyone, and they came down and they were worshiping a golden calf? So the bigger the statue, the more disrespectful to God when you know the Bible, okay? Because it's a graven image. Now, what I was trying to say biblically, there's a reason we don't need to know what Jesus looked like. We need to know what he did. Now, that comes down to faith, doesn't it? Because I've not met Jesus, I've never seen him. It's faith. You're saved by faith and grace, not by works, biblically. So with Jesus, we don't know how tall he was. We don't know the color of his eyes. We don't know what he weighed. We don't know his skin color. Yet people have these depictions of him, but they're just basically adding to the Bible. We don't need to know what he looked like. Do we know what Adam and Eve looked like? No. Do we know what the disciples looked like? No. Or John the Baptist or Paul the
Do we
Apostle?
know Adam and Eve existed though?
Well, you don't. You're not going to find like the genealogy of them. There's an element of faith, and this is when you approach the Bible through the flesh, you'll never fully comprehend it. So I tried, and I remember when I once tried read it, I'm like, this is a joke. It's like fairy tales. What do you mean Noah's Ark? What do you mean a talking snake and a talking donkey? What do you mean some guy rose from the dead? What do you mean some guy walked on water? But if he created the ocean, he can walk on it. Do you know what I mean? So for me, again, I'm not going to give you I'm not going to preach to you all because I know it can really, there'll be people in the chat thinking, get this guy off. I'm just saying when it comes to those statues, it's actually disrespecting God. When it looks like it's glorifying him, it's doing the opposite. Because Satan is subtle, crafty, cunning, wicked. And I did a stream yesterday about how the biggest thing Satan comes for is our time. It's our time, because time's short, it's a blink of an eye. The only person who knows if we're alive tomorrow is God. So tomorrow is not guaranteed, but biblically judgment is. So Satan gets us wrapped up in work, in our family, and in the World Cup, and whatever it is that we're focused on.
Yeah, video games.
From the Bible, and that's my take on it. Which all these rituals are inspired by the Bible, by the way.
Yeah, video games, guys. If you guys are young out there, or even old playing video games, cut back on that. Try to wean off that.
It doesn't matter if you're traveling the world, living your best life. As long as you're not walking with Christ, he lets you do it. It's not just.
You know, I used to feel that way about video games, but you know what? Nowadays, actually, if you know how to play, like, control a character, that's probably going to come into play, like, with controlling robots, because video game interfaces and controlling robots are the same. Like, use a controller to control a robot. So it's like now when
Sure, but you only need an hour or two a week to do that. You don't need a game 8 hours a day like most people are.
Yeah, no, exactly. So
and like paying $800 for skins.
Hold on,
and
I gotta
stuff that people
interrupt.
do.
I just thought of something. Again, King James, his son was King Charles. We're in the time of King Charles. Did anyone point out it's 113 days? It's 113 days to King Charles' birthday. The NBA 113 league.
And brother, Zach, with
artificial intelligence 113.
King Charles, brother, let me just give Zach this. With King Charles, K is the 11th letter and C is the third, like 113.
Yeah, another 113 indeed. Like, reminds me of Kansas City, the Royals.
Yep. So yeah, I can already see in the chat there's a few people that want me to shut the F up, but I think I answered my question for Zach. I don't think that these societies are controlling it. I think they're being controlled. The Bible says we don't wrestle with flesh and blood, but principalities and spiritual wickedness in high places. So I believe these principalities and the spiritual wickedness are influencing these broken, fallen, corrupt men, corrupting their hearts, who are the ones technically running the world, but ultimately there's people above them that are actual spirits. That's my take through the scriptures. It's not flesh and blood that we're up against. Like when it comes to how fallen and wicked and evil the world is, it's actually spiritual. So we have physical and spiritual lives, and we are all focused pretty much on the physical. We don't go into the spiritual. It gets dismissed. It's either like New Age, or it's hippie, or you're crazy. And we live in a world that needs physical evidence for everything, but the Bible's about faith. You need faith. But there's also, if you Google it and research it, 80% of biblical prophecy has been fulfilled. 80%.
Well, that's because they're in control of it. That's why 80%'s been fulfilled, because they're the ones doing it, in control of it. You know, I wrote a book. I could predict the future.
Yeah, I don't think they're fully in control of it. Personally, I don't think they're in full control. Like, okay, can I give you?
Well, they control the weather. Would you agree they control the weather at least?
I believe that they have an ability to manipulate the weather, but they don't have full control over it. They have an ability to manipulate it. For example, you could be.
So how do you hold on? How do you know where their capabilities stop at? You can't say they can, but it stops here.
No, I'm just got you're asking me as a Christian that he tells us that God controls the weather. He's the one that created the sun and the moon and the stars and all of that. But man What man does and the devil and wickedness is they basically infiltrate everything God created. So if you go to a ski resort and they're low on snow, they can create snow. We know that they can create rain, but it's not actual rain. Do you know what I mean? It's artificial rain. It's
So
like
why did this ski resort in Colorado, was it last year or the year before, close down early because no snow?
Yeah, no, but you can definitely like create your own so-called snow because it's happened in Lake Tahoe where I've been. My point is, like, for example, a tree. Can anybody replicate a tree? No. That's from God. Nobody can replicate a tree. You can't make your own tree. That's from God. So he created the heavens and the earth biblically. He created man.
Well, if you get the head of a pineapple, you plant the head of a pineapple, it grows other pineapple. Do you know that?
I didn't know that, but that's not a tree, is it?
No, but if you plant a seed, I mean, you can get a tree to grow off a simple seed. That's how they all start.
What about like the ocean? Do you think man created that?
No, fuck no. I know there's a God. I just don't think he's Jesus or white or human or any of that.
Nice and respectful. It wasn't like a sarcastic comment. I'm just saying, a lot of us, we don't consider where we came from, do we? We just like, okay, I've got parents. We don't question how we got here, where we're going to go, who created us, who created the heavens and earth, who created the sun, the moon, the stars, the sky, how we're able to breathe. Do you guys do any exercises in the morning to allow your heart to beat? Or does it just work? Does it just beat? God's keeping you alive.
Beeps when you're sleeping.
Yeah, but we can work out, we can have a good diet, we can rest. But the fact that my heart's beating now has nothing to do with me, it's God. He's got the keys to life and death, biblically, not me. I don't decide when I die, ultimately.
Well, yeah.
I also didn't decide when I came into the world. I didn't decide who my parents are. But I just want to give you some numbers here, just to show Zach, I know he's busy, that these Jesuits are not controlling everything. Because I'll tell you my own testimony, which is I can just reel off. I only got into this in 2020. 2020 vision, my eyes open. I never questioned anything. I didn't like mathematics. I didn't know a thing about math. I was not interested. I just went about my life happy. I didn't believe in Christ, okay? I was an atheist, happy-go-lucky guy, doing pretty well for myself in this world, right? Then I learned about my actual life. I'm born on my father's birthday. Like, the chances of that are like 0.27%. So the father and the son.
I mean, I'm born just exactly 2 weeks after my father. It's not like crazy.
It's beautiful. And like I said, you didn't determine that. They didn't determine that. Now,
No, it's something universal. There's a magic in the air that's universal. We can't see it. We can't explain it, but there is magic. There's good magic. There's bad magic. There is a God. There is a creator. Is it probably the story they tell us? No, that's where we disagree. I think they feed us hogwash like they do with everything else.
Okay.
But it's obvious if you go outside and look around, there is a creator. There's good. There's evil. You can feel it. Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, exactly. So my birthday's 14/4, like the 14th of April. And I live in Mexico now. My dialing code is 624, and 6 times 24 is 144. My favorite player was Messi, whose birthday is 6/24. My name's Adam. I know I come up as the illusion. My name's Adam. Adam was created on the 6th day in the Bible. 6 days is 144 hours. My house number that I was born in was number 12. 12 times 12 is 144. The 12 tribes of Israel, the 12 disciples. So I've got these connections with me, right, that they didn't create. I was born on my dad's 31st birthday, the 11th prime number, my favorite number my whole life, number 11. My email, my football jersey number, 11. And now my dad's current house is 11. So those connections right there has nothing to do with the Society of Jesus or the Freemasons. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree.
So that's why people say all the numbers are being manipulated and controlled by these secret societies. It's incorrect.
Well, no, that's like comparing an apple to an orange there. That's different.
I'm just saying that you will find in your own personal life these synchronicities that prove that it's beyond these societies that are controlling you.
Well, you see, the magic you're talking about, those people have the keys. They've already got it figured out one way or another, all this magic that you're talking about, because they use it against us. So yes, there is that magic is real that you're talking about, but these people have figured out how to harvest it, how to use it against us. like it's a fucking gun that they shoot. Like they've got it like that easy.
No, I agree that they have this knowledge that the average person doesn't have, and they use it against us. It's the occult, isn't it? Occult means hidden. But the fact is, they're all going to die. However smart they are, however much money they have, however much knowledge they've acquired, you haven't
I mean, are they human? I mean, I don't know. Maybe some of them don't die, but most of them probably do, right?
Well, if they're actual human beings, they're all going to die. If they're fallen angels, then they live forever until they get cast into the lake of fire. They can keep coming back as different people. Biblically, the angels never die here on earth. It's funny how Hollywood's in Los Angeles, which means the angels, and the angels fell like stars, and you got the Hollywood stars. Like everything comes back. What I'm trying to tell you, right? Everything comes back to the Bible. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Whether you believe,
not because the Bible's real, it's because they are in control of the Bible. That's why you believe in it.
The Bible, we can't deny it's the most read book, the most purchased book, the most life-changing book. You can deny
because of the Jesuits, though.
Yeah, it's the most purchased because they mass ordered 500 million of them and sent them to every city and every state. It's not because people are going out and purchasing it because they really, really want to read the Bible anymore.
Can I ask you this though? Why do you think they're now like removing Bibles from education and from hotels, and why they're knocking churches down? If they're behind it all, wouldn't they want us learning the Bible from grade 1? Think about that.
I mean, Christianity's always been promoted everywhere. I mean, like, an atheist is super, like, not the opinion, super not the popular opinion.
Let me ask you this. These are really good responses. What do you okay, if you believe man wrote the Bible and it's a control tool, what do you think the positives of the Bible are? Do you think there's any, or do you think it's just to completely indoctrinate us? Is it to enslave us? Is it to make us realize we're not, like, to limit us? What do you reckon there is about the Bible that's actually restricting us, that we can't learn and grow from it? From my knowledge, it gives me peace, it brings me joy, it brings me wisdom.
Have you heard of the placebo effect?
Yes.
Yeah, I think a lot of that on the Bible is placebo effect. You know, people go to jail. I got a lot of homies that go to jail and prison, and they all find God and Jesus in jail or prison. But when they was on the streets doing their dirt, God and Jesus was nowhere to be found, right? So I think people are looking for something. They want to hold on to something. That's really what I think it is, man.
And it's pushed in prisons too. Like if you become a Christian, they let you out early. Like that's also worth mentioning. Also,
well, I don't know if they let you out early, but you might get an extra hunt bun.
Well, throughout the Bible, there's a lot of people that hit the lowest point and come to Christ. There's a lot. It
counts as good behavior, basically. You know, that's
But my point is that people turn to Jesus, they come out, change their life. Oh, I'm Jesus, 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 Jesus. You know, I just don't buy that, man. I think it's a little placebo effect, and I think what I'm talking about is more so the right track, is that they've lied to us about everything else. Why would there be this one truthful thing that I've read parts of it, didn't really understand it, didn't really, you know, maybe I didn't have the right context, but I just thought it was hogwash, man. And I read, you know, skimmed around this and that, couple hours, different days, and I thought it was mostly hogwash. But
the beautiful thing about that is I was exactly where you were, okay? So I was exactly where you was. I wanted to believe it. I couldn't process it. I thought it was just honestly outlandish. And if anything, I probably mocked Christianity. But okay, so the end times, what do we have in the Bible, right? Just tell me if this is current. Religious deception, large-scale wars, severe natural disasters, famines, disease, false prophets, persecution, global preaching. All these things are signs of the final days. And then you've also...
Remember Ebola? Do you remember when Ebola was out like 10, 15 years ago?
Yes.
The Ebola virus. When Ebola virus 10, 15 years ago, there was people just like you sitting here saying, it's the end. It's the Ebola virus. We're in a war, blah, blah, blah. Same thing you're saying right now.
My dad says that there's always been wars and there's been pandemics and economic crashes and false prophets, correct? Have we ever had a time in history where you can put out a digital ID worldwide?
Maybe. I mean, we could have time traveled.
I mean,
got
like
knocked back.
Historically, has there ever been a time where everybody can basically have the same one world currency ever? Historically, there's never been a time. So
Possibly.
Revelation 16 through 18 talks about the mark of the beast and the beast system, where you can't buy or sell unless you have the mark. I believe that this is the biggest difference to all the other centuries or decades gone by, where it's like, oh, there's a war. It must be the World War I, World War II. I'm sure they were saying it was the end of the world, but people could still buy and sell then. They struggled. There was an economic collapse and like Great Depression and all of that, but we are now at a point where we have this technology, and that's the key. The key is this technology and this AI that we have that we've never had before.
So let me ask you this. Let's talk about something good. How soon do you think they're going to start making people get the chip in their forehead or whatever?
Well, it's already happening in Sweden. They already have the chip in their wrist in Sweden. It's happened.
Is it forced upon their everyday folk or what?
Everyday folk have got the chip now in Sweden. They had it open, they don't have to get it, but soon you'll be at a point where I believe you do have to get it to function in society. I think the COVID thing was just preparing you for it. Like, I remember I couldn't fly because I wouldn't get it. I couldn't work. I couldn't go in like Walmart. That was just like a little test for me. It obviously wasn't the mark because I can still buy and sell now. So I don't know a specific date. I just know that we have the infrastructure for it to begin as early as tomorrow if they wanted to. They have it. And when you have it, I think you're going to be left with a decision. Do I choose the world and the system over the word and heaven? That's what I think.
Listen, to anybody out there, bro, if you let them put anything in your body, bro, you are a buster. I will die where I stand before I let anybody fucking put anything on me, bro.
What if
it don't matter? It's like when you get captured, tortured by the military. They torture you, they capture you to try to get information out of you. Where'd you come from? Where's your base? This, that. Once they get it out of you, they kill you anyways.
Yep, correct.
So once they get captured, if they torture tactics, them torture tactics ain't gonna work because you know once they get the information, you dead anyway. So you just dead anyway, and that's how I feel about it. So I'll go out without a fight. I'll take some of them out with me, bro. I'm taking them out with me, straight up.
No, that's
Yeah,
okay. That's okay.
That's a really good way to put it. Yeah, I really like. That's totally what I believe, and yeah, I think that you put it like perfectly. Whether or not you could, the way that I've worded it is that whether or not you consent to what they're doing or not, they're going to try to do it to you anyway. So you might as well fight back because they're going to try to do their agenda regardless of whether or not you approve of it.
Exactly. So you're just gonna kick the can down the road 20 years and then get murdered anyway or whatever. It ain't worth it.
My heart and mind is on eternal life, not here. I could die today.
That's what I'm saying. I'm ready to go anytime, baby boy.
So for me, do you know what the Bible brings me that nothing gave me before? Hope. And you said that earlier, maybe that people just come to Christ in the Bible because they want hope, because they feel like they've got no hope in this fallen, broken world. I'd rather put my faith in what is potentially eternal, where the Bible says there'll be no more pain, suffering, tears, sorrow, there'll be no more sin, there'll be no more temptation. I'd rather put my faith in that and give my life to Christ than take a chance and die in my sins.
Yeah, man, I just don't think the whole time you're saying Christ, 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 bro, that could be a demon's name, and we're just saying a demon's name the whole time because everything is inverted and twisted. So when you're saying Jesus Christ, that could be the most demonic fucking Satanist thing ever, bro. Think about it.
Think about this, right? We all watch Hollywood, right? They glorify the devil and they try to mock Jesus, correct?
Sure.
They glorify evil. You got Little Nas X.
I don't really watch TV, so I don't know what's on TV, but...
No, I'm just saying that the TV influences how we see the world, and they glorify the devil, and they go out of their way to blaspheme Jesus. Ask yourself why they would do that if this Jesus character is the one that they created, the one they fear. They fear.
Well, they got to go along with the agenda. I mean, we play sports games and act like they're real. So I think it's just part of their plan, man. It's part of the show.
And what's the ultimate end goal? Just to control humanity? They have as much money as they want. Do they?
Yeah, everybody's
well, think about how much division. Think about how much division has come because of religion alone. You know, divide and conquer. Divide and conquer. That helps divide and conquer.
On a dogma. Like every Christian believes something different. That was what I was saying yesterday. That like every Christian that comes on here, and I think that you'll notice this too, is that like they all believe something completely different. They all have like a different interpretation of like what's wrong and what's okay and what's not, and everybody else is wrong except them. And that's what you see with religious people. Like
well,
they just
for example,
very divisive.
I go to Bible studies, and everyone at my Bible study has the same view, that Christ is King, is our Savior, is Alpha and Omega, we're in the final days. We have the same. It's not every Christian has a different view. I know what you're saying. Most people who claim to be Christian, number one, they're Catholic, which is not Christian. It's a completely
See, here we go. Here we go. This is what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm saying.
You'll hear what I'm saying. It's a, Catholicism is not Christianity. That's why they have different names. They're different. They believe in things like purgatory. Okay, they believe that Mary was perfect. There's a lot of major differences. So when you
listen, every Christianity, the Lord doesn't line up. Like you said, the reason why I talked about the graven images, Christians aren't even supposed to like be drawing pictures and stuff and writing and whatever. But it doesn't. But like, no. Does anybody? Have you heard of any Christians that follow that? Of course not. Also, like the Islam thing, where women wear the head thing. The same thing is supposed to be in Christianity, but Christians make fun of them for doing that, and then we don't do that. So it's like, it's just all like, it's all made up, and it's just all a joke, and they use it however they want to control people in the moment. They have no regard. They don't care about the Bible. It doesn't matter. It's just another tool that they manipulate to divide people, just like everything else that they use. It's just a tool.
Okay. So when you said what you said about religion, I agree. Biblically, Jesus called out religion. He called out religious hypocrites. He called out the Pharisees. He called out the people trying to earn their way to heaven. Right? He called out religion. Jesus is not a fan of religion. What I follow is not a religion. It's a relationship that I have with my Creator. Right? It's not. I'm against religion.
Well, no, because I mean it's based on a book that's religious dogma, and you know that's a religion. Like I don't believe in religious dogma. I don't have like that's I don't do that. I don't follow religious books.
Brother, where's your hope then? Like for you, like if you
I care about truth, I don't care about hope.
Do you have any hope? What happens after you die for you?
Nothing.
You just become dust.
What's wrong with that?
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, because biologically, biblically, yes, you will. The flesh becomes dust. You were created from dust. Biblically, Adam was created from dust, and then he became dust. So for you, like if you were on your deathbed now, would you have any peace, knowing that you're going to die tomorrow? Would you have any peace? Any hope?
Well, but that's only because I'm like not done yet. Because I'm not finished.
You know, at any point you could die. You know, you could die today,
yeah?
Yeah. And that's the reality. Nobody can debate that. You can die today. So the Bible for me, like people say it's a control tool, but like I said, it gives me complete hope. It's my faith. I can't prove heaven exists. I can't prove Jesus exists. I can't prove eternity. I can't prove these things. That's why it's faith. But there's so much evidence when you look at it that the Bible is the truth with the prophecy that's being fulfilled. And there's evidence Jesus existed. There's evidence of his crucifixion, of his resurrection. There was witnesses. This is all evident. Like historical evidence, archaeological evidence. This ain't
just opinion, and I mean, a lot of it conflicts, and that's kind of the problem with the stuff.
But my point is, the Bible's not like Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter. It's historically proven.
Not really. I mean, it's about as historically proven as like, you know, Spider-Man being in New York. Like, I mean,
it's not though. It's not.
It is. I mean,
there's no evidence of Spider-Man's actual existence. He's a Marvel character.
Well, I mean, there's no evidence of Jesus' existence either.
Well, there is.
But Spider-Man takes place in New York City, though, so New York City's real. So that must mean Spider-Man's real. That's the logic.
But tonight, go study the existence of Jesus Christ. He was 100% existed. Just as much as the first US president existed, or Caesar existed, or Hitler existed. You can't tell me here.
No, I mean, that's not
existence.
So did you just say you know for a fact Jesus existed?
But if you go off historical records that we
we can't go off history, bro. We cannot do that.
No, I'm saying so none of us are going to live longer than 120 years. Then we can just say everything.
Yeah, but the other things you mentioned are from 120 years ago. Like Hitler existed. I can attest that because my great grandmother lived during that time and saw that and all that stuff. So it's like,
but 200 years prior.
Yeah, but versus Christ that happened 2,000 years ago, nobody can prove anything of that happened. Is there a photo of Jesus? Is there like a CCTV footage, a TikTok live stream? Like, of course not. There's nothing proven other than just words that conflict from a bunch
It
of
comes down to the
different
writings,
authors.
doesn't it? That they perfectly preserve the writings. You had
Well,
like
not really. I mean, the four gospels completely conflict. I mean, the people die
Let
differently.
me ask you this, bro. Hold on, Zach's back. Let Zach get in here. Let Zach get in here.
That what he was saying about the four gospels, the fact that they're contradicting is because they're actually written by different people. If anything, it confirms it. People are stood at different angles. They have different views. Doesn't mean
So
that
then why would they conflict though? That doesn't make sense if it's written by
because
God.
if me, Spanwave, Zach, and Marco are riding an event.
But Illusion, hold on. One of them wrote about the zombie apocalypse, and none of the other ones wrote about it. Surely they would have heard about the zombie apocalypse. So.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to miss.
Yeah, I mean, and the contradictions are just way too big. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
The question that I was asking is when was man created? Day 1 or day 6?
Day 6.
Well, actually, no. Day 1 and day 6.
Okay, why?
They're both in chapter 1. It says that man was created day 1, and then it says that he was created day 6.
And can you read the day 1 where they were created?
Yeah, I can pull it up. So
thank you.
Let me see. Okay, so this was a presentation that was going to show earlier. So I'll pull up like the Bible and stuff. Okay, so on day 1 in Genesis 1, God creates light and day and night. Then day 2, so we're going over like what it's doing. All right. So day 2, this is according to Genesis 1:1, Genesis 1:6. Day 2, he creates a sky firmament and separates the waters. Day 3, he creates the land, seas, then vegetation. Then day 4, he creates the sun, the moon, and the stars. Day 5, he creates the sun, creatures, birds. Day 6, he creates land animals. Then he creates humans and males together. Now this is important because this is like really where it like just completely goes to shit. Where in Genesis 1:24 to 34, it says that on day 6 God creates the land animals, then the humans, and then males and females together. And then now in Genesis 2, in day 1, man is formed from dust, and then no shrub of the field had yet appeared. Which, according to the other thing, it said that the vegetation was created first. Now the vegetation comes after man, and this is all in the first chapter. And then so on day 3, then animals are formed, and then day 4, no helper found among the animals, and then day 5. The woman is created. So it's like in one, it's the woman's created on a different day, and then in the other one, they're both created the same day. And so it's like and this is all in the first 3 pages. And then so the reason why this is like this is because chapter 1 and chapter 2 were not written by the same person. Chapter 1 was God is referred to as Elohim, versus in chapter 2, God is referred to as Yahweh Elohim. So it's obviously
they're making shit up is what it comes down to. They're making it up as they go, bro. Let's get on to something that we can all agree on, because you can't suck me into your devilish ways, Illusion.
I'm not sure how it's devilish.
Yo, what's going on though? What we talking about? What's the topic?
Yeah, let me just ask before I go. What do you mean by devilish ways? That's a big statement.
Well, you're trying to suck my energy about some made believe story when I rebutted everything you told me with actual shit that makes sense. You're trying to suck my energy like the devil. That's what I'm getting at.
If you had like supreme confidence in your beliefs, it wouldn't zap your energy.
Well, let's give the audience something they actually care about. I like you. I respect you. I think you're a smart guy, great decoder. You actually taught me something today, so I appreciate it, man. We all here to learn from each other. But the Bible is not it, man.
That's why. But you did hear me right early on. I said, guys, the Bible's not for everyone. I'm going to try and not preach. Then he asked me a question that led to this. I wasn't coming in here saying Jesus is my Lord and Savior. I'm just saying this is my testimony. I believe he is my Lord and Savior. I'm not going to force it on anybody, but the Bible does say men will suppress the truth in unrighteousness. That's what it says. So I feel my last thing is I feel a lot of people try to approach the Bible trying to find the lies rather than to find the truth, and that's the biggest issue. Not trying to actually
Well,
find.
I mean, I
Wait,
feel like
could
you
it
can
be
say
real?
that with anything,
Could it be
though. It's
true?
like if I say a bunch of lies,
What happened to
then be like, well,
LeBron,
why are
bro?
you
What
focusing on
happened
the
to
lies? Just
LeBron?
focus on the good stuff.
That's
Ayo,
no.
It's like,
no,
well, what
what
about the
happened
fact
to
that
us
you're a
talking about
scammer, though?
LeBron,
Like,
bro?
that's weird.
You need the
You
fullness
know
of
what
the
I'm saying?
gospel a lot. Like this work, right? Let me give you an example with what we do. We're all pretty gifted coders, yeah. We see
Yeah.
things the average person doesn't see. The average person with me, with my work, they straight away want to find the fault. So if I predict 15 sports outcomes out of 16, but I get one wrong, all their energy is on that one I got wrong every
Yeah,
time.
but you're not God, though. Also, that's the
Exactly.
other
Well,
thing.
Bro,
God's not
that's
supposed
just
to make any
human nature, bro.
mistakes.
Humans are
that's my
negative,
point.
bro. They always looking
Boys,
to be
that's my
negative,
point.
bro.
It's human nature to instantly try and find the negative. It's a control tool. That's why I said, where's your hope? If you die tomorrow, it makes people think. Where's your hope? What happens if you die tomorrow? I have hope that I have eternal.
Well, I mean, I'm more worried about
If I'm
life
wrong,
and
I turn to
what
this.
I actually know versus like theoretical. Oh, maybe after versus like.
But the
nobody
Bible
knows
says in the
that,
book
so.
of Isaiah, my ways are not like your ways.
Who
My
cares
thoughts
though?
are not like
Who
your
cares what it
thoughts.
says in that book? Like who cares what that guy said?
Well, I believe that the word of God was written by man inspired by the Holy Spirit, is my take. Man obviously wrote it. I thought it was divinely inspired by God. He created man, he can get them to write a book. When Moses parted the Red Sea, was that Moses or was it God through Moses?
I don't know. If God got
When David
to write a
defeated
book, I feel
Goliath,
like it would be a better book.
if David and Goliath is true, when David, the shepherd boy, defeated an undefeated giant who'd never lost, do you think that was through David's power and his strength and his ability to fight, or do you think it was through his faith in God, biblically? It was faith. With Moses, Moses didn't part the Red Sea. Just like man who wrote this Bible, they only did it because they were divinely guided. They're not here without God, biblically. They don't exist. They can't write because they're not here. They don't have a hand. There's no pen. He basically used man as his pen. God used man as his pen. It's his word.
Not a very good pen, apparently.
Well, I think it's an absolutely.
You should have used autocorrect.
But just listen to that, bro. Listen to yourself. God used a random few men as his pen, and we're all supposed to believe it and buy into it.
A few men that are really bad at writing and can't keep things consistent, even within the first page. Within the first page, the first 2 pages, it's completely inconsistent. How bad of a writer do you have to be?
I don't.
Not even like be consistent within the first 3. This is embarrassing.
No, I don't
Not even my
understand where you.
documentation is this bad.
Brother,
Like this is horrible.
I don't understand where you're saying that God created man in the first day, where it's nowhere in the Bible that he did that.
It's literally said. Okay,
Day one,
so
the beginning of creation, the light and the darkness. He created the heavens and the
I
earth.
can
He
pull
spoke
up.
light in
I
the
can pull up
darkness. He
the Bible.
separated the light from the dark, and he called it day and night. That's day one. There was no human beings there. There was no Adam and Eve. So when you said that he created man on the first day, it's completely incorrect. He created the light and the dark, and he separated them. There's nothing to do with man in day one. So you're selling people.
Here,
that.
look, okay, I have the Bible open right here. Genesis
go for it.
2:7.
Tell me
And the
when man
Lord
is in
God
day one.
formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul.
Is
And the
that
Lord
day
God
one?
planted. Wait, I'm not done. And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground, made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and grow for food. The tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of the good and evil. And the river went out of Eden to water, and hold on, let me skip. And the name of that stuff's irrelevant. So anyway, so the order of that is completely different from Genesis 1, and that's just so the first chapter and then the second chapter. Because here in day 3, vegetation is created in Genesis 1 right here. Day 3, Genesis 1:9, and the God said, "Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together under one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so.
But where did God create man in the first day, brother? That's all I'm asking. Where did God create man in the first day in the Bible? In the first day, where?
What are we talking about right now, bro? I know we
Right,
gonna
change the
lose.
subject,
We are
change the
losing
subject.
streams right now, bro. This is entertainment too, bro. This ain't
Okay,
just
change the subject. Let's talk anyone. We can talk about anything. An individual.
Smack gang, what's up, bro?
Yo, what's good, broski? My
Ask
boy
the chat
Tom.
what they want to talk about.
But we talking about LeBron. Rick, hey, did y'all see that shit where Trump got that ring?
No.
Yeah, he got it from the Dodgers.
Oh,
They gave that nigga a championship ring today. Oh, yesterday.
what the fuck did he do?
That's what I said. He not even from LA or nothing like that. So I don't know what the fuck that's about.
Oh no, man.
He got it from the Dodgers, and the Dodgers steal. That's why Otani is so good at stealing bases. They're going to three-peat, I think. I had them 3 years ago to three-peat. They're going to win it again.
Otani's also tied to stealing money with the casinos. With the
Exactly. That's why he steals bases. And the Dodgers, you know the Artful Dodger from Oliver Twist? Everything they do is a story. Everything they do is ritualistic.
Well, yeah, even the team color. I mean, everything that they've ever done has been for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. It's just all lines up. And then you said like Myles Garrett is throwing the first pitch in Dodgers Stadium. Like, as soon as he signs there, that's a ritual. I think when they throw that ball, they're aware of what it means. They're communicating with each other when they throw that first pitch. I think that's what they do by a code.
It signifies something 100%, just like the blonde hair rituals. When they all come out with blonde hair, you know, it signifies something. The tattoos, when they all have the same tattoos, it means something.
People say that blonde hair is MK Ultra.
You know what I'm thinking about? Somebody said something about the blue and red ritual shit. And now I'm thinking about it. The Patriots wear red, Seahawks wear blue, Spain wear red, Argentina wear blue.
So do you know in Freemasonry? In Freemasonry, they have two lodges. And they have red lodges and blue lodges in Freemasonry. And the red and the blue makes the purple, which connects to royalty. But they have red and blue lodges. It's like Barcelona wear the red and blue. And I'm big into soccer or football, and a lot of the biggest rivalries, it's a blue team, like Liverpool against Everton or Man United, Man City. It's red against blue. So there's definitely something with colors. Like, for example, you know Trump's nickname's the Orange Man?
Facts.
Well, they call him Orange to be skin or whatever. And basically, he gave Spain the trophy. And Spain's flag is red and yellow, which makes orange. And their mascot is called Naranjito, which means little orange. So there's little things like that they're doing, you know what I mean? And the Netherlands, they lost in Spain's first World Cup final. The Netherlands are the nation that wears orange.
Yep.
So it's just stuff like that. Like it's not just numbers. It's numbers, colors, symbols, scripture, ritual sacrifice. Like that whole halftime show was all honoring Baal. Did you see Justin Bieber?
So let me ask you: do you think God is picking these colors for these teams, or do you think man is picking colors for these teams?
I think
it's man. Say man, dude.
I would say nothing's possible without God, but I don't want to go back there. I would say nothing's possible without God. It's what we've done. Sometimes God uses evil.
Well, this just shows you that man are capable of performing all of this stuff off, you know, by giving these teams colors, giving them area code sign numbers for a reason. That's not God, bro. That is not your God story you believe in. That's man.
No, you're right. So remember when Adam and Eve rebelled against God,
we're not going back to Adam and Eve. We're on sports now, but I just want
but they knew the difference between good and evil. They gained knowledge, yeah?
Sure.
The occult's all about knowledge, right? So Skull and Bones are called Order 322, correct?
Yep. Yeah.
And the Brotherhood of Death. And obviously Adam and Eve brought death into the world, yeah?
Yep.
So Genesis 3:22. This is why I believe Skull and Bones are called Order 322, okay? My take. Genesis 3:22.
Bro, we don't want to hear no more Bible shit. We just got away from this for a reason.
No, I'm going to get away from it, but this is very relevant to what we're talking about. It's not irrelevant, this one. Genesis 3:22. And the Lord God said, behold, the man has become as one of us to know good and evil. And now lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. So they received this knowledge. They now know the difference between good and evil. They got this divine knowledge that they didn't have prior. And these occults, these secret societies, they have this knowledge. And they believe they got it from Lucifer. Freemasonry, they worship Lucifer, right? If you look at Albert Pike, he says, the Freemasons' God is Lucifer. So they honor.
This is just opinion, though. This isn't like, this is not fact.
No, but that's the 30.
And also, like, this stuff is just nonsense. Like, this stupid gematria stuff. Like, do you really think that Satan and God, like, this is what they care about? Oh, doing numbers on the calculator. This is what people do. People do this stupid shit. This is retarded. Rituals and just all this crap. Why would a God care about that? You don't think that a God's, like, their intelligence is so far above anything that humans could conceive of, and what they care about is, oh, what day is his sports jersey and the colors of this and the numbers of that day, and oh my God, he needs to get a haircut this day and get $333 on that day, and like go walk around the building 4 times, and like, just, this is retarded. Like, this is what humans do. This is what, not just humans, stupid humans. This is what dumb people do. Like, this is what stupid religious people that have nothing to do all day, so they make up all this nonsensical crap, and then they start doing rituals, and it becomes, you know, a little cult, and then, you know, and then you get what we have now.
Why do you think Donald Trump didn't swear on the Bible?
It was another ritual.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, back to sports though. Hey, yo.
Okay, I'll ask you this: what are the odds for the NBA for 2027? Anybody know? Who is it? The Thunder? Who's
Now,
the Thunder?
hold on, I'm trying to figure out who the red and blue teams right now for MLB and NFL. They might just keep it going.
The Buffalo Bills. The Bills.
The Bills.
They just got a new stadium.
I did see the Bills in Chicago theory.
You said the Patriots. I don't think they go back.
But yeah, if the Patriots go, the Bills can't go.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think Houston Texans, don't they wear blue and red?
Yeah.
Houston Texans. What color's our quarterback?
The Giants too, though. The Giants wear blue.
I don't know. Yeah, the Giants. Yeah, I don't think they have a shot.
Yeah, they probably.
Houston are pretty decent though, and their quarterback has been there.
If they got a black QB, they ain't going nowhere.
I like that Chiefs. I like that Chiefs and Bears though.
I think the Rams are probably going to win it. Did you?
So you know, oh my God. So the company Narrative Science. So they're funded by This is all public information. They're funded by InQtel. So this is a company that writes all these news stories with AI, right? They're funded by InQtel. And then they're partnered with the World Economic Forum's technology pioneers. In 2017, Fortune listed Narrative Science as one of the 50 companies leading the artificial intelligence revolution.
Wow. Do you know? I forgot to mention this as well. Can I? So you know AI, and then LeBron was at Crypto Arena, and the connection with AI and crypto. It's just hit me now. One of Philadelphia's greatest ever players is Allen Iverson, AI, and his birth is 6'7". Like ours, Philadelphia was the 6th of the 7 churches.
You know, so crazy. We think about Julius Erving. I didn't even think about Allen Iverson. They could knock his ass off too.
They called him AI, which is crazy.
And that'd be crazy, knocking AI off. Damn,
that would be crazy.
How old is he right now? How old is he?
I think you were born in. I think it's 51. But you're gonna laugh at this last comment. I promise you. He's got kids. One of his kids is called Isaiah, and one of his kids is called Messiah. And Isaiah prophesies the Messiah in the Bible. That's pretty interesting. You might think it's bullshit, but that's the name of his kids, Isaiah and Messiah. And Isaiah did prophesy the birth of the Messiah. So that's interesting to me.
Allen Iverson.
Yeah, you can.
So his birthday 7/6. What you said?
7/6. I think it's June the 7th. And Kobe died on 67, dating him, or 126, 620, 67. 67. Kobe, LeBron kept saying, I want to sacrifice. Sacrifice 67, human sacrifice 67, all of that. And by the way, you know Spain, we were talking about the World Cup. They've won 2 World Cup finals. The first World Cup final, number 6, Iniesta got the winner, and the second one, number 7, Torres got it, like 6-7.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Iverson's somebody at a code after that. Zach will probably have tons of stuff on him because he was such a big player. He was so good.
Well, they kind of shamed Iverson too in his career. They didn't seem like they liked to publicly shame him and stuff like that.
Yeah, they changed the rules because of him too.
He was so good. He should have been like a superstar, but they limited him. And he retired really early, didn't he? Said he lost passion for the game.
Well, yeah, that's because he was probably way better than everyone, but he only had to stick to the script, you know?
Hang on, yeah. Basically, they made him a backup. When he was better than everybody, they made him a backup. That would make me want to walk away. Imagine being better than everybody and you're on the bench. I'd be like, fuck this. I'm sorry for swearing. I'm done. Putting me on the bench, I would have an attitude if I knew how good I was. But yeah, he probably didn't play along. You know, we talk about rituals. I think there's a limit. Some of them just disappear, don't they? They're unbelievable and then they're gone. It's like,
well, they never really disappear. I mean, the Big Brother's always watching them.
No, my point is they don't become stupid. Like they come on the scene and they're unbelievable. This is in soccer, right? And then like they disappear in regards to they're not famous anymore. So they come on the scene. They're like, wow, who's this kid? He's amazing. And then 2 years later, they're playing like non-league.
Yeah,
like what happened?
Happens all the time. Happens all the time.
Attitude. Oh, it's his attitude. I don't think it is. I think they didn't want to play along. Not their ability. I think they just didn't want to play.
You know who that remind me of? Ben Simmons.
Well, yeah, exactly. Simmons, so good, and then they made him a laughing stock, so he probably didn't want to play along.
Well, he sacrificed his brother. Don't forget, the night Ben Simmons got drafted, his brother, you know, was crossing the street at 3:30 in the morning and a black SUV hit him.
So, okay, let me ask you this. Do you think Ben Simmons knew his brother was going to die for his NBA career?
Maybe.
He did die for his NBA career. What do you mean?
But do you
that
think
was his career.
Do you think he knew that?
It's possible though. It's possible that somebody else could set it up though, because you know once you get in business or once you're doing anything, they place people around you, bro. So they know all your movements, they know your people, they know where you're going.
They say like I used to live in LA. My next door neighbor was Blake Griffin, and he was legit. I played basketball with him. He was such a nice guy, and now he's like in Hollywood and all of that. But he talked briefly to me about the contracts. He said they're never ending. Like we got pretty close. So I don't think they fully read the contract that might say this is going to happen or we can do this to you. Which they're so excited to sign the contract, aren't they? It's like sign here, sign. I don't even think they read it. Especially the ones that are coming through college and they've come through like
No, now you're talking like the games are real. The games aren't that real.
Hold on, you realize
1,000% not real.
You realize the common theme of nepotism lately, and that makes more sense. That now that they're using more kids that are like have parents that played in the league because they groomed.
They're groomed for it, yeah, and they probably do the sacrifices and stuff. And
so real kids don't really make it anymore. You know, it's been so much time that 99.9% of them are already in the know about it. The contract is not a surprise to them because they were born and bred to be. You know, they don't really need too many real people out there. You know, a couple bodies to fill in here and there. Yeah, it might be a really athletic guy that makes it, but 99.9%, bro, they already got who they need, and it's a tight knit club. And
I agree with that. Let me ask you this. Let me just say this: why Michael Jordan? Why is he the GOAT? What did he do differently to every other NBA player that's played in its history?
Well, they were probably trying to summon some demon, and no one could summon it for like 3 years, and then Michael Jordan said, and then the demon got summoned, and then they were like, Michael Jordan is the fucking guy now. Like
Michael Jordan couldn't get in his high school team, and then
that's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's probably a lie. His high school was probably all made up of a bunch of who's that went there.
He's come out and said it. The interview's online if you want to look at it. He's lying on it.
Yeah, because he'd tell you the truth. It's just more mockery, bro. How did a guy that was unathletic couldn't make a high school team all of a sudden the best guy in the league?
It almost comes in. Well, he went to 6 NBA finals and he won 6 and 6 MVPs with Chicago Bulls that were founded in '66, the same year the Church of Satan was founded. And then he's in a movie called Space Jam, where the players get possessed. They flip the script on it. Basically, the little
it's magic. They're using magic.
Yeah, but the little demons in that movie, they actually take the ability of the human, but I think it's the actual other way around. I think that the humans are taking the ability of the demon. Do you understand? I think
of course they do. Of course, it goes both ways.
So that movie, LeBron's in a Space Jam as well. It basically implies that these demons possess the human, but I think it's the human being possessed by the demon. So with Michael Jordan, was he fully in control of what he was doing on that court? Well, I guess we'll never know. I don't think so.
Yeah, because here's my take on it. You don't need like a bunch of demon possessed souls out there running around. There probably is a couple, don't get me wrong, but it's not hard to script a game. Like if you're not trying to rebound it, you won't rebound it. Like if you're trying to give up a steal, you'll fuck up and dribble off your foot and give up a steal. Like they practice that, so it's not hard.
But like the signs is there. Not to cut you off, bro. It's like, first of all, we got players already going to jail for rigging the game for themselves. So that's probably
that's all fake. They're not really getting locked up either.
But just look how they virtue signaling. They're showing you, like, look, they showing you that it's rigged though. So they not even denying. They showing you like, we got players calling their friends saying, yeah, make this bet, do this, do that. I'm gonna fake an injury. Probably because even like how you saying, like, players are losing the passion. So it's probably even players that know the script and they probably, you know what, fuck it, these niggas making money, I'm gonna make me some money too.
Well, here, I'm glad you said that. Anybody out there, look up Terry Rozier. The back of his head, Terry Rozier tattoo. He's branded, bro. Terry Rozier, the back of his head. Look up his tattoo. Anybody with a Google. I'm gonna look it up right now because I forget the numbers. Let me see.
You got to remember as well that most games of sports are games of possession.
317. Terry Rozier has a 317 tattooed on the back of his head. Like, these guys are branded. They're gonna tell you, oh, that's my birthday or whatever it is. But bro,
but that 317 is the 66 prime. The first NBA game was played on 6-6.
Come on, man.
66. Book of Revelation, 66 book. That 317 is the 66 prime. It's a big number. That number, man.
Yeah, and he took the fall for the gambling thing, this and that. It's all ritualistic, man.
The Patriots just dropped to 6-6 in Super Bowls as well, didn't they? They just dropped to 6. That Michael Jordan's height, 6'6", same as Kobe. I don't know if they're making up the height and everything, or if it's just. I don't know. I think the players know that it's not real, but I don't think they're in control of what they do on the court.
I don't think they care either, bro. You gotta think, a lot of people coming from impoverished situations. I think that's why they like using a lot of black athletes, because they come from more impoverished situations. So if I'm coming from nothing and you give me millions, I'm damn near. Most people don't have that moral code in them. You get what I'm saying? So most people like, fuck it, I'll do whatever. Shit.
It's your dream as well. For a lot of them, it is their dream. So it's like what you're willing to sacrifice, what you're willing to do to get to the top. And I think once you're in it, it's very hard to get out of it. Almost like being a crack addict. Once you get into like the NBA and you're in that club, there's levels just like Freemasonry that you need to be aware as well. Like LeBron's not at the same level as a Lakers player that's on the bench, that's just being drafted. There's levels to it. And what if it's this, right? So you know Grady. Grady was the 199th pick. He was drafted round 6, right? He was unathletic. And he won 7 Super Bowls. He went to 10. Yeah, he's got more Super Bowls than any franchise.
Another thing I want to bring up. Do y'all see the mockery lately? How they keep cross-referencing all the sports with WWE?
Yeah, exactly. They said that Danhausen cursed Cleveland and things. That's why the Knicks won. They're saying, oh, the Knicks only won because of Danhausen, who's an actual demon in wrestling. That's his character. He plays the role of a demon. So yeah, they want us to know now. Whoever it is, God, the devil, Freemasons, secret societies, they want us to know it's not real. Like just the way WWE, everybody thought it was real until they told you it's sports entertainment. And the NFL is legally, you know that, don't you? The NFL is legally sports entertainment. Legally.
Right.
So they're not hiding it. They always say, thank you for watching this NFL production.
Broadcast. They say that all the time.
Well, they're casting spells. They're broadcasting. Actors have a cast. Yeah, it's witchcraft. Whether that's biblical or not, it's witchcraft. They're using less magic.
Don't forget the David Blaine commercial from about 20 years ago. Like, what the fuck?
How many times do they call Steph Curry a magician?
Come on, man.
Every time he plays, they call him a magician.
Steph Curry and LeBron being born in the same hospital? Come on, man.
How is that possible?
Come on, man. And Nate Thurman? Come on, man.
And then they kept meeting in the NBA Finals with the Warriors in Cleveland. And then Steph's brother's in the NBA. His dad was in the NBA. And like what I was saying about LeBron's highest scoring game, 61 points. So he will connect to Super Bowl 61. He has to. For that 61.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, he has to. He has to connect to it in some way. He's got the same birthday as Tiger Woods, hasn't he?
Well, he's going to Philadelphia. Philadelphia, a good team, so.
I just don't think they'll win it. I don't think they'll get
Yeah,
there. Looking at the odds, it's the Thunder or the Spurs. The 76ers are 9-1. The Spurs and the Thunder are both 270. They're the favorites. I think if anyone, I haven't even coded it. I think it's going to be the Spurs. I think
the Thunder just got weaker. They've been trading a few players and shit. That's probably by design, but yeah, I feel like the Spurs got a better narrative probably to get back. But who knows?
Think the Spurs, yeah. I don't think the Thunder. I think they're done now. I think they had a moment with SGA and
exactly.
And all that, so I think the Spurs. That's what I said about the Knicks beating them. All the commentators have to say, even without numbers, is the Spurs are young, they're inexperienced, they're going to come back stronger. And it's exactly what they said, isn't it? Because they kept blowing like 10-point, 15-point leads, which should never happen. And that's what happened. They're going to learn from this, and you'll see them next year, and it'll be like, look, they didn't give up a lead in this one. That's what's psychology as well to this. It's not just numbers.
Exactly. But Wemby knew he was going to lose, bro. Even if you look at the last game, he scored exactly 19 points. How they had the whole 19 ritual with the World Cup. This shit all tied in together, bro.
Well, don't forget that's Willis Reed's jersey number. Again, they got him the year that they did horrible, and the day Willis Reed died, the Spurs fell to 19-53, and then they did the thing with Alden Smith, you know.
And that's the year Elizabeth was coronated, 1953. They still do a lot of stuff with the royal family. That's the 62nd triangular number, and I see 62 all over the place. I think there was another massive 62. I think Argentina stayed on 6 wins and 2 draws against Spain. It's a big number, that 62, especially with the Queen, which you know all of that.
So, Adam, since you're here again, because this has been your talking point for a while now, it's not the Jesuits. That'll come out of your mouth. It's not the Jesuits. It's not the Catholic Church. That's what you'll say.
It is, but it isn't. It is, but it isn't. So, for example, I personally think like these players, for me, are under demonic possession. So it is the players, but it's not really them. I think that's the case with the Jesuits and the Catholic Church, and that's my take. I know some of you can. It's absolutely fine. So where you're coming from, I get it. All the numbers align with everything that you say and that you've written about and that you've talked about. But I think it's above man. I think that's maybe perhaps our biggest difference, that it's above man. These numbers are above man. Man's aware of them. They're aware of the symbols. They're aware of the scripture to a degree at the highest level. They do know the Bible, for example. But I'm not going against what you're saying and like your 201s and how significant they are. That number's everywhere. I think it's Revelation 21 is the biggest reason we see the 201s. Personally, you probably know what it is. But it's like the key of the bottomless pit. So 201 is, like it says, and I saw an angel come down from heaven having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. So the 201 is when first day in office of the president in it. Maradona was born 20 years, 1 week after Pele. Pele was born a span of 200 weeks after Pope Francis. Pele died 1229, 201st prime. Messi was in room 201 in Qatar when he won the World Cup. Francis resided in that suite 201. So Brady threw 201 yards in his last Super Bowl. So there's all these 201s, and you've probably got 1,000 more. Event 201. There's just all sorts of stuff. So World Trade Center building went from 2 to 0 to 1. I'm probably saying stuff you already know. The moon landing 201st day of the year. So my thing is, for these people, I think the 201 is the verse I read. I would love to ask you, what do you think the 201 represents to them? Why do they use it? Like what?
Well, I mean, we've known that for years. I mean,
I'd love to know, bro. I'd love to know.
Yeah, in Hebrew, it represents illumination. I mean, that's why they code it in the Illuminati and everything. So, I mean, it's pretty easy to understand.
Do you think the illumination is just the knowledge? Is that the illuminated, the knowledge?
I really can't find out why would God or Satan or any of these people care about these stupid numbers, these stupid sports, these stupid rituals. This stuff's just so inconsequential and stupid. Like demons, all they have to do all day is possess a player to catch the ball. Like, it just sounds ridiculous, you know? I mean, Zach, what do you think about that?
I mean, hold on, wait, real quick, Zach. You don't need a demon to possess a player when he's under contract. He's getting paid millions of dollars to sit up lovely above all the other peasants in the world.
You know, the Bible says, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world but to lose his own soul? And we call these people sellouts and all of that, and that's why they sell out stadiums and things like that. I don't necessarily believe they're actively going, okay, where's the contract? I want to go to hell so I can get a 4-year deal in the NBA. I think the devil is aware of their heart and he uses them. He knows these people want fame and fortune and wealth, and he knows their heart, and he uses them and he manipulates them, and then he uses them as puppets. That's my take. They're not necessarily saying, "Oh, I love you, Lucifer." I think LeBron is. I think MJ did. But I think a lot of them, there's a lot there that have crazy ability. And then the devil knows he knows like these people want to be superstars. They're going to do anything like that movie Him. Like, okay, let me tell you that you've seen the movie Him, yeah, Zach?
Yeah, that's why they just used, not to mention Big Fat 201 in that movie and everything else.
Yeah, no, exactly. There was. But when the main guy went in there, did he know what he was getting involved in? Or did he just want to be a superstar? Did he know that he was going to go down the route of all that ritual?
But he was chosen.
He was absolutely chosen. But when he went there to that training camp, did he know that he'd have to go through everything he went through? Or was it that slow, okay, you've proven yourself here, brother. Now can you do this? You want to be the best? Yeah, I want to be the best. You want to be the best? Right. And it was kind of like, and then now it's the next level. It's deep into it. And it's like, what? Okay, so you've gone through all that for nothing. Okay, what do I have to do? I think that's what goes on. I don't think they're just like, okay, let me sign my soul away to the devil. You can't sell your soul. It belongs to God biblically. It's not your soul. You don't own it. So that's my take on it. That then, like, you see them put up the symbols and stuff like that. Some of them are clearly honoring somebody. Maybe it's the secret societies, maybe it's the devil, maybe it's fallen angels, always pointing the fingers up. They're always doing all of that. I'm questioning, like, is it the moon? People say it's the moon and the stars that they're honoring. I don't think it's just. I think it's more than physical, and I think it's more than flesh. I think it's a combination. So I think all the stuff you talk about with the Jesuits is right, but I think there's a spiritual element to it that we need to explore more. Maybe we could help each other, maybe not. I think it's a combination of flesh, blood.
But again, Adam, the point is, all that stuff nobody can prove. It's beyond man. And
Yeah,
that's why
what you
people sit
do, you
around and
can
argue
prove.
about it all the time. It's really not helpful. It's just a waste of time is really all it is if you ultimately look at it. It's a waste of time. That's why there's over 5,000 different religious texts. Everyone's fighting over religion. Again, what we can prove every day is all of this stuff is synced with the Superior General and the Pope, and the Catholic Church is responsible for the language and the calendar. And you look at all these people in pro sports, about at least half of them went to Catholic or Jesuit high schools, like all the main people involved today. Again, all roads are leading to Rome, and there are men that are responsible for this rigging. They have their fingerprints all over the biggest scam we've seen in our lifetime, Event 201 and Cooties 19. That's the same signature on 9/11. And then, Adam, I see you over there. You're almost a crusader against Muslims now. You've almost fallen in line with another agenda. You're over there sitting there talking about how wicked Islam is. Hold on. You're over there on your channel talking about how wicked Islam is, just like the Catholic Church would want you to do. Again, you don't see none of this stuff in the world's being orchestrated by Muslims. They're not behind all this evil. It's the church, and it's the Society of Jesus, who also changed the name. Again, if you're sitting there using the name Jesus, you're using the false name that they've changed and transformed through this
Fact.
they have behind the language. So you're sitting over there doing everything they want to do. And then, Adam, I do see you in your own words. You say Zach is wrong. It is not the Jesuits in the church. You'll say that on your own channel. You say it quite often. I tune in and I listen because I'm always working, so I listen to what other people say in the background. You say this quite a bit. You say, I'm wrong, and it's not that. You say it's Satan. And it's like, see, now we're talking about something that we can't exactly prove. I wouldn't deny that they're serving some kind of evil spiritual entity, and Satan's not the only name for it, but no doubt that it is what they're doing. But it's still man that is doing this and needs to be held accountable. By the way, I got to point something else out, you guys. I just started looking. We got the 107th NFL season upcoming. The 107th game of the year, I just counted, is going to be Monday Night Football, the night before Philadelphia's birthday in Philly. Who's Philly playing, you guys, for the 107th game of the 107th season? Take a guess.
LA.
Who's LeBron's favorite team?
Cowboys.
The 214 area code with the Super Bowl upcoming on Valentine's Day. So circle that game, you guys. That game is going to be a big clue for what they're doing. Because, again, Philadelphia 61. That's a big clue right there. Eagles hosting the night before Philly's birthday versus LeBron's team. They got the Philly as a 3-point favorite right now with the over-under at 48.5. Of course, MNF is 48 and Dallas is 49, as is Eagles 49. I'm guessing it's going to be a 49-point game. I'm going to guess 49 points tonight because that whole 77 thing. The Pope graduated from Villanova in 77, 49 years ago. LeBron goes to Philly on 77, date numerology. But that game right there, and you know what's amazing? The game before that, Sunday Night Football. Guess who's hosting the 106th game of the season?
The winners?
The Seahawks are hosting the Chiefs. How about that? Yeah, the winners of the 106th season. So there's going to be some clues.
Brother,
Sunday night and Monday Night Football.
Could you give me some 107s? I've got a list of them. You might have more. So,
well,
Prince Philip was buried the 107th day of the year, exactly 107 weeks before Charles was coronated. Brady went to 10 Super Bowls, he won 7.
And King Charles was 107.
Yeah, and Israel was attacked on 10-7. The Beast of Revelation has 10 on, 7 heads. That World Cup final was 1-0, and the winning goal was number 7. Hitler's father was born 107 years before D-Day. The recent Nobel Peace Prize winner was on 10-7. So
well, do all the stuff with the World Cup. There was a lot of 107 with the World Cup. George Bush equals 107. Team USA plays their first game on George H.W. Bush's birthday, plays their last on George W. Bush's birthday. They fall to 1-0-7 versus Belgium in Seattle, which equals 107. I got to go back. I know there was more 107s with the World Cup, but it was all synced with the upcoming 107th season.
There's so many. It's like it's the 28th prime minute, and Messi, number 10, scored 7 goals in the World Cup in Qatar, which lasted 28 days, which he won. So the 107, the 28-7. Why is 28 a perfect number, brother? Why? It just tells me perfect number. What makes it perfect? The 7 times 4. Why is 28 a perfect number according to...
You don't know how perfect numbers work?
No, I don't.
The first two numbers are perfect numbers are 6 and 28, and then it's 496, and that's a really big number. They're the numbers that the divisors of the number add to the number. So the divisors of 6 are 1, 2, and 3. 1 plus 2 plus 3 is 6. The divisors of 28 are 1, 2, 4, 7, 14. So they add up to 28.
Yeah. And 628, that's Elon Musk's birthday, I think.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know. I see it say perfect number, but I never...
Hold on. This Monday Night Football game, you guys, it's 94 days after today, like a basketball court is 94 feet long. And I know in 94, the Cowboys played the Bills in the Super Bowl. So, yeah, just remember, you guys, circle these dates for trying to figure out futures. Circle Sunday, October 25th for that Sunday Night Football game, and Monday, October 26th. I'm convinced there's going to be a big clue for Super Bowl 61.
And didn't USA host the World Cup in 94?
Yeah. And you just saw the Knicks. Again, the Knicks just won their last game with 94 points. And then Clive Davis died on June 22nd at 94. And the Knicks had won 226 postseason games, winning the finals. And, 94 is when the Knicks faced Houston. Like, Whitney Houston's connected to Clive Davis. So, yeah, it was one big sick ritual.
And Rodri is Spain's captain, and his birthday is 22-6, like 226.
Patrick Mahomes equals 226, just for the record.
So. This is great. So Rodri has the same birthday as Mikel Moreno, who scored a lot of important goals in the World Cup for Spain. He knocked out Portugal, for example, and Ronaldo. And Rodri and Mikel Moreno's birthdays were exact same date as Diego Jota's wedding, who died in Spain. And then the 226 connects to the 1993 World Trade Center bombings. So the 226 was big, like you said with the Knicks, with the 226 playoff win. That number's very big right now, the 226. I don't know if there's any other connections to it. But,
yeah, I always connect in Jewish gematria. The word planet is 226, and then it has the relationship with 93, Saturn connection, like you said, the World Trade Center bombing 226.
Rowley, isn't it? Have you done much study on that? I'm sure you know everything about the guy, but 93 in Selena is...
Hold on. I'm really focused on this. I thought so. You guys, the type of helicopter that Kobe Bryant was supposedly in, a Sikorsky. I thought so. The guy who created that brand of helicopter, he died on October 26th. That is the day of that Monday Night Football game between LeBron's favorite team in Philadelphia. It's the death anniversary of that man. It'll be the 54th death anniversary, like Kobe B. Bryant. Come on, man. Yeah, this game's a major ritual right here. Cowboys, Eagles. Let me see something.
Oh, wow. Bro, it's going to be their 135th game against each other.
I was about to look up what the history is.
Kobe Bryant 135. He won 135 playoff games. He got inducted in the NBA Hall of Fame, 135th day of the year. It has to be about him. Cowboys have 75 wins. Kobe equals 75. Eagles get 60th win. He got 60 points in his last ever game. It could just be that. Trump won the 60th election on 60 date anymore.
Well, if the Cowboys lose that game, their regular season record is going to be 72-59. That Sikorsky guy died in 72, and Black Mamba equals 59, just like Calabasas where he died, and we all know the Eagles won Super Bowl 59.
And Eagles have 59 losses against Dallas.
Yeah, so that was just their regular season record.
That's all time, I think, the 59 losses.
Yeah, 75 and 50. Oh, well, now that's interesting. Yeah, when you look in the postseason, it complicates things because now you can do the 76-59 thing.
But have you noticed they played 134 games and that's when he retired?
And that probably goes with the Tony Romo thing today. Tony Romo's Mr. 135.
But they've played 134 games all time and he retired on 13-4 and he got 60 points. So they can go from 134 games all time played, and then they get that 60th win, which is how many points he got on that day.
Jordan retired his last game in Philly on April 16th, the 106th day of the year, and now the 106th NFL season.
Wait, say that again, Zach. With Jordan. When did he play his last game?
April 16th versus Philly.
Well, that's the same date Tom Brady was drafted on Bill Belichick's birthday.
Yeah, Belichick born that day in 52, right?
So what's going on with that 16 square root is 4? What's going on with that? There was a big 16 riddle in that whole World Cup with number 16 lifting the trophy 16 years after the last one.
Well, everything about football this year has been about Joe Montana, 19 and 16. It all started with Indiana, the 19th state, 16 and 0.
The World Cup began on his birthday, I think.
Argentina played the 19th game on the 16th. Obviously, Spain won their first one in 16 years. The only other one they won was the 19th. So. And the World Cup started on Joe Montana's birthday, who again played in college at Indiana, who won the first football championship this year. So
there's a definite overlap with these sports. There's no doubt about it. There was the other NFL connection with it.
Again, yours truly has been proving that for 13 years straight that it's all.
I know. I was saying that. You have.
Well.
You have.
Adam, I mean, you're saying different things on here. You always shout out people who don't know how to be Adam, come on. You tell the world that the best decoder is a guy who makes nothing but false predictions, is wrong about everything, says he thinks the energy of solar eclipses is causing the script, just talks nothing but nonsense. The stuff that comes out of your mouth is that's the guy who's doing the best decoding. That's why that's who you follow. Adam, you don't be fake, man. I'm not a fake person.
No. You have
Adam. You always say the best decoder is the guy who thinks that solar eclipses are causing the script. Somebody who I'd say is probably a lunatic.
Cody?
Of course, that's who I'm talking about. He's a nutcase. I'm sorry if you're saying that you think the energy of lunar eclipses is creating the script, you're insane.
No, that's not the only thing I like. So I'm talking about revealing all the thoughts that connect. So as coders, we all have different gifts, right? I think you've been the best at revealing all the thoughts are connected. That's what I'm saying. Cody doesn't do that.
Again, let's be honest about things. I'm the one who revealed how all of this works, aren't I? I'm the one who figured it out and taught you guys all about it. And then you got people like Cody and yourself that are, blaming things on fairy tales and superstition that's not provable. And
we still make
it's quite problematic. To me, it almost looks like everything got co-opted. We're here exposing exactly what's going on. Now we got this new clique of decoders that are, maybe it's actually the energy of a solar eclipse. Maybe it's demons.
You know I'm good with these numbers, bro. You know that. You respect that about me. You might not like me. You might not like me.
But Adam, the thing is, when you come in, you start saying, oh, no, it's not the Jesuits, it's not the Catholics, which you do say. I know you're not saying that now that you're on my stream, but when you say it on your stream, which is what you do say, it's a problem.
I believe it's above man. So I don't mean that they have no influence and no say. I'm saying it's above them. It's not just them. That's my point. Maybe my words get taken out of context. Maybe I'm a bit rash with it. I don't think they're the number one element behind this. I think there's spiritual wickedness above them. But I don't disregard them. I use their numbers, which I learned from yours truly. Yeah, absolutely. But it's above them for me. I don't disregard your work. I always tell people about your level of work, but when I say I don't really watch your stuff because I'm more biblical, you disagree. So the way you look at my work and go, it's bullshit, it's hard for me to just talk about who's winning Super Bowl 61 for a whole stream. I could do it, I can do it, but I don't find it fulfilling.
Well, I mean, you'll spend 20 minutes talking about yourself, right? I mean, that's
I was really
typical
bad at
Adam
that,
stream.
bro. I was really bad at that. I was the most egotistical guy there
Well,
was.
that's still how your stream is. The last one I turned into, I had to turn off after 20 minutes. You were talking about yourself.
It'll still occasionally pop out, but I've definitely become far more humble, bro. Like none of us are perfect at this. We do our roles. We have our platforms. You've helped a lot of people. Absolutely. But you've got to also understand that once you've helped them, they then still have to go out of the way. Like you didn't set up my channel, you didn't set up my website, you didn't write the books for me, but you inspired me, but you didn't do it. I still had to put in the work. I still stream 2 or 3 hours. I look into these sports. I have revealed hundreds and hundreds of futures, but I don't focus as much on that. So I will say this, at what you're doing, exposing the numbers and all of that, one of the best in the world. You brought it to the internet and all of that. You didn't create numbers, you didn't create numerology, you didn't create gematria, but you brought it to YouTube for people like us who are watching you. But
Well, and here's the other thing that people don't understand. The reason that any of you even found this work is because of how much effort was put in and all of the exact predictions in 2016. That's the reason you guys know about this, because of how far I took it in 2016 by hitting every single sports future and calling Prince's death. That's what finally got this out in the algorithm and made it reach people. It took a lot of work to get there. That's why when I see this group of like what I'll call the weirdo religious clique that all shout each other out, who are all the masters of false predictions and connecting this to everything but what matters. When I see them all just shouting each other out and never talking about the guy who they learned from, it's a major problem. Because see, the thing is, if you go tune into these people's channel and you're like, what the hell did he just say that the energy of solar eclipses is making happen? A sane person is going to hear that and be like, okay, who am I listening to here?
My good friend said coders are like artists. That's what he said. So you have certain art that you appeal to. People appreciate what I do, what you do, Cody does. Maybe there's a few other people that are doing this that have a platform. We have certain styles, we have certain ways of doing it. Like when you post predictions with me, you know, like I got every football thing. I got the Champions League, the Europa League, the World Cup, the Conference League, all right before the season, 10 months before on my site. It's not that we get false predictions. Cody's not even a predictor, really. He's revealed. He's not a one like, I think this leads to this. I think that means this team's going to win. He don't really do that. He don't really go down the occasionally he's done it. He's probably been wrong more than he's been right. He's got a few stuff right. He had the Netherlands for the World Cup, whatever. He still reveals good info. And yeah, he's big into the moon. I don't do the moon cycles and the astrology, but I'm not going to shit on him for doing it. So when it comes to
you shouldn't talk about the 19-year cycle of the moon. I mean, that's
massive
with these people.
Yeah, the tonic cycles, and I know the 19 hijackers, and I'm aware of these.
Look at Yamal and Messi. He turns 19 days before the World Cup championship when he got bait.
Tell you that Yamal won the World Cup 19 years, 7 days after he was born. On 19-7, as Messi stayed on 19 World Cup wins and got his 7th loss. That's significant. I will then bring in Revelation 19:7 to that, which you probably think has no relevance, but I'll bring that in. But that doesn't mean that I'm a whack job, because I know I'm gifted in numbers the way you are.
Well, Adam, recall one of the last time I was in your stream, you synced everything up with the verse in Revelation. I let you know in the comments that you had the wrong number, so how could it have even been about that verse? You know what I mean? That's why you gotta be careful with your connections, because that day you were like, see, it's all about this verse. And I said, well, wait a minute, you don't even have the right number, so how can it be all about that verse?
I think I think so much is being revealed to us, so much disclosure, that movie, which means revelation when you translate it. I think we're in revelation biblically is what I think. And that's, can you prove it? No, I can't. It's just what I believe. And You can say I'm wrong, but you also can't say I'm wrong because you don't
Adam,
know.
why, if God wrote books, why doesn't he publish a new spiritual
He
text
didn't write the
with
book.
clarity for
Men
the
wrote
people
the
of the
book.
times?
Men wrote the book through the Holy Spirit. He didn't write it.
How do you know they wrote them through the Holy Spirit?
Because
why would the Quran not be written through the Holy Spirit?
Because when you actually look at the Quran, it came 600 years after the Bible, and we're told that Muhammad perfectly preserved the Bible, and then the Quran goes against the scriptures. So
You know the Quran has 114 surahs, and then the Islamic kid at age 19 just won the World Cup 114 days after his first hat trick, which was on the day the war began.
Yeah.
Most
And
people would say
now,
Islam is winning right now. If you look at it as a holy war.
no, I
They'd
know,
say, well,
but they won't get the ultimate win. That's why I said Yamal's a Muslim. I said the New York Mayor's a Muslim. I said the current Ballon d'Or winner, who's the best footballer in the world, Usman Dembele.
And does it look like these rituals are spiritual and being orchestrated by something above, or does it look like secret societies, like how Mom Donnie at age 33 surprises everybody winning the primary on modern Freemasonry's birthday?
I think it's both. I think it's physical and spiritual. Remember the Bible says that if you receive like prophecy from any of the angels and God, or you receive it like in a cave, it's from the devil. And Muhammad got his prophecy from an angel in a cave with no witnesses. Literally.
So what about the prophecies that the people that wrote the Bible got? Where they got them at? Where they was at?
What's that?
Where were the people at that got the prophecies in the Bible? Where were they at?
Jerusalem. They walked amongst Christ. They witnessed his miracles. They witnessed his crucifixion, his resurrection.
Okay,
Nobody.
what about
his prophecy? Nobody but Muhammad. So trust in Muhammad's word. Jesus, Isaiah. I was saying this, Zach. We talked about AI. Okay, so I brought up Alan.
All right, Zach, you might gotta pack him up with the scene, bro. He chatting, bro. We don't want to hear the Jesus shit. I'm not here for
No,
the
I'm
Jesus
going back
talk,
to
bro.
Allen Iverson, bro. It's weird you're doing this because you're asking me a question. Allen Iverson has a kid called Isaiah and has a kid called Messiah. And
Most
Isaiah
kids have biblical names, bro.
Messiah. What do you think that is, Zach?
Well, where did Iverson go to school?
Well, I told you.
He went to Georgetown, so you know he's on these Jesuit puppet strings. His birthday's 7/6. They put him on the 76ers.
Okay, so why do you think he's come out of his way to call his kid Isaiah and Messiah?
Do you think he even named his kid? I don't even think they get the choice of who
I agree.
Where's the evidence these people are even naming their kids?
No, absolutely, but they're puppets. Lionel Messi, Leo means lion. L means God. Messi means messenger, Messiah. Cristiano Ronaldo, Cristiano means follower of Christ. Cristiano Ronaldo's parents are called Mary and Joseph. Something's not right, but it's all biblically themed. Can you agree with that? I believe the Bible's the living, breathing word of God.
Adam, wait before you found this work, I've been explaining. The first book I tried to write was called Revelation and the Birth of a Nation. It's not because I think we're living in Revelation. It's because I think they use Revelation as the playbook. Revelation's their playbook. They love to play from Revelation. And again, I mean, that's the thing about this religion too. It teaches people to just sit on their hands and wait for a savior and just believe and to expect destruction, And then they see all this crap playing out in the world and they say, see, the prophecies are being fulfilled. It looks like the plan of the psychopaths who are responsible for the publishing of that book is what's being achieved.
That's fair enough, brother, that you have that view. We can all have our view on the Bible, but we both agree. So if I incorporate the Bible into my codes, is that relevant? If their playbook is the Bible?
Well, I mean, I've been explaining why the verses in the Bible
Exactly.
are
So
what
for me, who
the
incorporates
rituals.
the Bible and the biblical verses, if their playbook's the Bible, am I not on the money by incorporating it? If their playbook's Revelation, am I not on the money revealing Revelation in their codes?
But talking about it as if prophecy is being fulfilled is where I would say that you're being misleading, because I don't think any prophecy is being fulfilled. I think the psychopaths are fulfilling their plan.
Okay, so the final verse of the Bible is Revelation 22:21.
I know it ends in the 22nd chapter.
Okay, and it says, "The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with you all, amen." That's the final verse, right? And 2221 is the 331st prime number. Well, if you go look from when, you can bring it up if you want, when Lakers and LeBron won the NBA Finals to the upcoming Super Bowl, which I believe is Super Bowl 61, and he got 61 points. You'll see it's exactly 331 weeks apart.
Okay, the 67th prime, like King equals 67.
Well, that's what I'm
like
saying. Allen Iverson was born 6'7". Kobe died
Right.
67. Dayton emoji. Philadelphia's the 6th of the 7 churches.
Isn't that how they script all this stuff throughout history?
Maybe. Look at the World Cup finals with Spain. They've been in 2.
Remember when LeBron signed with the Lakers, 2 UCLA players were dead within days, both connected to the number 67, like King is 67.
Which connects to sacrifice, which you've shown everybody. For me, it connects to Galatians 6:7. So I then bring in the scriptures to it. And I think I have every right to do it if their playbook is the Bible. Whether you believe I'm not a Christian predicting the end times and I want judgment and I hate Muslims or whatever you want to say. I love Muslims, I hate Islam. I love Catholics, I hate Catholicism. It's very different. I love gays, I don't love Pride Month. It's very different. I've grew up with Muslims. I taught for 2 years in an all-Muslim school, physical education. They're great. I believe they follow a false God. You think I follow a false God? It is what it is. We can't prove it. That's why it requires faith. But when I use the Bible, I won't call me a nut job, especially with my hit rate, which has been. I don't want to go there because it brings out this awful side of ego. I have proven myself for 7 years with hit rate. Undeniably. You know that. Maybe you don't, but you know, well, you don't know that. They'll know that, some of them. It's not my main focus now. So for me, if I believe, which I could be very wrong, that we're in the final days and people's eternal life is on the line, it's hard for me to focus on who wins a Super Bowl when I actually think people are going to die in their sin. I could be wrong. I might just die and turn to dust, or I might reincarnate. I don't know. But if I really believe that, doesn't that actually make my heart like on the right thing? Rather than telling somebody who's going to win a Super Bowl and they could win a bet and die the same day they win the bet? Because that's the reality they need to know. We can show them the world. You've shown everyone the world's coded. You taught me that. I didn't know any of this until I came across you. I was writing a book about numerology, which led me to symbolism, which led me to gematria.
Okay, Adam, just here's again, you talk a lot. The point is, we just had another major event in the world start, another needless war. Again, all of these major wars, Russia, Ukraine, Israel versus everybody, Iran, US, all of these wars have been perfectly coordinated by a very specific repetitive numerical code synced with the Pope and the Superior General. You're on your channel telling people that it's not the Jesuits and it's not the Catholic Church when it is, again, something that needs to be stopped. And right now you're trying to talk about what you're doing is you're creating static out there and giving some people doubt, like, oh, well, maybe Adam's right. Maybe it's not them. All the evidence points to these people are creating all the chaos in the world, rigging all the sports championships. Again, they're doing all of the things that are controlling the minds of the masses and having real impacts on actual human beings. This is what needs to be stopped. And then we got you saying what you're saying. We got Cody saying that he thinks it's the energy of eclipses that are causing these things to happen. The most batshit idea in the community. Again, why can't we just stick to facts? Why can't we just stick to... Here's a fact. King James was baptized Catholic. Yeah, King James was baptized Catholic. Doesn't King James equal 35 like Catholic? Isn't today 35 days after his birthday, the day in history became king? Isn't there a lot of patterns with this 35 and Catholic thing, including the 35th president supposedly getting shot in the head off I-35?
Yeah, Pope Leo's on 14-9, 35th prime.
Exactly, and on and on and on and on and on.
Christmas Day.
So, isn't it the Jesuits who tried to blow up King James? Didn't I tell people way before Trump went back into office that would happen, but also there'd be a lot of assassinations on the campaign trail because the election was on the anniversary of the Jesuits trying to kill King James when they've already connected Trump to King James, as we saw in 2016. So why are we trying to take away from this, which seems to be a very proven fact with a lot of history behind it? Why are we trying to denounce this and go to this world of,
I wouldn't say it's
it's actually just Satan. So all we can do is believe. See, now you're doing exactly what the controllers want. That's why they mass printed these books. So everyone, Adam, that's why they gave the world religion. So they'll fight with each other and sit back and wait for some fairy tale to come save them.
People are going to fight whatever, brother. People are going to fight whatever. Religion, the economy, the sexuality, the socioeconomic status. People are going to fight. It's in us to fight. We have a sinful nature. It's not just people fight because of religion. There's greed. There's pride. There's all sorts of reasons why people fight. I want to give you an example with the war. They're all coded, right? I'll tell you. So all the 68, every world war began on 68 dating emojis.
I revealed that to the world.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you.
But let me make a point here. I don't know if you know some of these and take them. But remember, you're brilliant, but you don't know everything.
Let's not forget the whole 68 thing is synced with Albert Pike's letter, which was published on the Jesuit order's birthday. The Second World War began 68 years after the publishing date.
That's what I'm saying. That's brilliant. Did you know Adolf Hitler died a span of exactly 68 months after World War II began? Did you know?
I actually didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, no, we were supposed to, did you know German Ale Ermeyer predicted there would be 3 world wars and he was born in 68?
Wait,
Just
who?
like Albert Pike predicted 3 world wars, so did Ale Ermeyer. His birth is 68.
Wait, who? I don't know. Who's this guy?
Do you want me to type it in the chat, his name?
Yeah, I do.
I'll type it in the chat. He predicted 3 world wars and he was
Before
born
or after Pike?
Let me show you. I'm not sure about it. It's a great question. But I know Pike did as well.
Pike is August 15th, 1871.
Yeah, and that's the 15-8 with like the Society of Jesus and all that number, as you know. But he basically, this German predicted 3 world wars. You might have to search deep for it, but I found it. He's a fortune teller, right? And his birth is 6/8. He was born 1894. And he died 26/7, like Pope Leo's the 267th Pope. But he predicted 3 world wars if you go deep.
Okay, so he was born after the Pike thing, so he
Yeah,
could
so
have
if you click on
possibly
his
had that
name,
information.
it'll say Ale Ermeyer's predictions about the 3rd World War. This is why I'm saying we can help each other. And then 68, you know this. Everything about 9/11 pretty much comes from you. The construction for the World Trade Center began in 68. Same year 911 became the emergency dialing code. Now, what I do, which might be a little bit different to you, I think all those war connections of Revelation 6:8. Could you bring it up, or shall I just read it? I think all the 68s for war.
Just for the record, it sounds like his prediction was that the 3rd World War will start in the Middle East.
Yeah, he said the Muslims and the Christians.
Because he was already born after World War I, so.
Well, he predicted the 3rd World War then. Let's say that. But he was born 6/8, right? And then you've got, like, you were talking about eclipses. It's funny how Spain Spain are the only nation to win a World Cup final on the day of an eclipse. And then Bonnie Tyler died total eclipse of the heart during the World Cup. And she was born 6/8. But if you go to Revelation 6:8, I believe all those 68s, why all the war connections are perfectly aligned to 68. Can you read it, or do you want me to read it?
I'm not going front, bro. You spitting, but you kind of regurgitating stuff we've been talking about for like months now, bro.
Well,
you've been hearing this for like months already.
Can you regurgitate Revelation 6:8 for me?
That's where it all comes from. But they'll behold a pale horse.
Well, yeah. And what does it say about war? Can you read it, bro? Please.
Yeah. No, I've made that point. I mean, if you just go back to when I revealed this about the World Wars of 68, I said it does go to that verse. Because, yeah, that horse has to do with war.
Yeah. So Revelation 6:8 is all about war. It's the 4 horsemen. All right. We know how big the number 4 is. It connects to death. Number 6. All your 16s are because of Revelation 16. If you look it up, 16 the square root is 4.
Exactly. You know something I thought about today? Not to cut this guy off, but you ever seen like any of the old war movies and you realize like how the generals will always be like on the battlefield but never die?
Sure.
No, that's a good point. But bro, number 16 lifted the World Cup exactly 4 weeks after Spain coach's birthday. A World Cup's every 4 years. Presidential election every 4 years. Olympic 4 years. The 4 connects to death.
13. Death and rebirth. Death and rebirth.
And the Revelation 6, yeah, but that's the Freemasons are obsessed with death and rebirth and all of that. But the Revelation 6:8 is all about death and war, and I think that's what Rodri. Okay, let me get Rodri, who won the Golden Ball, who lifted the World Cup trophy. He won the 68th edition of the Ballon d'Or, which I coded. Massive odds. He won the 68th edition. He won the Champions League with Manchester City. He scored in the 68th minute, and it was the 68th edition of the European Cup. And Guardiola, the coach, got his 337th Champions League point, the 68th prime. Rodri connects to 68. He connects to the 16 and the 4, which connects to death. That's why he's winning all these awards from like a defensive midfield role, which has never happened before. Why is Rodri keep winning it? He wasn't the best player. Buy a code. Buy a code. Not because he's the best player. And I said he's going to go to Real Madrid. He was born in Madrid, and I connected it all up to the Madrid bombing. He's just about to sign for Madrid. Oh, good win or losing. He signed for one of the biggest clubs in the world. It's not always about being right. It's about showing why. And Zach will back me up there. My mum predicted Spain would win the World Cup before it began. She can't kick a ball. So anyone can predict. When I used to gamble, I didn't gamble a lot as a young lad. I would gamble, if I gambled on 6 games, I'd get 5 right. No gematria, no codes. I'd always get one wrong, you'd lose. Like you always, I got screwed over by 1. But I didn't need any of this to win bets. But the revealing that I do and Zach does, and I think Cody does, he may disagree, I think there's a handful of people in the world that can reveal what we do at the level we do it. Anyone can predict who's going to win an NBA every now and again. Do you know, most of the time...
But what you predicting, though?
Most of the time,
Wait,
favorites
what
win.
you
Most of the time,
personally
favorites are
predict?
going to win.
What prophecies?
80%.
I don't know you, so I'm trying to just figure out what prophecies you predicted.
Me, I'm not a prophet. I just preach the gospel. I'm not called to prophesize.
But I heard you say like nobody can really do the code at your level and all that. But
well, when it comes to sport, I don't want to go down this because it turns Zach off, and I respect Zach in many ways. There's other ways I don't, and I think it goes vice versa. I think he likes me in certain ways, and other ways he wants to punch me in the face. And I get that. We're humans. We have disagreements. When it comes to the sports, I have predicted futures in every sport you can imagine. Today on my website, we've got all the 4 darts games, right? Like darts. Darts is coded. Yeah, you know darts where you have to get 60, 60, 60 to get a 180. All right, the darts that have the 1 and the 5 and the 20 at the top, like the 26. We know how big that is with the gematria and with the queen and things like that. So I've done it with all. I don't need to prove myself with sports now. I'm over it. I still do it, but my heart's not there. I don't want to be better than Zach or better than any of you. I'm done. And it's not because I can't do it, because I've done it. I got all the football futures right this year, but I'm not going to proclaim it and try and get new members and all of that. I believe that we're in the final days. You guys don't. Some of you do. I can't force you to believe. When I spoke to Zach at the beginning, I never believed in Jesus. I was an atheist. I didn't believe anything. I didn't believe in a higher power. I didn't believe in any spiritual wickedness. I didn't trust in the Bible. I thought it was bullshit. I felt sorry for Christians. I thought they had no friends. And people just come to Christ because they're desperate. I live in a beautiful part of the world. I'm comfortable financially. I'm healthy. I've got lots of friends. I'm not desperate. I go to Bible study. I don't have to go to that and drive 40 minutes. It's just where I'm at. It's my journey. And I don't think you should shit on my journey because I'm a Christian when I can code as well as anybody. I think I can. Whether I'm a Christian, Muslim, atheist. And Zach's an unbelievable coder. When it comes to his faith in Christianity, I disagree with him. The way he talks about Christianity, it bothers me. And that's why I don't listen. But if I just heard him break down numbers, is there anyone better over the longevity of him? No. But do I want to just sit and hear people talk about who's going to win the Super Bowl? I'm not interested. But I'll still code it. I'll look into it. It's fascinating. But I can't sit in a 3-hour stream hearing him talk about...
Adam, you know that the World Cup was... Adam, you know the World Cup was a total tribute to 9/11, right?
Well, I called it before the World Cup, though.
You called what?
On my website, Spain will win the World Cup in a 9/11 result. It's on my website.
Okay, we put out Argentina and Spain nearly a year before.
You did. I call it. People always tell me what you're doing, right?
But again, do you know so you know all the 9/11 elements and why you know about the Madrid train crash, or not Madrid, but you know the Spain train crash and how all these things fit together?
And you give me yours, or the other way around?
Well, again, real don't know. I mean, they're always paying tribute to history with all these rig sports. Again, Messi comes into the World Cup with 911 goals.
Yep, then loses in New York.
A 19-year-old Muslim kid, like 19 hijackers. The first act of terrorism in the world after 9/11 was the Madrid train bombings. Yep. And there were 911 days between the Madrid thing. It was 912 days later, but that's 911 days in between. And they have this whole train... Again, did you see what Jimmy Fallon did right before the World Cup?
Yeah, well, no, I saw him calling out the numbers and that. I don't know what he did.
But he showed the numbers 1 and 18, how it equals 19. But that's the day that the train crash happened in Spain at the start of the year. And from the train crash to Spain clinching to go to the championships, 177 days. Just like how Jimmy Fallon did his joke on...
But number 17 assisted number 7 for the winning goal.
And it doesn't 7 score the winning goal in the game, the world's game, the book? Yeah.
7 gets the winning goal, but in the World Cup final, number 17 headed it back to number 7.
Right. For another 177, Jimmy Fallon did his joke with 118 on 17-7. And Jimmy Fallon's birthday is the day the Him movie came out about sacrifices for these championships or for these leagues.
But
so I mean, they're putting all this stuff in your face,
and the Madrid bombings,
But Adam,
sorry.
so
Oh, yeah.
what? You don't think it's man that's doing this mockery to us when you got Jimmy Fallon doing that 2 nights before the championship?
If I
Jimmy
respond
Fallon,
to
a
this,
Catholic?
If I respond to this, I think you'll laugh at me, and I don't want to. We're having a pretty good conversation. I think there's fallen angels that live on earth. They were cast out of heaven to earth. I think he could be one. Legit, I think Messi could be one. I think they're fallen. I think, remember the Bible, you had the angels who had sex with women and created the Nephilim. I believe that they are still walking the earth, and I believe that they are the ones who are demanding worship as A-list celebrities, getting their little stars in Los Angeles. The angels came out like stars. That's my take. So I think people like him are like these eternal entities that cannot die and can play different roles. That's my take. I don't want to go down that. But
Well,
going back
just since you did bring that up, the day that Kobe's last birthday was the day Hollywood put out "Angel Has Fallen" before his helicopter crashed in the city of Angels.
Amazing. And how many of his statues does he have angel wings? So there's a lot of connections with the angel stuff. Robbie Williams did the halftime show. He got famous from really famous from his song "I'm Loving Angels" instead. But biblically, the angels were cast out of heaven to earth. This is I know you may not be, but for me, that's true. So they're roaming the earth, and what did they want in heaven? They wanted to be worshipped. So whilst they're here on earth, they're going to put themselves in positions to be worshipped. Hollywood, pro sports, politics. And I believe they all align, and I believe they have. Remember the World Cup song? Do you know what the anthem was called? DNA, which comes back to when the angels had sex with women and changed the DNA, which led to the flood. Right? So going back to Spain, the Madrid bombing for 3:11, and you know 3:11 p.m. is the 911th minute of the day. Did you know that?
It was when?
The Madrid bombing was 3:11, like COVID. Yeah, March the 11th. Yeah, the date. It was 3/11/2004, the Madrid bombing.
Right. I know what day it was. You're saying at what minute though?
I'm saying that 3:11 p.m. is the 911th minute of the day.
You're saying that bombing happened at 3:11 p.m. as
No,
well?
I'm saying the date was March the 11th, right, of the bombing. Right. But when you go to a clock, 3:11 p.m., like in the afternoon, is the 911th.
Yeah, 15 times 60. 900 plus 11, I see.
And then 3:11, 3 times 11 is 33, and then you've got the 99, 9 times 11, and all of that. All of this connects. But Spain came into this World Cup 110 all-time points at the World Cup. World Trade Center, 110 floors. Now, it shocked the world. Remember when they drew with Cabo Verde and nobody knew why? And it was 0-0 with like a shocking team. So they went from 110 points to 111. 9/11, 111 days left in the year. They began their campaign on 15-6. 9/11, 156 prime. They won the Euro 2024. Do you know when their campaign began? 15-6. So their World Cup campaign began exactly 2 years after their Euro 2024 campaign, where they beat England. You know who got the winning goal? The guy who has the same birthday as the Queen. Do you know who scored the first goal? Williams. Williams going to replace the King. Right? All of this lines up. Cole Palmer scored for England. 73 minutes. King Charles was coronated on Cole Palmer's 21st birthday. 73, the 21st prime. The Queen died 73 years, got married at age 21. All of these connections. And then, I can give you a lot. I don't know if you know this. France, Spain semi-final. Spain's captain, Rodri, was born exactly 911 days before Kylian Mbappe. France's captain. And then the winning goal, who is it? Towers, number 7. Building 7 came down. All the 7s. And Argentina, did you see they dropped to 7-0-1? 126 prime for Kobe. They dropped to 7-0-1 at the World Cup. So when I do, and Spain was 7-1-0, like the beast of 7 horns and 10 heads and all the 7 10s we were talking about. So when I do this stuff, yeah, Spain's crest has a crown on it, and it has 2 towers on it. They have a royal family. I told you that Spain's flag is yellow and red, which makes orange. Trump's the orange man. Spain won the first World Cup final against the Netherlands, who were wearing orange. Iniesta scored number 6. Torres scored number 7. The 6-7 that went viral. I see, but I can do these numbers, and you've helped me more than anyone at the beginning. But I can do this, bro. I saw it. I saw Spain. We can't be perfect. I'm sure when you were coding Argentina, Spain, I haven't watched the stuff, so I'm not saying it's happened. But I'm pretty sure when England were winning, you were probably finding stuff for England, thinking, oh, you know what, maybe I've missed something. It's what we do as coders. But you were right. But I bet you were like, oh, well, actually, the more I look at
No,
it,
if you watch the stream, I stuck with,
I didn't
well,
watch
now they
it.
can come back and win 2-1, like I said, for the hand of God goal, so they can go to the championship with 19 goals for and 7
Absolutely, but-
against, just like the championship date, which is exactly what
Absolutely,
happened.
and you did at that. Did you have any doubt and thought about it, how that
Adam, here's one of my issues though, and why in my mind I'm skeptical of everything you're saying. We know after the 2020,
everything.
we know after the 2022 World Cup, you got it wrong.
I didn't.
You know,
I didn't. Can I explain?
I got to get him out of here, you guys. He did get it wrong.
Thank God, bro.
He's
God,
too annoying,
thank
you guys.
you, dude.
He said
Thank
that
you.
he said I was wrong about Argentina and France. It was too obvious. That's what he said, and then he wanted to act like he got it right afterwards. That's why when he's saying he's getting all this, I'm just like, I don't know if you are. I mean, I'm pretty sure he had England in this World Cup. That's why I heard him talking about with the guy who thought it was Netherlands. So yeah, no, he talks too much, and again, I mean, if you guys like listening to, let's put it on superstition rather than where all the facts add up. Be my guest. For the other people who came in the room, you guys got anything to say? Because you've been sitting quietly for a while.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, I just wanted to talk about LeBron and who I think is going to win the Super Bowl real quick.
Okay.
I seen something interesting. So it looks like they were doing. Oh, hey, Ruby. It looks like they were doing some type of tribute to the all-seeing eye. So today is the 205th day of the year, and it also happens to be 205 days before the Super Bowl or Super Bowl 61. All-seeing eye since the 205 and 61. But those first two values are 119 and 56. And I was thinking about, that there's a potential that the Bengals might end up winning the Super Bowl, being connected to Ohio. Because I noticed with Philadelphia, they have similar values. So you have Philadelphia that sums to 61, Philadelphia 76ers that sums to 156, and then the Philadelphia 76ers that sums to 107, right? So check this out, Zach. The Super Bowl this year will once again be in SoFi. The last time it was in SoFi was Super Bowl 56. Joe Burrow, lost that Super Bowl. And I believe you said something about that you could see him getting their first Super Bowl win because of remember they lost on the 13th and they became 0-3 in Super Bowl 56 and 3 sums of 56. So there's a chance that he can get their first win, right? So if you look back at that season, they were 10-7 in the regular season that year that they had won lost Super Bowl 56. That was February 13th, 2022. That was exactly 60 months and 1 day ago to Super Bowl 61. And then if you go ahead and add up all the Super Bowl appearances that the Bengals were in, you add Super Bowl 16 plus Super Bowl 23 plus Super Bowl 56, that gets you to 95. So if you add Super Bowl 61, if they make it to Super Bowl 61, that would be a 156, right? Like Cincinnati Bengals. And then what's interesting about that, Zach, it will be exactly 75 days before the Church of Satan's 61st birthday. And, once again, Cincinnati Bengals sums up 75 as well. So then I kept going and I was like, oh, well, this connects to Ohio because Ohio sums to 61 and 16. And how fitting, that the Bengals first Super Bowl was Super Bowl 16. And now they can make it to Super Bowl 61. And, he can go ahead and finally get their first win. And then if you just keep, looking like at everything involved, like it'll be 66 days since Joe Burrow's birthday on the day of the Super Bowl. Cincinnati sums to 66. There's a 17th state. Oh, and that's another big clue right there. So it's going to be their 59th overall season. And they will be 59 throughout this entire season. And the day of the Super Bowl will be 267 days since they turned 59. And, Pope Leo, he's the 267th Pope. Tiger, the word tiger sums to 59. Black Mamba sums to 59. So I was like, I wonder if there's like some correlation there with like Kobe. And then I was, thinking about the 75 days and, Kobe sums to 75. And like I said, it relates all to LeBron, the whole Ohio theme. But I thought that it was interesting they can get, the AFC's 28th Super Bowl win in the 107th season. And, the 107 is the 28th prime. I mean, there's a lot here to like about the Bengals. And also Joe Burrow will be 30 years old. And, Joe sums to 30. So it makes sense that they made it to the Super Bowl. They stay on 3 Super Bowl losses. They get that first win. And I like I said, I can't really tell you who they're going to play out of the NFC. My guess, I have two guesses. The other one would be the Cowboys, because they're actually on. If you add their Super Bowl losses, it sums to 28. So if they were to lose Super Bowl 61, it would put all their Super Bowl losses as 89. And Los Angeles, California is 89. Bengals sum to 24. 89 is the 24th prime. They would fall to what, I think 5-4, I believe. Yeah. So I mean, I like I said, I'm just guessing. I don't know as far as the NFC side, but I really like the Bengals for the AFC side.
Again, about the Bengals, they play that game in Spain 112 days after the World Cup championship, and World Cup equals 112 like Super Bowl. If they put up a Super Bowl number in that game, because I mean, the Bengals have been competitive. They just, Burrow got hurt last year, and they didn't have enough quite to get back. So
right.
Yeah, the World Cup did start on Joe Montana's birthday, and Joe Montana beat the Bengals 2 times in Super Bowls, and Joe Burrow's got the Joe Montana parallel. So I'd say they got a narrative. I'll wait to see what they do in that Spain game.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and you know, it was just like with the whole Church of Satan thing as well. You know, I like I said, his last appearance was the Super Bowl 56, and I also noticed that every time, well, not every time, but the last time we went to the Super Bowl, the season started 9-9, and you said this year is going to start on 9-9. And I noticed that they were founded on May 23rd, which was 523 is the 99th prime, and he wears number 9. So I was just like, damn, maybe they're setting it up for him to get his revenge, and it happens to be in SoFi again. And also, if you look at that date, it's not just 60 months in one day; it's 5 years in one day. So Cincinnati sums to 51. And like I said, it'll be 66 days since his birthday that day. So I maybe they're paying tribute to the Church of Satan. I don't know. We shall see, though.
All right. Time will tell. Bengals. Okay.
But yeah, I think that might be a new clue, man, just to add up all the Super Bowls that these guys went to. Because the fact, like I said, if they can make it to 61, it'll push their total to 156. That is just crazy, man, for that to line up this year. So, okay. But I'm going to pass the line, man. Like I said, I just thought it was very interesting.
All right. We'll see what happens.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, no problem. Did anybody else want to get in?
Yo, Zach, I wanted to give you a couple more numbers with the Jesuits when it comes to LeBron. Now, today, I don't know if you saw that, but from the birth of King James is giving you a 330 reference to also Akron. But we also have a 36 there if you look at the date from LeBron's, actually, where am I? Oh, from the birth of King James to today is 36 for a little IHS tribute there.
Well, 35 days later, or a span of 36, right?
Yeah, span of 36. So there goes a little.
35. The 35 is the better one. King James equals 35, like Catholic, like he was baptized Catholic.
Yep. And we could do this one. I don't know if you got this one from the birthday.
And to Adam's benefit, Satan does equal 35. I mean, they do pay tribute to the serpent at the Vatican. I mean, I won't disagree that it does seem like they worship that entity. But at the end of the day, I don't like... See, the thing I know about Adam is on his channel, he'll talk nice because he's over here, but on his channel, he talks more like, yeah, Zach's wrong. He kind of misled us. It's not the Jesuits in the Catholic Church. That all bothers me. Then he wants to come over here. Yeah, it sort of is. No, that's not. Just talk like how you talk on your channel.
Yeah, I normally like to tell people if they're not talking about the Jesuits, they might be one. They might be one.
Yeah. So, yeah.
But I was going to give you this one too. Okay, so from the birthday of LeBron, let's see here. I should say to his upcoming birthday is 5 months and 6 days. So a nice little 56 right there. And you know what? Someone gave me this one. Someone gave me this one on Twitter. And they're like, hey, Marco, you're talking about Villanova right now. And let me tell you, Zach, you got me thinking about Villanova. I forgot about Villanova when it comes to the Pope. But then I look up Villanova, and I mean, like I told you, the one thing that just it stands out like a sore thumb is the word Nova. And then I looked up Supernova Villanova. I just went on Google just to search for it. And apparently Villanova has an alumni basketball team called the Supernovas. I said, oh my goodness. I said, listen, man, Pope Leo, within the one we are one, he is the singularity Pope coming up, man. And they also have at Villanova an a cappella group called the Supernovas. I was like, oh my goodness, man. Either way, so I did have to make mention of that because I was like, I know they might have something to do with the word supernova. And listen, you go to our website, beingjustified.com. I've been saying supernova for like the last 3 years. I mean, I even put it in one of our films called Corona Rage. But here's another big one that this person shared with me. From the anniversary of the founding of Villanova to today, where LeBron news came out, is 201. I said, nice. That's a good one. I like that one. But I just keep seeing these numbers come up from time to time. And when you guys mentioned the president of the 76ers, I see he's 33. You got a 14 prime there for Pope Leo XIV. But the other thing that
hold on. Before you go to that next idea, just since you're talking about Villanova and all this, today's 35 days before the anniversary of the death of Augustine of Hippo. And again, Pope Leo's the first Augustinian pope, and Villanova was founded by Augustinians.
Yeah.
Again, there's that Catholic 35 thing again. And
yeah, he actually visited recently. He actually went to North Africa to visit where he's buried.
That would also mean that today's 330 days after that anniversary, or a span of 331 days, the 67th prime. Like King is 67, and we know 67, that number gets dark and demonic with the blood sacrifices. And I'm pretty sure the
listen,
next one's right around the corner.
when you mentioned January, remember that saint of blood offering? What's his name? What's the name of that saint of blood offering that you highlighted? That
Januarius.
Yeah, Januarius. I didn't want to mess it up because I was like, I know it's some J name, but as soon as you were mentioning that, you need to look this up. The Pope Leo went to go to a ceremony that had to do with the blood of Januarius. I said, this is ridiculous, man. You got to look that up. Pope Leo, the blood of Januarius, and look at when he did that. And he was like rolling around with the blood because he was trying to show the audience that it's still liquid.
So he did it on the 1-year anniversary of becoming pope.
Yeah, look at that. I was tripping out because you were mentioning it in a post, and I said, look at Januarius with Pope Leo and his blood. This is some sick stuff that he was doing. He was just wiggling the blood around to make everybody look at the blood still flowing.
On the 1-year anniversary of becoming pope. Yeah,
Yep.
that's interesting.
Yeah, so there was that. But listen,
if you guys don't know about this, him released on the anniversary or the feast date for Saint Januarius, who's the patron saint of blood. And if you haven't seen him, they inject the blood of the greats before them.
Yep.
So.
Yep. I think that was all synced up right there. Obviously, when Pope Leo's doing that particular ceremony. But the other thing that I saw today. Moving on to the 76ers president, one thing that this number keeps coming out of my ass, but I looked at his birthday for the president. What's his name? Mike Ganzi. And then I was looking at his particular birthday coming up, and it's 151 days to 36 prime. But that 151 just keeps coming up because that also has to do with that 8/2 eclipse date coming up. That leaves 151 days left in the year with August 2nd. But I did see that. I don't know if you mentioned that one, but here's another one that also came across to my attention. That was kind of interesting. I said, look at this. These people, man, with their numbers. But I don't know if you caught this one too. This was rather simple. When I mentioned, when I saw the news come up about LeBron in Philadelphia, I just instantly thought about, well, wait a minute. Pope Leo, he just got a medal, and he just spoke to a Philadelphia audience where he got this medal from. And again, here's another number that shows up. 38, death, Lucifer, and all that stuff. On Friday, July 3rd, Pope Leo spoke to a Philadelphia audience and also accepted the 30th annual National Constitution Center Liberty Medal. And I was thinking, oh man, 38, there goes that damn number 38 again, because like I said, the eclipse next year is 38 of Saros 136. But if you look at when this event happened for Pope Leo speaking to Philadelphia, it just happened, by the way. It literally just happened. And it's 21 days away, so Jesuit equals 21. But I was just like, so maybe look into that. Maybe there might be a little bit more there when it comes to Pope Leo speaking to a Philly audience. But the other thing that I saw was this as well. Because from the release of the King James, at least the anniversary, so it was released on May 2nd, 1611. From May 2nd of this year to this particular date of LeBron James is 84 days. Jesuit equals 84. But the other big one that kind of struck me right now was even from let's just see what particular date this is. Yeah. Wait a minute, 1984? No, I'm going to take that one out. I'm going to take that one out. That has no relevance. But yeah, I will say that's about all the numbers that I can see with LeBron, man. They're definitely using them in regards to this King James script. It's ridiculous. But you know what? You did allude me to, and I made a graphic recently. You alluded me to Villanova yet again. I thought instantly of the word supernova, and they have a supernova basketball team and a supernova a cappella team. And like I said, Pope Leo has the singularity motto, in the one we are one. So I was like, oh man. In the one we are one equals 308 with Gematria, another 38 reference to that eclipse next year. But let's see how it goes down. That's all the numbers I found out with LeBron.
All right. Interesting as always, Marco. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks, Zach.
Anybody else want to get in? Oh, hold on. We got more people in the back. Sinister and Jerry Cruz. Who wants to go next?
Can you hear me, Zach?
I hear you. What's up, man?
What's up, man? So can you pull up if you? Well, I know you don't have a screen, but if you look at who, consecrated or whatever, Pope Leo, regarding how LeBron is so connected to the Pope, he was consecrated by somebody named James Green. And if you look this guy up, this guy was born on May 3rd, which is like 3-5, King James 35. This guy was born in Philly. His name is James, and he's 76 years old, and he was born in Philly. That's who consecrated the Pope. How crazy is that?
All right. Archbishop James Patrick Green consecrated Pope Leo the 14th, December 12th, 2014 in Peru.
Yep, and look at this guy. Look at that guy. He's literally from Philadelphia, and he's 76 years old.
It makes sense. I'm sure they got connected while he was at Villanova.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's 76 years old.
That's
Man.
crazy. And did you know what today is also the anniversary of? Somebody had to have already brought it up.
Today's 80. Did you say it's 82 days after that guy's birthday, like the 82 game season, like Brian and Game equal 82?
That's crazy. Yeah, that is, and that would be 283 days before his birthday too. Speaking of Super Bowl 61,
It would also be the 83rd day of his age. Like Philly hasn't won the championship since 83.
Yeah. So I mean, like I said, that 283-61 thing might be the thing with Philly for Super Bowl 61.
Wait, did you say this guy's name equals 76?
You said what? Oh, I didn't know his name equals 76.
Look at that, James Patrick Green, 76. He consecrated the Pope. LeBron said he's leaving 76 days before the Pope's birthday. Come on, man.
That's great. Yeah, but did you know what today is also the anniversary of? It's not just the king becoming the king.
Well, hold on, Jerry. What do you think? You think the Catholic Church is doing this, or you think Satan's doing it through the Catholic Church? How do you see it?
If it's either one or two are responsible, is the Catholic Church. They gave us Satan, so I mean, you know.
Yeah, but it's crazy. It's crazy how deep it goes, but yeah, another one.
It really is crazy. Literally, but yeah. So did you know today's the anniversary of Bronny's heart attack, his cardiac arrest?
Who?
Bronny, his son. It's the
I
anniversary.
forgot about that. I forgot that happened right before he went to USC.
Yeah, that happened on July 24th, 2023.
Hey, you know, we talked about LeBron, Raymond James, 205, how that happened on the 205th day of the year, okay?
Exactly. And yesterday, don't forget, yesterday was the anniversary of Michael Jordan's dad passing.
Yeah, that's also true, yeah.
And so you think about that, especially with like Kobe's dad going from Philly to LA. I mean, it's crazy. Look at Will Smith. Maybe the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, obviously going all the way to LA. Like it is insane how deep the web goes. Did you see the joke they did with LaMelo Ball yesterday or a few days ago?
No, what'd they do with him?
They did. So, there's a rapper named Lil Yachty. He's best friends with Lil Yachty, by the way. They had to show LaMelo a clip of a Minnesota player, Olivia Miles, WNBA. He was playing good, and he just, his way of saying that he plays good at basketball is, oh yeah, she's cold. And it made me think of something. I was like, wait a minute, isn't he friends with Lil Yachty? Lil Yachty has the famous song Cold in Minnesota, Cold Like Minnesota. So I went to go look up what day did that song come out. This song Cold Like Minnesota literally released on LaMelo Ball's birthday. Go figure. And he goes to Minnesota and they're interviewing him and he's talking about how this player for the WNBA Minnesota team is cold. or whatever. I was like, yo, that's crazy. Like, out of all days, he released that song on LaMelo's birthday, who ends up going to Minnesota.
Uh, Scripts for days. So
That yeah, it's insane. Like yeah, it really, especially with the ice thing. Speaking of that, and like yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this goes on, all throughout. But that's all I wanted to say.
all right, always
Yeah,
interesting,
it was
Jerry Cruz. Keep it up, man.
I don't think did I ask? It was AJ if it wasn't name.
He's talking to somebody else. Sinister, you came on here. Did you say anything?
Yeah. Is there echo?
People are saying there's an echo today. I can't hear it. All the boxes are checked, so there shouldn't be an echo. I don't know if StreamYard's having an issue today. I don't know if we're being tampered with, but I can't hear it.
Okay, I'll just go anyway. Did anyone bring up the LeBron and Kevin Hart connection?
Yeah. They've been doing that. We saw they've been doing ads together since 2013. Kevin Hart from Philly, born on 7/6. What else you got?
He mentioned brotherly love and brotherly, Philadelphia being a city of brotherly love.
Correct.
And it calculated it equates to 177.69 like Jesuit order, and it also 66 like LeBron.
Perfect.
Oh, and it's exactly 177 days between their birthdays.
Okay. Yeah, that adds to it.
That's all I have.
All right. From LeBron's birthday to Kevin Hart's is 188 days later. Greatest all time has that 188 code. Michael Jeffrey Jordan has that 188 code. Again, Jordan was probably the GOAT of the NBA in the script. Again, you never know who's really the best because it's all a script. I can almost guarantee it wouldn't be Jordan. But again, Jordan did finish in Philly too, and Michael Jordan's got that 76 connection. So, all right, Sinister, appreciate it. Gematria32, you want to get back in?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Did you see the gematria of LeBron King James? It's 65, 250. Yeah, like the country's 250 years old, and the 65 like connection like Philadelphia.
What'd you say? LeBron King James, is that what you said?
Yeah, that's how sometimes
They do call him that. Okay.
Yeah.
I never decode it that way, but yeah, that is interesting. Okay. Yeah. And wow, 155 is interesting because that's the Boulet's birthday, the 15th of May, founded in Philly. Okay, that's pretty interesting.
You know what's interesting too that I see this 88? Because Flag Day is Trump's birthday. You understand?
Yeah.
And it's 99 days, right?
99 days what?
Oh no, that would be the 16th.
We said today's 146 days after the war began.
Yeah. That's right. But you do remember the woman's name, Betsy Ross, her real name? What is it? Elizabeth.
The flag lady from Philly?
Yeah. Her real name, Elizabeth Griscombe Ross or something like that, equals 243, remember? You document that. And 99?
Yeah.
It's like a whole thing with it. Maybe we see some 239 too, 239 R Street. Maybe we see some of that this year. But I'll let you get to it, Zach. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else want to chime in?
Hey Zach, quick question.
Yeah, what's up?
With the like all the Pope stuff going on, do you think it's possible LeBron get KCP to get back on his team?
Who's this acronym for?
Contavious Caldwell Pope.
Oh yeah, the Pope.
Remember?
Yeah, that would be good. I could see that definitely with this ritual sync with the Pope. Okay, that's a good thought.
Yeah, because I did see an article about him like 2 months ago. They was like gonna buy him out or something. So that's perfect.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Okay. Anything else you want to throw in there?
Oh yeah, on the last note, you wasn't here earlier when I was talking about I know y'all was talking about like the red and blue theme yesterday.
Just red and blue teams winning championships?
Yeah, winning championships. So I was thinking about like in future potential. You think we can see something like that in baseball too, in football?
I mean, it's hard to break it down that way. There's a lot of teams that wear red and blue.
True. All right, I just wanted to ask you that.
All right. Appreciate it.
All right, you already know.
All right, the illusion's hanging out in the back. He wants to get back on here. I'll give him one more shot, but I don't know. I need some honesty, right? He's talking about being a Christian, and one of the most important things in Christianity is honesty. I haven't seen a lot of honesty here. I've seen a lot of two-face, like we're doing Batman, and I know for a damn fact he said it wasn't going to be France and Argentina in 2022 because it was too obvious. I know that's exactly what came out of his mouth. And I thought I heard him talking about how much he liked England in this World Cup, and now it's Spain. So I could be wrong about the England thing this time. I might be wrong about that. But I know what he said in 2022. And I remember when he tried to go on that girls' show and act like he got it right. And I just thought, no, dishonest. And being aware of those things, like, okay, saying he's getting all this stuff right. I don't know if he is. I mean, maybe he's getting some stuff right, but if you're gonna lie about things that didn't happen, then I just don't know what to believe. So, does anybody have anything else to add? If not, I'm gonna clear out and I'm gonna let Adam get the last word in. It's been a minute since he came around here.
Well, I kind of gave away while I was here. It's because I'm like deathly ill, basically. I almost died twice already, and that was why I came on the stream.
Did you reach out to me the other night?
I did. My phone doesn't work. They destroyed my phone.
What happened to you? Why are you deathly ill?
It's complicated, but the what almost killed me was I had a really low electrolyte. Like I had a potassium of 1.8. And I like started going into like cardiac arrest by the time that I was at the hospital.
Well, people die all the time in third world from potassium deficiency. It's a major cause of death in the world.
Yeah, and that was caused by nausea, and then the nausea is caused by this like muscle thing that I'm having, and that's caused by.
Have you gotten a potassium injection?
Yeah, but that's not the problem. Is that I have like a mystery illness that's causing that. That was what I wanted to talk. What I needed to talk about. But I could talk with you about that later. But I just needed to tell you like how serious it was, and like I don't know how much time I have because like I'm extremely lucky to like be here, and I'm grateful that I'm here, and like I don't want to think about like what happened too much just because
mindset is huge. So let's stay positive. First of all, you're young. You got your whole life ahead of you. You got your potassium injections.
Well,
Sweet lady's mom almost died in 2018 from potassium deficiency.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that I take potassium supplements. So it's like a pretty serious, and the doctors have no idea what's the problem is, and it's bad, and there's all kinds of other problems. All my family's dead, so I literally have nobody, and like
what about your dad? Your mom?
Well, my mom's schizophrenic, and she doesn't live with me. She lives by herself.
Well,
and
what
my
about your dad?
He has a stroke. He had a stroke, so he's like not like I have to take care of him. So yeah, like
I didn't know that happened. That's too bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So and then the rest of my family, they're just gone. So when I was the potassium was making me like hallucinate and stuff. So like I'm trying to like explain to the doctors what's happening while I'm hallucinating, and then they're getting mad at me and barking at me and stuff. So I'm gonna have to use my AI assistant, which is like not fully developed because like whatever, and so I don't have anybody to represent me or anything, and like I don't have any money, and it's just that's
the beautiful thing about this system. When you don't have any money and you don't have any insurance, you can get the taxpayers to pay your bills for you. Just go and get tests taken and see what's going on. I mean, don't let them put all the crazy pokey dokes in you that you don't need, but they can still figure out what's going on with your vitals. Get some blood work done.
No, I did. Yeah, they did do blood work. Yeah, they
so
did.
it was a potassium thing, and you got that corrected?
No, the potassium thing was caused by the nausea, which is still not corrected. And then the nausea, they gave me a ton of drugs for the nausea. They do nothing. They don't work. That the symptoms and also the side effects from that stuff made me more sick. So I can't take those anti-nausea things, and that's not the nausea. So it's a slew of symptoms that are caused by this thing that's causing this like muscle. It feels like knives in my body, like my whole body's like in pain, especially like my back and my neck and stuff. Like I got some kind of virus 3 months ago, and that was what triggered it. Like ever since I got that, I've had like I can't look up, or like this is just like in so much pain that like I can't like look up, and the pain spreads to like the rest of my body, and like if it gets bad enough, then I'll start like throwing up, and then that was how I lost the electrolytes. But yeah, it's I'll talk about it with you later. Like I'll just I sent you I sent you an email with like my contact that I like will be able to reach you. I just can't receive phone calls. If I'm phone calls, I'll literally get I'm getting phone calls every 30 seconds or every like 20 seconds. My voice mailbox is completely filled. It's completely, so I have to call people.
What email did you email me at?
The Max.
No, my email. Did you send it to Zach
Gematria
or which
Effect
one?
News, yeah, GematriaEffectNews at Gmail. Let me see. Yeah, that one. Yeah, your Gematria
I
Effect
see
News
it.
at
Max,
Gmail.
Max, I see you. Okay, I'll talk to Sweet Lady and see if she has any advice for you.
Yeah, and then maybe I can tell her more about like because there's more to the sickness than that, and it's a lot of details. I don't want to waste the time on here.
Do you have electrolytes that you can put in water and drink?
No, I can't. When I start throwing up, I literally cannot eat or have any pills or anything. Like it doesn't, like I'll just keep throwing up. Like I can't hold anything down, even water, like nothing.
Well, I'm sorry to hear this, buddy, but make sure you keep a positive mindset, mind over matter.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely positive. I mean, the electrolyte imbalance does cause like extreme aggression, which I have had some issues with. But other than that, I'm somewhat I'm in good spirits, you know.
When did this start?
3 months ago, and it's been on and off.
Okay, you didn't mention anything about before.
I didn't know it was gonna be this bad, and and also I didn't get as many tests done, and I didn't like at the time I hadn't, and also I didn't almost die yet. This just happened like 2 days ago, so I just got out of the hospital, and like I'm finally the medications are like out of my system, and I can finally have thoughts and sentences again. Like I could not hold a sentence at all from the side effects of the stuff that they gave me, but thankfully that's like a little bit better. But yeah, it's still like it's pretty bad. But anyway, I'll get off because I don't want to say all this stuff publicly. But
all right, buddy. Well, stay positive. You're gonna persevere.
All right, thank you. Good luck.
All right, take care, man. All right, Marco. You know what? I'll bring you and Adam up at the same time since you guys are both Christians. Adam, can you be honest and admit that you said that it was too obvious it was going to be France and Argentina in 2022?
I want to resolve this and be completely honest with you. Completely honest with you. Just take a breath, okay? I thought it was too obvious Argentina, France. I called out Zach. I thought it was too obvious the riddle with the Jesuits. He got it right. Don't think I've disputed that. You got it right. Well done. Brilliant stuff. The Argentina disagreement is the thing where we have our friction that winds me up. Because I've got videos from over a year before the World Cup Argentina. I didn't change my pick, right? I had a Patreon, I have a website. I've got hundreds and hundreds of people paying me money. I can't say this stuff. I get called out by all of them. I had Argentina, and then I shared a riddle for England as well after the Queen's death. So over a year, can I share my screen, or you don't want me to do it?
You can share your screen.
Okay,
yeah, that's
I appreciate that. And I'll keep it quick with sharing my screen. So, okay. Let me just go here. I shared this. And can you see the screen, yeah? Oh my word, 201 likes. You can't make this up. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's up there.
So look here, December the 15th, 2021. I found a 33 riddle for Argentina. I was starting to look into the World Cup. It's all about 33s. Why do you think Messi has finished this World Cup with 33 goal involvements and came into the final with 33 games, didn't he? Played at the World Cup. So I was like, Sergio Aguero retires at age 33, sacrifice for Argentina. This was just to make the final at this point. And then it's all about 33 in my riddle. He retired at 33. His last game was on Maradona's birthday. And this is why I get wound up. My riddle was about 33. And then the final finishes 3-3. And then they beat France, who's down in cold, is plus 33. And then they became 3-3 in World Cup finals. And then you have like France hosting the 33rd edition of the Olympics and PSG, the French team, winning the 33rd edition of the Champions League. But I put out this code here, why I think Argentina can win the 2022 FIFA World Cup, almost a year before. And I put it all out. And then the Queen died, which you may have done as well, and I did. I predicted the Queen's death, that she would die when she was 94, so she'll die in 96, the year of the World Cup. And then she did the Platinum Jubilee, which is 4 days, which is 96 hours. And I was like, England hosted Euro 96, and I was doing all these 96. She died. So, of course, I'm looking into England. And I'm like, guys, and this is where people get it twisted. I'm like, guys, you're going to have to place a bet on England. They were not, my pick for Argentina, they were 11-1, right? When I coded it, look at the bottom comments. It would be criminal to not place a bet on them to win the World Cup at 11-1. I did all of this. It's all on my page and on my website. A guy won $28,000 from it. All right. Loads of people still thank me for this. Yeah, I have people. I did that little stream with whatever that girl was called who had a crush on you. She was telling you, no, Illusion sat down with me. He did a stream and he said Argentina. And you went, oh, but he's changed his pick. I didn't. I said you should also put a bet on this team. And I know you've done that, right? Say you have 49ers to win. And I don't know, say they were 8.
I'm all about hedging when it's worth it. But the point was, when that World Cup was going on, you were telling people it's not going to happen. It's too obvious.
No, I never came off Argentina. I just gave options for other teams as well. I gave options for Argentina, England, and I gave a tiny riddle for Brazil. No other one. Argentina were 11-1, England were 8-1, and Brazil were 6-1. So even if you bet on all three, you want a profit, right? But my code was Argentina. Right, and then the Queen died, and you know this more than anybody, bro. Events happen that can shift your. I wouldn't have looked into it if the Queen didn't die. I wasn't looking into England. And then who knocked England out? France, the team that you predicted would get to the final. And I don't know if you had Argentina win. You probably did. I know you called that final.
It was the easiest call in the world. Come on, that's why the championship, again, more proof of who it's all scripted around. It was one day after Pope Francis' 86th birthday. Of course the Argentinian Pope's going to see his team win since 86. He's in the movie where he's watching football through half the movie with Pope Benedict.
So all the Argentina stuff that you say I had, the French stuff I didn't. All they came in 36 games unbeaten and win the World Cup 36 years after. They now won 3 out of 6 World Cup finals. Maradona died with 36 days left on 11-25. 11 plus 25 is 36. I saw all of Argentina's riddle to win it. And to go that 3-3 with all the 33s and Qatar equals 33. But then I was like, England equals 33. I thought it was going to be England and Argentina in the final. And if it weren't for France, maybe that would have happened. But this is why that's my problem. But I'm not lying. I'm not trying to manipulate people. That's not what I do. I never came off Argentina. I just also showed you might want to cover this as well. And you've done it. And I think any good gambler does that. So I coded Spain just because I'm like, oh, well, I see this, I see that. But it don't mean like that's my ultimate pick. My pick was, you get what I'm saying, Zach, please? You said Zach Argentina.
Oh, what's wrong, bud? I get what you're saying, but I also remember very well at the time. I remember very well at the time because it's not going to happen. It's too obvious.
Yeah, no, that was me wrong. But saying that I changed my pick is a lie or misinterpreted. I didn't change my pick. I just said you might want to put a bet on England now. The Queen's just died. It might be.
Do you recall that people said you copied my prediction of the Queen dying? because you predicted after.
No, I've got a book. I've got a book about that. About 400.
You don't remember that people accused you of copying me because about a month after I called the Queen to die in a 140 ritual on May 20th, you made the same prediction.
No, and
you
then
said the Queen's gonna die on May 20th. I was like, what? Zach said that a month ago.
Well, then the Queen's funeral was 520 days after Phillips. That was your 520.
Well, again, for anyone who wasn't around, the reason we thought it could make sense on that day was mostly because it's the 140th day of the year and Queen of England equals 140. She ended up dying 140 days after her birthday on the Virgin Mary's birthday. Another reminder of who
middle
runs
name's
the
Mary
show.
as well. Her middle name was Mary.
There you go.
But yeah, no, of course I've been inspired by it. I don't steal it, but I give you credit. I tell people that. But I'm not going to bullshit and tell you everything you want me to say. I didn't steal it. I didn't. That's why I wrote a book, which I didn't steal from you. I didn't. People don't understand that in this community, we can have same feelings, same intuition, same predictions. Like if you call the Super Bowl winner and I have the same one, it don't mean I've copied you or you've copied me. That's not how it works, and that needs to change. I didn't copy you, I tell you. Yep, I stole it all from I'd be embarrassed to do that, bro. I'd be embarrassed. So thank you for letting me clarify with the Argentina. I hope that clears stuff up. I wasn't trying to scam people, and it pisses me off when I do all that work and people, you didn't even do a pick for Argentina. You never mentioned them. Well, go watch the video from a year before, about 33, and then go into the final. And then it finishes freaking 3-3.
Do you see this comment at the bottom of the screen that I've just kept up here? I haven't even responded to it. Do you see it?
Yeah. I'm wondering why you kept keeping that up. I noticed.
But do you think that's a true comment?
I think it's pretty fair that they never seem to mock Allah, Buddha, or Hindu gods, but they always mock Jesus. But from what I've seen, I'm sure this movie is mocking other religions, absolutely.
So what's Charlie Hebdo?
I think it's generalizing that it's mainly.
Has anybody ever seen a contest, a drawing contest to mock Jesus Christ anywhere in the world? Anyone ever seen that? Because they've done it with Prophet Muhammad. All this Allahu Akbar, all these psyops with Allahu Akbar. You don't think that's mocking?
Have you ever said Allah, Buddha's name?
The lies about 9/11? What is that? I'd say it's worse. It's like framing Islam as this evil thing when we know it's really the Jesuits who are doing all of this, the Crusaders.
Okay,
so I look at comments like this and I just get annoyed. I'm just thinking. Do we remember? Hold on, who wrote this comment? A 5-year-old or what? Hollywood leading up to 9/11, they didn't have all the cheesy Schwarzenegger movies with all the Arab terrorists and the cheesy Arab flute music. I mean, are we being serious here?
Mm-hmm. No, I understand the element. But there also is a lot, probably in general, you're going to find movies that are doing that, but in general, it's always saying Jesus Christ's name in vain. It's never Allah. It's never Buddha. It's always... The other day, I don't know if you've ever seen it, bro. Have you ever seen a show called Trailer Park Boys? Super good. I think you'll find it funny. Just these Canadians, they live in a trailer park. They're just up to no good. Basically, every other word they say Jesus Christ. Like they bang the leg, Jesus Christ. They don't get the deal. They want Jesus Christ. Always Jesus Christ and all that. We won't go there because we don't work with you and I when it comes to this. I think we just spoke about numbers. There's a healthy respect. Everything else, maybe we're not on board with each other. What I wanted to say about Philadelphia, which, again, sorry if I bring it back to the Bible, but you've also said that they do use it. So Philadelphia is the city of brotherly love, yeah? And it comes from the Greek words meaning brother and love. Now, what I think the brotherly love stuff is with Philadelphia is it's King James, yeah? In the Bible, you know Jesus is the King of Kings, right? He comes back as the King of Kings, the Alpha and Omega, the Lord of Lords, and all of that. Well, Jesus' brother was James. And I think that's what it is with the brotherly love. Jesus' brother was James, his half-brother. He's called James the Just, born in Israel. So I think that's a big element of it, is that Jesus' brother was James, and now James is going to the city of brotherly love in Philadelphia, which is the 6th church of Revelation. I think it ties to the Bible again. I wanted to tell you that with and in Masonry, they call each other brothers, don't they? It's a brotherhood. Skull and Bones, a brotherhood of death. We can focus on that. But Jesus had a brother called James. And that's what I think is missing from all the other stuff people have mentioned. Whether you believe in the Bible or not, I think it's a relevant connection. I don't know. Do you think it is, or do you think I'm just finding stuff because I'm a Christian?
No, I mean it probably is. I mean, no doubt it's the Society of Jesus doing all this stuff. I noticed that James the Just, funny
Yeah.
enough, his feast date is the birthday of the guy who consecrated Pope Leo, May 3rd. He actually has two feast dates. The other one is Ignatius of Loyola's birthday, October 23rd. But the Catholic feast date for the Protestant feast. It's funny the Protestants have a feast date for him too. Okay, I guess it makes sense. Catholic feast date is May 3rd for the brother. Interesting.
Not 53 again.
Or religion 53 or 35 like Catholic 35.
Doesn't the 53 have another connection with the Society of Jesus as well? A major one?
What'd you say? Another 35 connection for
I think
Catholics?
there's a major 53 with the Society of Jesus. Isn't that like the total number of like recognized saints to the Jesuits, 53?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think there's 53 recognized saints. And the Knicks won the NBA Finals in a 53 riddle. There's no doubt that was
a major 53.
So I think, and you remember the Knicks fan that was wearing the Pope Leo shirt?
Are you talking about Spike Lee?
Yeah, but he had the Pope Leo shirt and the 53 riddle, and there's literally like this 53 officially recognized saints that belong to the Jesuits. I can't believe I'm giving you a Jesuit code without you giving me 1,000 of them. I didn't know. I'm glad.
Here, 53 saints recognized by the Jesuits?
Yeah. I think that's another big 53 that's worth adding. It's the year Elizabeth was coronated as well.
Yeah, that is true. There are 53 canonized saints. It says 34 of the 53 are recognized as martyrs. And
that's interesting.
Funny, they bless all 53 on November 5th. What a date.
Oh, wow.
That's the day they tried to kill King James.
And bonfire night, yeah. And you said 34 of them got martyred. It's funny how Messi lost the World Cup final in his 34th World Cup game. He kind of got martyred. He was terrible. It's like he got sacrificed.
Yeah.
He wasn't allowed to play. He couldn't play. It's like they said, you're not allowed to play. So it was, and he won his first trophy for Argentina when he was 34.
Okay.
So there's something with that 34. It's the 9th Fibonacci, I think, as well.
Okay.
But and Freemason is that 139 34th prime. So yeah, I do think this connects to James the Just with LeBron going back. Well, he's not going back. He's going to that city of brotherly love.
James Patrick Green, who consecrated Pope Leo the 14th, is 76 right now. His name equals 76, and his birthday is the feast date for James the Just.
So you're telling me the guy, his name is James?
Yeah, the guy who consecrated Pope Leo's name is James Patrick Green. Equals 76.
And he's talking about King James and James the Just. This is what I'm talking about. Did they make their names up? Do you think that?
What do you mean?
I'm not being sarcastic. Do you think they make their names up for the Gematria?
Well, again, there are people who are aware of this knowledge. I always tell the story of when I met this man named Kirby in Seattle. He's an old man, and he said he used to work for Bobby Kennedy. And he asked me what I did, and I saw it as the time I was writing my first book. And he said, He goes, well, I know a thing or two about that. He said, my father named me Kirby. My father was a Mason, and he wanted my name to be Kirby because it started with the K, the 11th letter, the master number. And he said, my mom was highly opposed to all this, but she allowed my father to name me Kirby, but that was it. So yeah, I mean, there's people in the world that do this on purpose. Yeah,
it's like that Bonnie Tyler who died has the exact same gematria as.
And that's not her real name, is it? Her name's not Bonnie Tyler.
It's not a real name. But did you type a name into the Gematrinator?
We see this all the time, right? These people will get a stage name and then they die according to that stage name.
Well, if you type in Bonnie Tyler, she has the exact same gematria as Freemasonry. The exact.
Yeah, I think I recall.
And Tyler is the person that predicts the Freemason door.
Yeah.
So like that name is quite clearly being given to her by Freemasonry. It's not like she doesn't know. And then even the Tyler. So yeah, why change the name? I always believe if you're an artist and a musician and you have a gift for singing, sing by your name. A lot of the time they change their name. Like, for example, like George Orwell was called Eric Blair. What made George Orwell sound better than Eric Blair?
Well,
it's not like
a
Madonna,
lot of Arthurs
Beyonce,
have
where
a
it's like
pen
this
name.
Eminem. It's like you've given yourself a regular name. Why change it to George Orwell? It must be a code. It has to be, and they must know it. So there's something to this. Like I said, that these people who are given these names, I think some of us have the names, and it's just, when I call myself the Illusion, I didn't know Gematria. I wrote a book, didn't know you, didn't know anything about the stuff. And about all the way through my book, I thought society was an illusion that I believed was the truth, because I looked into the business world, the education system, all of it, which eventually led me to symbolism and all of that. Call myself the Illusion. I've got all the Jesuit numbers. So everyone says I'm a Jesuit, because type in the Illusion, it's got all the Jesuit numbers. I didn't know who the Jesuit order was till I heard you after my book. I didn't know. So why I'm called that? It wasn't intentional, but I'm sure some people in the chat will be like, it's because he's a Jesuit, he's deliberately done it.
You didn't know that men played softball in the U.S.
Sorry about that, bro.
Yeah,
I can be an asshole.
That's why you're a goofy guy.
I know. I can be an asshole, bro. I can be a real jerk.
But it's also, it just shows just a terrible level of ignorance.
No, I know.
Again, just to be fair, you did like an hour-long live stream about how Zach grew up playing softball with girls, which is just totally false and dumb. I grew up playing baseball.
I can apologize.
But again, this is like what's wrong with people. They'll just mouth off and go on an hour-long rant about things they don't even know what they're talking about. It's like, dude, I don't know if you know this, but there's something called the supers in the U.S. Like Joe Carter's brother is one of the greatest supers at the softball level of all time. There's athletic men that play softball on an adult level, and it's actually a pretty ballsy sport to play. Because try playing the hot corner in a league where men can crush a softball and hit it 1,000,000 miles per hour, and you got to field that thing at third base. Another goofball tried to take a shot at me. He was saying he didn't want to play baseball as a kid because he was so scared of the ball. I'm thinking, this is a man? Jesus.
Have you heard of rounders? Have you ever heard of rounders? Have you ever heard of rounders in England?
Grounders?
Rounders, yeah.
Rounders or grounders?
Yeah, rounders. Like, so you got a guy who throws underarm, you have like a wooden bat, sometimes a metal bat. You've got to get round the bases just like you do in baseball. But obviously in baseball, you've got the full-blown pitch. In rounders, it's got to be underarm. Pretty much the same thing. So growing up for me in England, if we ever played rounders, we'd be like, oh my word, this, just from me growing up, this is for bitches. Let's go play cricket. What are we playing rounders for? Like, throw the ball overarm. I don't want somebody throwing the ball so I can ping it. So that was my mindset of softball in my head. Was it ignorant? Yes. Yes, but you got to admit, when you call me out now on this, I'm not just saying it because I'm on your show. I'll say, all right, I got carried away. But you've got carried away before. We all do. We're human, bro. You got carried away. I've got carried away.
I never dedicated any shows to you in my lifetime. I mean, you did numerous slander shows. Hold on, you didn't do shows saying that my sweet lady's transgender.
We got a lot of stuff wrong. You said I left my kids. I don't even have any kids.
Well, you called me and told me that your sweet lady thought you lost your mind and you were asking what to do about that. And I said, well, if you miss her, man, do what you got to do to get back with her.
Yeah, but I didn't leave my kids. I don't have any. So we make mistakes. I'm saying we'll say stuff. You probably said stuff about me that are wrong and said stuff that are right. And then maybe I've said stuff that are wrong about you and a few stuff that perhaps maybe right. We don't need to go there. If we keep going back to this, I'm trying to move on from it.
I know, but Adam, it's just the point. Here's the way I see you. I just see you as another guy who learned from me and then just went off on tirade, just making up stuff and slandering and doing all this crazy stuff. I never really did anything. You kind of came at me unprovoked, and I don't even know what it was all about. But there's been a lot of people who've done that, and a lot of those people are clicked up, and I just say, what's wrong with all these people?
All it is because I've got a decent, not like you, I've got a decent following. I have 20,000 on Twitter. I've got a bit of a following now. And people say, have you heard what Zach's saying about you? I'm like, what's he saying now? I get that. Yeah, he's called you out. He said you're a liar, you're a fraud, you're solution. I'm like, why did he say that? So I'm getting people telling me that you're hammering me in a stream that I'm unaware of. So I asked why, because maybe somebody once told me, like, I was trying to...
I often bring you up for the example of religion, right? Because I said you came into this community as an egomaniac, and I always make the point, and you still are an egomaniac, even if you can't see it. The point is, religion is ego. That's what religion attaches to the ego, and it's pretty much all ego, because it's all belief. The word with line right in the middle. Nobody can prove their religion. all religion is ego. And it makes sense that somebody who came in as an egomaniac has now gravitated to religion and acts like they're a Bible expert after reading the Bible for what's it been for you now, a year?
No, I got baptized 2023, brother. That's what I mean, like saying a year when it's been like 3.
Okay, well, 3 years still isn't that long. When people go to school to become ministers, they spend a lot more than 3 years.
Yeah, when I go to a Bible study, I can out-talk them on the scriptures with people in the Bible 50 years.
That's your ego talking.
They tell me that. No, they tell me that.
Who does?
The people at the Bible studies, the pastors, they can't believe that.
Well, most people who gravitate towards religion aren't too bright.
I disagree, bro. Some of the most humble people I know are in the church. I think atheists are full of ego. They think they have all the answers when they don't know. They don't. I think they are more egotistical than somebody surrendering.
I think most atheists would claim that they just don't know. But yeah, atheism is almost a religion in itself too.
There's a lot of pride in it, though. They're like, nope, there's no such thing. There's definitely. They call out everything to be wrong, but they have nothing. They go, okay, so what do you believe? They never have anything.
Listen, you don't see any other religions going around door to door and
That's
talking
Jehovah's
that their
Witnesses.
stuff's the only
That's
stuff
Jehovah's
and the best
Witnesses.
stuff, and all the other stuff is evil. And again, Christianity is probably the most detrimental religion in the world. The Christians are dangerous people, overwhelmingly.
Jehovah's Witnesses are not Christians. Mormons are not Christians. Catholics are not Christians. It's the Jehovah's Witnesses banging on your door who believe.
It's not just Jehovah's Witnesses.
In general.
There's only one Christian group keeping the Sabbath day. They might be the most legitimate group. There's only one doing it.
What is the Sabbath day? Remember, it sounds like a Pharisee. Remember when Jesus performed miracles on the Sabbath and they called him out for it? What is the Sabbath day then? What day is it?
Well, you don't know what day the Sabbath day is?
Is it Friday, Saturday, Sunday? You hear different people say different things. There's no particular
It's Saturday. It's Saturday is the Sabbath day. It's not Sunday. That's what the Catholic Church did. Only Seventh-day Adventists are keeping the Sabbath day.
I've been told it's the end of Friday going into Saturday is the Sabbath. But depends how you define
That's how the Jews would do it, because they do the sundown thing.
So for you, what do you define in the New Testament? What is the Sabbath? What is it? We just sit at home and read our Bible?
It's recognized as Saturday, but that's supposed to be the day of worship.
For me, the Sabbath is that you rest in the Lord daily, not just one day a week. That's what the Sabbath is to me. I rest in God daily. I don't just wait till Saturday to give him glory and attention. I do it every day. Some days more than others. I don't wait for Saturday. That's like the Pharisees, these religious leaders. I pray, I begin my day with him, I end my day with him. I think he's the Alpha and Omega. Sometimes I say, thank you, Lord, for giving me the gift of life. Then at night, I'll say, thank you for the blessings you've given me today. Or if I'm sick, please give me strength. If I'm angry, please give me patience. If I feel like I'm not on the ball, please give me wisdom. I thank him. I think that's pretty, you might call me crazy for speaking to an imaginary guy in the sky or whatever, but it gives me peace. And I don't think you can knock that. I don't go around knocking on people's doors. I don't attack people. I'm not bombing people in the name of Jesus. So what you think about my faith is okay because you're entitled to it. You have the freedom of religion. But when it comes to the numbers and the symbolism and stuff, do I think I'm one of the best? Yes, I do. I think I am. I don't think I can say when I'm on my football team, I'm the best player. It's not cocky. It's a fact. They all say it. But when I say I'm one of the best coders, I am. And I think you know that.
I don't know that. No, I don't know that. There's a lot of people that are good at decoding, Adam.
But I'm not one of these average decoders giving you a half-ass code calling in for 5 minutes. I've done this 6 or 7 years now, and I've made a following, and I've kept a following, and it keeps growing. I'm not some wannabe coder. Like you say, Scripton Bill's the best football decoder. He didn't code every sports football code like me this year. Just because he said Spain, Argentina, because of the finalissima. That's all he said. And then he said France were going to beat Spain. So you can say, like, I know when you do that, because you and I have a very similarity. When you go, Script is the best soccer decoder, you know that's me deep down. But you used to say,
I don't know that it's you.
I
don't know that it's you.
6 years ago
I know you're the guy that said it wasn't going to be Argentina and France. That's what I know.
But you also used to say that's the English.
I think with Cody, you were getting into the Netherlands thing. That's what I think. I think with Cody, you're getting the Netherlands thing.
No, I listened to his stuff. It's interesting. I didn't say the Netherlands would win. I liked his finds. I found them interesting. The Netherlands were like 20-1. I was like, the odds scream they don't win. I know that can occasionally happen, but as I said earlier, favorites usually win. Usually one of the 5 favorites that lifts the trophy, just like Spain did, just like Argentina did the other World Cup. It's very rare that it's a big underdog. Seahawks was a shock. Who is it usually? Eagles, Chiefs. It's not hard to call them to get to the Super Bowl. And I say that. I get it right, but it's not hard. My mate will go, oh, good one, Illusion. You called Chiefs 49ers. Aren't you a genius? And they say that, and they're right. Yeah, but did you see this, this, and this? So I see people's argument, but when we make these predictions, they're like, okay, did you call Seattle Patriots before the season began? No, I don't think anyone in the community did. Do you know anyone who called that matchup before the year? So when we say this code is so perfect, why did nobody call that matchup?
Well, we did have somebody called in very early in our season, and they pointed out that a Jewish rapper had just put out a song in Seattle called $106. And they're like, Seattle WA is 106. I definitely doubted at that point.
Nobody had Seattle Patriots before the season, so this code.
I got big on the Patriots because the Patriots got the 106th home win of the season when that happened, and it was I think it was 112 days from Vrabel's birthday when they did that. And I said, "Oh, Super Bowl 112, 106 win." They had their Hispanic secondary player wearing a Donna Summer T-shirt. We researched that in the air. Like, look at that ritual. She died for one of their Super Bowls.
Don't you think, Zach, that this work would be more popular if there was no gambling, or do you think it would be less popular?
It'd be way less popular. No, it's again, the only reason you even know about this is because of all the money people made off it from listening to my picks, especially in the year 2016. That's how this work got out there.
A lot of people get turned off from hearing that, well, all you coders come out with different picks. How am I supposed to take this seriously? But when we do the NFL season, we see things happen. As I told you, people die. There's rituals. A game can happen where you go, oh my word, I just saw a perfect Super Bowl riddle for the Seahawks. So you see this stuff, and it's interesting, and it could eventually lead to you being right. But my motto with this work is I share what I see. Don't you think that's right? I share what I see. I wake up tomorrow, I share what I see. Did you see that women's soccer player who's just been given the number 47 jersey and her last name's Shooter?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh, she plays for Chelsea. Her last name's Shooter, 47, AK-47, Trump 47th president. A footballer called Phil Foden, number 47, his celebration of the gunshot. So this is going on in women's football that nobody watches. Oh, sorry, girls. It's very few people watch it. So it's a clear ritual with the shooter. And she's a striker who shoots the ball in the goal. I didn't know that. I couldn't predict that, but I saw it and I did a video. But he didn't win any money. People are, does that mean she's going to shoot Chelsea to victory? I don't care. I don't know. But her name's Shooter, and she's 47.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Hello? Yeah, real quick, Zach. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Maybe this slipped my mind, but you didn't do a post on this. The director for The Mask, did someone bring that up or something?
The director for The Mask, did he die?
Yeah, all right. Yeah, so he died at age 74, 74 days after his birthday, I think.
Did he with Jim Carrey?
Yeah, Jim Carrey's birthday is January 17th, and he died 179 days to Jim Carrey's upcoming birthday. And Jim Carrey's real name equals 179. No. James Carrey equals 179. Which, I mean, it had it in his bio, but the thing that was interesting to me is 74, killing 74 days after his birthday, dead at 74, you know?
The same stuff over and over. Yeah, The Mask director Chuck Russell dead at 74. Yeah. I mean, it's just, some people will die naturally at 74, but you do see that number around suspicious deaths.
His birthday is May 9th, and he died July 22nd. That's exactly 74 days. So, I mean, another coincidence, right? Well, no. Let's actually guess. Was that divine God? Was that
Gematria 32? Who killed him then? Was it Pope Leo with a dagger in the dining room? Who killed him?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm asking
Is
you.
this a
No,
coincidence?
I don't believe it was divine when it comes to murder. So who killed him? He died at 74 with all the 74s. Did somebody stab him with a 7'4" sword? Who killed
So
him?
what are you trying to say? Julius Caesar came back from the dead and stabbed him?
I'm saying 74-year-olds can die.
I'm saying you're a really just disingenuous person.
I am absolutely. I'm asking you. You're saying all
for
these
7 years.
74s.
For 7 years, you grifted and cribbed Zach's work. You up here, Zach, you entertaining this guy. I mean, anybody you entertain about,
You're getting angry.
Speaking about
no,
I'm not.
asking you, who killed him?
It's frustrating because anybody speaking about that stupid Bible is a little kid in this knowledge.
Silly. What do you mean it's a little kid? Like
You're a child. You're a child.
How are you a child for preaching? How does that make you a child?
You're another lost man. You're another lost soul out there.
I'm a lost soul. So we have a soul. You believe we have a soul?
This is Zach's platform, and I'm being nice. Okay.
Well, not really. You're calling me a lost soul. It's not very
Am I
nice.
cursing? You want me to curse at you and all that? I'm not mad. I'm just saying.
asking if I'm a lost soul. Do we have a soul?
Oh my God, I'm not getting sucked into this. You like to hear yourself speak, Zach. This guy's he's mental. This is you're mental, and this is what happens when the work goes into the wrong hands.
Okay, let me ask you something very fair. That the 74 connections are relevant. All right, you go tell somebody who knows nothing about this code, and you give them that. What do you expect them to say?
I'm not just gonna say that. Though. I'm not just gonna say that. I'll explain to them why.
Okay, explain it to me. I'm being serious because we go through these numbers and then people go, and? What's your answer to the and? Who killed them and why? You've got to have answers to this. I at least have answers when I preach the Bible. I say the Bible states this. So this guy, what is he? 75.
All right. So you really want to go there with 74?
No, I know all the 74s, bro. I could give you them right now if you want.
So you trying to tell me the probability of 74 being so divine that that it was God that coded 74 and Jesus cross and all this stuff? You saying that was that was man? I want to know.
You're saying 70. Who created numbers? Do you think it was man?
Excuse me?
Who created numbers?
No, first let's stay on 74. So the 74. You know the 74 list, right? So I want to know. You know the probabilities, the odds of all these words equaling 74?
Go on then. What's the probability?
You know the word. You know the list, right? Like freedom, holiday, Independence Day,
Lucifer, Jesus Christ, Jesus, Gospel, Bibles, Masonic, occult, QAnon. Trump was 74 years old.
No.
U.S. Independence Day.
Let's keep it to the list. Let's keep it to the list. Occult, Jesus, cross, Messiah, Gospels, parables, Lucifer, Muhammad.
I just read them out.
Masonic, English, Gematria. You think that God did this or man did this?
I believe everything that happens wouldn't happen without God, who created the heavens and the earth and man. I don't think you would. Who's allowing you to breathe right now?
Can you tell me which God?
The one true God, Jesus Christ, who died for your sins on the cross, rose from the dead on the third day, shed his blood that cleanses your sins. I'm asking you, like, who's allowing your heart to beat right now? Who's allowing you to breathe? Who's allowing you to even process a thought? You?
Jack. I can't believe you.
Oh, this is real. Who created you? Your parents?
This guy's crazy.
Brother, it's not the fair questions, brother. It's not me being crazy. Who created man to you? If you come on here with a 74 code, who created man? I'll tell you biblically. You tell me without the Bible who created man. You don't have an answer, do you? And then you call me crazy.
I do.
What's your answer? Who created man?
I do have an answer. I do, but this is not the platform for that.
How is it not? Zach's platform is about sharing information and knowledge. He allows people like me and Marco on. If you're going to come here and tell me I'm wrong, tell me why I'm wrong. Who created man?
So you think man was created on the sixth day?
I trust in the Bible that it's the living, breathing word of God. Yeah, I'm asking you, what do you believe? Because you mock me.
I can't do it. You got me. You wrapped me into some bullshit. You like hearing
yourself. I'm not wrapping you in bullshit. I'm saying if I'm wrong, tell me why I'm wrong.
No, you have to explain to me how the heck is 74
I'm saying if you tell that to the average person, how's it going to change their life?
The probability? No, you gotta explain to me. How's the probability? Jesus did this himself. He encoded himself in 74.
Are you aware of how many ciphers there are in the Gematrinator that you can use?
No, we're talking about the 4-base ciphers. You know the probability of the 4-base ciphers, 74.
They keep adding ciphers, don't they? It kind of benefits coders now who just use Gematrinator.
Now I know why Zach thinks you're a piece of shit. You crib his work. You're so disingenuous.
No, you're going to call me out. I've said nothing mean to you. I've said nothing mean to you, and you're calling me every insult.
No, you've been here for 2 hours just hearing yourself speak and
well, I've got my own
spewing
platform.
bullshit. Just spewing religious bullshit.
It's not religious bullshit.
Dogma, just religious bullshit.
Why do so many of you react like this to it?
You can't
Why
even
do you
prove
react
if Jesus is real. You can't prove Abraham is real, David, Isaac. All that shit is remixed bullshit. Remixed bullshit. You're bugging.
But why does it initiate this reaction?
How are you gonna dismiss the knowledge in Kemet and Sumer and Chaldean? How are you gonna dismiss all of that?
I'm not dismissing the knowledge. I'm saying if you told that 74 code to an average person, they'd look at you like, what you're talking about. And I'm saying, what would you say?
No. When you tell the bullshit that you keep on spewing to the average person, how can you get away with that?
Because the word of God convicts people the way it's convicting you. That 74 riddle will not convict anyone.
Bro, I really
speak about the Bible. Look at
listen, I'm gonna pray. You know what I'm gonna pray? That you jump
to
on
who?
the fucking
Who are you
building.
gonna pray to?
I'm gonna pray.
To who?
I'm gonna pray to Obatala. Okay?
Okay, bro. Go for it. Why does this always happen with when you speak the word of God? I asked him what the 74 means. Who killed the guy? I'll ask you that. Like these sacrifices, how do you think they're being killed? Do you think they're getting poisoned? Do you think they're getting kidnapped, stabbed, shot in the head?
Poison would be a good one. I mean, speaking of 74, doesn't poison equal 74?
Okay, and if they are killing these people, what's the gain? What do they gain for it? Because in the Bible, they were sacrificed to the gods.
Well, again, we're talking about the Society of Jesus runs things, right? I mean, 3 of the first 5 presidents died on 7/4. They were all outspoken against the Catholic Church. The 2 that died together on the same day were outspoken against the Jesuits. As we know, killing equals 74. It's funny, they like to put the 74-44 thing together. Mask equals 44, as does this guy's name. It's like how the Ides of March remember the killing of Caesar in 44 BC on the 74th day of the year. I can't keep up with all the 74 death rituals in the world of entertainment. Of course, some people will die naturally from 74, and some might even die 74 days after their 74th birthday. But you look at all this in the world of Hollywood, and you say, yeah, it does seem awfully suspicious.
But you get my point with the 74 code. I've heard you critique people being respectful. Like, okay, and I've heard you do it. And I'm like, yeah, what are they actually showing there?
Well, we
You're
know
being
that
nice.
74 is around death and killing all the time. So dying at 74 days after your birthday and working for Hollywood, it does stand out. And again, it said he died unexpectedly in San Diego. What's San Diego equal?
I'm guessing 74.
You don't know that San Diego equals 74?
No, I'd rather. So, Prince Philip died at age 99 on the 99th day of the year.
Of course, yeah. The same day Dark Man X died.
Yeah, and then 99.
Just right there, it says he died unexpectedly in San Diego 74 days after his 74th birthday. He just dropped dead. So, yeah, I would suspect that, he probably was poisoned.
And the purpose of their killing them, we don't really know. They just do it by a code for shits and giggles.
Well, again, part of the problem is you interrupt a lot. Like I wasn't done talking, right? You interjected, right? That's why you get annoying, Adam. You're an annoying person. I'll say that too about you. You're annoying. Again, I wasn't even done talking and you interrupted. Again, it's the Society of Jesus doing this, no doubt about it. And what's Jesus equal? 74, like cross, like murder, like killing. Everyone's walking around with this symbol of death, the cross, which is how the Romans crucified people. Romans 74, Holy Roman Empire 74. And again, what is this whole Jesus religion? It teaches this idea that ritual human sacrifice is essentially necessary. So again, I would say just right there that the religious cult that's running the world that gave us the language and the calendar that all these rituals are synced up with, it seems to be rooted in their spiritual belief system that sacrifice to God is essential. I mean, you got Hollywood putting out these weird, horror movies. Have you ever seen Cabin in the Woods?
No, I've seen plenty.
It's a movie about how the CIA have a cabin in the woods that they lure teens into every spring break to ritually sacrifice.
The Moloch.
And apparently the CIA knows that if you don't sacrifice and give the blood of these virgin teenagers to the gods, then all hell will break loose in the world. I mean, people have beliefs like this. So
Yeah, because they did in the Old Testament sacrifice to the gods, to Moloch, to Baal. They would sacrifice their
and
children.
the word Jewish equals 74, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, yeah. There's a lot of these 74s, but I know you mentioned that Jesus is not his name. So who came up with that? The Jesuits. So it's not.
I would
if we're talking
imagine.
about Yahweh or
So.
Yeshua, is that okay?
I would imagine they did.
So Yahweh and Yeshua, is that different if we call him by the Hebrew?
Well, if 20 years from now or in the future, they're calling you a name other than Adam, wouldn't you find that weird?
Well, translations change, don't they? My name in Spanish is Adan. It's not Adam. If I go to a different language, a different part of the world, they won't call me Adam. My name will go by a different pronunciation and a different spelling. It's still Adam.
Yeah, but there's an English name for Jesus, and it's Joshua. And there's another English name for his name, and it's Yeshua. So
you got James in the Bible, you got Joseph in the Bible, you got John in the Bible. There's plenty with J's. It's not just Jesus. Plenty go by J. So, like, for you, and do you? I know you grew up a little bit with the Bible, and you're aware of it, and you know that you've used scriptures in your code.
Well, not a little bit. I mean, you're a little bit, right? You're a few years in. I was
it's not
for a lot longer than that.
Do you understand? Like, it's not the length of the time that you do something. I was playing football at 13 better than 18-year-olds. They were 5 years older than me, played a lot longer. It's not always the longer you've done it, the better you get. Some people just don't get it. I've known people doing this coding thing, helping me for 7 years. They still can't code. So it's not how long you do it. Some people pick stuff up. You got to accept that. Some people just do something and they get it. It's not like, okay, the longer you've done it, the better you get.
Again, just, not knowing that San Diego equals 74. I guarantee you there's 1,000 people in my community that know off the top San Diego equals 74.
Yeah, but I give him a giant list of 74s. It don't mean I know every single word that comes to 74, but I gave him a massive list. I know
but
it's
you
a
just said you're one of the best. And like I just said, I know there's 1,000 people that know off the top San Diego equals 74.
Yeah, there is, and I'm
in
sure
your mind you're one of the best. But I'm just saying, well, you don't even know the San Diego. When I tune into your videos, Adam, I just see you skipping over all kinds of things. I'm like, does he not know these things? I mean, there's some major.
There's a lot of stuff I've given you in
over.
the stream that you didn't know, and I helped you.
Huh?
I think there's a lot of stuff I've given you in the stream you didn't know, at least 10 things, and I'm not saying anything.
Such as what? The 53 Saints, I actually
I give
didn't
you
know.
the
What else
I
did you
give you
give
the
us?
Jesuit things. I told you 3:11 p.m. was the 911th minute of the day. I gave you a lot of stuff that you weren't aware of. You said,
No, the 311, the 911th day, that's simple math. What's the
you
point
didn't
of
know
knowing
it, did you? You didn't know it, and I told you it. And that's
said I didn't know it?
significant.
Who said I didn't know it?
But
I
I'm
can't do
telling
simple
you,
math.
I
can't
gave
do
you
15 times 60 plus 11.
Yeah, but because you had to think.
I'm sorry. I can't stand listening to this guy. The thing about him, you guys, is he's another person who learned from me, and in 6 months he's going on his thing and just making up stuff. I'm a way better decoder than Zach. Zach can't even decode football. And then as he whiffs at the World Cup, stop. What's up, Boogeyman?
Zach can't even decode football.
You guys gotta have the setup right. Mute your YouTube video and come on through the StreamYard. Otherwise, we get feedback. What's up, Smack Gang? And DK, you got to come on the other way because I don't have my phone in the room. DK, you're trying to call me, but I do not have the phone in here. I'm getting a notification, but I don't have the phone to answer.
Yo, Zach, I'm trying to see what the hell Aramco equals because the Yemeni Houthis just struck Aramco on the western coast of Saudi Arabia right now. So things are about to heat up. It's looking buck wild over there. Let me see. What the hell does Houthi equal and what does Aramco equal? Aramco. Get these guys. Oh, Ramco. Okay, 51. What the hell's the date now? Okay, I see the date numerally kind of matching up with the Ramco right now, but it looks like a big escalation
By the
right
way, did you just hear Illusion say that he taught me 10 things in the stream? Did you hear him teach me 10 things?
Let me just tell you something right now. It was very hard to listen to that man. I have my quarrels with that man. I don't want to be public right now with that man. I have sent him an email that, hey, let's have a chat, and he never replied. So I'll leave it there. That's why I did not want to engage him in this
He's just a
conversation.
disingenuous person. It's so annoying. It's just like, okay, I didn't know about the 53 Saints. I didn't hear you teach me anything else in the stream. Are you trying to tell me I couldn't do the simple math on 3:11 p.m. is the 911 minutes? Like, who cares? I mean, well, it's easy math. Who cares? What's the point? What is it, Lubba? What is it? What's up, DK?
Hey, I didn't see a link in the chat, so actually I just found a link that somebody else posted. Your link expired.
Okay, I reposted it.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say no one that's called in has demonstrated any knowledge on the Bible itself or the history of Christianity or anything. If this was like, these people weren't being paid for, we would call them intellectually lazy at best. But this is obvious. These people are being paid by the minute. And I have the complete opposite reaction from just people in the general public that are hardcore in their religion. I start talking to them on their level, and I show them all the discrepancies that they weren't aware of. We're talking hardcore Catholics. It doesn't even matter. So to say that these trolls, that paid for trolls that call in, are an honest representation of society as a whole, I think is incorrect. Is there some super brainwashed people even within our families and friends? Yes, there is. But no man just comes on some random stream first call and is just like, you know what I mean? These people are obviously being sent to you and all that. And, the trouble when you let someone like Marco on and start talking about like these religious things that most of us, even at basic IQ level know is just complete garbage. And we know the history of it and how it came to be. And we could see this step along. Once you open the door to that, you've just opened the door to all the rest of the trolls that are going to call in and debate for or against. It doesn't matter. It's just the time wasting filibuster. And that's what all this stuff is. There's not trying to call out like, oh, this person is the Antichrist or what. It's just that's been a psyop for the last 20 years. The last 5-10 years ago, the main one was Obama's the Antichrist. Now it's whoever. You know what I mean? It's just it's retarded. The fact that the Bible's being used as a playbook is a completely different thing that's legitimate, that has nothing to do with these people that are trying to delegitimize it by saying, oh yeah, this guy's the Antichrist. It says this and that. That's all. I mean, the basic characters in the Bible are obvious. The whore of Babylon is the Catholic Church. The Antichrist is actually just the overwhelming people who have fallen for everything. Just like the Christ consciousness or the principles, not one person. The Antichrist also is not one person. Obviously, one person is not running the show. We have a tiered system. And, from what we can see at face value, the top of that tiered system is the Jesuits. There's something beyond that. But as far as showing the receipts for it, you've gotten to the limit of that. At the top of the, until you start getting to where we're, we can't prove things. We're speculating. If everything's pointing to one thing, but we can't show like a definite receipt for it, that's when you start getting above the Jesuits. But up to that point, you've already shown all the receipts for that. There's really, there's just no debate about it. And to bring in, you have a very forward-thinking show, and just in general, Gematria is not like necessarily for beginners, even though you have the Gematria for beginners. But it's I think somebody needs to have a more basic understanding at first before they can even realize that part is true and that's possible with a how they can set it up so much with numbers. And then to, try to, such a forward thinking type of, how would you, not necessarily program, but modus operandi that you're using to get to all these things, to bring in this silly religious stuff that these guys are talking at. Then they're not even like, they're talking about like a King James Bible, which is like the mainstream McDonald's version of a Bible. It's just like the most, like, it's not even like Chipotle level. You know what I mean? Like, it's such a joke. So I think you're downgrading just Gematria itself just by even mentioning it in the same sentence as the stuff that these guys are talking about with this. They're not even versed in the stuff they're talking about. That's the saddest part. They don't even understand how these Bibles, as they came along, certain things were pulled out, certain things were added. The King James, I mean, you can watch a simple YouTube video on the 10,000, mistranslations and changes from in the King James Bible, and then all these things about, saviors, which that was all brought in. No other text anywhere else talks about crucifixions or saviors, but plenty of other texts and other stuff older than Bibles talks about this guy Yeshua, the messenger or teacher guy Yeshua coming through. So you can kind of cross-reference a lot of this stuff, but none of the idol worship, the salvationism, the coming back to Satan, none of that stuff is anywhere else but in this modern day, what's, called Christian or whatever, which is, I've mentioned this before. Christian was a derogatory term, like the pagan term is derogatory now. The pagans were originally calling the folks who fell for the Catholic, moon-worshipping Catholic Church when they transferred over into sun worship and Sol Invictus. The pagans were bagging on them, calling them Christians. You just fell for the fake sun worship of these guys that has nothing to do with the raw and, the whole original, Christianity, which came out of, Egypt. And then the Gnostics kind of, kept going with that lineage as the, church, before it was the church, had bastardized everything and kind of swallowed up the, what was originally called the pagan, the sun worshippers, and then now that's a derogatory term, and all that crap that's Christianity that was known as crap before, now that's the actual religion, and everything else is kind of being talked about as derogatory. Anyway, I'll stop there on that. I'm sure you probably agree with most of what I said there.
We are like-minded for the most part in that regard. So, still, I don't mind letting other people air different ideas.
Yeah, I mean, you're really good on that. The thing is, they've taken advantage of you because of that. That it sucks. And every machine, everything needs a filter to run properly, and multiple filters. Even like the screen that you're watching right now has, a bunch of different light filters, high pass filters, low pass filters. I'm sure it's hot up there where you are, and you're air conditioning the house for Ruby. There's there's an air filter there. There's an exhaust filter. So every machine needs like some type of filter to run properly and cleanly, and to be able to run. Eventually, it won't even run. So the show has no filter. Nobody's filtering who's calling in and this and that. So a lot of impurities are getting in and clogging stuff up, and it's not operating as smoothly as it should. It's not cooling the room as good as it should. Kind of like that. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Like if I was doing the call filters and like how Mark passed, that's why you can't get to Mark Passio. He's filtering out all the real truth seekers that may call in.
Yeah, I know. He only takes the same 3 callers each
Yeah,
week.
right. But if you had, like if I was your call filter, I'd be like, okay, so what are you going to talk about? Religions? No. Okay, so we're already about 50 IQ points past that on this show. So go do a little bit of, research stuff, a little bit, whatever, and then we'll give you a little IQ test when you raise the 50 points, then we'll let you on the show. How's that sound? I mean, just like, it's just, you're super nice and how would you say, you're very, you give everyone a chance. You understand people are not working with a full deck. Most people got only a couple cards of the deck, and they're trying their hardest. And then, it kind of just opens the door for these trolls who act like they're like that, but they're not. They're paid for. So we're not trying to help honest people anymore. And then you end up having all your honest people call in, like Gematria 32, whatever, like debating with these people as if these people are trying to learn or whatever. Like, no, they're being paid by the minute to just sit there and act like whatever you said, it just like you didn't even say it, even though, you know, and that's not how people are normally. I tell people, like, you know, I'm talking to them, I could say something crazy, extraordinary. I say, Google it right now. Google it right now. Use your phone for good. And then they look at it like, they're like, wow, yeah, that does not make much sense. I'm like, that's just one thing. Imagine if I forced you now as I'm talking to Google like 10 things in a row and everything I'm saying is like, it's undeniable. Then what do you do? What do you do with that belief system then? You got to quit. They're like, yeah, I mean, obviously I know a lot of this stuff is not going to be legit. I'm like, well, how can you then still say you're like Catholic or whatever, this and that? And they're like, well, it's just like, you know, I don't have the time to go through all that. And like, what am I going to do? Tell all my family, okay, you know, I'm pulling back, you know, there's like no reason for me to really do that. I'm like, I get that. I do get that. But in general, in your own, you know, you're here as your own, you're here, like you got your own mind. You don't have to like subscribe to what these other people subscribe to. And then if you know you don't, why be scared like to voice that, you know? That's, so I think most people actually know a lot of the stuff that they claim to believe in. They don't really believe in it that hard. As soon as you question them a little bit, they're like, look, I don't really, you know. That shows you that if, you know, if they're thinking like their whole life and where their soul's going to go after this depends on it, they would know way more about it. You know what I mean? Like just stuff that we like, we know way more about. You see these people that like sports. I mean, they know their favorite players' stats, rebounds, how many hits, RBI. I mean, you know what I'm saying? People know stupid shit that they're just, you know, that's just a hobby of theirs. So if it's like, it was that important to you, your whole life depended on it, you would know way more about it, period. Or you're just, you know, you're being paid to fake the funk, or you're just not all about it. You're just like one of those lukewarm people, which is, you know, that's a lot of people. I would say that's probably 90% of people that believe in stuff. They're just like, they're going along to get along. They don't want to cause too many problems. Plus, they don't want to like take the time to go ahead and think about all that stuff because they know they're going to find out a bunch of it's nonsense, which will require much more research to figure out what actually is the truth. And people are just not there on that. They don't want that kind of responsibility, and they don't think they have the time or like the capability to even get themselves there mentally, from what I find, you know.
I hear what you're saying. I don't really disagree. So, but to be fair, DK, you know, there's some people out there that don't like when you call in. So imagine if we had a certain person, they might filter you out.
That's true, but I mean, I don't think those people are legit, because every one of your followers that I've met or talked to, like, they're all really cool and normal people, very much like you and I are. And then, like, you know what I'm saying?
There are a lot of people, though, that, for example, you know, part of the reason Marco's coming over so much is he's gaining a lot of people to his channel by being on here, and you know, I mean, and goes to show that.
I would suggest, yeah, they're in that way they're using you, and I don't know if they're like stealing your followers or whatever. I would figure that.
Well, I mean, personally, I don't care. It's like, well, if you'd rather go follow Marco, then go for it.
Exactly, but I mean, the type of people that are looking at your work and that are that forward thinking are not going to take like 10 steps back. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense to me that that's the case. You know, this is like somebody who is schooled on all the, you know, machinations of how these religions were created and all that, and then they're like, yeah, it's all bullshit, and all of a sudden say, you know what, but I'm going back to it anyway. You know, like, no, they have the phrase like when you you know, once you wake up, you don't go back to sheep, you know, or go back to sleep. Like, it's just impossible. Once you see things through a certain lens, how are you going to unsee it, you know? And that is a good thing about the truth. Like, once people see it, they can ignore it and you know, like, work 24/7 overtime to like keep ignoring it once they've seen it and once it's been explained to them. But like, yeah, I don't see that as being legit, that these people are going over from your channel to, you know, I kind of said that, was it 2022? I think I found you. So it's been like 4 years already. When I first found you, I was like, man, the host is great. You know, somebody just literally told me about your show. I'm like, the host is great. Then when I was listening to the, when you had the TFRs, I'm like, geez, I don't know. It's showcasing a couple of these people who are mediocre at best, beneath like Taylor Swift level. And the rest of the people that are calling in are like trolls. What the hell's going on here? And then, like, I don't know, seemed to get a little bit better and then a little bit worse until finally everything tanked. But I said that, how many years ago did I say that? I'm like, they surrounded you by a bunch of trolls in order that they could pull the rug out.
Well, it's not that the show tanked. The TFR network went under because Chris Geo, I think he got lost. I don't know what happened to Chris Geo, but I was the last remaining show on TFR. And then what was funny is he must have been out there listening to my show. I don't know why he closed everyone out for me. For about the last 2 months, I was the only person who broadcast on TFR. And I still remember what happened that night. I brought up how some of the other hosts had invited me to their network. And then the next week I went to log in and I was locked out of the show. So I thought, oh, he must have heard that and not like that. And I guess he's all the way done with the network. So, no.
I think they purposely left you on personally as the only one on there. For whatever reason. I don't know what the reason is.
I don't know why either. It seemed weird in hindsight because I was the black sheep of the network. I was the only one that wasn't a Trump tard, and half of them were flat earthers too. So I was the only one not doing the Trump or flat earth thing.
Can I talk about something that's off topic for what the topic devolved into today, but something that you were talking about just recently about the you think if everybody was given psilocybin doses that we'd have a way better society, people would wake up?
Sure.
Are you aware of the ergot drink that was like, I mean, I don't know how many thousands of years it goes back. They were drinking it back in like Greece, like before the Bible was even written. It was called the Kykeon drink. Are you aware of that?
I don't know about this, no.
So there was this fungus that grew on like the stored food, and it was called ergot, and they would make a drink out of this thing, and it was like, I mean, the power compared to like us eating like an eighth of mushrooms or whatever of this stuff was like through the roof. And then there was another mushroom that was so powerful and toxic it would kill you. So they would feed it to deer, and then the deer would urinate, and the shamans would drink the urine of the deer, and they would get so they would get so in tune with their frequency they could astral travel, and they have like these depictions of these shamans like flying across the sky, like how witches are depicted flying across the sky in brooms. And then as far as like, you know, we know that God talked to people through burning bushes at only one certain point in time, allegedly, right? Well, it's known that, you know, if you burn the acacia bush, it's going to release a lot of DMT. And if you're sitting in front of it and you inhale some of this DMT, you're going to be able to talk to God for about 5 to 15 minutes. That's what we call 5-MeO DMT. Normally it comes off the bufo toad, where they scrape this stuff off the back of the toad and then put it on a microscope slide, and then you heat that up and like freebase it, you know, like inhale it like dabbing. So, you know, did they really talk to people? Did they really talk to God through burning bushes? I would say probably yes, just completely in a different manner than what these fake religions have allegorized all this stuff as.
Potentially, and there is a bush that does catch on fire. I forget what the name of the tree is. So, yeah, there perhaps is something to that story. So and just for the record, I gotta pull this up since it was brought up in the stream. Gematria32 just brought up this story. You know, again, Hollywood put out or not Hollywood, but the recording industry put out the song "Murder by Numbers" about killings as simple as ABC is 1, 2, 3, and it's the sport of the elite. And look at this, you guys. Look at this guy who's dead unexpectedly. It's interesting because Wikipedia has his age at 68. They all want to say, all the headlines want to say he's 74, but it is the same guy. If his birthday is correct, he is dead 74 days after his 74th birthday in San Diego. He just dropped dead unexpectedly, it said. And again, look at the overlap with San Diego and killing. And poison, which is probably what would cause you to drop dead out of nowhere. And in light of being the star of The Mask, Jim Carrey just happened to die on the 187th day of Jim Carrey's age, the homicide code in California. And Society of Jesus is 187, Jesus is 74. Loki, the mask in The Mask is from Loki. I know Loki has the same gematria as Jesus. Loki's known as the trickster, like Mercury. This guy dropped dead on a Wednesday. You can be poisoned with Mercury. There's some symbolism with Mercury and Hermes and Jesus that's shared. So there really is a legitimate connection here with Society of Jesus, Jesuits, all the symbolism, the overlap. And then Jim Carrey just happens to be 64 years old right now, and the guy who's dead, his name just happens to equal 44. Numbers that go with mask and kill. And that's what we see again and again in show business. And, I don't know exactly what Adam was trying to do when Gematria 32 brought it up, but I don't really see Adam really ever talk about all these celebrity deaths and killing patterns, which to me is actually exposing evil. And I would say, part of the reason they do this is because it's the Society of Jesus. They're the ones that have promoted the idea that, God demands human sacrifice. That's what the whole religion's based on, right? You go to church, you get on your knees, you drink the blood, you eat the bodies. One of the four Gospels has the story of the zombie apocalypse. The other three guys didn't hear about it. Again, that's a major... all of you Christians out there, you got to explain why there's all these major contradictions in your book. And you can't just say, it's different perspectives. I mean, come on, man. One has the zombie apocalypse and the other ones don't. That's a major problem. How can this be the word of God if it's so inconsistent? And there's a lot of other major inconsistencies and just outright completely different details. Again, this is supposed to be the inspired word of God, but they all got it different. I mean, make it make sense. You can't. It's based on this need to believe. You just gotta believe. And believing's not really helping anyone at the end of the day. I'd say believing's the enemy of knowing. But yeah, it does look like this is just business as usual in Hollywood. There's a long pattern with 74 and killing, and again, 74 and 187 go right back to the Society of Jesus. Don't forget when Jim Carrey's girlfriend died maybe a decade back, it was all synced up with that movie, The Number 23, and the Top Secrets thing. Covered that. I want to say that was 2016, a decade ago. So this isn't the first body for Jim Carrey either, who's one of the... I mean, what? Where would you say Jim Carrey is in terms of fame in Hollywood? In terms of actors who are alive today?
Right now, currently?
Just, is he in the top 20?
Oh, absolutely. Maybe not.
That's my point, yeah. I mean,
right now, actually, probably still is in the top 20.
Yeah, I'd say he's top 20 most famous actors. I mean,
10 years ago, he was number one, right? He was like in every $30 million movie was Jim Carrey.
Yeah, he hasn't been real active. And probably about since the time that girl died, his girlfriend. But
he was supposed to be like head warlock of the Hollywood cult that they were saying like 10 years ago. I'm sure you probably heard that, right?
I don't know. I remember when he went on Jimmy Kimmel and did the all mocking tongue thing from the Masonic Temple. So.
Yeah, I mean he's a strange dude. I've only seen him in person once on set. I didn't have any words with him or whatever, but he was just kind of walking through and talking to some of the assistant directors or whatever. He just looks weird in the face, like it looks like there's something like he's just not there at present. There's something else behind it too. It's really weird. Some of these people.
Adam says everyone believes in something. I'm gonna bring him on. Everyone believes in something? I don't know. He ran away when I brought him back on. Do you believe in anything, DK? Are you a believer?
If you could show it to me, yeah, but I'll know it. But I don't believe in anything because that just means you don't know. If you gotta believe, that means you don't know what the truth is. So you're gonna force yourself to believe in whatever explanation for that assuages your scared ego for the time being, or you're being paid for to do it, which is my vote.
Yeah,
I don't think any of
what about the quote, believing is the enemy of knowing. I don't really know what the point of believing is. If you can't prove it, save it.
I think he's all about what he's saying. He doesn't come off as genuine.
Does anybody want to say anything?
Yo, Hubbard.
Yo.
Thank you for finally bringing me on. Thank you. Listen, did you cover the death of the Patriots guy that just died, Jordan
A
Levy?
New England Patriot?
Crazy, man. Dead at 38. I mean, I mean, if you're new here, just 38 and death. I mean,
Here, let me just scroll down to what's on the screen right here. I'm just making the point about San Diego. You know, it's got all the killing numbers. Jordan Divvy, a Jordan.
yeah.
And his jersey number, 65. I know LeBron. I mean, it's 313 days after the Pope's birthday, right? 65th prime. We got LeBron going to the 65 city where Jordan retired. Oh, he supposedly offed himself. They want to do that one too. NFL season.
Hold on, you can see me? Hey, I know. Look, I got the melanated skin. Y'all can see me? I know y'all can see my teeth. That should match with the seats.
Well, if you smile, we'd see your teeth, but you're definitely hidden in the night.
Hold on. There's a Jesuit cop walking around. Hold on. Look at this Jesuit cop. I wish I could flip the camera to show y'all. Hold on, let me put my lights on.
Damn Jesuits.
No, y'all can see me. Hey, for the guy, I forgot what his name, the military guy that was on here yesterday, I believe. He said, remember when we had the cooties, they had the drought with the toilet papers. If you're still using toilet paper in 2026 to wipe your ass, I'm letting you know you're walking around with shit stains. So you should be using baby wipes.
I had this guy. He said that's the only way to go. Baby wipes.
Yeah. So if you're still using toilet paper in 2026, you're walking around with shit stains
You need
on
one of
your
those
ass.
Japanese toilets.
Watch
Oh, you mean
out for those forever.
You mean the
Watch out for those forever the paper
You
and
mean
the
a seat
wipes.
warmer? You mean a seat warmer? Toilet seats?
The Japanese ones. I forget what the word is.
Yeah, I went to my buddy's house the other day. He had the toilet seat. He had the heat warmers on the toilet seats. Man, it's unbelievable. The toilet seat opened by itself. Yeah, we're in the future, guys. We're in the future. But I just want to let you know about that death, Hubbard. Definitely probably connected to the Super Bowl. But anyways, man, I'm gonna let y'all go, man. Yo, Adam.
Hello, brother. You just
Hey, man,
changed my life with that toilet bowl information. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we're in 2026. Why were you guys still using toilet paper?
Crazy, isn't it? To be honest, I'm gonna get some baby wipes tomorrow.
Yeah, only baby wipes.
Only
Trust me,
baby wipes.
if you're still using toilet paper, just know I know you stink. So.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Hey, Hubbard, you funny with that explosive diarrhea story, man. That shit had me fucking rolling, man. Oh my goodness, bro.
Yeah, you might want to go to the carnivore diet for the time being. Watch out.
Hey, man, we only eat ribeyes over here, man. Ribeyes. Fresh eggs, avocados, fruits. None of that starch, none of that nonsense. They got over here in
You're on a
America.
low carb diet for sure. Avocados and meat.
Yeah,
man. Things with pills probably aren't a bad idea right now because look out, the explosive, it's out there.
Yeah, that explosive diarrhea, fam. That shit had me rolling. Hold on, when did you experience it? You said you was at the grocery store?
No, obviously I got it from something at the grocery store. It
Okay,
happened.
okay.
It happened July 9th.
Wait. 79. Society of Jesus equals 79. They probably poisoned you, man.
No, what's crazy though is actually if you look at what the scientific name for the stuff is, it actually equals 97. So that was the organic side. Actually, that was also the day it seemed to be going viral as a national news headline. I was like, what in the world?
But I'm gonna let you go, man. I just want to let you know about that death, man. These people, man, just business as usual, man. Business as usual.
Yeah, indeed.
I mean, you guys be safe out there, man. Make sure you get them baby wipes.
All right. Appreciate that thought there, Elohim.
So you want to talk about believe, Zach? Is that why I'm back on? Respect for 6 hours. Respect for that. Respectfully, I believe we all believe in something. I believe that could be a daily assumption. I think it could be putting your trust in a certain person. I think it could be trusting in science. I think it would be a person who rejects a religion. They have truth that Jesus isn't the truth. You have a belief that the Jesuits are controlling everything. So I do believe that everybody does have a belief system within this.
But again, do you know what the word believe means?
A belief system that we all believe in something, we emphasize something, we trust in something. That's belief to me.
If you don't have evidence, you have to believe in it. If you have no evidence for the point you're making, you have to believe. If you have evidence, you're not relying on belief.
Unless you have 100% evidence, you're still putting an element of trust and belief in something that's not 100% factual. You don't 100% know the Jesuits are controlling the world. You have a great system and tools that initiate and instigate and reveal that it possibly could be them, but you don't have 100% evidence. So it's still a belief system that the Jesuits.
It's called preponderance of the evidence. It even works in court when everything's pointing that it's a duck. It walks like a duck, talks like a duck.
Yeah, but you don't 100% know the Jesuits are controlling everything, does it? Neither do you. You just think that.
Well, again, day after day, Adam, day after day, the ritualism points to the Jesuits. Every day, things are lining up with the Pope and the Superior General. It's going on every single day.
Many things can point towards things. It doesn't mean they're 100% real. People are being convicted of murder and then found out they're innocent. A lot of things can point to something. My point is with this, right? So where I'm coming from, I am trying to lead people to eternal life, which you don't believe in. What's the goal of this channel?
No, you're not. There's no evidence of any of that. So how are you?
Okay, DJ.
There's no evidence of that.
No. I can't.
There's zero evidence of that for thousands of years of religions. There's zero evidence of anyone coming back to save anyone or anyone coming back to life or eternal life. Zero evidence.
Do you know anything about fulfilled? Do you know anything about fulfilled prophecy? Are you aware of that historical, factual, fulfilled prophecy? No.
Are you aware of somebody writing something down and then doing it because they wrote it down? So of course.
Okay, so when was the Bible written?
Which Bible?
The King James Bible. When was it published?
1611. Do you know how many mistranslations, redactions, and omissions are in that one? I can tell you if you don't know.
Do you know how many people that are living now that were born in 1611?
Probably zero.
Probably zero. Okay, so what do they gain from 2026? The fact that this Bible is still being proclaimed, preached, shared around the world. The scoffers. What do those people gain who did this? Well, they're dead.
No? By having it out?
Well, they're dead now. Like, if it was for personal gain, were they thinking like thousands of years ahead?
Absolutely, more than that.
You really believe? So you know what the issue is?
I don't believe. I know they were thinking.
No, you don't.
No.
You
all
believe,
the stuff that's in the Bible was already in other works thousands of years before, and then slowly, as new Bibles came out, it got redacted, mistranslated, omitted, and new stuff was added in. So
okay, just give me a moment. Give me a moment. Talk your way out of fulfilled prophecy. Jews cast out twice from the nation and returned.
What does that mean? Wait. What does that mean? Hold on. What does that mean?
I'll tell you at the end.
No, I want to know what a Jew is right now. Tell me what that means.
The Jews at the time, now the Jews right now are the believers in Christ, the reborn believers. At the time,
no, not at all. A Jew.
That's the Israelites in Egypt, brother.
A Jew is a Judean. A Jew is a Judean. It's right in the word. So now you're talking about people from a certain area, and you're telling me what was done to them?
Brother, I'm talking about the ancient Israelites, right?
There's no such thing. Israelites would be followers of a guy named
Israel. I'm going to the Bible.
There is no land ever in history named Israel until 1948. So again, another misnomer. What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about?
Let me finish.
Israel is a man's name. Israel is a man's name.
I'm aware Israel is Jacob.
Correct. It's a man's name.
Yes, let me explain what I'm talking about with the ancient
Israelites would be followers of this guy Israel who turned over a new leaf after allegedly talking to an
So did Moses prophesy that a new nation would eventually be conquered, not once but twice?
The whole Moses thing was a complete psyop.
According
from
to you,
top to bottom, side to side.
What's your argument? What's your argument that it was a psyop? On what grounds? Tell me why it's a psyop.
You can prove it to us right now by trying to bullshit about it. Go right ahead. You're going to prove it to everybody.
So what do you mean bullshitting it? How do you judge history? Can you not go back centuries? Do you not trust that? Are we not supposed to trust ancient manuscripts? Can we not? Can we only go far back to when you was alive? Like people are like, oh, we can go back to Hitler because my grandmother was alive.
I'm going back to all the stuff it says about Egypt and all that, and it says that psyop. So
okay, in the Bible, did they foretold the crucifixion? Yes or no?
No, that was all added in.
By who?
About the 1500s. The Piso family. The Piso family. They're the last of the Flavian emperors. They added in hell. They added in salvation and all this crap.
According to what? According to your opinion?
No, according to the Bibles that just predate when they added it in.
Which Bibles?
We gotta ticker tape receipt history of all of it, and that's why we know it's such a load of shit. And I would say you're intellectually lazy, but I know you're being paid by the minute.
Who's paying me? Who? DK or DJ or Stonewood? Who's paying me?
The folks who have the same blue eyes and imploded upper lip like you do.
What you're saying? I'm a Jew?
No, I'm saying you're a Khazar hybrid. You're not from Judea.
This is just ridiculous, bro. Okay, I'm actually.
Yes,
okay,
you are ridiculous. This is what happens when you talk to somebody who knows stuff. And if we were in person, you would have to cower down and walk away from the group. This is how we should do it as real men. We weed people out like you.
You know what a real man?
People out like you, man.
You know what a real man does? He surrenders to the truth. Okay, that's what a real man does.
If you saw me in person, then you would know what a real man looks
well,
like.
why is that? What makes you a real man? Have you got big biceps? What's up? Why are you a big man?
No, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with I know this, and I'm going to step forward, and I'm not going to let anyone bullshit in front of me. You're not going to do that in front of me. I'll run you off. Like when I see you in front of me.
Why? How come every
COVID or something? I'll run them off. You're not doing a big story in my neighborhood.
Whoever's come on here and spoke to me all gets rattled, and I'm as calm as can be every time. Why?
You couldn't rattle me if you stood on top of a ladder, bro.
You're threatening me. You're like the third person that's threatened me, and I've said nothing. I'm telling you,
you're gonna rattle me. Come on, dude.
I'm telling you, biblical prophecy that's being fulfilled.
You're telling me crap.
If you see me, son, I'll show you a real man.
You're telling me crap. It's all been retranslated and everything. You're reading a book that's written way before you, that's been translated.
Translation doesn't change the message,
by your ancestors.
Okay, tell me one Bible where Jesus didn't die for our sins on the cross, where Jesus doesn't claim ultimate victory. Give me the
Sinai Bible, Geneva Bible, Ethiopian Bible.
What, that Jesus didn't die for our sins?
And there's another thing called what is it called? The Codex or something where everything comes from. It's not in there either. That's
is that a Bible though? Is that regarded as a Bible? No.
Excuse me?
Tell me a Bible where Jesus is not the ultimate victor in the end. Tell me one. You can. Try. Give me every.
All of them. Not even in the King James.
Thank you.
None of them. They're not even in the King James.
Hey, illusion.
Not even in the King James.
Wait. Illusion. You keep acting like you killing everybody in the debate. You're not. You're literally talking in circles, bro. Hold up. I like people. Hold up. I like people that claim they're religious to state your claim. So you're saying you're trying to get people back to salvation. What are you doing specifically to get people back to salvation?
Doing what the Bible calls me to do and proclaim the gospel. That's what I'm called to do. If you
okay, so what do you? I asked Marco this yesterday. What do you do? What are you telling people to do to get salvation?
To accept Jesus Christ as the Lord and Savior, humble themselves to the truth.
And what is Jesus' teachings?
His teachings,
completely opposite to that. He said, "Don't ever bow down to me. You're even greater than I am, and you will do greater things than I have even done. Don't you dare get on your knees in front of me."
Are you saying
everything you Christians do go against the teachings of the guy you keep saying?
You're completely full of shit, Illusion, and it's obvious because you're around way smarter people than the psyop you're pushing. So it's just not working. I get it. You're being paid by the minute. I get it, but it doesn't work. You know,
how much am I being paid?
Work.
How much am I getting paid? You seem to know.
I don't know. Probably based on your IQ and the way you look, really low.
But again, they're trying to attack the flesh because you're not in the spirit. Like the way that I look, like not a lot. Like what you talking about?
Dude, you're sitting there laying back with your shirt open, just looking disgusting as hell, and you're trying to tell people you're going to take them to salvation.
DK,
Dude, if I wasn't disgusted, I would put a glove on and just slap you. Come on.
DK, why don't you share yourself on your camera? Let's have a look at you, mate. Go on, let's see it. Let's have a little look. Oh, you're not going to show your face because you're a coward.
If you want to see DK, he was out pounding pavement with us in Los Angeles.
DJ,
We were out front.
if you're targeting my flesh and my parents,
He's actually in really good shape. He's actually in really good shape. He was walking around LA with his shirt off the whole time.
So am I. I'm in great shape.
You're not as in good a shape as he is.
Well, whether
What
I am
shape
or
is
not-
that? A pear? You're a great pear shape. I agree.
Oh yeah, bro. I'm sorry, bro, but I talk about Jesus and look at you.
You're talking bullshit. You don't even know anything about. It's embarrassing.
Nobody
It's
attacked me
embarrassing.
when
You
I was
don't even
following the
know
numbers.
as much
No,
about
no.
what you're talking about as other people that know it's crap.
No,
That's
you think
insane.
you know it's crap. You think.
I know it's crap.
Everyone's
And I
silent.
know you're being paid to push it.
Illusion. As soon as I bring in Jesus, look at this. It's happened 3 times. With the numbers, you can't say a thing about me. When I talk about my faith in Christ, look at you. You're now targeting.
But bro, just because you being calm, I don't like that, bro. That's like some pseudo white supremacy tactic, bro. White people do that shit all the time. Oh, well, I'm way calmer. You'll do some shit like they'll do some shit to somebody and then stand there act
It's a
calm like they
fact.
didn't do
I
nothing.
know the
That don't make
truth.
you right, bro.
Their whole point is to irritate you and then to get you to, start, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, see, he's all out of sorts and everything. But that's the whole point. You guys are not trying to learn. They're not trying to really understand what you're saying. It's just like Andrew Wilson.
Listen.
Andrew Wilson just talking in circles regardless.
DK.
It don't even matter.
DK, when it comes to coding and exposing, I'd eat you alive. So don't act like I don't know this. All right?
What are you exposing? The most obvious level 1 psyop is religion. That's the thing that gets
I
the
would
sheep.
eat you alive.
You would eat me alive? Well, dude, you eat fucking you're eating Skittles based on your body shape. You're not eating nobody alive, dude.
I don't even have to think. So
You're not eating anything raw. Trust me, bro.
What happens when you die, DK?
What happens is you're going to go to your soul review, and since you're part of the synagogue of Satan, we already know where you're going. And
Who reviews your soul? Who reviews your soul, DK?
You do. You do it yourself, just like the Gnostic say.
You review your own soul.
Yep.
And and then what happens after you review?
Then you decide what you're going to do to learn the lessons that you didn't learn, that you set forth that you were supposed to, and you're going to move on from there. Under natural conditions, you would probably come into another incarnation within the same family playing another role. Instead of being the son or the mother or whatever, you're going to be the father, the aunt, the uncle. So you're going to learn from every people. And that was the original setup here on Earth until it was taken over by the Archons, and now they're forced incarnating everybody with no memory. So you haven't learned anything after each incarnation.
Okay, so is that a belief system that you have?
No, not. That's what seems
How is it not a belief
most realistic to me, because it's in the Vedic text, it's in the Gnostic text, it's in a lot of these older texts that people that were, much more spiritually advanced than the modern day human.
So you're putting your faith in older texts, but I can't put my faith in the Bible.
No faith. I don't have any faith in anything but myself, and that's the definition of the word faith.
That's kind of like
it's something that you can do.
You sound a bit like
something that you can do. If you believe in somebody else doing something, that's null, because you have no idea if they're going to do it.
Are you aware, of the 5 I am statements of Lucifer?
Excuse me?
Are you aware of that? Like you think you know the Bible, don't you? He said, "I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit on the mount of the congregation. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High." You know what you sound like? You sound like Crowley. You sound like do what thou wilt. You want to be your own God, and that is your biggest issue. You want to be your own God.
I can see that they got you programmed to try to twist it like Andrew Wilson style, but no, that's not the case.
You just said you are your own God.
Correct. You're the God of your own. You're not the creator of the universe, but you're the God of your own
So you
soul.
follow Alistair Crowley. You're into Thelema then. You're into
Nope,
Alistair Crowley.
nope, not at all. Nope,
How are you
not at
not?
all. That's
Do
just
what
what
thou
you're
wilt
using as a
will be the whole
sidestep
of the
because
Lord.
you can't do anything about the
Brother, you
correct.
think you're your own God, but you have no answer when I ask how you got created and how humans came to here. Where did we come from? Spaceship?
Your soul spark was created by the creator, and then these
Who's the
physical
creator?
avatars that we're all incarnating into have
So
been
if there's a
created by
creator,
Elohim.
why do you judge if there's a creator, why do you judge yourself? Why does the creator not judge you? Why you judge yourself?
Look,
Because
I
the
gotta
creator
interrupt
only
here for a
creates, the
second.
creator
Let me
doesn't
interrupt
judge.
for a second. Let me interrupt for a second. You guys, this was just brought up. This supposed suicide at age 38 of this former NFL player. And we see this stuff every year as the season's about to get underway. This guy won Super Bowl 49, right? This is the one where Marshawn Lynch didn't get the ball at the goal line and the Patriots beat the Seahawks. And that's the NFL season opener. This guy played for the Patriots and the 49ers. 49ers just hosted the Super Bowl. You want to guess how many days this guy just died before the season begins with the 49ers and Seahawks? Or not, I mean, the Seahawks and the Patriots. You want to guess how many days he died?
49.
Boom. So, but again, and here's the other thing too. He played in 44 games. He died 193 days after his birthday, the 44th prime, like kill and execution. And, you know, you see these numbers come together all the time. Secretary of Defense equals 193. They always stick a 44 guy in there, like 44-year-old Hegseth, who they picked on the Superior General's birthday, the leader of the Jesuits. When the Superior General considers himself the top general in the world, as the Jesuits operate in 112 countries and have influence with 112 militaries. Adam wants to tell you that it's a belief that it's the Jesuits. Not really. Again, look at the evidence. Hey, the Super Bowl, they play for the Jesuit Lombardi Trophy. Everywhere you look, it's Jesuit. But look at this. I mean, look at this, guys. 49 days to the season opener between the teams for the Super Bowl that he won in. I mean, come on, man. In Washington State.
Hey, when was Vatican City founded? What day of the year?
February 11th.
Okay, and that's the 42nd day, yeah?
Yeah.
Now that date can be written 11/2. You do that, yeah? Sometimes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, maybe the Revelation 11:2 says, "But the court which is without the temple leave out and measure it not. It is given unto the Gentiles, and the holy city shall they tread underfoot 42 months." Revelation 11:2 is about the 42 months, and then you got Vatican City founded on 11/2, 42nd day of the year, and then exactly 84 years later, 42 times 2, St. Peter's Basilica struck twice by lightning, when biblically, lightning is God's judgment, hence the fact Lucifer was cast out of heaven like a lightning bolt. Is that relevant?
Yeah, it's relevant. And again, the Jesuits are responsible for the calendar, and no doubt they incorporated the ritualism of verses in the Bible. I mean, I've talked about all these things. They're the ones who made the system.
Do you know the devil knows the Bible better than all of us? You know that, yeah?
Well, again, the devil is a character in a book.
Okay,
it's possible the devil exists.
The devil knows the scriptures. The devil lived with God. The devil was in heaven. He was a high-ranking angel. He was Lucifer. Why was he cast out of heaven?
Again, you're going away from the point I'm trying to make. Where did Vince Lombardi die? Unexpectedly.
I don't know. I didn't know the World
He died at Jesuit Georgetown unexpectedly the day before the season began of the merger of the NFL and AFL. And again, Lombardi's Jesuit educated. He went to Fordham.
So, do you think they kill their own?
Of course they do.
Okay.
Imagine what a limited script you had that they claimed to be Christian, and you're saying the devil and Satan and Lucifer, all different beings, but you just group them all together as if it's. I mean, you're just like I said, intellectual laziness would be at best. But
No, you can't knock my intellect, bro. Like that's like calling Usain Bolt slow. It don't make sense to knock my intellect. Lucifer was in heaven. When he was cast out of heaven,
you just said the devil.
Here, hold on though. I want to finish the point I'm making. Hold on.
Yeah, let him. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Where is this Jesus character to stop all of this evil being done in his name?
He never says, when he comes back and he righteously judges the heaven.
When is he going to come back?
He gonna come back?
It says only the Father knows the time and the hour, brother. You know that.
Yeah.
He gives us the signs and the wonders. He comes back on a white horse with fire in his eyes, a sword in his hand, King of Kings, Lord of Lords.
How come there's almost no physical description of Jesus?
Because it's not about the physical, it's knowing what he did, it's the spiritual, which you're obsessed with the physical, talking about all these deaths and stuff. And I've done hundreds of death rituals on my channel that you said I don't talk about. Hundreds of celebrity deaths. I just did Bonnie Tyler, so it's saying things like that. We don't need to know what he looked like. That's the whole point. You need to know what he did. You have to trust that he said who he said he is.
The Vatican seems to care what he looked like.
No, why should it matter what he looked like? It's the blood. Do you care
Hey,
what my
Zach,
blood looks like?
good ends. You see how in your book you told everybody to go watch the that Pope, the two popes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did you go watch your illusion?
I've seen it. Yeah.
Did you see the painting at the end?
I'm sure I did.
At the very end, just go to the very end and just look at the painting.
My point is like
to the vacuum.
when LeBron James got 38 points on the 38th day of the year, all right, and all those 38s that he got, age 38, 38th day of the year, and he got 38 points and he broke the record. The 38 for me is Ezekiel 38, which is the Battle of Armageddon. Whereas everyone else just be like, cool 38, murder 38, RIP 38. No, it's Ezekiel 38 for me. That's why Spain won the World Cup 38 games unbeaten. That's why Spain have 38 wins at the World Cup. That's why they were 308 goals scored. But it's just like if you go straight to that Gematria calculator and type in kill and murder and RIP and murder by the numbers, what are you really doing? I'm telling you,
of course,
38, Armageddon.
bro. If you have critical, everybody, hold on. Everybody that's decoding with critical thinking is not just going to the calculator and typing in words, bro. People are reading stories, using context clues and things.
Here's what you're missing. For 3 years, I didn't believe in God on this work. I did the style of Zach. I did the gematria, the numerology, the date durations. I did it, and that's how I built my following. I did hit hundreds and hundreds of futures. I called all sorts of stuff to the T. I even called the exact date Screech would die 3 weeks before. The guy.
Bro, I can show you, bro, right now. Hold on, bro. I can show you. Hold on, wait. I can show you right now on my Facebook, bro, a picture of me in 2013 telling you that LeBron was going to
That's
the Lakers.
great. Good.
4 years ahead. So that don't mean anything, bro. Like predicting shit is not that hard if you have a mind, bro.
That's my point. I'm saying what I do. I see the 38s and I bring it to Ezekiel 38 and the Battle of Armageddon. Who else is doing that? You're just typing in the 38s in the Gematrinator. That's it. Why did LeBron have all the 38s? Anybody? What's your debate for why he got the 38s? Against the thunder, and God's voice is like thunder. Why did he get 38? What was the 38 rituals? Was it a death ritual? What was it? I'm being serious when I ask this. What the heck was the 38s for? You don't have an answer when I ask people this. DK, Smack, Zach, what was it? What were the 38s for LeBron? Why did he do a 38 ritual? For what? Just for type shit in a calculator, say it was a death ritual? Answer me.
I'd have to go back and look at my notes on the LeBron thing. I haven't thought about it for a minute.
Yeah, but I'm saying right now, for me, and I gave you all the 38s for Spain, and why Brady won his last Super Bowl the 38th day of the year, and people got, Lucifer's 38 kills, and that's why I sometimes say about the community, what's your end goal? Show people the Jesuits control the world. You've been doing it 20 years better than anybody, and still I go speak to nearly everyone I know. They don't know a thing about this work. And I know you say they're suppressing it. Well, are they?
Are they? Is that a dumb question?
No,
how many times has the channel been deleted? Again, we just had 5,000 people on the live stream the other night, and then when it's over, it posts at 1.9K views.
No, I know, yeah. I'm there. I'm there, but I'm saying, why don't they just completely take our channels down?
They do. I've lost 25 channels. I've been deleted on all kinds of platforms. I lost my entire Twitter channel.
Sub it again. We control YouTube. Get rid of him before he's even spoken. They could do it if they run everything. But
what they've done now is they've made the channel almost invisible. I mean, subscribers don't even get notifications.
You've still got a decent follow. Because if you look at the average YouTuber, you're in the top 1%. The average YouTuber can't even get 30 followers. You're in the top 1% of this.
I don't think that's true. I mean,
no, if you actually look at the average YouTuber, like, yes, you've got your Mr. Beast and stuff. You'll be in the 1% of people that actually make a success out of YouTube channel. You got all these people trying and they never even get to 1,000. You're in that top 1%. But the people that who have the millions, they're obviously the ones generating all the money.
Again, so the 1% stat would be misleading if that is true. I mean, it's the people that are up at the top fraction of the percent that hog up all the
I know
traffic.
there's different ways of looking at the analytics, but you get most people will never get more than 10 subs on their YouTube channel. So you have a decent following. You're not like, yes, you should have more. Yes, you're being suppressed.
Well, I'm just going back over my notes about your question about 38. LeBron James does equal 38, as does Los Angeles and the Chaldean ciphers, which are legit ciphers. I have a lot of things about the 38, but those are probably two of the bigger reasons. And I did mention about how Mavericks is 38, and I'm just looking at my post from when it happened. I said there's speculation that Luke is about to join the Lakers, so that was probably part of it too.
Okay, so Memphis equals 38. Why didn't we do it for Memphis?
And you know what? Hey, speaking of which, you know where this guy went to college who's dead tonight? This is in my post right here. The 38-year-old is dead. He went to college at Memphis.
Yeah, and somebody shared a Bible verse, I think, being justified. So it's bigger than just always everything's a death ritual by the Jesuits, is my point. Look at Jordan Davey. Where was Jesus baptized? Was it the River Jordan?
The Jordan River, sure.
Is that why Michael Jordan's the greatest? Is that why Messi had to beat Jordan at the last World Cup? Is that why when he won the World Cup, PSG was sponsored by Jordan? You don't think it's anything to do with the River Jordan? And he calls himself the Messiah?
But I don't understand. See that, Adam, your true colors are showing, because you do downplay the Jesuit thing all the time. I mean, the last World Cup, which you whiffed on, it was perfectly synced with the Jesuit vote.
It's not downplaying it. It's that it's deeper than that. You can compliment somebody and say, okay, that's really interesting, but it's deeper than that. To just keep it on this Jesuit, look, you said the Memphis equals 38. Why didn't LeBron get his 38-point game playing for Memphis Grizzlies then? So you can find what you want with Gematria a lot. I say that. I've seen these coders with their 36 ciphers, and they find whatever they want, and you can to a degree. You can put Memphis, you can put Memphis Grizzlies, you can put Grizzlies, you can put whatever you want, and people can find what they want when it comes to that. And you got to agree with that. I'm not knocking the Jesuits. You don't hear me. The Jesuits play a massive role. I think they're being controlled by the devil. I'm not saying they don't have any.
Right, which is speculation. I mean, that's going to a realm where you can't prove your point.
Okay, that this little. Okay, they're in 100.
You'll never be able to prove your point there. Why go to a place where you can't prove your point?
You can.
Huh?
You can.
I can't prove my point?
No.
I didn't prove my point by saying, hey, LeBron left the Lakers 76 days before the Pope's birthday. Expect him to go to the 76ers.
I can say 80% of biblical prophecy is being fulfilled, and you brush it off, but then you give me a Gematria code that's supposedly the truth. If Gematria was the truth, we wouldn't be wrong, would we? Jesus never lied. He was never wrong.
What's your difference between prophecy being fulfilled and playbook going by a playbook? What's the difference to you between prophecy being fulfilled and going by a playbook?
Because it's been done over 2,000 years, brother. Because it's been done over 2,000 years. You seem to think it's just some sort of bloodlines that.
How do you know it's over 2,000 years old? How do you?
Yeah, you don't even know that, bro. You don't know when they wrote that shit.
It's many thousands of years. It's more than 2,000. Way more than 2,000. So again, don't divert from the question. Don't be an Andrew Wilson. Answer my question.
So
what is the difference between fulfillment of prophecy and following a playbook that you wrote yourself? What's the difference?
Right. So who do you say wrote the Bible?
Man.
Okay.
Again, answer my question, dude. Stop going on tangents.
You know, wait, hold on. You know what's weird? That earlier you said that they were saying like Muhammad was possessed because he was in the cave. It's like that's very contradictory. So, like, what about the people that wrote your Bible? Wasn't they? Maybe they was possessed.
The reason I mentioned Muhammad is because the Quran came 600 years after the Bible, and Muhammad said he was going to perfectly preserve the holy scriptures of the Bible, and the Quran contradicts the Bible. The Bible tells you if you receive this prophecy from an angel, okay, that it is from the devil, and he got it from a cave, and it's in the Bible.
How do you know? How do you know that's not the devil that wrote the Bible and he's mind tricking you, bro? It's like nothing you say making sense. All this shit is contradiction on type of contradiction.
Okay, if the devil wrote the Bible, you believe that there's a Bible?
No, I don't believe that. I believe man. I said it. The first one I said man wrote the Bible, bro. But I said according to you saying that God wrote the Bible.
No.
From that perspective, hold on. But from that perspective, I could say, well, maybe I think the devil wrote the Bible. Maybe the devil was trying to trick you to go against God.
This is where it's getting twisted, brother. Much love to you. I am not saying it. I'm saying what the Bible's saying. You're not. Okay. So if I say Jesus says this in the book of whatever it may, the book of Revelation, Jesus states this in the Bible. That's different to you saying, oh, I think Satan wrote the Bible. And I'll say, okay, give me something that says that anywhere, and you can. That's different. All I've done on the stream with the Bible is tell you what it says. And yet you hate me.
You're saying you cannot find a place that the God of the Old Testament is the devil? You cannot find one place? That's straight up dishonest. Just put right now in YouTube search, the Old Testament God is the devil, and you won't even, it'll take you a month to get through all the links.
2 Corinthians.
So that's a well-known thing. Don't act like it's not.
The Bible says, in whom the God of this world have blinded the minds of them which believe.
The Bible doesn't say anything. Somebody who wrote something down and created a book, called it a Bible, said it. The Bible itself does not talk on its own. Not in any version.
I'm quoting the Bible, and you're attacking me.
Quick question, Illusion. I want to know.
You're not quoting anything. You're quoting what other men wrote. You're not quoting anything except for other guys who were Satanists.
If I was reading Zach's book out, Number Games, I'll be quoting Zach. Okay, it's his book. I'll be quoting Zach. I'm quoting the Bible, and you're targeting me. I didn't write it. I get it if you thought I wrote it. I'm telling you what the Bible says. If you don't believe in it, why are you attacking me? Ask yourself that.
You're just ripping it up. I get that.
I'm just proclaiming.
What somebody else barfed up.
No.
I get it.
Stonewood.
I get
the
it.
The Bible tells me to proclaim.
Yes. You're barfing up what somebody else barfed up already. That's it. And that's all you're doing. You're barfing up old barf.
DK, what do you think I gained by being in the stream right now?
Do not answer my question with the question. Do not answer my question with the question. This is what a real man does. A real man asks you a question, and when you can't answer it, he doesn't let you go any further. He stops you right there and says, no, you're going to answer my question, or I'm going to pull out Jackson and slap you across the face. Don't bullshit me. Don't bullshit me.
I'll try to answer your question. What's your question?
I asked you before, why are you putting everything together, devil, Satan, and Lucifer, which are three different beings, and two of those are not even beings. So the only one that's a being is Lucifer. Satan is an adversarial force, come from the Hebrew fake Jew word called shaitan, which means the adversary, which could be anybody or a group of people. Devil is a even more modern bullshit, which is the word lived backwards. So you have live, and backwards it's evil. Then you have lived, and backwards it's devil. So none of these are actual characters or names of beings at all. And you're acting like it's all one thing together, which a lot of Christians do because they're totally unread and ill-researched.
Can I try and answer that? Can I try and answer that, please?
Yeah, sure. Just don't ask me any questions before you answer it.
Fair enough. Okay. So I believe through the scriptures that Lucifer, resided in heaven, and he was a high-ranking angel. He worshipped God, and then he rebelled against God. There was the war in heaven. 30 of the angels were cast out of heaven to the earth. They lost to Michael. So 66.6% of the angels actually won. That's probably why Michael Jordan went to 6 NBA finals, won 6 and 6 MVPs, with the Jordan symbolism with Jesus being baptized. So Lucifer, who was a high-ranking angel, he actually wanted to be worshipped. He wanted to be like the Most High in the scriptures, correct? That's Lucifer, right?
Correct.
All right. And then if you read Matthew, when it talks about when Jesus or Yahweh or Yeshua was in the wilderness, let's read out what Matthew says. Matthew 4:1-11. I won't read it all because most of you don't want to know. But it starts by saying, then was Jesus led up of the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted of the devil. You told me the word devil's not in the Bible. You need to read the book of Matthew. All right.
I didn't say it's not in the Bible. I did not say it's not in the Bible. I said it's very modern.
Okay,
it's a modern.
You're right in regards to Satan means the accuser. It means the adversary. Okay. So, and then it's got, like Jesus goes by many names, doesn't it? Satanic,
so there's no
Diablo. Again, depending on the language that you use.
Correct, and none of those are names of an actual being, though. Those are not names like David and Mike and Matthew and Paul. Those are just
it's a phrase like a machinist or a welder or something. It's a
Okay,
phrase
that's
denoting on what those beings do, but it has
brother.
nothing to do with the name.
Okay. So my point is though, I get where you're coming from completely. Okay, remember, like Satan didn't have parents; he wasn't given a name or anything like that when he was here on Earth. But we know adversary, like you said, adversary is not a name, is it? It's like a title for somebody. Adversary means against, so he's against God. Therefore, he's against man. Why is he against man? Because we were created in the image of God, and the angels were not. That's why he hates us, because we're God's greatest creation. So he was Lucifer. And when he came to earth, he became the devil, he became Satan, he became this entity, he became the God of this world. That's why the Bible literally tells us, in whom the God of this world have blinded the minds of them which believe not, lest the light of the glorious gospel of Christ, who is the image of God, should shine unto them. So he is the God of this world, lowercase g. It's a lowercase g. The one true Jehovah, the one
Where
true
does
God.
it say that Lucifer came to the earth, by the way?
Well, Lucifer was cast out of heaven in Luke 10:18, wasn't he?
Correct. Does it ever say that he came down to earth?
Yeah, it said he was cast out of heaven to earth.
Really?
That's why I'm saying I believe they're here.
Doesn't it say that Satan came to earth on a lightning bolt? Or does it say Lucifer came to earth?
He was cast out of heaven.
Does it say Lucifer came down to earth on a lightning bolt?
Yeah. Yes.
Read that to me.
That particular verse that you're talking about, it says, and he said unto them, I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven. So you're going to say, well, does it mention that he came to earth, yeah?
Right, it's not Lucifer,
Revelation
right?
12,
so all of a sudden now we're talking about not an actual being. Now we're talking about what could be a group of beings, what could be technology, what could be technology run by a group of beings. So now you're talking about something completely different. It's not an actual
singular,
being again.
If you go to Revelation 12:9, you got to know the difference between singular and plural, yeah?
That's right, like the first part of the... What about the first part of the Bible in the King James where it messes up on that, where it says El instead of Elohim, which is plural? What about that part?
El and Elohim still singular.
No, Elohim is definitely plural.
It doesn't say
definitely
Elohim.
plural. Elohim is a plural thing.
It doesn't say Elohim.
Elohim is plural.
No, illusion. It's not one. It's not one entity, bro. So,
like, listen to this.
Plural.
It says Revelation 12:9, and the great dragon. I'm telling you, Satan goes by many names, including the great.
You reading from a book, bro? We not. Some people don't read from books.
Again, it's not a being. It's not a being.
Okay, fair enough. I get where you're coming from with that. And
it's not a being.
Okay.
Illusion. It's not a being. We've already got you cornered. It's not a being.
Right.
It's already obvious.
Okay. We're having a good.
It's already obvious, man.
And the great dragon was cast out. Remember, Lucifer was cast out, yeah? That old serpent, called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world, he was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him.
Right. So again, it doesn't say, thanks for proving my point, it doesn't say Lucifer. Again,
Is he on earth?
It's
Lucifer
not a being.
became
It's not a
Satan.
being. It's
So
not
he
a
went,
being. It's not a being. You just proved it. Thank you. It's not a being.
No, because people's names change.
You just
Look at
proved it,
Jacob.
man. You just read it. It's not a being.
So is he on earth? Is this entity on earth?
No, and never was.
So what's that verse where he was cast out of heaven to earth that I just gave you?
It's not talking about a being. That's why. It's not talking about a being. It's talking about actually technology more so than any being. But it's a collection of beings using technology to control the earth. And that's where the whole Prince of the Power of the Air stuff comes from these frequencies from the Saturn and Moon matrix, which all is in the Gnostic text, which all predates the Bible and all that stuff, and all the Egyptian Christianity where it originally came from. So your little like redacted Cliff Notes partial story is just lame, and a bunch of people already know how lame it is for years.
You know, one of my favorite verses is ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth.
Yeah, and another one is
You shall know them by their works. They are the synagogue of Satan. They are imposters. They pretend to be Christians, but instead they're actually the synagogue of Satan,
like
the devil, Lucifer.
Netanyahu, like Trump, like these celebrities, like Judas. Correct? Yes, they are. Not people like
No,
me.
like you. I'm talking about you, dude. You know who I'm talking about.
Why are you talking about me?
Because that's the clan you're part of. You're just at the lowest level where you sit reclined in your chair with your shirt unbuttoned, looking like disgusting for all of us.
I'm not on a chair, so you got that wrong.
Whatever you were doing, man, I was trying not to look.
I live in the desert. I'm pretty hot. Yeah, I am hot. It's hot. I live in the desert. It's like 35 degrees.
Yeah, so just take your camera off then, or show just your face. We don't want to see that shit.
You're speaking for everybody, bro, aren't you?
Yeah, I sure am. On that one, because I should be.
Like Jesus died for your sins, brother. You can go to heaven.
No, he didn't.
Wait.
Why would some dude
Let me
2,000 years ago die for what I'm doing now? It's so stupid.
Yeah, that's a good.
The beginning was the
It makes
word.
no
The word
sense,
was with God.
dude.
The word was
It
God. And
makes
the word
no sense at all. Neither did he ever claim that either. Never did.
Illusion. You think what you do in your everyday life now is forgiven by what Jesus did 2,000, 3,000 years ago?
I've had my sins cleansed by the blood of Jesus. I'm still a sinner.
Oh boy, you gonna burn. Your ass gonna burn.
No,
all these guys are burning. They already know where they're going. That's why they're doing this. They already know they're going to lose eventually. They already know where they're all going, but they have to do this. This is their role in the play. That's it. This is their role. They're playing. They're the antagonist. They're the antagonist in this movie.
You told us we have to judge ourselves. Can't they just say, you know what, I did all right today. I'm going to come back as someone decent. You said we judge
No,
ourselves.
but in that form, you wouldn't be a liar like you are now. You have to be
What have I
honest.
tell me what I've lied about.
You're completely disingenuous. I know you're not Christian. I know you don't believe in any of it. Otherwise, you would be super.
No. You do this. Give me a lie that I've told in the stream.
Every single thing you've said so far is disingenuous because I know.
No. Give me a lie. You call somebody a liar. Give me a lie. Not something you disagree with. Tell me something I've lied about, please. Give me one.
You're lying about who you are.
You did say Jesus. You said Jesus died for your sins. That's one.
No.
You're being paid to be on this show. You're being paid to be on this show.
Give me a lie.
You're being paid to be on this show. You're here disingenuously.
Give me
That's
the evidence.
The big lie. All the other stuff.
I never paying me. Brother, people are watching this. They know what's going down. They're paying attention.
Right. Everyone can see. Everyone can see you're being destroyed in every which way. You're asked a question. You follow with the question. You use the same tactics as all these other fake Jews like Andrew Wilson and all these other lame.
When do I claim to be a Jew? When have
I'm calling you one. I'm calling you one.
Yeah, okay, so you're lying. I've never said I'm a Jew.
No, I'm not. I don't care what you say. You're a Khazar descendant.
Claim to be Jew. No.
You're a Khazar descendant. You're a synagogue of Satan, Khazar descendant.
They claim
What's your last name? What's your last name?
Edwards.
Oh, shit.
There you go.
Boom. My name's Wells. What?
Right. There you go.
So everybody whose last name, this community, everyone whose last name's Edwards is part of a specific, it's so silly. What people say about Jackson Greenblatt, it's embarrassing. So everyone whose last name's Edwards, what you want about, bro?
I'm not saying everyone, but you.
You haven't called out one lie. And you're calling me a Jew when it says they claim they are Jews, but they are not. Am I claiming I'm a Jew? You're out of your depth, bro.
You're claiming you're a Christian. That's what Jews were called back then.
All you've done is said
you're claiming you're Christian. You're not. You're synagogue of Satan. You're synagogue of Satan. You're not a Christian. You're not a Christian. You don't believe in any of the teachings at all, because you would be super interested to know all this stuff that I know about the actual gospels that were written, gospels of the Essenes and stuff like that. You would be super interested in that, not in some bullshit Bible the Satanists wrote. So you're obviously disingenuous just by you even coming on. That's why your name is The Illusion.
I told you why I called myself that. You didn't listen, did you?
No, I don't care.
Well, that's your issue. You don't seem to care about the truth.
No, I do care about the truth, and I care about these creatures like you who've been placed out here to obscure it.
You said you are your own God. That I'm a liar and not.
No, I didn't say I'm my own God. I didn't say I'm my own God. I said I will be my own judge. I said I will be my own judge, not my own God.
You've tagged in my attire. You've really embarrassed yourself on the stream.
No, I pointed out how
whether or not
embarrassing
in the Bible. I showed you they are. I'm just it's easy work because I'm in the truth. You're not.
You're not cooking, bro.
I've made you look so bad and
You didn't.
exposed all your
You
garbage.
really
I've made
didn't.
you look so bad on top of you already looking bad physically.
You're embarrassing yourself, bro. It's very
No,
embarrassing.
no, I'm embarrassing you. It's totally
How?
on the other. The
Tell me
foot's on
one way
the other
you've
shoe,
embarrassed
man.
me.
The
One-
foot's on
one-
the
one
other
way you've
shoe.
embarrassed me. You haven't
You're the
embarrassed
dork.
me.
You're the ugly guy. It's on you,
I'm
not
not
me.
ugly,
Trust
though. I'm
me.
not ugly, though. I'm not ugly.
Yes,
I'm not
I know
ugly.
your mama told you that.
No,
Hey,
but
where your all white? Hey,
I'm not
Illusion, where your
ugly.
all white at? Why you don't got on all white, Christian?
What?
Where your all white at?
So again, that comment is somebody who's not in the spirit. Why do I have to wear all white? I'll be given a white robe when I
Didn't
go.
your
to
book?
bed. I don't
Didn't
need to
your
wear
book tell you to do that? Didn't they tell you to cover your head up too? You don't listen to your own commandments.
These type of comments, you think that you're embarrassing me, but you're doing it.
I'm not trying to.
You've
I'm asking you a
embarrassed
question.
yourself.
You claim to be
You've
something.
embarrassed
You
yourself.
claim to be something, but you're not representing it. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm preaching.
How am I
the
trying to
gospel.
embarrass you?
I'm
You-
preaching the gospel. You think that I need to be wearing a certain
I
outfit?
promise you, when you see me, I'll represent what I represent. I'm looking at you. You look like a regular, everyday Joe.
What do you represent?
13. 1-3.
About 13.
Say what?
What about it?
Everything about it.
What about it? How does
What
it
about it? What you want to know? What you want to know? You can
No.
ask me anything personally, bro. Because I personally connect to any number you want to bring up about God or anything. So what? What you want to know? Want to know my birthday? My name? What?
Give me something about the Bible with the number 99.
Nigga, I don't give a fuck about the Bible or the number 99,
told
bro.
me
You
you can
talking?
connect
You
any
asked me
number
about
with the
13 and then try to switch it.
But
You talking about 13? Ask me about 13.
You just told me, give me any number I can connect it to the Bible. I give you 99. You said I don't give a shit.
I didn't say no. I said you said 13. I said I could connect it to God. I said ask me anything about my name. I said ask me about my name. My name, nigga. Not no Bible.
You're not connecting anything. You're not exposing me. You're not doing anything.
I'm not trying to expose you, bro. You're a fraud. Hold on. You coming on here regurgitating some weird old white people teachings, right?
It's not
and
about
then
white
talking
people.
that look. Then hold on, bro.
Who says they're
You on here
white?
talking-
In
whoa.
Israel,
Let me go, bro. You done talk for 4 hours. Shut the fuck up. Look, you on here regurgitating old ass scriptures. Oh, this scripture say this. What do you say? What is your original thoughts? Do you have any critical thinking? Do you have any original thoughts? Or are you going to just come on here and keep telling us what the fuck we already could go read up by our damn self? Because in this community, bro, we looking for thinkers, bro. We looking for thinkers. People that's gonna come up. It's nothing new under the sun, but at least come with something original, your own thoughts, bro. I'm tired of hearing, oh, and this verse, this was said. Okay, what do you think though, bro? What is your personal connection with God? Not through Jesus, not through another man, not through flesh like you. What is your personal connection to God? How did God show up in your life? Tell me. How do you see God every day in your life?
I would love to share my testimony.
Okay, so go ahead. I don't want to hear nothing about Jesus. You personally. How is God showing up in your life?
Towards Jesus. Like, I'll tell you my testimony.
I don't have a hate, bro. I don't have a hatred towards Jesus.
Just let me tell you it. Like this disdain for Jesus, his name. It's like his power in his name.
His name is not Jesus, though, bro. So no power in a fake name, bro.
Brother, I'll tell you what happened, and you can tell me if it's fake or if somebody's paying me or if I'm doing it for attention. I'll tell you what happened. 2023, I moved to a new apartment. That apartment randomly was number 3. Right, it was the only one available. Okay, I go there, and on the third day, my family all know this. I can recite it over and over again. Go to my channel. The third day, I got woke up in the middle of the night around 3 a.m. I went outside. I never get woke up in the middle of the night. I've gone outside. I don't know what's going on. I'm looking around. I'm looking up at the stars. I didn't believe in God or anything. I didn't know what was going on. I walked over about 100 meters to a light. Didn't know what was there. Go in there, there's a little library. No, let me tell you, I lived between 2 swimming pools. So there was a little area that had books and had washing machines and dryers. I go there, there's thousands of books. I didn't know that. I grabbed a book within seconds and I couldn't breathe. I went, I couldn't breathe, I was scared. I thought it was my last breath. No joke. I grabbed the book, didn't see the title, and I go back to my apartment. I run back there, there's nobody around. I open it up. The book was called The Practical Study of the Book of Revelation. I opened it up, I read about it, and I saw that 666 was the number of the beast. And then I was doing all the 666s, just like Zach, about Kobe. My first video was about Kobe. And I know he died 497 months, 3 days old, 666 prime, 666 game, highest scoring game, and made his NBA debut 18, 6+6+6. All of this stuff, and I didn't know what it was. I'm like, everyone asked me, what's your 666? Like, I don't know, but I keep seeing them. So I do a video, and I call it The Book of Revelation, Kobe Bryant, and Coronavirus, because we know Claydex was 666 days before COVID was declared a pandemic. I didn't know why. I do the video, I'm buzzing. I go to bed about 4:30. I wake up, I wanted to check my views. I was very excited for the video. I log into my Patreon. I couldn't get in. First time in 2 years. I'm like, what's happened? Maybe I forgot my password. Maybe I'm tired. I go to my email. Patreon have deleted my account, didn't give me any warnings, stole $3,000, took all my work. That day, I said, there's a devil, and if there's a devil, there's a God. That's my testimony. No preacher came to my door. I grew up an atheist. Nobody preached the gospel to me. I didn't go to church. All right. I was doing all these codes, which I think Zach's helped me, but I think God guided me to be on this journey. I think I didn't ask for this. I didn't look for this. I didn't study for this. I loved my life before I came across this work. Okay, so my testimony, and then I got baptized in the Sea of Cortez, and I felt really close with God. And then I led Bible studies. I did all of that for free. I wrote books about God, did it all for free. I lost a load of my Muslim members, atheist members, who called me out, who said, stop talking about Jesus, go back to sports, that's what I'm paying for. I said, you know what? What I'm doing is more important than winning people money. I lost a shitload of money by doing that, and I knew I was going to lose it. I was willing to lose it. I'm on this stream now getting attacked, which I'm fine with. Okay? So when I'm getting told, oh, this guy's getting paid to come in and talk about Jesus, like, no one's paying me for that at all. Okay? I've lost a shitload of friends, a shitload of money, a shitload of respect from people. I'm not the guy I used to be. I don't go party anymore. I don't watch sports. I don't find life that enjoyable anymore because my spirit has changed. So when people come in and start throwing this, oh, he's this, he's that, he's doing that. But I'm trying to tell you that I believe that the end is near. I believe that there is a heaven and a hell. I believe that there's only way to heaven, one way to heaven. And Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. Nobody comes to the Father but through me. I'm called to proclaim the gospel by the Bible that I trust in. You guys don't need to listen, okay? Because it says, blessed are those with the eyes to see and the ears to hear. Yet you come on here calling me a liar. I'm ugly. I can't code. I talk shit. I'm an agent. And when I've actually not said anything to deserve all of that.
Well, I think anybody that is if you're not moving like Jesus and saying what Jesus was saying to do, Jesus was telling people to go meditate, bro. I ain't hear you tell nobody to go meditate, to go inside, to go find God. Everything y'all Christians do is outside stuff. Y'all is promoting this shit more than the devil at this point. So I don't understand how you. So like, if you're saying you getting everybody to look at what the devil doing, look at what the devil doing. I don't hear you saying go inside, go out in the nature, go plant your feet in the dirt, go hug a tree. I don't hear you saying no simple shit that could get you closer to God.
Okay, when I gave my life to Christ, I had a newfound respect for nature, for animals, for life, for sunrises, for sunsets, for rainbows that I never really appreciated before. A lot of people worship the creation and deny the creator. They'll tell you how beautiful everything is, but they won't actually give any glory to the God who created it, who created the heavens and the earth, who created man. When I ask them who created them, they never have an answer, do they? When I tell them what happens when they die, they just talk a lot of nonsense. Let's be real. And when you talk about me, like suddenly, because I'm a child of God and I'm saved by the blood, that I'm supposed to be perfect. Well, Apostle Paul was the biggest preacher in the Bible, and he literally said, I do not understand what I do. For what I want to do, I do not do, but what I hate to do. And if I do what I do not want to do, I agree that the law is good. Right? So Apostle Paul, who was proclaiming the gospel, proclaiming salvation, he was telling people, listen, I know that I shouldn't be doing this and thinking this. All right? But still my sinful nature occasionally draws me in, because every day you're wrestling with the flesh and blood. That's why it says we're not wrestling with flesh and blood, but principalities and spiritual wickedness. So you've got the flesh and the spirit wrestling daily. So just because you become a Christian doesn't mean you're perfect. If anything, the biggest thing that he's taught me is that I'm imperfect. I'm a sinner. I fall short of his glory. But compare yourself to God, who's perfect. You realize that, you know what, you ain't as good as you think you are. Do I sometimes let my ego get the better of me and I get caught up in these debates? Yes. But do I know I'm a sinner and I fall short and I'm not worthy of God and I'm not worthy of heaven? I think that's pretty humble. Can you say that?
Can you show me one spot where God or Jesus said that they should be worshipped?
What do you mean? Well, the first commandment is worship no other God but me.
Did Jesus ever say to worship him or to worship?
Does the Bible say in the beginning was the Word was with God, the Word was God, and the Word dwelt amongst us in the flesh?
Right. So what did I just ask you that has anything to do with that?
When Jesus
I just asked you. Hold on. It's going to be a yes or no answer.
Not that simple.
Is there any spot where Jesus said to worship him?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Did he
So
accept
for us to be worshiping anything or Jesus would be silly because he didn't say to ever do that. And in fact, he said, don't do that, right?
Okay.
He said, don't do that.
In the Bible, did Jesus...
Wait a minute. It's a yes or no question again. In fact, Jesus said, don't you worship me, correct?
Well,
Facts.
Can you give me the
Did
verse?
he say that, correct?
Can you give me the verse?
It's the part where the girl's trying to wash his feet. The hooker is trying to wash his feet. And he said, get up. Don't you worship me. And then there's another part where he's talking to his apostles, where they're talking to him and they said, you're going to do much greater things than I have. Don't even try to worship me.
And did Jesus say the Father and I are one as well?
Right, but what does that mean?
That they're equal?
No, that could be interpreted in any way, bro. That could be interpreted.
That means,
any way.
like,
that don't
if
mean
I
they're equal.
told you me and the Christ consciousness are one, what does that mean?
That you're being deceived.
No, that means exactly what he just said there, because Christ is a title. It's a title you achieve when you reach a certain level of consciousness.
You've obviously read the Bible. Did Jesus live a perfect life according to the scriptures?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Jesus accept worship from Thomas?
No.
How come Thomas said, my Lord, my God, and Jesus accepted the worship then?
That's not what that means. It's mistranslated.
No. Lord is God.
My teacher.
Lord is God.
If you look at what it means, before it came to English, it said my teacher. Not my God, not anything like that.
My Lord, a lot.
It said my teacher.
Hey, my Lord.
That's Rabbi. He said, my Lord, my God, brother.
Rabbis are fake Jews. That's a totally different thing. We're talking about the original Christians.
So you're saying Jesus is not God, and you're going to say, well, no, this
there's no man.
How can man be God?
Jesus that ever walked the
because
earth
he was fully
2,000
man
years
and fully
ago,
God, right?
and no man
let me
that
speak.
walked the earth at any point in time is actually the creator of the flesh.
Well, you ain't never seen her.
He's asking a good question, and again, only the creator can be the savior. The Bible says that Jesus was fully man and fully God. Okay, so he humbled himself. Did he get murdered or did he give up his life? He gave up his life. He rose.
Where is there proof of that, by the way? Where is there proof of that?
The resurrection?
The crucifixion, to start.
Please study it. There is shitloads of
Where is the evidence of a crucifixion other than in that book you're calling the Bible? Where is the evidence?
There's ancient documents.
Excuse me?
There's evidence for historical crucifixion from multiple independent sources. There's non-Christian.
No, there is not. There absolutely is not. That's what I'm asking you.
Archaeological discoveries.
There absolutely is not. And in fact, in the earlier versions of the Bible, there's no crucifixion, including the thing that the whole Torah is based on, called the Codex thing, whatever that word is.
The Torah denied
it. It's not in there at all. It's not in there. It's not in there, dude.
Brother,
it's not in there. Stop it. It's not in there. Stop.
The Jews deny the crucifixion, brother.
It's not in there, dude. It would be in there. The Bible from 1600 is obviously going to have less truth than one from like the year 100, right?
King James didn't write the Bible. He allowed the translation. He had nothing to do with the writing of it. It's a translation.
Obviously. And he had other books on demonology, many more of them than the one Bible, correct?
He allowed the translation. He wasn't
correct.
Okay?
And so what?
He didn't write the Bible, did he?
So what?
So why do you have to keep going back to King James? Just because he allowed somebody to change the translation?
I'm talking about King James because of the year of that Bible. In the older versions of the Bible, there's none of the stuff that's been added, like hell, crucifixion, salvation. Those have all been added in. Those have all been added in.
Tell me
those have all been added in.
Which Bibles?
I already named them to you. Write the
Okay,
shit
give me
down. Get
bro, I
out,
wanna,
get out. Hey, you're a Christian. Get out a pencil right now and write this shit down.
you can't
Geneva
talk. You
Geneva
can't,
Bible, Sinai Bible, Ethiopian Bible. Write
bro, you
that
call
shit
me a
down right
Jew.
now and go read them right now.
I know the Bibles. I know the American
You don't
Standard,
know
the
shit.
Amplified, the
You're
Christian
lying.
Standard, the Complete Jewish Bible. I
You
know
don't
the King
know
James Bible. I
shit.
know the New
You're
King
lying.
James Bible. I know the Legacy Bible. I know the Message Bible. I know there's different translations. The ultimate
No,
message
no,
ever.
no, no, no. That's not what I'm talking about. Stop obscuring it. I said Geneva Bible, Sinai Bible, and Ethiopian Bible. They're all hundreds of years and even 1,000 years older than the King James. And obviously, there's going to be more truth, that thing that's closer to the actual event that happened. And there's no crucifixion in there. There's no crucifixion in the Vedic text. And there's no crucifixion in the Eddas either. But they
So
talk about this guy named Yeshua, who's a messenger and a teacher, but no crucifixion.
All these Jesuits wrote all these different translations. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Excuse
Probably.
me?
Most
No,
likely.
those are not translations. Those are previous Bibles that were in
Wait,
different languages.
why are you so convinced that the Jesuits don't run? Just look at American history, bro. Show me one major event in American history that don't have Jesuits written all over it. Just
I'm
one.
not saying it doesn't have Jesuit numbers
Just one.
all over it. I'm not
War in the world. Show me one war. Anything.
I'm not saying, bro. I've never said that. I'm saying that I believe Jesus is the only way to heaven, and if you don't like that, I'm sorry.
I mean,
right. So you believe that, and you're totally unresearched and don't claim to not know all this other stuff, and the rest of the 8 point whatever billion people should just believe you because you say that's what you believe, right? And you're just some dude there laying back on your couch or whatever with your shirt unbuttoned, looking like crap, and we should all just listen to what you're saying and follow what you're saying because you believe,
No,
right?
follow what Jesus said, not me. Ever learning and never coming to the truth. Don't follow what I'm telling you. Follow Jesus. He's the way, the truth,
Dude,
and
I
the
wouldn't
life.
follow anything about you. What do you mean I follow what you're telling me? You're
Well,
regurgitating what others have already been doing for how long?
I've
How many
never claimed
people have
to be.
regurgitated the crap that you're regurgitating before you?
I've never claimed to be the way, the truth, and the life. He did.
How many people have regurgitated the crap you're regurgitating that before you?
Did I claim to be the way, the truth, and the life?
Millions. And how many of those people have helped anyone?
What do you mean
Zero.
by that?
What have you helped anyone with? Give me one example of how you've helped someone.
I've taught people. I've give them money. I've
Taught
prayed
people
for
what?
them.
Taught people what?
Indoctrination.
Sports, football, tennis, English, about this code, the Bible, a host of things that I've taught.
That's what you got as this Christian evangelist type? That's what you've done to help people? You teach them how to play football and told them about the Bible?
I'm 40 years old. I've been a Christian like about 3 years. So I can't define my whole life from a 3-year period.
Right.
Or you're just saying stuff like, well, I wasn't born.
I'm asking you. I'm not saying anything. I'm asking you what you've done to help people.
Since I came to Christ, I've led Bible studies. I've written books.
That doesn't help people.
I proclaim the
that
gospel.
That doesn't help anyone. That's just regurgitating bullshit. I asked you, what have you done to help one individual? How have you helped them?
I've got thousands of emails thanking me. Love your stream.
That doesn't matter. That you didn't help them do anything.
It does when
you didn't help them do anything.
You're helping nobody when I've got thousands of people saying I'm helping them. You're coming
helping them do what? How can you quantify what you help them do? I can quantify what I've helped people do. I've pulled people out of hospitals, helped them with their health. I've given people money who were in destitute situations to get out of that. There's a physical receipt of the help that I've given them. So since it says you shall know them by their works, what have you done physically where I can see you help somebody? Not that you told them some bullshit and they said, oh yeah, your bullshit smells like roses.
This guy is unbearable. Wow.
Right.
Unbearable, honestly.
Right, dude. This is what a real man is. I would run you off right away. If you were in front of me in person, I'll run you off. I'll run you off.
Insecure. You have to keep calling yourself a real man.
I told you an example of a real man. You asked me what a real man is.
Are we building up
you asked me what a real man is. A real man will run a guy like you off because you're full of shit and you're weak.
A real man humbles himself to the truth.
You're
A
full
real
of
man
shit and
accepts
you're
when he
weak.
falls short
I
of the
would
will.
run you off.
think,
That's what a
you
real man
think you're
does.
God, and you're going on about all the good little things you've done, like a good little Pharisee or a good little Catholic. You can make your little list of all your little good deeds. Good luck on Judgment Day. Are you going to tell God, I did this and I pulled
I'm not
somebody
going
out
to
of
tell
hell?
anyone anything. God only
He's a
creates.
miracle.
God doesn't
No,
judge.
that's what you're going to judge yourself. You're going to
Correct.
decide. You know what?
Correct.
You're going to come back as a king. I did this. I was so amazing in my last
I'm
life.
gonna come
I did
back.
it and I helped
I'm
everybody.
gonna come back as the guy who starts the fire underneath all you fake Jews when you get burned.
I thought
That's
I was
who
a
I'm gonna be.
Christian. You call me a Christian. Am I a Christian or a Jew?
I'm calling you a fake Jew Christian. Yes.
Which one is it? They're different. Which one
All
am I?
three. They're all the same thing.
But they're not.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
You don't know Judaism then, because you're wrong.
I know it all very well. Judaism is the folklore of
If
the
you
fat
say the
Pharisees.
Jew,
That's
if
all
you
it
say
is.
the Jew and the Christian are the same, you're wrong.
I said fake Jew.
You're wrong.
I said fake Jew.
What does that mean?
A Khazar descendant has nothing to do with religion.
If I'm a fake Jew, it means I'm claiming to be a Jew. Have I ever claimed to be a Jew?
No, it has nothing to do with religion.
If I'm a fake Jew, how am I a fake Jew then?
Fake Jew has to do with your ethnicity, dude.
What about my ethnicity?
Look in the mirror and you see your eyes, nose, and the way your upper lip looks. That's fake Jew.
What about it? What does that make me?
It makes you a Khazar descendant. That's synagogue of Satan descendant. If you don't know what that is,
because of my
it's
face,
in the Bible.
You can judge somebody because of their face.
Correct.
That is just so silly. That is so
well, that's what happens. That's what
It's
happens
so-
when you get to the bottom of the rabbit hole. You can see how these people look.
Bro.
Huh?
This is embarrassing.
Right. You've been embarrassed pretty badly. And if you ever showed up in person, which I know you never would, you would last even less than this. You'd have to tuck your tail in between your legs, button up your shirt, and bounce.
Turn up where?
Anywhere in front of me.
Oh my God, bro!
I'm telling you, I would run you. I would run you off.
How old
I would
are you?
run you off.
Bro, how old are you?
What does that matter?
Well, you're gonna run me off. What do you mean by that? You're gonna run me off? What are you talking about? What does that mean?
Call you out and run you off.
What does run me off? What does it even mean?
Make you leave like a tree.
How?
With your feet or me dragging you.
How are you gonna make me leave? What are you gonna do?
That's what a real man does when an infiltrator comes around.
What would you do if I stood in front? What would you do? You have no idea. What would you do to me? If you stood in
I would
front
get in
of
your
me?
face and tell you to leave. And if you didn't by your own power, I would drag you away. That's what I would do.
You think you would? You think you
No,
would?
I
You
would.
think you could grab me and drag me away? You're dreaming.
I would drag you away. Correct.
You have no idea. You're not gonna grab me and drag me away. You're
If you were trying to infiltrate a group that I was in, I would tell you once, then I would drag you away. Guaranteed. And it's happened before. I would probably without getting violent first, I would just tase you and drag you away calmly. But if needed, I would choke you out and drag you away.
Tough guy, tasing me, yeah? You tase me, a tough guy, you.
I told you, rather than getting violent, I would rather just do it smoothly, tase you and drag you away. But if necessary, I would choke you out and then drag you away.
What coward walks around with a taser, you coward?
Somebody who has to deal with fake Jews. That's
Little
who.
taser, you coward. Coward.
Yeah.
Yeah. Coward. Taser. You've embarrassed yourself. You call me a Jew, a Christian.
You're absolutely pathetic. You look disgusting, and everyone knows it. You've embarrassed yourself.
Everyone knows it.
You've embarrassed yourself.
All the 16,000 people on YouTube
embarrassed
hate
yourself.
You. All the people subscribe to me.
You've embarrassed yourself, fake Jew. You've
Because
embarrassed
everyone
yourself,
hates
fake
you.
Jew.
Because some guy, DJ,
You've embarrassed yourself, fake Jew.
No, listen, look at the chat. They know
You've
that.
embarrassed yourself, man.
You're wasting
You've embarrassed yourself.
Zach and I are
You're
good
the waste of
conversations.
time. You're being paid. You're being paid to be here. I know it. 100%.
Prove it. You got 100% evidence.
Prove it. I can't physically prove it. I just know it.
You're lying. Once again, you're talking.
No,
shit.
I'm not lying. I know there's no adult man would be doing what you're doing. No adult man would be doing what you're doing. I don't care how ugly and nerdy you are. No man would be doing what you're doing anyway. It doesn't matter.
Where's your 100% evidence, bro? Tell him. Show him. Show him who's paying me. Go on. Do it now. You're the one with your legs between your fucking... You have no idea what you're saying. I have 100% evidence that someone's paying you. Give him it right now on the stream. You don't, because you just talk, and you don't talk a lot of sense. That's why nobody really listens to you. They listen to me. They listen to Zach. Who listens to you? Where's your platform? What have you done? You talk about who you're influencing, who you're inspiring. What have you done? Come on this little thing now, coming at me. Where are your daily videos every day? Where are your daily streams? Who's listening to you talk? Give them the 100% evidence that I'm being paid for this call. Do it. You said it. You made that claim. Show them. You can't because you talk and you don't actually hear what you're saying. Like you call me a liar. You didn't actually call me out for one lie. Off he goes. Off he goes. Classic. So if they're going to go around saying, it happens this, they either leave or they kick me out. Where's his evidence? He doesn't have any. Calling me a liar, he didn't tell me one lie I've told.
Besides the Jesus lie that Jesus died for your sins because he did.
That's my opinion. Don't say it's a lie.
Okay, so now you're telling the truth. Now you're telling the truth. That's the truth.
That is an opinion.
Okay.
I never said it wasn't.
Agreed.
It's not a lie. Just because you disagree with something doesn't make the person a liar.
No, it's an opinion. Though. If you say it as if it's a fact, that makes it a lie because it's not. You can't prove it.
I say, if you listen to what comes out to my mouth, the Bible states, you don't listen, some of you. The Bible states this. Jesus said this in the Bible. I don't say Adam says this. I say the Bible states this. He's like, it doesn't say the devil in the Bible. It doesn't say Satan. It doesn't say Lucifer. I give him all the Bible verses. Yeah, but that's not the right translation. He picks and chooses which is the right translation. He picks and chooses. So everything.
Either way, this language is one of the last languages. It's the reason we speak this language right now, bro. And this language is created very, very, very specifically for things like this, to get people under these spells and illusion, Mr. Illusion. So it's like the only thing my problem with you right now, bro. And Marco, I see you there too, Marco. I remember I asked you that shit yesterday, Marco, and I asked you who was God talking to when he said make him in our image, and I told y'all to stop disrespecting the mama. Stop disrespecting the mama. You ain't never seen men bring no fucking life on earth. All you see men is stick they dick in some shit and that's it. You don't see men nurture nothing. You don't see men carry no life.
Well, women can't get pregnant without men, can they?
Stop lying. Yes, they can.
They can.
Matter of fact, all right, Matt, let me show you something. Matter of fact, hold on. Matter of fact, look, we don't even gotta go. We don't even gotta go to humans. I can show you frogs. If you go look up a study, bro, they did a study on frogs and GMO, right? The frogs turn asexual. So every frog that was in the pond, bro, one, they turned gay. Then after they turned gay, all the frogs turned into female. But they kept reproducing without males, any male genitals.
Well, frogs were not created in the image of God.
Says who? Says you? Says your book?
Says the Bible, yeah. Have you ever seen a woman give birth who didn't have sex from a man?
Have you ever seen a man resurrected, but yet you believe is one coming back from the sky, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Because there is actual historical evidence that he
was.
I
mean, there's actual stories out there that people say that they had babies without sex too, but who knows?
Okay, but that's not a case of salvation or eternity.
What do we all start as in the womb, bro?
A fetus, a cell, a sperm,
and then you keep growing, and then eventually, what? You gotta add a couple chromosomes, right? You got to get all your chromosomes, right? But if you don't get that extra one, what would that make?
I understand all the stuff with the chromosomes. I'm just saying that a woman, in order for her to give,
I'm just saying that the womb is life, though, bro. I'm just saying I don't understand how. All right, look, you going off a book. I'm going off reality. What I see with my eyes. What I see with my eyes is not no man bringing life into the world. You don't see that with your eyes. That's what you believe. You believe Eve was made out of a rib, right? Because that makes sense to you, right? That makes a lot of sense, right? Hold on, hey. Matter of fact, come cut me up right now. Take my rib, and I want to see you make a woman. I bet you we'll see a woman have a baby without a man before I see somebody make a woman out of a rib.
Well, probably never going to see either of them, though.
Well, I mean, like, but like you said, you wanted to this. If God created everything on earth, and I showed you a creature on earth, it's other creatures on earth too that have babies without any male intercourse. But we're not gonna go there. I can show you different creatures on earth that have asexual habits, right? But you wanna deny that and say, oh no, God, humans, because you feel special, you think you're special, you're not special, bro. Humans not special. So you think you're more important than the dolphins because you keep reading that stupid ass book that got you fooled. Your dumb ass can't go in the jungle right now and survive without a gun. You ain't even on top of the fucking jungle food chain, my boy. A bear would tear your ass up.
That's why God.
This is why you live in a cube. This is why you live in your house in protection, in the illusion of safety, bro. You will never survive in the real world. You don't live in the real world. Just know that, okay?
What's the real world?
Outside, nature, outside. Like leave your house, close your door, go outside, walk down the block. That's the real world. Not in your bedroom where you at right now. That's not the real world.
Brother,
Behind the screen, that's not the real world.
I've been outside for about 12 hours today.
Okay, where were you at outside? And were you in a nicely curated community that they build with gates and buildings and police and all this stuff to keep you with the illusion of safety?
You're presuming. No, that's not the truth.
So where do you live? You live in the woods, right? What? You live in the woods? You live in the woods?
No.
So where do you live then? Where you live, bro?
Why?
Bro, you just said I'm assuming. I said, were you in a nicely correlated city with protection? You said no. So I said, so where you at? In the woods? You in the wild? Where you at then?
I just don't have a gated community and security.
It's not about gated, bro. It's not about. I'm talking about.
That's what you said.
My community is not gated. Everybody in America lives in the illusion of safety because you're in a community protected from the real wild.
I know that I could go outside and get stabbed.
Fuck stab, nigga. You can go into the woods. Bro, I look like, bro. Have you ever seen the size of a fucking moose?
Yes, I've
you
seen
look like you probably being fair. Be standing next to certain animals in the world. You talking about human? You keep talking about man because you live in the man world. But man is not the whole world. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Yeah, but
you're being guarded and protected from the real world, brother. You don't deal with real nature every day. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Yeah, no, it's true. I don't plan on going to live in the jungle, mate. I don't have any plans to do that.
Okay then. So you're not in reality. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You in a nicely correlated reality.
Do you live in the jungle? Do you live in the jungle? Do you live in the jungle?
I don't gotta live in the jungle, but I've been to the jungle, and I'm always in nature, and my feet always in the dirt, and I'm always hugging the trees.
You're hugging
trees. How about
trees?
that? Yeah, I'm out there.
Does that tree hug you back?
And I could look you in your eyes, bro, and tell you have zero connection, bro. You just, the Bible does not, bro. You don't know shit. And that's the problem. You don't know shit,
I
bro.
love nature. I told you I went for a hike today. I saw the ocean.
I don't care, bro. At this point, bro, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt, but now I just starting to feel like you're an agent, bro. All jokes aside, why are you here, bro? What the fuck is you here? Besides trying to steal Zach viewers, besides trying to steal, get some people to go to the page, what the fuck is you here for, bro?
Zach, I came in and then Zach asked me to come back in a few more times because I was making comments. He said, let's see what the illusion says about this, or he's saying this. That's why I came back in. He called me an agent. An agent for who?
An agent of chaos, bro. Literally, just like all you religious people. Y'all come in here and spread your ideology and leave everybody divided.
All you religious people, what does that even mean? We have different views on who God is. Can't put us all in the same.
Well, last time I checked, all the major religions are Abrahamic religions who supposedly pray the same God. So how the fuck do you have different religions?
Buddhism and Hinduism, is that from Abraham? Or the New Age?
Say that again?
Is that from Abraham? It's like what you're doing to me here is like saying
I'm talking about Muslims, Christians, and Jews. I said the three main religions, bro. The three major religions. The ones that go around the world killing people. Matter of fact, let's talk about that, Mr. Bible believer. If it's so much the truth, Jesus is so much the truth. Why the fuck is the Crusaders and the Christians going around the world killing everybody and forcing a book on people? Why?
Because we live in a fallen, sinful, broken world, and there's death. That's why people die, and people get cancer, and people get abused. And sin came in the world. Sin came in the world.
You think God will only send one prophet, one messenger? We live in a world divided, bro, because we got the internet. We got the internet now, and the whole world still not connected. You don't know what the fuck going on.
Yeah, we're more disconnected.
You don't know what's going on in Papua New Guinea. So who the fuck is you to say that God only sent one messenger or send like, bro, like this shit makes no
What do
sense.
you mean?
Like,
He never sent one messenger. There's multiple messengers in the Bible.
it's multiple messages in the world and all the scriptures, bro. That's what I'm saying. So you saying, and all the messengers came with the same message, but none of them actually be idolized like you idolizing Jesus. That's the point.
I don't
If I
idolize
imagine
Jesus.
I come to earth and I say, yo, damn, bro,
I don't
I'm
idolize
here,
him.
I'm here for the Most Highs, and I'm here to represent my Father, right? But I'm not the Father. But the only way for your salvation is for you to get a connection with my Father. And the way for you to get a connection with my Father is by following my path, not following me, walking beside me. And then you come back 2,000 years later, you see a bunch of dickheads out here running around talking about Society of Jesus and Jesus this, and I'm a Christian and I'm this and that. It's like, damn, ain't that kind of against everything I was teaching you? You idolizing me now. You made Jesus Nicki Minaj, bro. You talk about Jesus like he fucking Drake. Jesus, bro. Like, bro, Jesus was Jesus not supposed to be a poor guy? So, like, if the whole story is supposed to be he's a humble, poor guy, right? That's supposed to be a part of the Lord of the
That's not
story.
the whole story. No.
But look. But no, that's part of the Lord of the story, bro. So
part of his humility, yes. It didn't come as a king, yes.
So okay, so do you think if Jesus came back to earth right now, he's seen all this idol worshiping and all this man worshiping y'all doing? Do you honestly think
he already sees it? He
you
can see
guys
it.
are going?
He's seeing it now. He's all omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent. He sees everything. He hears this conversation. He can see it. He's not blind to it. He knows everything.
All right, so apparently Kentavious Caldwell Pope is going to the 76ers.
What I told you, Zach? What I told you?
Well, we'll leave it at that then, because that solves the problem of eternal life, that Pope goes to the 76ers.
No, I'm actually on your side.
Everything ain't gotta be so serious.
Here, I've been sitting here quietly. Let me interject. Adam, here's the reason that I'll never care for you, because I just know what your character is. You learn from me, and a few months after learning your online time about sweet lady's transgender, you're just making up stuff to make fun of me. It's just like, what kind of man is this that he learns something and he goes online and wants to teach it, but then wants to shit on the teacher and act like some hater? You would be online every night going, I'm going to be the greatest decoder. I'm going to be #1, the biggest channel. This was you every night. Adam, we all saw it. That's why a lot of people in this community don't like you. And then all of a sudden, you just have this flip and you want to be a televangelist. It's laughable, Adam. I just look at you as just some crook human being, some fraud, and now here you are promoting the greatest fraud in the world, religion.
Your
that's
thoughts
what
on
I
me,
see.
you're not judging me on Judgment Day, Zach. You need to get that in your head. Your opinion of me is very irrelevant. You're not going to judge me.
Well,
and all said and done,
all I know is the content of your character.
No. You think you know. You always talk like you know. When you're one-on-one with God, all right, and He judges your heart, good luck. What you say about me, you can call me every name under the sun. It don't matter to me.
Adam, you didn't have much of a list for things you've done for other people. It didn't sound like there was much there. It sounded like it was an empty slate.
I've been a teacher. I've been a coach. What more do you want me to do? Find the cure for cancer?
What more can you do than being a teacher and a coach? A lot.
What more do you want me to do? I've given to poor. I've fed the homeless. I've gone all around giving out Bibles. I've given out food to people. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? What do you want my
illusion, man? You don't. I mean, you read the Bible, right? It says not to argue over foolish disputes. I mean, you can't force your beliefs. Like I do believe in Yeshua, but at the end of the day, people have their own belief system. It's not necessarily our job to force. I mean, you can spread the gospel. And all that.
Julius, let me ask you a question, Mr. Yeshua, right, Julius?
Yeah.
What do you believe in, bro? What teaching do you believe in? Do you actually know the real teachings, bro?
Yeah, I mean, I would say I do have a relationship with him. I mean, I'm not religious at all. Like he was saying earlier, Jesus isn't a religion, or I say Yeshua because his name really wasn't Jesus, just a translation. But yeah, I believe it's truly having a relationship, and like it'd be one thing if you like, because Spanway was talking earlier about all these like dogmas and all that, and like yeah, there are people that like say different things that aren't in the Bible, but it'd be one thing if the Bible didn't say that was going to happen. But like it's clearly made clear that there are going to be people that lead people astray. I mean, you got like these Freemason pastors and all that leading people astray, and people don't really know you're supposed to have a relationship.
Julius, do you know the history of Adam when he came into this community?
He's going to cut you
No,
off.
I don't.
What I just
That's
said
why I'm
was
not going to speak on
1,000%
him.
Let him
accurate.
talk about Jesus, Zach, not me. Let him talk about Jesus, not me. Go.
No,
keep
but
going
I'm
with
just
what you're
making the
saying.
point.
He
Like,
cuts you off.
this is the kind of person that all of a sudden he wants to act like he's holier than thou because he's found the Bible.
When have I said I'm holy? You put in work. When did I call myself holy? When did I said I'm a broken sinner who falls short of the glory of God? When did I call myself holy? Stop
Do
putting
you
words in
see,
my mouth.
Adam, what he's doing tonight? Downplaying what's actually going on in the world.
will
Downplaying the
downplay in the word
significance
of
of the
God.
murder of these people in the world of entertainment.
Yeah, and that's going to save anybody on Judgment Day. You're
Yeah,
doing that.
exactly what you're saying, Adam. And that's going to save anybody.
Oh,
And
does
I'm
it?
not
Does
saving
it?
people for the light. I'm talking about people need to wake up to this evil
And
that's
then
going
what?
on.
And then what? And what
Huh?
happens? Nothing, does it?
And then they can stop giving their
hold
energy
on.
to this
If
bullshit.
people, Adam,
What
what are you
happens?
saying?
90% of your followers.
See, this kid doesn't know how to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he
Adam,
definitely
shut the
don't.
fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. I get sick of this sorry ass
Exact.
motherfucker. Hold on, Julius, be quiet. This Adam kid is a piece of shit. You guys, he's a piece of shit. Who learns from their teacher and then goes online every night and starts slandering them right away and just making up stuff about them and just talking all this nonsense? A horrible human being, that's who. And he can't shut up. And everything he's doing is about trying to undermine what's being exposed. What's that going to do? What, exposing that young man got murdered today, is that going to save you? Listen how shitty that sounds. Dude, somebody just got murdered at 38. Another player just got murdered at 38. And you're going, so what? Is that going to save you? Exposing that he got murdered? Again, I'm not here because I'm worried about my own afterlife. To me, that's, again, I don't know about all that. That's stuff that's written in a book. It doesn't matter to me. What matters is the evil is going on in this world. People are marching into these sports stadiums and not realizing, the names that they have on their back, they're probably going to be the next ones in the obituaries. If the fans knew what was going on and woke up to this literal evil, maybe they would stop going in. Maybe these leagues would stop because they don't need to exist. And then maybe these ritual murders for the rigged games would also stop. And you know what? If people started to study who's doing it, they might find the same things we found. And then maybe those people could be held accountable. But you have the Adams of the world to go online. And notice how when he came in at first, he was lying. He's like, yeah, it is them. And I was like, stop with the cap, dude. On your own channel, you say it's not them. And then ever since I called him out, he's been like, well, you can't prove that. He's a dishonest human being. He's a dishonest human being. So again, I mean, the guy is scum, and then he wants to act like he's found something that's real, that he's got the true spiritual path. Please. All right, let me see if this is the guy who wanted to come on. Are you Hala? I don't know how to say it. Warren? Are you Warren?
I just came in. This is Johnny Boy Watkins.
Okay, somebody else wanted to come in who has the super chat up on the screen, and apparently they haven't joined. But okay, well, what's up, Johnny Boy Watkins?
Hey, man, everything. There is only one way to heaven, Jesus.
And your proof?
The Bible itself.
Is that
not good proof, bro?
No, that's all the proof, dude.
We've been going through this
No,
all day.
don't argue with him. I just wanted him to explain his own words. How's it proof?
Because of the Bible inside the Bible codes. Amazing mathematical skips, right up your alley.
Okay, so give us an example.
Go check out Facebook, Sean.Mitchell.4044.
So Sean.Mitchell.
Yeah.
How
Facebook.
about Johnny Boy Watkins?
Well, okay, you can go to my Facebook. Our YouTube. I've got posts up there. I preach his Bible codes every night. God's got some killer information in that, dude. Coming up right away. I encourage everybody to place your faith in Jesus. He's going to take all the children with us.
Been hearing this for 2,000 years, bro.
No. Now's the time. It's year 5990.
I want to make a point. So you think Pete Hegseth, he promotes that Bible?
A lot of people do who are wrong.
Okay.
There's a lot of people promoting it. 47,000 Christian organization, and they got it wrong. You got to get it right, man. You got to read it in context. So I encourage my people to read 10 to 20 chapters every day and know this Bible code.
How come Jesus is with the unclothed child? Why is that even in there?
What's that about?
Why is he with the child that's missing his clothes? What's that about?
No, that was Mark in the garden.
It was Mark?
John Mark. Yeah, it was John Mark.
It wasn't Jesus.
No, he was the only one who wrote about it.
Okay, but it's Jesus that he's describing.
Yeah, it's when they came to get him while he was praying, and the guards grabbed this young man, and he had robed himself in like a sheet, and they disrobed him.
It doesn't say that.
That's what happened.
That's not what it says.
Read it again.
Okay, I've read it. It doesn't say that.
And who wrote it? Mark.
Okay, what's your point about that?
My point is, it was him. He's the only one who gave the details about it. It was his own
right.
story.
There's all these inconsistencies.
His dad owned the garden.
How come in one of the books the dead resurrect and not in the other three?
The dead always resurrect, dude. If in Christ and those going to hell.
It's only covered in one of the 4 books.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Read Revelation. That's a 5th book.
How can these men be reporting the word of God, but they have different accounts of what happened?
Because they have different angles. God, Matthew Jesus is seen as the king of the Jews. Mark, he's seen as a servant. In Luke, he's seen as a man, and John, he's seen as the eagle deity. Luke was a doctor and therefore the man.
Okay. Anything else, Johnny Boy Watkins?
Well, I say check out those Bible codes. They're coming right at us.
Okay.
The guy who wrote them is going to be one of the 2 witnesses that comes back after the rapture.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, y'all a little too old for this imaginary Sky Daddy shit, bro. This shit getting out of hand, bro.
Yeah, it's gonna get out of hand here shortly for you.
Troy, you don't know who you talking to, bro. So we'll see. I bet you be burning. I won't.
Hey, Jesus Christ is the only way, bro.
Jesus to these fucking nuts, nigga.
Nah, Jesus, man. God himself.
Shout out Yahshua though.
Hey yo, I'm in here.
Yeshua is his name. Jesus is his English name.
Yo.
Jesus' made up name.
God gave us 70 languages. He loves to hear his name in all
God
of them.
So then you believe he existed just with the different title of Yeshua.
What's up, Zach?
They called him Yeshua in his everyday living.
Yo, Zach, do you think
let's let Mr. Warren say something? He wanted to get on. He's the reason I dropped the link.
What's up, Zach? Big fan for a long, big follower for a long time. I wanted to talk to Illusion, but he gone. And
here, I can bring him back up. He's in the back. He's here.
If you want to, you can. But I'm just talking. I'm just talking in general. But I was gonna say because, man, people don't know that the covenant. So I believe the Bible real, but the thing is, the covenant that God gave to the so-called Israelites. That first of all, we gotta know them niggas is black. Israel is black. The real Abraham was black and Jacob was black. So it's not about skin color, but it's like what Illusion saying, like Jesus Christ. And then it's another thing. Jesus ain't real, man. This shit is crazy. The God told us so the thing is, they say it's the Old Testament and New Testament. The word Bible just means a collection of books. Blibba, I can't pronounce it.
Biblical book.
Yeah, it just means collection of books. So it's kind of hard to explain, but that's why you have your Old Testament only people and then the New Testament people, because we believe can't nobody, God even told you, can't nobody die for your sins. Everything you do in your life, you got to pay the consequences for it.
Adam gonna learn the hard way.
Sometimes it be the hard way. Sometimes it be you might come up, you might get lucky, or whatever the case may be. But it's just crazy, man. It's just crazy, man. And the reason why the black folks get shamed every day real bad, because if you read the book of Psalms, it says all the nations came together against Israel. And if you look, and if they, you look at all the major countries, the slums is where the dark skinned people at. And Zach will let you, and that's why. Cause listen, the work that Zach do is 10 times fold than what the work that any for real any pastor whatever, because they ain't telling the truth.
Facts.
They ain't telling the truth. They ain't telling you what the Jesuits, they definitely run this shit. It's common fucking sense. It's common sense. And so I can go on and on, but I'm just glad to be on. But
Well, they're part of the whore riding the beast in, man. It's plainly told in the Bible who the Jesuits are.
and who is that? I want to ask you. I want to know.
They are the devil, man. They are the whore and the kingdom of the whore, and they're coming back, and they're going to rule with the Antichrist.
Yeah, but look. Guess what? They white folks.
No, and Buddha, I never said the Israelites were white. I never once said that. I don't know why you're saying I said that.
No, I didn't. If I did, I didn't mean to say that. But my point is, you're pushing the major Christianity doctrine that low key the white slave masters pushed on.
So
Not even them. I'm gonna say the Catholic order. You pushing the same shit they pushed on all the natives, all the true aboriginals to the lands. When these people came over here to these lands, you pushing the same thing they pushed on you.
They were over 47,000.
Not exactly from T to T, but it's kind of the same thing, which is and then you said that, and then they say in the Bible or the New Testament that God and Jesus are the same level. That's abomination.
That's blasphemy.
The same thing.
That's abomination.
It's the truth. It's the
Father,
truth.
Son, and the Holy Spirit. Johnny, can I just say thank you to you? That was powerful, and how calm you are in your voice.
God bless you, bro.
Mate. Thank you very much.
But it's all real. These guys don't understand the true gospel. They understand a form of it.
Or a false gospel that's being proclaimed in like the Catholic Church or the Jehovah's Witnesses or the Mormons.
All of them.
Put everybody in the same category. We're telling you, Johnny will tell you the same, right? Jesus died for the sins of the world.
No, he did not. I'm not going to keep blaming.
Hold on. Let him speak.
He died for the Jews and the Gentile. It wasn't anything to do with the color of your skin. I'm a Gentile, okay? I'm not from Israel. I'm not a Jew. I'm not from Judea or anything like that. He died for the sins of the world. And then
wait, hold on. Because you said earlier it don't matter. So why doesn't it matter? Why doesn't it matter what color he is? Like, wouldn't it be like?
I'm just saying.
Okay.
Publicly, I think it's intentional by God to not describe his appearance or Adam and Eve.
That don't make sense though. If Jesus Christ is from the tribe of Judah, all right, boom. Who and what skin tone? Like it don't. It's not black and white. It's not a black and white thing. It's not a black and white thing.
You likely have very dark skin. Yeah.
Bring up the Shroud of Turin.
I kind of get offended. Look, I get offended a little bit. Like the black Hebrew Israelites, we're get offended real quick if you have a Caucasian, and then, everybody got the truth. But if you have a Caucasian man like up here saying da da da, when you can't even tell me what color Jesus Christ was. He was
Bring
black
up
man.
the Shroud of Turin.
He's a dark-skinned man. He's from the Africa/Middle East. I mean, the Middle East is a newer concept, so it was Africa back then. So he's obviously a dark-skinned man.
It has to be dark skinned.
Okay.
It has to be dark skinned.
That's him.
All right. So look. So y'all admitting that y'all following the black man, and y'all. So I want you to admit that
I'm following a Mid-Easterner from Israel.
I follow God. Jesus was God in the flesh. I follow God.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
It's his blood that cleanses my sins, not his skin.
Yep.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess you can say that, but look, y'all, they want to admit that they basically worshiping a black man. Like,
I just said that he was dark skinned. What are you talking about?
We're all saying he was lightly dark skinned, but there's no actual scripture that says he was of dark skin.
You don't need a scripture. He was born in a part of the world where these dark skinned people.
Yeah, so we can make a presumption, but we don't know biblically. We can make a presumption. I'm sure there's people in the Middle East who.
Well, we know he didn't look like you. That's for sure.
We know he didn't look like you.
Well, I know. I don't.
And listen, ain't nothing wrong with that because I'm not racist. I ain't trying to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't even look at white and black for real. I'm looking at the spirit. I'm looking through your soul, nigga.
Listen, God let you know the foreigners they can come with the tribes of Israel, but they not about to like you in the back. You see, you feel me? You you're not a priest. You not like you want to be a teacher. You know what I mean? So for you to come and ain't nothing wrong with it because these days we not.
I don't need a title to proclaim the gospel. Neither does John.
Right.
We're called
Right
to
on.
proclaim the gospel. I'm not claiming to be a
That's
preacher,
facts.
priest,
That's facts.
anything
That's
like
facts.
that.
That's facts.
I'm just spreading the gospel, and people are going to be receptive. Most people won't. The Bible says.
The lowly.
The Bible says men will love darkness more than they love the light. It says there'll be scoffers and mockers in the final days that will wander after their own lusts.
You know what I think the problem is maybe because you grew up atheist. That's why you like behind in your spiritual journey. Because I grew up going to church and shit. So by the time I got to a certain age, I was already past that stage. So now you just becoming a Christian.
Do you read the Bible? Do you read the Bible?
Yeah, that's a good question.
You said, do I read the Bible?
Yeah, do you read the Bible?
Nah, bro, I don't read the Bible at all. But I have read the Bible. I'm not a Christian. I don't need to read the Bible.
I don't conform to the New Testament, but I read the Tanakh. I read the Old Testament.
I got the 42 laws of my yacht hanging on my wall. If you want to see those.
And they say
we're talking about Christianity and Jesus is what we're talking about.
Well, there was
I'm talking about the law.
613 Mosaic laws. There were 613 Mosaic laws that they had to follow by in the Old Testament, or they had to sacrifice animals to God, the blood of the animals. We don't sacrifice animals anymore because we have the sacrificial lamb of Jesus' blood. So
no. That's not the only reason why. The reason why we don't sacrifice because Israel got exiled out the land. That's the reason why. Not just because of that. It's because we don't have the priest. That's what I'm saying. In order to have a sacrifice, you have a priesthood. You got to have basically a ritual or ceremony. The reason why we don't do that no more because we don't have a priest. We don't have a king. We don't have even.
Jesus is the priest.
See, that's
why they're gone. Jesus kicked them out of the land. Jesus kicked them out of that temple.
No, he did not, nigga. The Most High kicked them out the land because they was.
That's him.
See,
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's Catholic shit, bro.
Is it hello?
No, that's Jesus Bible.
So a verse that really impacted me. It's James 2:10. It says, "For whosoever shall keep the whole law and yet offend in one point, he is guilty of all." If you've sinned once, if you've lied, if you've fallen short, if you've stolen, if you've had a lustful thought, all of these things, right? We've got the 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments, to me, reveal the perfection of Jesus, because all of us have broken at least one. So we all fall short of the glory of God. We can't earn if there is a heaven, we can't earn our way there. So Jesus, who was God in the flesh, which is why it says in the beginning was the Word was with God, the Word was God, and the Word dwelt amongst us in the flesh. He came down, humbled himself, became fully man and fully God. Okay, so he did experience hunger and pain and suffering, but he still was perfect. He still never fell short.
But yeah, you over there sitting in your apartment, not experiencing no suffering, no pain, and no shit. You think you
brother,
cook?
I suffer.
You're cooked, brother.
I suffer. I've lost loved ones. I've suffered. I've
what
had
suffering?
injuries.
What suffering you did?
In regards to suffering, I don't want to go through everything that I've suffered.
Well, it's called Jesus suffering.
But we don't have to make just because you've suffered more. It's not a battle of who suffers the most. Jesus suffered more than any of us. He died for the sins of the world. Like, we don't have to go back and forth. Well, my mum died when I was 5. Well, my uncle died. That we're getting competitive. It's like satanic spirit.
It's not even about death. It was just a general struggle, everyday struggle.
But it's part of life. And it says, blessed are those who are persecuted in Christ. It's not all negative when it comes to being persecuted. We struggle. We pretend that everything's good, especially in the world of social media. We all
beauty in the struggle.
We struggle, bro. I struggled coming to Christ, and my whole world collapsing around me, and not understanding what was going on. That my whole life for 30 plus years was a lie, an illusion. It broke me. It crushed me. It hurt me. I didn't want to be around anybody. I thought everything was evil, and then I slowly came to the realization of the good news of the gospel. I've gone through a lot,
bro.
I've gone through a lot. We all have. I've lost loved ones.
Shaking my head.
I got little things like my Patreon getting removed, $3,000, all my work gone. That was really hard. That should have been the end of me doing this. That wasn't easy.
Bro, God don't give a fuck. And that's another thing. God don't give a fuck. God don't care about most. Like, you just said my Patreon was part of my experience of suffering. Nigga, God don't care about that shit. Why would that don't make? Yeah.
Sometimes he tests you. Look what he did with Job, and that was a combination of God and Satan. Sometimes God can test you, and we always point the finger at the devil, like what the devil is doing. Sometimes God will test you. I was probably giving too much time to that work. I was obsessed with gematria and the coding, and he probably like, no, you need to reflect. And
Yeah,
that
because first of all, according to the Bible, gematria, some people's gematria and decoding, that's abomination also.
No, it's
yeah,
of
but
God, dude. He said it's of God.
there's not. That's the source. That's the sorcerers and the witchcraft and all of that. That's the people summoning demons and things. The Jews were using gematria to code the Torah.
Well,
I've written a book about the numbers in the Bible, like Johnny was saying. The numbers come to life in the Bible. You see all okay, with the 40s, Satan tempted Jesus 40 days, 40 nights. You got Moses' life was
well,
divided.
no, well, let me
The
cut.
flood was 40 days.
I
There's
understand
numbers.
the most I definitely speak through numbers,
Yeah, he created them.
and that's the point. These people they use Kabbalah, gematria, and numerology to try to play God. So
Yes, it's the whole thing.
but therefore you shouldn't touch it either.
No, I disagree because me actually coding led me to Christ.
Yeah. If
It
it's
led me
of
to
God, it's
Christ.
right, man.
The numbers, the divinity, the being able to predict things to the second, to the exact point. I was like, this is beyond man. It's supernatural. And then I lost my Patreon, and then straight away I was like, oh my word, there's a devil. There must be a God. I need
The
to.
one the one thing I don't
It's
understand
not
is that
really it's not really beyond man because like bro was saying it's still part of the script. It's not like it's a mystical force.
The Bible's scripture. The Bible has the word script in it. Scripture. Basically, Satan's writing the scripts for sports and Hollywood, and God's got the scripture, which is the word of God. Satan is the God of this world. People forget that. He is. And do you know why he is?
Yeah, and like Zach said, the Jesuits and who followed Satan, the Jesuits.
Right.
So you can't just
Not
say
just the Jesuits, most of the world.
yeah. Most of the world, yeah.
Biblically, if you're not walking with Christ, it says, if you're not with me, you're against me. If you've not surrendered to Christ, your dad is the devil.
Right.
Biblically.
Well, that's according to
Johnny,
the
is that
New
correct
Testament.
biblically?
That's according to the New Testament, which was wrote by Romans. The New
Well,
Testament wasn't. The New Testament wasn't wrote by no.
so Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were Romans, even though they're from Israel. They're not Romans.
They're
They
not
were
from
all
it because
Hebrews.
they're
They're
not.
not
They were all.
Romans.
They're not. Oh my
All of
God!
them are Hebrews. Every one
Look,
of them.
Yeah,
Paul was a Hebrew.
brother, like
Nah, Luke.
when you make that statement out of respect and out of love, you can't go around saying that it was written by Romans when it's wrong, because that is more of a false prophet than me actually proclaiming
Yep.
the Bible.
Yep.
That going around telling people that is biblically
Lies.
damning them to hell.
because listen, the thing is, y'all got the timeline messed up because y'all think when 6-7 AD some shit like that is when Israel was sacked and stuff like that. The real Israelites they been gone way before that. Exile way before that. Like basically the whole timeline of the New Testament
Okay.
is script.
Biblically,
I don't have time to show now, but if you give me
John,
a chance, I definitely will.
Johnny,
Yeah.
so the Vatican's in Rome, yeah?
Yeah.
What did the Romans do to the Christians?
They tortured them, killed them, crucified Jesus Christ,
Threw
man.
them to the lions, yeah? Do you
Yep.
think that's why God would want to have his holy church in Rome where they persecuted Christians?
Exactly. They
He
overtook
said,
it.
That's a bit of general
yeah,
knowledge.
The
yeah.
Vatican is a
They
captured operation.
Yeah,
They,
and then
they
Caesar
captured
basically
Christianity.
Caesar said, if you don't worship me, you're dead.
Yeah.
That's what the Max
what do the
Beast.
Vatican what do the Vatican got to do with anything?
Well, you say all roads
They
lead to
rule the
Rome and
world.
everything, and you're saying that the Romans wrote the New Testament when
Right.
they didn't. In Rome,
Right.
throughout the Bible, they would persecute the Christians. You had Caesar, Nero, all these people that wanted to be worshipped as a god. They were against Christ. They wanted to be their own god.
Yeah, because
but
you
yet
know, look,
now
you
in
know why?
today's age, they are part of the reason why the Bible is the biggest book in the world.
Is
So what about
exactly.
that?
And
Why do they
listen,
promote it today? Let's not talk about
Well,
then. What about now?
why would they call out then Rome murdering Christians if they're behind it? It doesn't make
but
any sense.
listen, that doesn't.
Come on.
You're
Oh
not
my
answering my
God!
question about now.
So
So why do they promote the book now?
The book's
Because
been
the book is
promoted
real.
ever since the apostles started proclaiming it.
You
We are
can't
in a
destroy the book.
Yeah, we are in a time of history. We have more access to the Word of God than the 12 disciples had.
Mm-hmm.
We have Genesis to Revelation. They didn't have that. We
In our
have it.
phones.
We have the
How?
fullness.
Okay. How? So, but
I ain't gonna lie,
how?
I don't think you guys know how skits you guys sound when you say like the word
No,
of
dude, you
God.
need to study.
Like,
You need to
All right,
study, dude.
I've got a really good question for you, all of you.
nigga, I need to study.
How many people do you
Lord
reckon
have
in this
mercy.
chat read their Bible today?
You say
Say that
what?
again. I don't
No,
need
this
to
is a
read the
fair
Bible,
question.
bro.
How
How many?
many
Oh,
people?
let me ask you a better question. How many of y'all individually went inside today and tried to connect with God yourself? Answer
Every
that.
day, bro. Every
I
day,
think
bro.
you can connect with God in different ways, not just through the Bible. Remember, Jesus would pray on the
But
mountain.
you're not answering my question. Did you do that today? Did you go inside? Was your eyes closed today? Did you go into the darkness?
Yeah.
Did you
Yeah.
dive in them deep waters?
Yes,
Yeah.
I prayed to God with my eyes closed multiple
Yep.
times.
And
Yeah.
then, and
I
then you
read
came back
20
out.
chapters
Wait,
today.
wait. You went to the deep waters. You went to the. He said he prayed, so he's already out. Y'all know what the fuck he talking about. You went to the deep waters. And you came back still talking about Jesus is God. Jesus is our
Yep.
Savior.
The Bible reveals Jesus
You
to be
must have
God.
went to a pond, bro.
Wait. Okay. Let me ask you this: why is it? What's the difference between in the Old Testament God and Israelites? Like the relationship is between God and Israel, the Hebrew Israelites. But why in the New Testament even actually? You know what's crazy? God don't even speak in the New Testament. It doesn't say "Thus says God." It
Jesus.
doesn't. Well, Jesus is not God. They're two different things.
Jesus
Well,
is God. He said, "You've seen the
It's
Father,
all
you've
over the
seen me."
scripture.
Because the
wait,
New
wait, wait, wait,
Testament is
wait.
for the Jesus lovers.
Yeah,
That's why.
I know, brother, I know. But listen, let me so like I said, why is it or what is the difference between Israelites and Christians or Christianity? Or like why is it a difference? Like what is the difference? You know why?
God
Because
has two different programs, man. He's got one for
no,
earth and
no,
one
no, no,
for
no.
heaven.
Look,
Yes,
God told us he doesn't change. So what's how two different
right.
programs?
No,
He
he
doesn't
didn't.
change. He
Yeah,
He
doesn't
God never
didn't.
change so the
changes.
children. He doesn't
He
change so the children. And he
he
doesn't change.
reveals. He reveals more at a time. He doesn't change.
Yeah,
He
there's a
just didn't.
difference between revealing later on than changing. He never changed
Yep,
anything.
you're right.
Yeah,
He just
exactly.
revealed
If you
his
reveal
heavenly
more,
plan.
like if you're like, for example, if I've just put together a movie and I show you a few of the first scenes, it doesn't mean that I'm changing when I start revealing more scenes to you.
Right.
Well, true, but if the script change or if it's like a huge what's the word called when like it's a huge difference or a huge different climax, you're gonna be like, damn, that whole movie just switched up.
Yeah,
That
but
whole
if
that
God
whole
says
movie
one lie,
they
the
ain't the
whole
same.
Bible.
Like look, listen, like Rush Hour 1 and Rush Hour 2. I'm like, damn, no two different movies. I wonder why.
Hold on.
Johnny, can I just give this verse, Isaiah 9:6, and just explain this to me? Because Isaiah prophesies the birth of the Messiah Jesus. It says,
Yep.
"For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given," this is the Son of God, the Son of Man, "and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, the
Mm-hmm.
Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace."
Right on.
So if he's being prophesied and he's come into the world and he's being given title, the mighty God, and he's saying, "I and my Father are one," and it's saying, "And the Word was made flesh and dwelt amongst us," and it tells us in the
Right.
beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And then if he's saying things like, Jesus said unto them, "Verily,
Well,
verily, I
but
say unto you,
listen.
before Abraham was,
What
I
you
am."
just did, look, you connecting because that passage is not even about Jesus Christ. Oh my God, you
Isaiah
connecting?
53 is
No, it's not, brother.
Isaiah 53 is him, the suffering servant.
Yep, and there's all this prophecy that came to fruition, especially when he was crucified. Like in Psalms revealed his crucifixion, that his legs wouldn't be broken and things
22.
like
Yep.
that. So
Psalm 22.
the Psalms 22. So you've got all these verses. The difference is in the Old Testament, Jesus hadn't died for the sins of the world yet. So it was a different time. They were living by the law, but
They
Jesus
weren't
came
even
to abolish
The,
crucifying
the
it.
New
people.
Testament is for you guys, you
No, no.
Johnny Boy and
Yeah,
Lois.
I'm done. I'm done
It,
because
it,
I believe I know the truth and I don't know shit because they say it's so deep. But yeah, I'm done because
God bless you, brother.
I
It is
encourage you to
deep.
yeah,
read the
for
Bible.
sure, for sure, for sure.
Read the Bible.
God
Read
bless
the Old
y'all.
Testament.
Much love,
Read
brother.
Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus. Read Leviticus 23 and know God's timeline. We're right here at the end of it all.
And I agree. I agree on that, and hence, that's why we got Zach. That's why we got guys to wake us up
Mm-hmm.
because
Right on.
exactly.
because the Most High speak through all people, and so I ain't here to like argue or talk anybody down, but I'm done. Go ahead, y'all talk. Y'all talk y'all short.
All right, peace.
Take care, brother.
All right.
Zach, did you see how much the World Cup generated?
I didn't.
Pull that up.
In terms of viewership, wealth,
Revenue. 19 billion.
Yeah. Another 19. What a joke.
Yep.
Gotta give Zach his flowers, man. He won in a million, man. So, all of us are 1 in a million, but
Yeah.
Hey, just to add to some of this KCP stuff, Zach, he was born on the 49th day of the year, like Revelation. Today's 156 days after his
Wait,
birthday.
are you talking about the player who supposedly killed himself?
No. Apparently, the guy with the last name Pope, who's now going to play with LeBron in Philly.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Now it's 156 days after his birthday. So on the East Coast, it's probably already today, or where I'm at, it's past 12.
who
And his
was
full
that? They
name.
called that out. Was that Smack Gang who called that out?
Yeah, I called that out, but like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, or longer than that. Yeah, you called it out earlier today. You're like, you think Pope's gonna go there? I was like, man, that makes too much sense. And I think
I'm not
Adam
sure
made
it's
some
100%.
disingenuous remark. Yeah, Adam made some disingenuous remark. You're like, what's that gonna prove? Or so I was like, come on, man.
I'm not sure if it's 100% confirmed yet, but that's just he got bought out, and it's saying that he intends to sign. So we'll see when 100% comes through. I'm not sure if it's already 100% through though.
Didn't he win the NBA Finals with LeBron in 2020?
Yeah, it's interesting because I think he's played 161 games with LeBron, and then the Lakers used to wear like gold and purple, that's the gold ratio. What else?
Oh yeah, I see the news articles right here. They saying they expect him to sign.
Yeah,
Yeah, all the headlines make it look like he's gonna sign. So.
The 33-year-old who wears number 3, who's good at 3-point shooting.
Yeah, he won. I think he was on that 2020 team, or no, he was on the Nuggets team that won it. They were doing some Pope stuff with that Jokic team, like against the Heat.
Yeah, he was on that Nuggets team. With
yeah,
the
when
Jesuit-educated coach, whose Jesuit-educated father died right after they won the finals by the numbers, who was replaced by another Jesuit-educated coach, whose Jesuit-educated father, who was also a coach, just died in the ritual for this year's finals, the Adelmans.
All shinies, man. Get your eye off the real thing.
Yeah. All right. Who's got the barking dog? Is that DK?
Yeah, sorry.
And with him coming from
Must be a
Memphis,
fake shoe at my door.
let's see. I'm wondering if they're signing with Brandon Clark here.
Brandon Clark, another Jesuit-educated one who died by the numbers.
Right, he died in LA where LeBron, just left.
Yeah, and he was born in 96, and he was born on 99. The Queen's funeral was 99, and she died at 96.
Oh, today would have been the 70s, or today's the 76th day now since he died.
Damn.
Clark.
Zach, did you get LeBron is going over there to Kobe Land at 41 years old?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I thought so. I didn't listen. I saw you had like a few streams about LeBron. I'm sure you probably got everything.
Yeah, and it was on 41 and 23 date numerology, like King 41 and 23. Like how the Knicks this year, they went into playing LeBron, they were 41 and 23 on the year.
And Knicks equals 41, and today's 41 days after the finals.
And Mike Brown obviously used to coach King James, and he won it.
Yeah.
And obviously coached the Kings too, who LeBron's first game was against the Kings.
So those were all the milestones LeBron had in Philly. What he passed Kobe in scoring there. He won that championship, and then now he's going there at 41. Is that all of them?
Nah, it's a lot more.
More?
I said that he's got a 2-year contract, $8 million, entering his 24th season. Kobe's statue was unveiled 2/8/24. honoring his 666 game, which heavily connects to LeBron. Mr. 216. So they're all ritualistic. That's why I can't watch it. You guys still watch it? Before I go, I'm gonna go. Thank you. You guys still watch the games? I can't watch them anymore.
Nah, they unwatchable.
Yeah, a
Not
lot of my
really,
friends still
no.
watch them. I can't personally watch them. I can't watch LeBron playing when I know it's all coded. It's not real to me anymore. I'd rather go play myself. I can't watch it. It's tough watch for me. But all right, guys. Thank you, Zach. Cheers
Yeah.
to you all.
Thank you,
Much
Zach.
love to you.
Good day,
And
sir.
I gotta go. Thank you for letting me speak. Take care.
Hey Zach, one thing I want to ask you real quick. Have you been seeing all the New York Knicks and WWE content? It's like so much of it though. It's like a lot of it. Championship belts, a bunch of cross collaborations. It's like what the fuck?
It doesn't surprise me. I mean, they love to mix in the WWE with the championships to put in the fans' face. So I wasn't aware, but it doesn't surprise. And by the way, man, I can't deal with that fake. A lot of people can't see through fakeness because they're fake themselves. But again, I just know that human being's completely fake, and I'll never have any respect for that human being. Because again, if you learn something from somebody and then you go online and start teaching it, and then you try to slander who you learn from in every broadcast for just unprovoked, and then you try to make it seem like I did something to him, please, that never happened. Yeah, I don't know. And then again, you guys, he came in here tonight and he was trying to act like something that he doesn't do on his own channel. So, and then again, he's this Christian guy. He's supposed to be spiritually in tune, but he's coming over here, fronting and lying and not being honest. No, I'm just not having it. So, and he never gave a sincere apology for all the crap he put out on the internet. I don't like these people. I'm never gonna like them.
Yeah, you definitely can't disrespect the man's family. That's out.
Yeah. No, I mean, so no, and I don't like the religious stuff either. It's problematic. Religion's here to divide. It's here to keep people stunted. It's here to keep them, hoping for a fairy tale, and
exactly.
It's a major problem. It's a major problem. So you're gonna start promoting that message too. And you just saw how his own attitude, like, so what? That person's dead. What's that going to save you from? It's like, look how selfish your mentality is. It's not about saving me. It's about that people are getting killed. How many more players are going to die before the season starts from stories just like that? And imagine your legacy to get reported in the headlines that you killed yourself, when we all know that's not what happened to that guy.
Right. Exactly.
No, and his response is, so what? So what? Decoding that's going to save you? Again,
as long as you follow Jesus.
Psychotic mentality, you guys. If you don't know he used to be online every night going, I'm going to be the most famous decoder. I'm the best decoder. And he actually doesn't have an ego anymore. Why don't you guys go check out his channel and see what he does? He's on there. He's like, I was on the beach and this lady said I look like this jacked Hollywood star today, man. It's like, dude, shut up and get to your videos about this. Why are you talking about that? Just shut up. God, dude's annoying as hell. So, again, just another person that to me is why religion just turns me off. And coming over here acting like, look how calm I am. Please. Fraud man, psychopath. No.
I mean, also,
one guy in here, Jesus is the only way. How do you know that? Because it's written in this book here. Did you read the other 5,000 religious texts? No. Nope. No. This is the only one I needed to read. This is the only one because I'm that egotistical and arrogant.
But look, they don't know. If it wasn't for the crooked Jesuits, they wouldn't even be reading this shit.
Exactly. And then they want to talk about bits and pieces of history. The only reason you know about that Bible is because of Rome. Constantine's who put it together.
That's what I was trying to say.
It was the Romans who tried to tear apart the... The only reason you know that book is because of Rome.
That's what I was trying to say, brother.
No, I just listen to these idiots talk, and I'm just like, God, these people are dumb.
That's why they didn't answer when I said, so why is the book so global today? They had no answer for that.
Christianity condones slavery, and tells you to not use your God-given ability to actually what you need to fight back against tyranny. Tell me that book wasn't here to make you a slave.
And by the
Wait,
way,
Zach, I have a
somebody else died
question.
for your sins, so you can do whatever the fuck you want while you're here, nigga. Come on.
Where's your evidence that you get that Constantine put together the Bible?
Constantine didn't call together the group that put together and chose the books that are in the Bible.
You're talking about the Council of Nicaea?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just asking so I could look it up. It's a genuine question.
Yeah, he called together that motion to put together the Bible as you know it.
And also, you look up the Pisos families, the Pisos family. They was around. Like if they don't understand, they had jurisdiction and control over that land at that time. So whatever they say goes out is going out. Like
That Piso family are the ones responsible for bringing in hell and salvation and charging to get into to stay out of hell and to get into heaven. That was their quote unquote claim to fame. And for those honestly trying to learn something about the playbook we call the Bible or whatever, the Gospels were written by Flavius Josephus way after those characters were dead. They're just kind of copy and paste of each other, and then they label them separately like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. There was no guy named Paul. His name was actually Saul. He was infiltrating, fake Jew, and then a lot of these kind of manipulations of the doctrines come in with these infiltrators. But if you go back and read the Gospel of the Essenes, specifically the one called the Nazarene and things like that, you're going to get the actual, you could tell it's what the guy was saying, what Yeshua was saying, where the Bible is to bring in a religion and this overlying umbrella belief system, but the actual teachings of the, of the yogi, which that's what we would call him in modern day. We would call him a yogi. And there were some guys in modern day that tried to continue that lineage. Yogananda was one of them. You familiar with Yogananda, Zach?
I don't know that name.
Yeah, look up Yogananda. He was pretty good. And then they had other guys that were very similar, but not not as much from a spiritual standpoint. Osho was another one. You had Krishnamurti, and then you had the Baba lineage, the Sai Baba of Shirdi, even though that probably was more infiltrated than anything. But there was guys kind of in our modern day that tried to do the same thing, like the whole Jesus story that's told, but you never see anybody even talking about that. But if you look back at the quotes some of these guys have, you're like, damn, this is on point. Why, how come I never heard nothing about this guy,
In the West, we're pretty much just meant to hear about Christianity. Everything else is just like the rest of history. You're only meant to know about certain things. It's all about mind control. And the other thing, too, is, like I said, I don't think it's an accident that Jesus has that big 74 encoding, just like white supremacist, and how all the history is whitewashed, and they got to make Jesus white, and the only physical description of him, which is pretty unclear in Revelation, is that of a darker complected person, not to mention that part of the world, it would only make sense that he wasn't white.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah, it's just, but you heard it. The guy that sounded like he was a bit of a hick there, who I said, how do you know it's telling the truth? Because it's in the book. He just sounded like a dumb hick. But you could also hear for a minute there that he's the kind of guy, there's no way he'd worship Jesus if he was black. You could hear he was like, oh, you could just hear a little remarks.
That's why I was listening. That's why I was trying to say, because it's not about race, but you can't even admit that you worship a black motherfucker.
Right, exactly. He believes so much in his book that has no description. But I guarantee you, if that description was clear, that man's black, that guy would not be a Jesus follower. You could just hear it. You could just hear in the way he reacted in that brief moment. It was so obvious.
And look, and then they always say, well, it's not about race. Nigga, that's some typical white supremacy shit. Well, if it ain't, tell the truth. Tell the whole truth. Not just what you think, what you want to, you know what I mean? Tell the truth. Like Brett said, they got black paintings of Egypt and all these other biblical characters out there in Russia, but they ain't gonna cover that shit.
Yeah, what he just said. There's drawings of Jesus in Ethiopia too. How you always say the only description we have from the Bible, but I'm pretty sure there's drawings. I've seen these drawings, and where he's like teaching like around a group of people, and he's like a dark-skinned Arab dude, and he's teaching blacks, like obviously darker blacks than him. He's more like a, I don't know how you could, more like a brownish, you know, like a brownish orangish tinge of dark, and then the Ethiopians are definitely depicted as darker.
So y'all believe that he was real? You just don't believe that, like, the story of the Bible, you just believe they've been changed over time?
Right. They grafted a fake story over this real guy to kind of lead people completely astray of what the teachings were, to, like, you know, go into idol worship and stuff like that, like turn him into like some kind of supernatural being when he was just, you know, supernatural consciousness, yes, but supernatural flesh, no, absolutely not. Not
So
magically
where,
bringing people back to life or restoring sight or anything like that.
so what is your evidence for that claim? Like, where do you get the evidence from?
Why would I need it? The evidence would have to be of the latter, not of the former. You would have to. Right. You're making a crazy claim, so crazy proof is necessary, not the other way around. You know what I'm saying?
No, boy. I'm not, but you're saying that you're claiming is that it was changed
I'm
over
not
time, and
claiming,
that
I'm
you're talking about
just saying
super
that is
consciousness.
the-
So where do you
that is
derive
the
that truth
norm.
from?
No, I'm saying I'm not claiming anything. I'm saying that is the norm. Extraordinary claims are being made about this figure. So that would require the proof, not the proof of what's already normal today and yesterday. And as far as our living ancestors know, that what's been like the norm. Where, you know, this book is suggesting some crazy, crazy stuff. So where's the crazy proof of these crazy claims? You know what I'm saying?
Are you saying it's because we don't have 100% proof? Or are you saying that is because it relies on an element of faith to believe
I'm
in it?
saying because we have absolutely zero proof, not that we don't have 100%, we have zero. And the word faith is misconstrued. You can't have faith in something that you don't know exists or not, that you just believe. The only thing you could have faith in is something that you know for sure exists and that you can control, which would be yourself. So you be like, okay, this looks pretty hard, but I have faith in myself that I can do it. You can't have faith in like somebody else that they can do it. You don't even know if they're going to want to do it. They may change their mind or whatever. So the only one you can ever have faith in is yourself, that you're going to be able to do something. That's it. You can't, the word that's a misuse of the word faith, that you have faith in something else. That's impossible. That just means it's a belief. The word should be believe, which means you don't know. You just, you know, my ego feels comfortable if I have this belief system where I'm not responsible for myself and I don't have to take evasive, drastic action here, and I could just chill out and somebody's going to save me. And, you know, I don't really have to put my ass out there on the line and whatever. And, you know, if I did bad shit or whatever, that's cool. That's all forgiven. I don't necessarily.
Yeah, but that's Christianity. That's not really what he talks about.
Well, I mean, that's where you guys are getting the whole notion of this character is from the religion. You're not getting it from anywhere else. That's the thing, you know?
But I think, like,
the whole notion
people
of this character comes from a religion. Without the religion, you wouldn't even know he existed.
Well, that's not true. What religion was Yeshua?
Huh?
What religion was he?
Well, he didn't have a religion, and back then there was not like necessarily religion.
Well, actually, Yeshua was a Hebrew Israelite.
But that's not a religion. That's a blood. Like he's from the house of David. That's like a blood right. That's a birthright.
But again, Israel is a name. Israel is a name of a guy who was originally Jacob, who was like supposedly a bad guy and spoke to an angel and then turned over a new leaf guy. So now he gets this name Israel.
Hold on, let me interject here on a question that was just asked. I would like everybody to look into a documentary from decades ago by the BBC about how the Templars went to great lengths to hide the fact that Jesus was a Buddhist.
Exact 10-4.
That's what I've been telling you the whole day, Zach.
100%.
To me, it would make perfect sense. Buddhism's older than Christianity. To me, Buddhism seems, out of all the spiritualities, I jive with Buddhism the most. And to me, it would make sense that he was a Buddhist.
Mm-hmm. Basically, he was Zoroastrian. The closest thing to Zoroastrianism is Buddhism.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know,
there's a reason that there's 18 years of his life missing.
Real quick. Hey, Marco, you here, Marco?
I think he's been in the background for like 7-8 hours.
He probably stepped away. He's probably not there.
Has he said anything during the stream?
I love Marco, but
he's popped in a few times.
Oh, okay.
He be. going too far with the
He's
zombie
still
shit.
he's still on level 1 of the religion psyop. He's not even a few levels deep, which is kind of, that's what I'm saying. It's like intellectually
Well, I'll
just
tell
lazy.
you what, if the zombie apocalypse happens August 2nd, 2027, he'll be proven correct, but I don't know. I think it's a bit out there. We'll
He
see.
said August 2nd, 2027, like that.
The day
That's
of
he
the
prophesied
eclipse.
that.
Yo, I'm back.
What does Marco say about Project Anchor? What does Marco
What's up,
say about
peeps?
Project Anchor coming up
Hey,
in
yo,
August?
where we at? What's up?
What's going on with Project Anchor coming up next month from the Jesuits?
What is? I'm not even familiar with Project Anchor. What's that all about?
They say that the Earth is going to lose gravity for how many seconds, Zach? What is it, like 13
I thought it's
seconds?
a fraction of a second.
6.66 seconds or so. I don't know. Whatever it is.
Not real.
Nah, these peeps are tripping. Hey, I just heard the freaking Vatican observatory guy. He was just trying to set up the alien lie recently. He's a weird, funky looking guy. You should look at him. Guy Consul Magnio. He looks like such a freak. And recently he was on an interview with some Catholic outlet. But you could tell they're setting up the alien card, man. And I'm like, and don't forget, the Jesuit Pope, he had that one book that he promoted from this guy called that they would baptize an extraterrestrial. So it's just funny to see them try.
Man, they fucked up.
Hey, Marco, did you hear about the Templars?
Yeah, listen.
That Jesus was a Buddhist?
Listen, a lot of people have said all sorts of stuff, but I will tell you, these Templars right now, they're on the move, man. I done told Zach, like, what really caught my attention was last year, man. It's very rare to see the Jesuit general visit Jerusalem. It is rare. So when you see him visiting Jerusalem, you should pay attention because he came back from Rome and he was saying Jerusalem is calling. He actually said that. So that caught my attention big time because, like I said before, when I was at a Catholic thing in Detroit to go visit and meet the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem. He's like the third ranking Vatican guy. And I just wanted to talk to him. And I ended up having dinner with him. I also had breakfast with him at one point. But I asked him a couple questions. I was really just nonchalant with him. I was asking him, what do you think is going to happen with Gaza? How do you get along with Netanyahu? When I went up to him, I said, I actually had you as the next pope. But he kind of smirked a little bit. But then at the same time, I also said, listen, is it very rare for the Jesuit general to visit Jerusalem? He's like, yes, there's only been 3 generals that have done so. So listen, they are the new Knights Templar. They're getting ready to build that temple. But like I keep telling you guys, I've shown Zach this, and it's very apparent, man. They are those wolves in sheep's clothing. They have the wolf as their mascot in all their universities. They're not ashamed to show us that. But because everybody's so asleep, they don't really give a crap at this point. And I'm telling you guys, you know what? I wish it was a different time. It's just so late in the game, y'all. It's so late in the game. Let's look at history.
Hey, Marco, right now, when you said the third temple, you're referring to the Temple of Solomon, right?
Yeah, well, listen, they're going to build this temple. And it looks to me that they're getting ready by having that Jesuit general go over there. It's like I said, it's rare for them to do so. And
So
he hung out for a long
third
time.
temple be the the Temple of Solomon, though, right?
I would imagine they'd have the actual schematics for that first temple, not the second one, the first one.
Okay, thank you for saying that. That's exactly what I wanted to ask you. Did you see the schematics for the ballroom?
Okay, are you talking about the White House ballroom?
Yes.
I have not, but I do know it has 999 seats.
So pull up the schematic for Solomon's temple and put next to it the schematics for the ballroom. It's the same blueprint.
And let me tell you, Trump, he's got an infatuation with this because even at Mar-a-Lago, he had that replica of the Ark of the Covenant, which everybody always gets the cherubs wrong. But you know what? There is that capacity right now where Donald Trump, like I've said before, I've been on the broadcast before saying Donald Trump is doing everything in his damn near possible power. He's getting tired right now, y'all. He's getting tired. He's getting tossed in so many damn different directions that right now he's tired of dealing with this situation in the Middle East because all he's doing this for is he's trying to get that guy MBS to do this deal. And he even said, he just was asked the question, so what about this deal that you want to have the Saudi Crown Prince do? Because you signed something and all of a sudden you told them after you signed it that they have to join the Abraham Accords. And that is a fair question. But what Donald Trump replied with is that it's time. It's time that they do this deal. I can tell in his voice, he's tired, y'all. He's old, he's tired, but he's got to dance. You know, when they tell him to dance, he got to dance.
I guess what I'm trying to ask you is how, if the third temple is the ballroom in Washington D.C., how does that fit into your work or what you're saying? Or does it change? Does it change anything, or is it go in line with what you're saying?
Yeah, I haven't really looked into the schematics to actually match that of the temple. I will tell you, I mean, the Sistine Chapel is very similar to the temple schematics. So if you look at the Vatican itself, the Sistine Chapel is very close. But I mean, what brought that to my attention was with the election where they went into the Sistine Chapel and Bob the Blasphemer came out. But I will say, in regards to the ballroom, like I said, what really stood out with me on that was he said it's going to be able to seat 999 people, and I'm just saying, just flip it, 666.
Right.
That guy, man, you know what? I don't know if anybody is still enamored or suckered by him, because at this point, the veil should be damn near destroyed for Donald Trump. But he's just trying everything he can right now to finish up a couple more, you know, little missions that he's on, you know? And like I said, this one's pretty big. He's got a big push right now going on with this Iran thing. Right now, tonight, it's kind of weird that America didn't strike Iran. They were going on 13 nights straight. I actually thought they were going to go on 14 nights striking Iran, but they kind of took a break. That's kind of interesting. So I'm just kind of monitoring the situation. But I also know that Saudi Arabia just got hit, so it's really going to see what. I'm just looking forward to what the response from Saudi is going to be in the narrative here.
So I got a question, Marco. You said that on August 2nd, 2027, the zombie apocalypse is going to happen.
Yes, listen up, guys. I've been saying this word for years now. Supernova is a word, and I'm not saying it because I'm cool or I picked it up. No. They have it in songs, they have it in movies, they have it in references with entertainment, in shows. What they talk about when they use this word supernova is essentially, the scientific word is that it's the explosion of a star. But what they're going to do is they're going to create an explosion in people's heads. That's then, this is how I see it happening, because I've already seen it in 4 different music videos now.
Wait, can I ask you real quick? Is this something that God told you or showed you?
No, but what I've been okay, here's how it led to this. When COVID was starting to get disseminated, I thought to myself, I know this is not the mark of the beast because there's no false prophet calling fire down from the sky to deceive men to receive that mark. So I had to prove it. I know that when the mark actually comes, there's going to be a man calling fire down from the sky. So nothing happened like that. But I said to myself, what the hell is COVID then? What are they doing here? They're locking us down. They're trying to freaking jab this crap into us. They're masking us all up. We can't travel anymore. What the hell's happening? And then I said to myself, early on, I'm talking about 2020 going into 2021. I was telling my wife, I said, "Hey, yo, boo, I think they're getting this in people to then be the actual weapon. This is they want to scare people into getting the weapon in them." And then shortly thereafter, I was like, all right, well, more understanding started coming to me. They have other illusions now in the media, in music videos, in also the Metropolis Agenda. That's an 100-year-old film. But the idea is this. They're starting to show this a lot, where they have humanoid robots that they like to call iron or iron hard, or they'll put like metallic, like melted iron over these robots. But that's what the scripture talks about, with iron mingling with clay. And that's the last Gentile world kingdom that we're pretty much in now because of the warp speed jab. That is the iron mingling with the clay. And I try to connect dots in this capacity, where the COVID jab is the iron mingling with the clay that is then going to lead to the sudden destruction that's then going to force us into the arms of the beast, but it's by way of the heathen rage, the kingdoms were moved of the book of Psalm. And the idea is that the sudden destruction, a lot of people always talk, oh, it's going to be World War III, thermonuclear. No. It's going to be by way of the jab. Because early on I said, they're using this to then force us to the beast later. This is going to be the weapon that they use against us. They're trying to get it into people right now. So what they have shown, I've seen 4 different music videos now, and it's abundantly clear. One of the latest music videos I saw, it's called Don't Wake Me Up. It's pretty good for the majority of the populace right now. They don't want to get waken up. So it's called Don't Wake Me Up. And in this video, they actually show people like in the singularity where they're all moving together. They're all moving together in synchronicity. And they actually show an eclipse. They actually show everything getting dark, and then there's an explosion, but then they all drop. So what I see happening, and they have films like Begonia on this. They have films like what's that other damn film? They even have the freaking latest Naked Gun that shows the rage aspect of it all. But the way I see it happening is that as the eclipse passes through this totality path in next year, it's going to probably happen as it actually starts through the Rock of Gibraltar. And then it's going to go through northern Egypt. It's going to have the longest totality in Luxor, Egypt. That's the ancient capital. And then it's going to go cross through the Red Sea and go into Mecca and Jeddah. But my thing is this. It's going to drop people, I would see, because this is what they're showing us. They're going to drop them. They're going to drop the COVID jab. It's going to look like they're dead. But then they're coming back online. And then they're going to rage. And then it's going to be a freaking free-for-all. It's going to be a buck-wild free-for-all at that point. But
okay, did the Lord give you this prophecy? That's my question. Just yes or no. Yes or no. According to your belief, did the Lord give you this prophecy?
Well, look, I've connected the dots.
It's just a yes or no. I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from.
Well, when you tell me the Lord gave it to me, it's either how do you think he gives people stuff?
Well, he speaks to people, but I'm just saying that.
Okay, well, I have the Bible.
The only reason I'm saying this, Marco, is because you understand that if what doesn't come to pass according to the scripture you're preaching from in Deuteronomy 18:22, you're not allowed to prophecy again, right?
Oh, I know that. I've been pretty bold to actually put my neck out on the line with this, but you know.
So I don't want to hear it after if this don't come through.
Oh, let's see if you make it. Let's see if you make it. My point is this. That is going to be an element from the devil to then force us to the kingdom of the beast with the mark of the beast. And I just recently heard Elon Musk on.
Hey, not to cut you off, Marco. It was interesting what you said earlier about the you having that meeting with that. Was it a bishop?
The Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem. He's the highest ranking individual in the Vatican for the Holy City.
How do you get a meeting like that?
How do I get a meeting like that? I just bought a dinner reservation.
And you was in Jerusalem, to be specific?
No. He actually came to Detroit.
Okay.
Yeah, he
so
came
you're
to Detroit.
saying it was like you could just buy a ticket and there was hundreds of people there?
No, it wasn't even 100 people. It was probably like maybe 80. Like it wasn't that big. But I just thought to myself, hey, you know what? Instead of taking a trip to Israel, I could just this guy's coming down. And I can maybe get some FaceTime with him and ask him about certain questions that I had in regards to Gaza, because I've been seeing him talk a lot about Gaza.
And that was just open. Anyone could buy a ticket. There was no like crazy security to get into there. Or
no, but he had security though. He did have a secret personnel with him. I could tell he was in the back. He was kind of lingering.
But they didn't background check people or anything to get into that event.
No, no. it was this. This is how it was. He's coming over. You want to buy a dinner ticket? You buy a dinner ticket, and then when you got there, they just checked that your name was there. You paid, and then you sit down. I'll tell you this much: the Catholics, they know how to have dinner. I mean, it was a really great dinner, and I sat down. That I heard his little spiel, because he also had a little one-on-one with another bishop. He had a one-on-one with the Archbishop of Detroit. And by the way, the other reason that I wanted to go meet this man, I thought this was going to be the next pope. I was like, man, this looks to be the guy. But I still think that there might be a possibility here that Pope Leo's not going to have a long pontificate, because there was another horror film that came out from Mexico that actually said Pope Leo XIV died of cardiac arrest. So I think they're kind of giving the script out on that. But I don't think he's going to be the guy that brings it to the finish line, because the final
Wait,
pope,
what movie is that? What movie is that? That horror movie you're talking about? Where he dies?
I keep forgetting this goddamn film. Hold on, man.
You said it's a Mexican film?
It's a Mexican horror film, and damn it. Hold on, let me see. I think I have it on my website. Let me see here. But listen, I was very interested in this man, because I said, wait a minute, you still might come back. You still might come back into this picture if they do off Pope Leo after a short pontificate. Because let me tell you, when I saw Leo, nothing about Leo screamed out to me false prophet. I did not think that, oh man, this guy's going to be the one to call fire down from the sky and promote the mark of the beast by the middle of the tribulation. But listen, Julius, I don't know if you follow my work, but I do have it on the screen right there. That is the number of the name of the man that all Christians should be looking up. In regards to gematria, the one time God calls the believer to count the number of a name, and the number of his name is with the beast. And a lot of people don't do that. Like a lot of people, like let's just say Adam or all these other gematria decoders that are Christian, if they're trying to tell you the last day started, what they should then do is say, let me prove to you who the man is that started it by doing a deal with Israel. Because that's what starts it all. And as you can see on the screen, I have a very simple equation here. It's when this man, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, with 666 to his name, when he does that deal with Israel coming up, that Donald Trump is trying to really push right now, that's when the tribulation starts. But I'm telling you, I think that it's going to go down like this, chronologically speaking. Oh, go ahead. I was going to say this. I think chronologically speaking, the way it's going to play out pretty soon is that MBS is going to do the deal. We're going to enter the tribulation. They have the rage ready to go. Then the eclipse is going to happen, tear up the whole world, and then we're going to be forced into the arms of the beast because everybody's seen a zombie apocalypse, all right? I could tell. And then, like I said, they have a zombie film called Kingdom on Netflix, and it's all about the narrative of the crown prince of a certain kingdom that is out to save everybody from a zombie apocalypse. And that goes in line with the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, the beast. And he's going to have a mark, and I would imagine that mark is going to be the solution to the rage coming up from all. And like I said, right now it's so late in the game, guys. The world's already got the juice. Everybody's got the juice, and it's going to get put to use, and it's going to wreck this world, man. And like I said, I got supernova that I've been saying for the longest time, but the reason why I say it is because I hear all these songs with it. There's some movie references to it, but the supernova is the name that they have for the event when they're basically going to blow up the freaking minds of all these people that got the jab that went straight to their head, and then they're going to take them over. Then the AI is going to take over.
Let me ask you something about that, Marco. In the Hopi prophecy and in the Gnostics, it says that supernova actually will cancel out all the AI that's inside of people and that's running the show, and then everybody's like all of a sudden going to be like woken up from their zombie state that they're already in now. So you're saying it's the total opposite? The supernova is going to trigger it rather than nullify it?
I think what might happen here is that for the people that got the jab, they're going to go into a whole different mental state. And really, who's to say what they even feel anymore, if they're even there anymore? But what the Bible shows is that the heathen raged, the kingdoms were moved. And back to Julish's question, the thing about how God speaks to me is I have his Bible in my heart, but then I'm looking at the world, I'm trying to connect the dots, because it's not simple the way it's all coming about, man. There's a lot of different scriptures you have to refer to and be like, okay, this is coming in, this is coming in, this is coming in, and then you got to connect it and then see how it's about to actually unravel. But when it comes to how this came to me, it's quite simple. Like when 28 Days Later came out, I actually watched it and I'm like, man, okay, this zombie film's a little different. And I'm sure other people can maybe relate, because when 28 Days Later came out, it was different in the sense that they ran, they were ravenous. A lot of people didn't like that. They were like, wait a minute, these damn zombies, they run. They don't like walk. They actually run, and they look even crazier. So that always stood in my mind, but especially
Marco, just for the record, I still remember when I saw that movie for the first time. I was at the beach, and it was back when people still got DVDs, and we got the director's cut DVD, and I actually watched the interview of the director. You haven't actually heard the director say why he made the movie, have you?
No, I haven't.
You should look it up because it's probably out there somewhere. But I remember it was on the DVD, and he was talking about, the likely viral outbreak that will happen someday that could be absolutely catastrophic for this world. And yeah, I just always remembered that. I thought,
Listen, I highlighted how when he came out with his recent 28 Years Later, he was at the premiere and he actually said COVID-19 has made 28 Years Later possible. Now, in regards to 28 Years Later, I also saw this as well as an interesting.
Don't forget, COVID has that 28 gematria.
Yes, 28. And the other caveat that I caught with this was like, why 28 years later? Well, from the last total solar eclipse of the century to the upcoming eclipse of the century is 28 years later. So that's kind of ominous, really. That's really ominous. But I will say that. There's other people that are showing this now, like the rock band Muse. You can look up their song called Night Shift Superstar. They have another song that they just came out with their recent album called Be With You. And they actually show an eclipse, but it's buzzing around. It has a signal around it because they're calling it the wow signal. And it's an alien signal, but I can see now, when I start looking at all this, I can see how it's all going to transpire. When this happens, like we see in Pluribus, like we see in the movie Begonia, they're going to say it's aliens, but it's really the iron from the alien devil frogs of Revelation 16 that got in the jab that then made people rage. But I can see how they're going to try to roll it out now, because they're always going to have that scapegoat, you know. And I can see that it's all probably going to get pinned to the freaking alien agenda. That's what I really see happening here. But yeah, no, when it comes to, you know, Julius's question, I saw 28 days later, the first one. I saw the first one when I already knew the Bible. But let me tell you, what sat with me was the following. Because they said that the zombies got started by the rage virus, and that never left me. Because I knew the book of Psalms, and it says, why do the heathen rage? And then it also says the heathen raged, the kingdoms were moved. That's when it talks about the kingdoms were moved, that actually hints at a civilizational collapse. But the idea is that always stayed with me. But I just told myself, I don't know how the hell they would make this happen. How the hell would they do this? But then you see other films like I Am Legend, where they actually took the what was it, like a measles or something, and then they retrofitted it to cure cancer, and basically vaccinated the world with a cancer cure that then turned them into zombies. So the idea is, I could totally see how it's going to happen now. But because of the jab, nobody can ignore the fact that there's 70% of the world that has something in them right now. And then these people keep laughing at us. And what I mean by that is, like, you got rock bands like Ghost that have songs called Marks of the Evil One. And it says, when the sun eclipses, abracadabra, some hocus pocus sham. And then he says, here they come, here they come, here they come. And they're saying, there, the marks of the evil one. These people are so giddy right now as to what the hell's about to transpire. But then Lady Gaga, she has another song called Killer. And she actually says, looking at you like a zombie killer, hungry for a homicide. And listen, the Masons, they actually
You sound just like her, man.
Huh?
I was saying you sound just like her, and that's a great impression.
Yeah, no, listen, man, she's got a hot one, but she also had a song called Judas. You know, she's been dancing for the devil for a long time. But I will tell you, on her last album, you know, my wife said the following here: Marco, either you're crazy or she's copying you, or what's happening here, because whatever you're talking about, Lady Gaga on her most recent album, she has a song about everything I was talking about. She has a song called Zombie Boy. She has a song called The Beast. She has a song called Zombie Killer. I mean, it's getting pretty freaking obvious at this point. You know why they're so obvious? Because it's all about to happen, and people already got the juice, and you can't get it out. And it's just really, I also see it like they're killing time, really. I also see they're killing time until this eclipse. But the other big one that just comes to mind is when I saw the Imagine Dragons concert. Like I told you guys, I actually said, this is the devil talking to the audience here. The devil is telling the audience straight up. He's saying, are you awake? Have you ever been? What is your life? Sleepwalking from one dream to the next. And then he says, until. And then he shows an eclipse. And then he shows finally. And then there's the graphene modulating. And then that just shows you what he's waiting for. The devil is waiting for this eclipse. And like I said, this eclipse is part of a family that is 666 years old this year. And it's eclipse 38 of 136 next year. And 38 Lucifer, 38 death, 38 kill.
What kind of eclipse is it, Marco?
It's a total solar eclipse. And like I said,
I always thought the movie 28 Days Later was be like, you know, they got hooked up to the Saturn moon frequency because 28 is the cycle of the moon, right? 28 days. So why 28 days later? For farmers and stuff, you plant things on moon cycles, so 28 days is important to them. But why for that movie, why would it be 28 days? Where are they getting that number? What does it have to do with anything? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I thought the same. And you know what? At one point, I was looking at an interview to see if they would actually ever, disclose that, but they never really did. As far as the creators of that. And by the way, one of the creators of that franchise actually created the film called Ex Machina. And Ex Machina is all about the transhuman agenda that the COVID jab is also helping with. Essentially, guys, these are not going to be zombies coming out of the grave. These are going to be just people that are taken over, essentially made into robots, killers, just robot killers. That's what they're going to be. And they're going to be crazy. That's just, I mean, if they're not going to be like grotesque and falling apart, coming out of graves. No. These are just people that got the jab. Their mind is absolutely, what I see happening is they're going to have no more free will. They're not going to have free will anymore at that point, once that event happens.
Gentlemen, we should probably wrap it up here. This is a epically long stream. It went totally away from the main topic, but that's all right. Like I said, people just love to talk about religion. There was a super chat sent in. Why hasn't Jesus helped the vulnerable children that get poked in the Catholic Church? I think we know what it means. Answer, please, religious people. You guys can close out with whatever you want. If you want to answer that question, please do. We'll go from top to bottom. Marco, please, 2 minute closing. 2 minutes.
Well, listen. What a stream. Either way, thanks for having me on, Zach. As you can see, I had different little screens up there just to let people know. I'm proving things here. This is the man. He's about to do the deal. Then we're about to see stuff. And like Julia said, you know what? There's a lot of things I've been saying that we're going to actually live to actually see it, you know? And like you said, you know, if it does go down on August 2nd, I'm not looking for any kudos because by then things are going to be a little different. So either way, for those here that have been listening, thank you. I have my website, beingjustified.com. As you can see, I have weekly reports where we tie in all this stuff with the weekly news as to how we're all getting here. And with all that said, you know, thanks, man. That's all I got to say, man. I've said enough.
All right, Marco, you have a good night.
You too.
All right, take care. Smack Gang, you're up next.
I want to end this off by saying, well, this shit felt like a long ass shift. Like I was at work today. I ain't going front. But shout out to Zach for that fucking Philly call. Shout out for every call you do, my boy. And to all the closed-minded people in the chat, man, open your eyes. And to all the ones that can't see, shout out to the truth seekers, man. That's it.
All right, thanks, Smack Gang. You have a good night.
You too, brother.
I appreciate that. All right, DK, I just got to tell you before you go, I don't think Edwards is a common Jewish last name.
No, not really. It isn't.
That's your Achilles heel. You like to connect everything to them, but that's okay. Go ahead. What's up, man? Closing remarks.
We already know they changed their names. I go by looks more than anything. You know what I mean?
I just know that guy's a snake in the grass. He bothers
course.
me.
Totally. I don't necessarily have any closing statements like per what we were talking about. Like I said, I think those guys are all getting paid by the minute to filibuster on your show, and they're such losers. They're going to hang out on your show for 3-4 hours.
He's been around for years now. He doesn't normally come on here.
And then that other guy, what was this? Something Boy Jenkins or whatever. Has that guy ever called in before?
He's in the back. He's going to get a chance to close out too.
Has he ever called in before?
I've never heard him call him before.
Right. So where on earth did he hear about your totally obscure
He
channel?
probably came from Adam's channel, is my guess.
Of course. It's just like how when you go on, what was that guy, the freaking maxed out guy, then all of a sudden the troll alarm goes off in the troll center, and then, they all got to start calling in. And
Yeah, exactly. Literally, there is something like that in this world. The troll alarm where they just go to the channel that I'm on. It's crazy how that works.
Yeah, and since everyone can work from home, it's really easy for them to do this,
Yeah. Little text message.
All right, Zach, talk soon. Next time I'm going to have you pull up the Farnese mansion, and we'll talk about why that thing looks like that and who that family is, what they've done.
All right. Have a good night, DK.
All right, Zach, bye.
All right, take care. What's up, Johnny boy?
Hey, bro.
Was I wrong? It sounds like if Jesus was black, you definitely wouldn't worship.
Nah, I worship him any color he is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because he's Yodevave, man. God in the flesh. Got some serious submission here. I just, last words are, there is a truth, there is an eternity, and the Bible codes prove the Bible real. I encourage everybody.
How? It doesn't make sense. It's illogical.
Because of the skipping, the mathematics in it. God's put a message for the end time people, you and me. so we would know the last minute details before he hits the button. And be square with him, man. Everything you guys have said are totally off with the Bible codes. They come up with the ideas and this and that, and it's totally wrong, man. I encourage you to check out the Bible codes, know what God's heart is.
Let me ask you some questions, Johnny.
Yeah.
Does religion do more dividing or uniting?
Well, Jesus said dividing. I didn't come to send peace. I came to bring a sword.
Yeah, he came to bring the sword, exactly.
Yep, he did. I'm going to divide people in the home. 2 on this side, 3 on that side.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to divide the household, exactly.
He's done it.
Wasn't it beautiful during the time of the Society of Jesus' pandemic? How divided were households over that Cooties 19 shot?
Oh yeah, that's
Jesus right there.
He brought
That's
it in.
the Society of Jesus right
Yes.
there. They had the household all divided over the Cooties 19 shot.
Yeah.
And again, they got their big orange clown on the world stage. He's dividing households.
Right.
Yeah, I always
He's a
say,
fool,
man,
man.
you better
Well-
read that scripture and think about what's actually going on in the world and think about who these Jesus people are.
I encourage you to do that.
I have.
To know what the scriptures actually say.
Yeah, I do.
encourage you to read it all the way through, especially the 17 prophets and Revelation and Paul. Check him out, man. It ain't nothing what people are talking about.
Well, and
They're all-
again, from what I hear from people who speak Greek, they know that the scripture written in Greek is a lot different than the scripture written in English.
Well, it's actually the Old Testament Hebrew, New Testament Aramaic.
Yeah,
That's
the
the real deal.
Old Testament is Hebrew and Aramaic. The New Testament's written in Greek.
That was that was transcribed to Greek. Paul was.
That's what I mean. It's gone from language to language to language.
Right. But go with the Aramaic on this in the New Testament. I encourage you. That's what the Bible codes are. Authentic Bible codes come through the Aramaic. And they're at skips, dude. God has placed messages inside the plain text at amazing skips. You can have a small skip of every 10 characters, he'll spell something, or every 500,000 characters. And only a computer can find it. And they're
Are you more
excellent.
concerned about the afterlife than doing something positive here on this earth?
Well, no, it's both. I do know there's an afterlife. That's going to be a little longer than your earthly life. So you plan on that first, and then take care of biz here.
What's taking care of business here?
Getting people the gospel, the truth. Because there is a truth, and judgment's coming.
What kind of nutritional information does the gospel provide?
Earthly nutritional?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because God's really interested in the glorified body that he's going to give us. But all the way through the Old Testament, he gave us the menu item there. What to eat, what not to eat, and what's healthy.
Which is?
Don't eat pork. He's got the list going on. Eat something that chews its cud with a split hoof. Eat your veggies. Eat your fruits. And names the fruits, figs, pomegranates. The stuff we don't got in the USA. Mediterranean.
Because it's written for that region of the world, sure.
Yeah, and it's healthy in that region. We can have the stuff shipped to us, but...
Don't you ever think that's interesting that, the spiritualities that were practiced, right? I imagine you're in the United States, aren't you?
Yeah.
The spiritualities that were practiced right here, you probably don't know anything about them, do you? Because those were just, they were conquered people. They got wiped out.
I've studied them. I've studied them all.
Really?
Yeah.
You studied all the thousands of religions of the world?
Not thousands.
Well, there's thousands. I mean, you just said you studied them all.
But once you get the real, you don't worry about the fake. None of them.
How do you know
None
what's
of
real and
them.
fake?
I'm telling you the code, dude. I'm telling you, I've told you.
Well, I'm just
Check
making
it
a
out.
point. The people that lived here before the Europeans came in, they didn't destroy the land. They didn't. I mean, we've destroyed the place. We destroyed
And that's not the Jesus people. That's people who wear the bumper sticker.
So you mean to tell me the people that came over here and genocide the natives didn't refer to them as
Right.
godless heathens because they didn't have Bibles?
Right. They were the Puritans, and they had a false gospel. The true gospel is a gift from the Lord, just believing. And they wanted to live holy lives to impress God. Look at me, dude. Nope. False gospel. True gospel is a free gift. Jesus died.
I would agree. I would say the true gospel is within.
It's your conscience.
Well, that's to be debated. Because the Bible says your heart is desperately wicked above all things.
I don't
It's
know
desperately
about that.
wicked. It's bent towards sin, bent against God, bent for self.
It might be for some people, but I wouldn't say all people.
It's
You know,
not bent for the
here,
Lord
to make a
Jesus.
point, when I was 7, I remember I moved neighborhoods when I was 7, and the first time I went to the bus stop, I couldn't believe what the other kids were doing. They were killing the worms, and I put a stop to it. I taught them why it wasn't nice to kill the worms. And my dad taught me that worms were essential. They made the dirt. Without worms, we'd all be screwed. But like, I just didn't understand. I was like, what's with all these kids just smashing and destroying the worms? Out here in Washington State, when it rains on the grass, the worms come out of the yard and then they crawl on the sidewalk. It's probably like that, but it rains here a lot, so it happens all the time. But they just be just smashing and stomping them. And I was like, oh my God, it's the worst thing I ever saw. What are you doing? But I taught these kids to stop killing the worms. I don't know. It wasn't in me to just kill worms, but these other kids, they had it in them to just stomp and smash and kill the worms. I don't know. What was wrong with them?
They were probably taught it by somebody else, just growing up in traditions.
They all went to
Jesus was
Sunday
that
school
worm
like
that was
me, too,
smacked.
because I noticed we all ended up going to the same church.
Yeah. Jesus said, "I'm a worm," and he was smashed and crushed. For
He
us.
didn't provide
He told us.
he didn't provide any sermons about leave the worms alone, did he?
He said the worm will not die in hell. The maggot's going to eat the people up. He talked
There's a
about
lot of
worms.
missing knowledge in the Bible that could be very useful to the people of these times. Wouldn't you agree?
Sure, read the Bible codes. It'll
Read
become
the
very
Bible codes.
knowledgeable.
Oh, here,
I'm telling
just
you, bro.
Give me one of these gems from the Bible codes real quick.
Well, Obama is the Antichrist. Matteo Zuppi is going to be the next pope, and he's the false prophet. And the night of the rapture, which is very close, God's going to call up all the babies, the children, and all those who have placed their faith totally in him, the saved ones. Then the very same night, New York will go missing with a water bomb, water tsunami. That's all in the codes. And that's just a start. That's just a start, man. And you'll know, that's when they'll introduce the aliens, not way down there for the eclipse. They're going to introduce them the night of the rapture. And it'll blame it on them. And they're all demons. There's no such thing as aliens. They're demonic forms in drag.
Okay.
That's some of your gems. Yeah. America is going down. They will be absolutely zero. Famine, the worst of third world nations.
Well, yeah. I mean, I do think a lot of these things could happen. Okay.
And that's your Revelation 17 and 18. Babylon. Babylon has bookends. New York City is one, and Jerusalem's the other, and that's where it all ends. That's
Okay.
plain text.
Okay.
And the encoded text gives the details. I encourage you to check out those codes.
Okay, for people who want to check out the Bible codes, where do they go?
Facebook. Sean, SEAN, dot Mitchell, dot 444.
Sean with a SEAN.
Yeah.
Dot Mitchell. Dot 444.
Correct.
On Facebook. Got it.
Yeah. Check them out, man. And you'll find them that in the order in which he put them is where you'll find the last one first. Scroll on down.
Okay. All right. For anyone interested, Sean, SEAN. Dot Mitchell. Dot 444 on Facebook. Bible codes.
Yep. Unsealed. Bible codes unsealed.
All right.
All right, bro.
All right, man. Take
Hey,
care, Johnny.
I watch you often. Those guys don't know what they're talking about. I am not part of Adam's group.
Well, you never came on here before, so
I don't understand all the numbers like you do. I just appreciate it. I know what I'm hearing when I hear it, and I know crap when I hear it.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming on. Thank you, John.
Thank you for having me, bro.
All right. Have a good night, man.
Yeah, peace.
Yeah, again, you guys, I mean, you can believe what you want to believe. You know, it's like young Julius is on here. He's a believer. It's fine. I like Julius. He's a smart kid. But
I can't come around to the religion thing. I grew up in the church. I saw how fake everyone was. I never saw Jesus show up to solve any problems ever. I never saw the power of Jesus. I just think there are good teachings in Christianity, though, and I just think take the good teachings, and those teachings are in other spiritualities too. I mean, live by the golden rule: treat other people the way you want to be treated, pursue a life of justice, truth, helping others, being charitable. I think all those things are necessary, but the problem I just hear from so many people is they want to do it for this eternal afterlife. And it's just like, a child. A lot of times you have to get them to do the right thing by bribing them. Okay, we'll put a stick. You get a sticker. You get a cookie. You get this treat. You get an ice cream. You get a popsicle. That they do the right thing to get a reward. But a mature adult, someone who has integrity, they just do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And they don't need a reward for it. I mean, I always hear these Christians about get right if you want the eternal. I mean, maybe they're correct. Maybe that is the truth. I don't know. To me, I'm a major skeptic of all of it. And I just don't think people should be doing the right things to get a reward. I think they should be doing the right things because, like I've always said, I mean, I've been here for 13 years now saying if we don't change the direction of the world, look how unfair it is to the youth and the unborn and those who will be born. And again, I mean, just go past any park today or elementary school and see how many children are obese. That didn't used to be that way that long ago. That's because of just how messed up society is. And that's my point about, is there nutritional advice, useful nutritional advice in the New Testament? Maybe we need a newer testament. Can God deliver a newer testament to solve the issues of the day? One with some really good nutritional advice so that the children aren't dying from diabetes by the time they're 10 years old, which is literally happening right now in the country. Yeah, it's just the religion mind control is so hard to break for people because they get hit with it as children and it becomes them. Again, religion attaches onto the ego, but yeah, and again, I mean, just look, I've been here for 13 years, and half the comments I've probably fielded in 13 years come from religious people saying, like, all you need is Jesus. This world is owned by Satan, so all you can do is get right with Jesus. It's just like, oh my God. What if instead of that being the collective mindset of humanity, the world is Satan's and it's all for naught, and all you can do is get right with Jesus for the afterlife? What if the mindset was like, yeah, these evil people need to get stopped? Again, if there was a belief that we had the power to stop the evil that's ruling over us, I think something would happen in the world. And like I said, in the time of Cooties 19, had everybody behave like a lot of people in this community did, not going along with the rules and the masking and the poking and I was doing videos modeling what I thought was good civic disobedience, just marching into the Costco with no mask on and not standing in any line and saying, F you, man, when I signed up for a membership here, none of this was required. Again, had everybody just behaved like that, none of their crap would have worked. But instead what was going on is people were in fear. Oh my God, he's going to spread the Cooties 19. Fear. And don't forget, it was a bunch of Jesuits that put on this Cooties 19 scam. And again, fear, just this ultimate controlling tool. And that's what I really hear when all these people talk about get right before the end is near. They're afraid of what could happen if they die, and they're not believing in the story they were told to believe in from the authorities. It's all boiling down to fear. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's annoying, this religion thing, man. It really is annoying to me. And just like the last guy who came on, I asked him, I said, where is your proof for anything you're saying? It's in the book. Isn't that what every religious person says? It's in their book. In their book. In their book is why they believe. In their book is the one true book. It's just, God doesn't write books. I don't know why this is so hard. God doesn't write books. And seriously, if you think God writes books, why isn't there some new inspired spiritual text that's just so undeniable that every last person on this earth could just come and go, oh yeah, this has to be it. It's so clear, it's so concise, it's so true. My life is instantly better for it. I'm healthier, I'm more knowing, I'm able to overcome my demons, I'm able to get along. Oh, there can actually be peace on earth. I mean, that's not happening. It would be nice if it did happen. I'd like to see it happen, but I mean, it's not happening, and why isn't it happening? So, it's a religion thing, man. It's a religion thing. I'm telling you, the way the cabal controls humanity, the base, the foundation of it is with religion. Religion is one of these submit to authority things, and then there's these other levels of submit to authority. The government, the news, the scientists. And it's not to say that there's not real science. It's just, I mean, you saw what happens when science is the authority in the news. It's Cooties 19, right? It's one mask, it's two masks. It's like, oh, maybe it's no masks. It's, you need that shot. Wait, maybe it wasn't safe and effective. Again, that's not real science, but then I don't know if it was as bad in your state as it was out in Washington State, but anytime a program ended, it was nothing but advertisements shaming people who didn't have their mask on and who hadn't gotten their shots yet. I was like, look at this. I mean, this is just nonstop propaganda and sheep herding and... But yeah, fear, fear, fear. After 9/11, it was all fear. Anthrax, terrorists, suitcase bombs, dirty bombs. Using fear to control you from the cradle to the grave. And again, I mean, fear. I mean, it's part of the reason half the people won't show their face online. And by the way, all you guys who are so afraid to show your face because you're going to get doxxed, are you not, you're not afraid of the one thing that you should probably be afraid of. The one thing that knows exactly who you are hiding behind your avatar, the government. The government that's tracking and watching every last thing you're doing. I mean, who are you hiding from? You're hiding from your fellow man? You're scared of your fellow man? Big Brother knows exactly who you are. They're keeping all your records, all your data. Everyone's so afraid to put their name and face on the internet, but wants to get on here behind avatars and screen names and shout out big opinions. I find that kind of weak too, so... I think a lot of you guys should think about that as well. If you got a message for the world, put your name and face on the screen. All right, anyway, we'll leave it there for now. Thanks to everyone who sent in a super chat and participated tonight, today and tonight in the world's longest stream. But yeah, if you also got here late and said, hey, where's the main topic? The main topic was probably the first 30 minutes of the stream. Then when we started to take calls, we... pretty much immediately went off topic like almost every other night, so yeah, we'll leave it there for now. Till next time, Truth Seeker.